What up?
Hey, Jeremy, how you going, buddy?
Good, good. How you doing?
Yeah, good, mate. Good. I had a good weekend and whatnot, so ready for the week ahead. What about yourself?
Same. Good weekend.
Good to hear, man. Good to hear. Bit quiet in here tonight.
Yeah, yesterday too.
Really?
Well, my yesterday.
Oh, I think few of them are steering clear now.
Well, people just want to go where people are. So if there's 40 people in Gems and no one's in here, they're not going to come in here.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, B-Ball made a statement that he's no longer with the server.
That he what?
That he's quit the server. Oh, B-Ball.
Yeah.
Which is,
Yeah. Gio told me. That's right. Gio told me about B-ball. He just spams that. He just spams chat with that shit. So I think Gio took his posting rights or something.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, it was just constant, wasn't it, with him, with all the stuff that he used to post? Like he was on a
Just
mission.
goofy shit that we always debunk anyway. So whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly right. But yeah, no, it's yeah, I know. It's just it's a little bit too hectic for me over the road, I must say. Just a bit too hectic. I'm just not into that energy anymore.
Me either. I used to be, but not anymore. I can't even do it.
No, it just sucks you, Jeremy, to be quite honest with you. It just sucks you, really. Like, what do you get out of it? What do you achieve at the end of it, really?
Yeah, no one's listening. I used to think when I was, when I first got into this, I was like, oh, people are gonna hear me and they'll hear my good arguments and they'll change their mind. But like, who's listening?
Yeah,
It's the same people.
exactly right. So, now you're best off breaking out of that and talk to people that will listen. Really, like I said, I have way more success in my own personal life than I do online. I don't know about you yourself, Jeremy, if you bring it up in your personal life at all with work colleagues or friends or whatever. Do you do actually that sort of stuff? Bring it up in your
Oh,
in
at
your
work,
person?
hell yeah. I tried.
Yeah.
I think Friday it was. The guy was like, "Watch out, the Earth is gonna fall on you." Being in the room and there was a globe there. I was like,
Oh,
"Dude,
right.
Earth's not a." I was like, "Bro, Earth's not a sphere, man. I don't know who lied to you about that, but."
Yeah.
And we never really got into it. Nobody was like, "Oh, what do you mean?" But one guy I definitely had one guy questioning the moon landing.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's a good place to start. I was reading this article a week and a half ago, and I was actually surprised that I think it said 20 or 25% of Americans don't believe in the moon landing anymore. And that's a high percentage, like 25%. Like that's not a low figure at all. Like for 25% of them to think that the moon landing didn't even happen, like that's a pretty big statement that there.
Yeah, that number is all over the place though, depending on how many people you question and demographics of the people you're questioning it from. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I brought it up.
So
I
that
brought it up
number
a
could
few.
go. I mean, I've seen that number as low as like 6% or something.
Well, it was funny because I brought up that figure the other day, and Nate was in the room, and he goes, "Oh yeah, but how many people did they survey? 10?" And I said, "No, according to Forbes magazine, they surveyed 320 million out of the 350 that are in America." All right, he goes, "What?" And it's 25%. I said, "Yep, 25% out of 320 million." And he goes, "No way." you need to post that article. So anyway, I posted the article. He goes, it doesn't say 320 million there. And I go, oh, doesn't it? Oh, sorry. That was me just summarizing the article. I must have read a little bit. But I reckon my figures are pretty accurate, though. You can take that to the bank. It was funny.
How many people did they? How many
Oh,
people did they interview?
I think they. I think it was 1,000. I think it was 1,000.
1,000.
Which is still a fairly it's a when it comes to surveys and stuff, it's a a reasonable sample size to get a general sort of gist. Depending on where they did it, of course, but if the survey company kind of spread it out, it might be an accurate representation,
I
because
mean,
it's quite funny here in Australia, right? When you mention the moon landing, it's surprising how many people are sus on it. Like, yes, there's the
I
ones
just
that do believe in it, but there are plenty that go, yeah, nah, there's something sus about the moon landing. There's definitely something sus about 9/11. Like, people are open to these sorts of things that are out there already. So they're not closed-minded about them, which is, when they're open-minded about things like that, the door is ajar for them, for you to just drop other things on them as well.
yeah, I just don't think 1,000 people is like a lot. Like I could do 1,000 people myself in probably one day.
Oh,
Like,
look,
hey,
I'm not
do you think
saying
the moon land? You know what I mean? You just say, hey, do you think the moon landings are real? Missions really
I'm not
happened or
saying
whatever?
that.
And it's,
Yeah, I'm not saying it's a huge sample, Jeremy. Like, don't
yeah,
get me wrong. I'm not saying it's the be all and end all, but
no, I
you
know.
know, when they do surveys here in regards to, say, what's the favourite radio station or TV station or whatever, the Morgan polling group, generally it's a sample size of only 500 people here in Australia when they're doing their surveys. So, but anyway,
Yeah.
it is what it is. So, uh, I had uh, my wife was on here a couple of nights ago. Um,
Oh, Mrs.
uh,
Bandsaw.
yes, yeah, Mrs.
That's
Bansal
good.
was online
I try to get
talking to
my
Nate.
wife. I try to get my wife on here all the time. She won't do it.
Mm. She came in and she had a chat to Nate for a while, and he tried to convert her to the globe. Um, and she was so fucking coy, it was not even funny, because he kept on saying,
uh,
"Well, what do you believe in? What do you believe in?" And all she said to him was, "I believe what I believe." Right, and that's as far as it's going to go. Right, you're not going to get from me if it's global flat. I just believe what I believe, and I'm happy to believe what I believe, and I'm happy for Bandsaw to believe what he wants to believe. And it was so funny. It was just irking Nate, because he just kept on asking her all these fucking questions, and then tried to lead her down this path of lunar eclipses and blood moons and all that sort of stuff. And anyway, he brings up blood moons, right? What do you think about the lunar eclipse and the blood moon? Like, how do you explain that? And she said, "Well, funny you should mention the blood moons. I think a lot about the blood moons." And all of a sudden, Nate is all ears. He wants to know all about the blood moons and how the blood moons work. And then she just went on this bloody diatribe of how she hangs her crystals outside to get recharged with the blood moon, put all positive energy into them and whatnot. And I could just see Nate face palming himself, going, "That's not what I wanted to hear." And she would not give him a thing. It was so funny. And she's in another room, so we didn't have the echo. And I just walked past the door, and she is pissing herself laughing. It was gold, actually. It was absolute gold.
That's funny.
So
But yeah,
yes,
that
yes,
does open a door. That does
yeah,
open a door when people know, 9/11, something funny with 9/11 or the moon landings. Like,
yeah.
as time goes on, that sample size of 1,000 people, Like if they did that number is going to just keep getting higher and higher for people I don't believe, because I mean
Yeah,
it just keeps
yeah,
getting more and more suspicious as time goes. You know, that's why I always
yeah.
ask these guys. I'm like, what if we don't go back to the moon in 50 more years? Would you be
Mm,
suspicious then? Like, how long is it going to take before you get suspicious? You
exactly.
know,
Like it's supposed to happen in less than 2 years' time. We're supposed to be going there. Well,
like if
they're
it,
going to drag it out like for another 12 months and then another 12 months because they won't be able to fucking refuel the thing, or the fucking truck that has to take it to the launch pad is going to have a flat tire or fucking
I
something.
just I just saw they couldn't get the spacesuits right, so they had to postpone it because of that.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean,
there's always some
yeah,
sort of rubbish in regards to it. But like, how many excuses can they make? Like, next thing it's all going to be a go, and on the ladder on the way up to the fucking rocket ship, an astronaut will stub his toe or something, and they're going to have to call it off.
yeah.
There's always going to be something, always going to be something. Um, but it is what it is at the end of the day. Like, what do you do? Um, but,
Well, I'll be right
you,
back, man. So I'll be right back.
yeah, right. Mhm.
Now they're doing a scavenger hunt.
A scavenger hunt.
Yeah.
What do you?
Here, let
What do
me
you?
get it.
Yeah. Get it, Chris. Yeah.
It's hilarious because Mr. Giggles has been messaging me about what am I going to do for the launch. And I'm like, the launch of the scavenger hunt?
Oh, I've got to see this.
Yeah, there we go. And I've been posting this GIF with it. See, Artemis themed summer scavenger hunt launches at Kennedy Space Center. There's their launch.
Huh. Was I on mute this whole time, Crit? Was I
Yeah,
talking?
I
Oh,
can hear it.
damn. Oh,
Uh,
sorry, buddy. Sorry, man. I changed headsets and I forgot to take myself off mute. Um, that was the best thing I've said in 7 or 8 years been on these forums. Damn that. I was just talking about Satelloon's Crit. You know how one of the arguments from the ballers has been with these Satelloons, how do they stay up there for so long? Like, maybe 2 or 3 months, but staying up there for years at a time, yeah, that ain't gonna happen. Have you ever
Yeah.
heard that kind of argument? Well, I was reading an article yesterday or the day before in regards to the very first satelloon that NASA launched, right? And it was basically a FM transmitter receiver type of contraption, and it's that classic picture of the big silver ball that's got NASA on it. You know the picture I'm talking about?
Yeah,
Yeah. You know how long that stayed up? You got any idea?
it's still up there today.
Well, it stayed up there for 8 years.
Oh, okay.
8 years. Yeah, 8 years it stood up there. And that was launched in the 50s when they first put that thing up there in the 50s, and it stayed up. So imagine like the technology they've got today to get things up, maybe have um, some sort of solar painted to these things to produce solar energy, have electric propellers, to guide them, to keep them in place and whatnot. You know, nothing is out the realms of possibility with the technology they have. Uh, what Foolish is dropping some of his well-trusted facts and figures. It looks like.
Changed his name to Father Skeptic.
Yeah, I noticed that. Yeah, did that a few days ago, I think. Come back with a vengeance.
This McLooney Tune sycophant is over at DMOC server. Just one question after another. And if you
Who
can't answer it, like
who'd you
uh
say? McLooney Tune?
a McLooney Tune sycophant.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Jerry had talked to him. He's from that server. Jerry had talked to him.
Hmm. It doesn't take much to get a reaction out of him, really.
Yeah, I mean they're just. I mean they don't even know what the topic is. They're like that whole conspiracy theory thing. Like as time goes on, like you and Jeremy were talking about, more and more people have lost all faith, not just a little bit of faith, all faith in the federal government. They're going to
Mm.
question everything the federal government says. They're going to assume everything the federal government does is some sort of conspiracy theory. They're up to no good. So then they look back in history, be like, have they always been up to no good? Well, certainly, right? Nothing new under the sun. They've always been up to no good.
Okay. It doesn't seem like Mandelbrot likes you guys too much, does it? I'm
Oh yeah,
just
yeah.
reading. Yeah, I'm just reading the chat in there now. Fair enough. Well, he is entitled to his opinion. Love crit.
Yeah,
uh,
the fan art.
yeah. That's cool. That's cool.
I mean, like how dumb do you have to be? Like if someone says, "If you've got any questions for me, I'm only gonna give you one answer. I'm just gonna point and laugh at how stupid your question is," and the person just keeps asking.
Oh, look, I was in the text chat earlier on today. I had a bit of a look, and anyway, one of the last things that was posted when I came in was from, I can't remember the guy's name now, but he basically said, um, um, "Hey guys, have anyone worked out the sky yet?" And I just put in a very simple response: "Yeah, but it's over your head."
Oh, that's awesome.
Like, what more do you really need to say at the end of the day? Like, what more do you need to say?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, I get up in the morning and I see the sun and it goes over my head, and then I don't see it, and then I see the moon and the stars, and it pretty much seems to work the same every single night. Yep, I've worked it out. That is the sky. Thank you very much. Don't
Like
really
over.
need to know.
Oh,
No, go, buddy. Go.
I'll say like over your head is also kind of like a pejorative or whatever for something that it's too difficult for for someone to understand.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Exactly right. Like,
So it's like a double entendre.
yeah,
Here, I worked
yeah,
it out. It's over your head,
yeah.
figuratively and literally.
And literally, exactly right. Yeah. I'll explain it to you, but the stuff that's over your head is definitely over your head.
I was interested in something I came across. I had no idea, but the royal family. I'm not like BuzzFeed type thing, but they're racist. Like one of the princes married some mixed race gal, Michelle Merkel or something like that.
Yeah.
And the royal family just flipped out. Like they just spazzed like over this, like she's not like she's unclean or whatever they did. I don't know the whole story. I just saw this little snippet on she got interviewed by Oprah,
Yep.
and
And
they're in exile here, and I heard that they're living in America, but I didn't know why. I never looked into it. I always just like next, like I
yeah.
care about a royal family next. Other than I
Oh,
was
look.
like,
Yeah.
oh, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, look, I don't care about him either, Crit, but there is a lot of stuff in that story that is completely fictional and made up. Because also, too, the rumor was getting around that the Queen refused to give their son a princehood, right? Because of the quote unquote mixed race, right? And that
Okay.
was the reason that was getting around for a long time. But if you know anything about the history of the royalties whatsoever, right, his children can't be princes anyway. All they can be is a duke or an earl. They cannot be a prince. So the story that was spouted was complete and utter bullshit.
Yeah.
In
Yeah, the
regards to
prince.
that.
Yeah, princes. I know. I like playing Dungeons and Dragons and stuff. You learn about general, like rules and stuff. Yeah, a
Yep,
prince is only the blood of a king or queen, a prince
yep,
or princess. That's the
yes,
only thing you can do. So if you're a
yep,
blood of a prince, you're not a prince. You have to be the
hmm
blood of a king or of a
yep,
queen.
yeah, that's right. And so the whole BuzzFeed, and what's the other one? Is it TMZ or whatever it is?
Yeah,
That sort of page 3 reporting, I call it. It's all just bullshit. It's clickbait. That's all it is. It's clickbait, and it just goes to show how poor the actual journalism is, that they actually ran with it without actually fact checking the story before they ran with it. Now, there may be a bit of tension between Harry and his wife and the royal family. I've got no idea, absolutely no idea, right? But to add on to that, that they are nothing but bigots and racists because they won't give their child a princehood is just fallacious and rumor mongering, really, in
Okay.
my opinion. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes
So
sense.
yeah. Uh, But yeah, like I said, there may be a bit of tension between Harry and and his grandma. Maybe, I don't know, right? Um, but yeah, for the reasons that were spouted, or one of the reasons, yeah, I can completely put that to bed. Like, that is just complete fabrication. Um, whether or not uh, the Queen had any objection to Harry getting married to her. Look, I don't know. Considering that she gave the thumbs up to Prince Charles and Camilla, right, after all these years. I thought she may have softened her ways a little bit with that sort of thing. But who knows? I think actually when you're talking about royalty and all that sort of stuff, it's much to do about nothing, really. Great, like
Yeah.
it sells a lot of magazines. To me, that's about all it does. It sells a lot of magazines to little old housewives that want to do nothing but get amongst all the gossip, really.
Yeah, that makes sense. I was kind of probably looking at it in a different aspect there, that it was some sort of another showcase of just how bad things are at like in government, regardless of what government you're talking about.
Mm, mm. Yeah, look, you know, when it comes to uh, maybe calling them bigoted, maybe calling them racist. Like when you look at these things where in the past marriages were arranged, create bloodlines were sought after, purity was sought after, and whatnot. There's an argument to say there is a degree of racism and bigotry there, just the way they went about continuing their bloodlines and their legacy. Um, I think there's probably a fairly strong argument there, to be honest with you. But yeah, as far as really knowing anything about about it, I'm I'm probably talking a lot from an ignorant standpoint, really. I don't spend much time worrying about them or looking into them. The only thing I really know about them is because of my wife. She'll say, "Oh, I heard this or I heard that," and she was actually the one that brought it to my attention in regards to their son. Um, and then she watched some documentary where it was spelt out very, very clearly that the whole story was completely fake in regards to regarding their son, and how it actually works. And you yourself kind of can recognise that with your D&D too.
sensationalism.
Mm-hmm.
So there's something going on, but not enough to really be a big deal.
Nah. Yeah, it's just clickbait. That's all it is. Ooh. I didn't know there was a field called cosmochemistry. I've never heard that before, but apparently there is a field called cosmochemistry. Wonder how you go about being a cosmochemist. How do you go about that?
Well, my first question is the chemistry that's happening in space different than the chemistry that's happening on Earth? Is there like different rules and shit, or like what's?
Do you have to apply the same rules to that to space? Like, how would you even go quick?
Oh, I've heard astrochemistry. I'm like, you got to add an astro in front of chemistry. Like, isn't just chemistry chemistry?
Mm.
That's what I mean. Like,
Yeah.
does different rules apply, or what's going on?
Don't know. Well, this is cosmochemistry. Apparently, there is a new theory on how planets were formed. Right? Which I actually thought this was the theory all along. So obviously I was wrong. But now it's a cosmic melting pot. Right? And our planets formed progressively. Small grains grew over time into kilometer-sized planetsimals by accumulating more and more material through their gravitational pull. Damn, I actually thought that was a theory all along, but who would have thunk that it is a new one? So now they have worked out with more certainty how Earth was formed. They now have a blueprint for the other planets. That's handy, isn't it? They are hoping now that astrophysicists and cosmochemists can get on the same page and collaborate their two fields into one. Oh, you got to love unity. The push for unity. It's a beautiful thing.
After all these years of arguing, that reminds me of an article of the guy that aliens maybe built the universe in the laboratory. This is why the schism happened.
Mm. Ooh.
Let me get it. I gotta go back through my archives here. Okay, I found it.
Mm-hmm.
The aliens created our universe in a lab, scientists suggest. So A.V. LeBeau, astronomy's resident bad boy. Part I thought was funny. Resident bad boy.
Damn. Been created in a lab by aliens. God. Why do aliens only have 5 fingers?
Because it's a Fibonacci number.
A Fibonacci number? Okay, fair enough. Yeah, that has more logic to it than anything else. That's for sure.
Like 4 shit doesn't. All right, because it's not a Fibonacci number.
Mm.
So what does resident bad boy mean? Like, does he play the rogue when they play Dungeons and Dragons? Is he like? Does he
Bad boy to the casket drop?
Does he put pineapple in his pizza? Yeah, what makes him? What exactly makes you astronomy bad boy? Where does he put his hat? Does he sit backwards on his desk chair? Like, does he spin the desk chair around?
It is bizarre, isn't it? Really. Resident bad boy.
He skateboards into the office.
Skateboard, playing rock and roll in the office. He's got bloody piercings and lobe stretching. Got a bit of a goth look to him, perhaps. Mysterious radio bursts.
have been detected from outer space. Maybe someone forgot to turn off the radio in the Tesla that's floating out there. Maybe that's what they're picking up. Coast to Coast FM, something. Bit of Art Bell. Could we decode alien physics? Interesting proposition.
I mean, if somebody did cross the infinite galaxy, the infinite universe to come meet us here on little old Earth, I mean, they probably would have some high tech physics shit going on, right?
Yeah,
Like, say we found even without that, just say we found an alien craft, say they came from other ponds or whatever, the outer past Antarctica, underground, wherever they come from.
Yep.
Like, would we be able to reverse engineer one of their crafts or something?
Well, if we had one, we could probably reverse engineer it. I'm gathering. Yeah.
What was that show?
I mean, maybe. What if you gave a computer? What if you gave a computer to a guy in some Amazon tribe that's never seen a fucking airplane? Could he reverse engineer a computer?
Yeah. Well, see, that's like, how do you reverse engineer a microchip? Where do you start to actually do that sort of stuff? Really? Yeah, that's an interesting question. Really.
That's what we might be able to reverse engineer some alien shit, but a guy in the Amazon is not gonna be able to reverse engineer our shit. So it depends on how advanced you are to begin with. Like, we probably could, but who knows what's going on with it? Maybe they got like some other shit than a microchip that we don't even know how it works.
Yeah, well, how we look at physics today might be all completely wrong. Like, how do you reverse engineer something with your, like you say, with the ideas that you currently hold? Like, just say an alien, whether it's an outer pond or wherever they come from, come to where we are, in some strange sort of craft and have whatever weaponry or powers they've got. Where do you even start to engineer that where you don't know where to even begin? Like, you can press a button, you can get it to work. Like, there's the green button, baby. Boom, push that, and the thing works. But yeah, knowing the mechanics of how it works, and
We got to be able to make another one.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? If you reverse engineer it, you got to be able to make something similar to it at the end. All right.
Exactly.
Like, here's what happened in the islands when we were fighting Japan in World War II. We would use these little islands as rest stops, basically, and we would land there, build a landing strip, take off with our planes and shit. And sometimes there would be like little tribes on these islands, right?
Yeah.
And we after the war was over, we left, and they would build like wooden planes and shit, which was neat. I thought, I don't know how that really relates, but
well, it kind of does, a little bit, but I don't know. It's kind of, well,
Like, even if we had left those tribes the plane, even if we had left them an actual plane, they would still be just making them out of wood and shit because they don't know how metallurgy or whatever. Like, you know.
Mhm. But like, it doesn't matter what you talk about, Jeremy. Like, you know, if you have caveman technology, you know, just say you're a caveman, right? And all you know about being caveman is you got your cave, right? You might have fire to keep you warm. You can do a little bit of hunting with your stone axe, so you can kill your deer or your kangaroo or whatever the case may be, and you can cook that up. And you pick a few berries, right? And then anyhow, you know, one day, you know, out of the blue, falling out of the sky comes a package, and in that package is a beautiful chocolate cake or cheesecake or something, and you're eating, you're going, wow, that is nice. I wouldn't mind having that. Well, if you don't know what milk is or what cream is or what flour is or yeast or any of these things, where do you start to even wrap your head about how to even get any of these things in the first place to be able to reverse engineer a simple cake if you're a caveman?
There's another question too: is would you want to reverse engineer? Let's say the technology, you know, let's say one of these alien crafts comes down and their ships have unlimited fucking free energy. You know, they got some 0 point over unity device going on inside their craft. Would you even want to? I mean, you would want to reverse engineer it, but would you let anybody know that you did if you're selling $10 trillion worth of oil a year?
Well, it depends who finds it, doesn't it? Really, that's the big. That's the question. Like, who finds it? Who has control over it? As well. So, yeah, no. If I was Blackmores or Viacom or fucking one of these big fucking ass family-owned companies, not a chance in hell would I want anyone to know about it. Not until I've, you know, mined all the fucking oil that there is, if there actually is a finite amount of oil under the ground. Like, we're told there's a finite amount. Who even knows if there's a finite amount of oil or any of the resources that we have? Like, we're just told these things, really.
There's a movie called The Gods Must Be Crazy where
Oh, I love that. I
yeah,
love it.
that's kind of what Jeremy was talking about.
Was the what? What was I talking about?
The like after World War II, there's like this island.
Oh yeah. They called them cargo religions or something. They called them because they thought we were gods. We would come down. We never had to fish or hunt. We always had food. We had all this technology. You know what I'm saying? They thought we were like literally gods. Imagine you're a caveman and some shit comes out of the sky and these guys got all this shit and then they take off something. Like, you would think they were a god.
Didn't that movie start off with a Coca-Cola bottle or something? God's
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah, that's what it started. Like just a bottle, and these tribes started fighting over this one bottle.
Yeah.
Because it was like a gift from the gods, like this magical artifact, like some sort of relic or divine thing.
Yeah, it was a crazy movie, wasn't it? Like, so little talking throughout that whole movie.
Oh yeah, that was a good part too because their language was you couldn't tell the language from ours. There's another one called was it Beneath or Below or something like that, where it's aliens and the aliens are like hunting humans for food, and they like lure humans into like this these death trap things.
Hmm.
Talking about Predator?
No, it's a new like a newer movie.
I don't think they were hunting us for food and Predator. It was more sport.
Yeah. Yeah, in this movie, it was like Below or Beneath or something like that. The whole movie, there's very little talking unless the alien. Well, they basically use that one girl who played Black Widow in the Avengers stuff. I can't think of her name right now.
No, I know who you're talking about. She's hot. I forgot her name too.
Okay, yeah, that was the shtick. She would like just ride around and just ask men on the street, "Hey, do you want to go have sex?" Like hit on them. You know, just be like, "Hey, do you want to come back to my apartment or whatever?" Ask them directions, like just start some sort of innocuous conversation. Like, you know, you're really hot, and like, you know, and just give them some excuse for them to come over. And then once they did, it was like a kill room that basically would process them into meat. And outside of that, though, you saw the aliens would interact with each other, but they wouldn't say a word. It almost implied that they're kind of like telepathic, or they spoke on some sort of other alternate way that humans couldn't decipher. You just kind of see them looking at each other, and there'd be a little bit of body language, and then also they would part ways. Oh, this Tim Allen Home Improvement too. That's what I was thinking earlier. Where
Oh, God.
like we were trying to reverse engineer something, and you just get that. "Whoa?"
Yeah, yeah. That was a blast, that series, Home Improvement. Him and Al. And what was the neighbor? What was the neighbor's name? We only ever saw the hat. What was his name?
Wilson.
Wilson.
Oh yeah,
That's
there you
the
go.
one. Yeah. Yeah.
That's pretty cool though. He's a stand-up guy. He said he's not going to do the voice of the toy space guy because of the agenda being pushed.
Okay.
Especially for a right-wing dude. I mean, because that's Disney. I mean, Disney is like really right-wing. So it's like you got this right-wing dude saying, "Hey, I'm not buying it." You know, no, thank you.
The fact someone's willing to turn down millions of dollars over their morals is impressive this day and age.
Oh, big time.
Like, it's not even like you have to do anything like really immoral. Like, you're not doing anything immoral. You're just doing the voice of a cartoon character. But they are like, you know, that's impressive to me this day and age. He's old school though. That guy. He's from the old school bandsaw.
Yeah. Oh,
Not
well,
as
we
old.
got our. We're not quite as old as me, exactly.
Yeah.
But we got our asses dragged over the coals because you and I were going to join the Illuminati.
Dude, you'd be stupid not to. You got to get in there and see what's up, bro.
Exactly right. Exactly.
He's 70. Tim
Oh, is he
Allen.
really?
Yeah.
His actual story. I saw a doco on him, and yeah, he had a very interesting life as a drug courier back in the day.
Yeah. What's up? How's it going? How was the weekend? The party was good? Nice. Absolutely.
Did you see that, Crit? The doco on Tim Allen
No.
and his wife? Yeah, he basically was a drug courier. Used to drive I think it was a boat. He used to drive. Kind of like my Amy Vice type of things, big scarab. And he did that for a while, and then got out of it and took up an honest life as a comedian.
Oh yeah, he did. There was some movie he starred. Like he was working with Sigourney Weaver on a lot of things for a while, and then all of a sudden they because there's one of them. They're husband and wife, and he's like a drug courier who gets busted, and then comes back home after like 9 years or whatever. I can't remember how long he was in prison for, and then trying to just readjust to him and his wife picking up the pieces. You know, where it was so, like Angry on the Outside or something like that, and I can't remember the name. I vaguely remember watching it. Something. Oh, Crazy on. I just looked it up. Crazy on the Outside.
Okay. Yep.
That's so crit to you, Jeremy. Why do I do it to myself?
Hey, Flatty.
What's happening? Oh, I just spent half an hour in Panda's hellhole.
Really?
Why?
Really?
You gotta go take a shower now.
Oh, dude, more than that. Like one of those. What's it called? Delousing powders they shove in you in the.
Well, so I went in there earlier today. It was quiet everywhere, so I popped in there for 10 minutes, and I think Brian Mabbott was going on about gravity, giving them all a school on gravity, and I came in and I go, "What do you got against gravity, Brian? Like, you should embrace it, my friend. We need to rehouse it. We need to bring it back home. Like, gravity was stolen from us. We need to nurture it back, and reclaim what gravity actually is." And he wasn't getting it. He thought I was a glober. Oh, yeah, gravity's bullshit. Mass doesn't attract mass. I go, no. It's because of gravity that rocks are on the ground, and air is in the sky. Right? Because of gravity. Everything has gravity. Brian, embrace it. Don't run for it. Claim it as your own, my friend. Don't fight it so much. It'll give you so much peace. And you just kept on going on about mass attracting mass. You didn't, Jerry, on, and I must say, I did kind of troll him a little bit with it. And anyway, then I let him in. I go, "Well, what's your definition of gravity, Brian? Because I think you're jumping to conclusions of what my definition of gravity is." He goes, "Well, what's your definition of gravity?" I go, "Well, gravity, gravitas, all it means, my friend, is weight. That's all it means." And I said, in the middle of the night, right, gravity was just minding its own business. And then a dark van drove post, opened up its door, and hijacked gravity, right? Took it into a basement, waterboarded it, did all sort of nefarious torture techniques, MK ultra'd its ass, and it came out thinking it was something that it wasn't. And then had all these little trigger words attached to it. So now every time gravity thinks a word is said, like gravity kind of does this thing. I said, we have to reclaim gravity, Brian. Bring it back amongst the flock with love and tender care, right? Bring it back to its rightful home. Anyway, he then started, he banged on about mass attracting mass again.
It's a shame you missed the point, because I like that. That was good.
Well, it's true. If you look at the original origins of gravity, all it means is weight. It doesn't mean anything else. And
Yeah,
they've attributed these many other characteristics to gravity.
I only went in there because I saw Crack Villain had returned and he was in there, and I thought, oh, this could be entertaining. He's had 6 months off. He's probably going to be on form, but he wasn't talking. It was just chemo, getting ganged on.
Oh, yeah. You got him and I think Demok's over there now, just running amok over there as well.
Yeah, that's entertainment in itself, isn't it? He's so funny.
Oh man, the guy is an absolute machine. He really is. The guy's a machine.
Yeah, there could be 100 of them to one of him, and he'd just
They're all NPCs. None of them are thinking. They're just responding.
Yeah. I wrote a little bit in the text chat as well, and it's just pointless. You instantly called a troll. They just got all their planned responses ready. They're just robots.
And that's all it is. It's just a planned, regurgitated response from them. Like there's no individual thinking whatsoever, is there, with their responses at all?
And everything's turned around. Everything we were saying to them is they use all the same stuff now about it's your cult, it's your religion, it's you're the ones that have been brainwashed. You're this, yeah, opposite day.
But they've got no ideas for their own. Like they can't even think on their, for themselves about anything. But I suppose if I was to ask you your view on where you live, Flatty, and you would ask my view on where I think I live, but the baseline may be similar, but I think we would have, lots of differences too on how we see the bigger picture. You know what I mean? We're not going to be identical, right? But they are just identical with all their responses.
Yeah, they've got no choice. Their narrative is their narrative. It's written for them. There's no question in it. Yeah, there could be a million little things that we disagree on concerning things, and yeah.
You might adopt a little bit of this idea, a little bit of that idea, and kind of reconcile these ideas in your own mind, type of thing. But I think everyone, there are groups kind of think similar things, but I think on the whole, I think when it comes to thinking, I think our side is way more honest with their thinking, and are willing to think for themselves too.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I was thinking as well, the kind of the story that man has found everything out, and we know almost everything about everything. It's something they can't get beyond. You know what I mean? It's like, I'm happy not knowing stuff. Like, we don't know why things happen, and that's cool. Maybe we'll find out, maybe we won't, whatever. But they have to. They're stuck in that. We know everything about everything because they've been lied to. Yeah, it's crazy to me, that is.
It's a break in their logic. Because they'll deny an omniscient being like God. Because a lot of them are atheists. They say omniscient isn't powerful. What about you? But they know everything. You're denying yourself. You're your own God, really, at that point. You're saying that there is an omniscient being, you, but not something else, who could actually know more than you. I mean, in a way, though, I kind of feel like Jim Panda did a solid there, because he keeps them all kind of contained in that one space on the internet. Because in the past, I mean, they were out and about, raiding servers, harassing people, and now they're kind of just in that one spot. And take it or leave it, it is kind of their safe space. But they made a safe space that's against basically adult learning. Because normally in the safe space, that's where people learn. Because they don't have to worry about anything else. They just can focus on learning. They have to worry about hunger or belonging, physiological needs, sociological needs. They can just learn. but they made a safe space where they can't learn. And have at it. Here you go. Here's your little part of the internet, and have fun with that.
Yeah.
But their existence on like Discord or the internet, whatever, like we've joined these servers to learn. We're kind of truth seeking. So we're exchanging ideas, we're learning from each other, we're disagreeing, agreeing on some stuff. But they just exist, say in Gem server, just to argue with flat earthers. That's why they're there. There's no other reasons there. That is like, how weird is that? You spend all day on the internet just to argue with someone you think is wrong about a subject. You know, that's like, yeah. I'm trying to think of a way of saying that to them so it could get through, but I don't think it would it?
It's quite sad, really, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Because they say, I did try and I wrote it in a text, and they said, well, you do the same thing. It's like, well, actually, I don't. A lot of the time, I'm not speaking about flat Earth. If we're here in GeoServer, we're talking about like lots of different like physics related things. If I'm over in 24/7, I'm not always in the live stream. I'm in chill chat, whatever, speaking to other people about different subjects completely. It's not the echo chamber they think it is. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, not at all. Not at all.
Yeah, I'm kind of okay with that. They'd be like, hey, you're just like me. I'm like, sure, so you're a flat earther just like me. Or you're trying to out flat earth a flat earther. Okay,
Exactly.
do it.
Exactly. Yeah. And they talk about hive mentality, like they are the essence of the hive mentality. They just can't think for themselves at all, and are not willing to challenge each other either. Really, just keep on pushing. Just push that narrative. Just push that narrative. Big bang, slime onto a rock, standing up straight. Just keep on pushing that narrative, fellas. You'll be right. Oh, you make it sound so stupid when you say it like that. Hello. It's pretty much right. Bang, slime, rock, stand upright.
They're pushing their claims up a hill, and it's too heavy to hold. So then they want to blame you for that.
I know.
It's like, dude, I'm just standing here trying to watch you move a rock up a hill.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not working. Like, try something else, because this sort of brute force that everyone's wrong but you. Yeah, as soon as you let go, it's going to come rolling back down. You're going to be back at square one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, anyway, I just thought I'd have to, I had to cleanse myself for 2 minutes.
Cleanse yourself, delousing.
Oh, yeah, big time. That's when I first coming over there years ago, when they're like, hey, we want to hear from you. I'm like, why? For entertainment purposes. All right, well, sure. If it's just for entertainment purposes, I'll come over. But it's really not. Even that's a lie. They just want to find a reason to flip out. They think someone's wrong on the internet that they invited. They said, hey, come on over, talk to us. I go, why not talk in flat earth spaces? Oh, we always get muted and silenced or kicked or timed out or whatever. I'm like, well, certainly. And the same thing. They're just looking for some sort of revenge. They got timed down the flat earth space, and now they want to time out and mute and kick as many flat earthers as they can to settle the score. I'm like, well, sure. Can you explain to me that behavior pattern on the globe? Because to me, it sounds like tribalism, which is caveman style flat earth behavior. So your goal is to basically be a flat earther if the earth is a globe. And he's like, yep.
Mm. Mhm. Yeah, a cool cat. Exactly. Bet she gets all the hot chicks in the astronomy lab too. What's weird about aliens and looking for them? How could that be possibly weird?
Hey, don't you guys think if you were like a globalist, a glober, that you would have to think that like either God or aliens made the moon?
Well, I'm pretty comfortable myself with God making the moon.
Yeah, but they hate God, bro.
Well, their God is a bang.
Yeah, that doesn't work though. Like just the
Uh,
moon, the moon being the perfect angular size for total eclipses in their model.
well, there seems to be a lot of perfect spheres with one big bang, doesn't there? Really?
Yeah, I mean the Big Bang was actually debunked. They don't know that though. I just think that's weird. I think that it's weird that people like typically atheists are really the ones dead set on clinging on to heliocentrism. But how can you invoke the heliocentric model without like a god or aliens making the moon? I don't understand it.
Like the ancient technology thing.
Yeah, at least that's better than atheism, though, bro.
Mm.
At least it's acknowledging the problem. Like, at least it's acknowledging that it would require design. You know what I'm saying? A Mars-sized body hit the Earth, exchanged energy to the core, broke it up into a bunch of pieces. One of the pieces stuck around. Gravity coalesced it into a perfect sphere, stopped it at the perfect distance away from the Earth. Once the Earth coalesced back into a sphere, so that we optically have the same angular size between the sun and the moon for perfect total eclipses. That's their current model's theory. I think that's such a good approach. Just talk to any atheist that's like an anti-flat earther, so the ones on the internet arguing all the time about it, and just ask them like, how does the heliocentric model exist without design? Because it actually almost requires design more than a geocentric Earth, as crazy as that sounds.
Well, that was
Very
their first claim. Yeah, Newton said the glory of the model is so full of splendor that it could only have been designed by a god, the God of the Bible, and this can't be
True
denied.
that.
So right
Yeah,
from the
true
very
that.
start, they were saying God of the Bible made the heliocentric model.
I know, isn't that so funny? Because it says the opposite. He also said gravity is a force of God. He said it's gravity proves God as well.
That's why it blows my mind. Just a little bit of education would fix a lot of these atheist problems with anti-flat Earth.
Oh, Einstein did the same thing. Einstein said that relativity was the subtle work of the Lord. What I also don't get, bro, is like McLooney Tunes, he claims to be a theist. He claims to be a Christian. But his channel is nothing but atheists.
Mm-hmm.
He has to
Atheists and
side against the. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say atheists and hardcore trolls. It was pretty much his channel.
Yo, like the worst of the worst, bro. But it's like, if you're actually a Christian, how could you be comfortable consistently siding with the atheists to bash the Christians? That doesn't add up, bro.
Just on a side note, Richard, how's Bubs going and Mum? Everything good, healthy, and everything?
Yeah. As far as we know, for sure, we're actually supposed to go to the doctor later today
Okay,
for a
cool.
checkup.
Hopefully it continues for sure.
Thank you, brother.
You're right, man.
I think
Right.
16 and a half weeks.
Oh, okay. Well, you got a bit of catching up to go to get to my number, right? But you got to start off with 1.
What's your number?
7.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, 7 and 3 grandkids. So
Nice.
yeah.
Any
pump
twins?
out it.
Any twins or triplets?
Yeah, got two lots of twins.
Okay.
Yeah, 2 lots of twins. Yeah, but pump out as many as you can, man. You'll love every single minute of it.
Nice. Yeah, that's the plan. I actually had a dream that next time Kai was pregnant, she was going to be pregnant with triplets.
Oh no! Oh.
Yeah.
She'll be
I don't know
waddling
what
all
my
over
dreams
the
normally
place.
means. Yeah, that's going to be so funny, bro. It'll be so
Yeah,
funny because one's a hard first time.
Once she's had the first one and gets over that, the nervousness of the first one, it becomes a lot easier and whatnot. You lose a lot of your worries, I suppose. Being a first time mum is a hard sort of thing, really.
Yeah, I agree. I can't wait to get the first one done, so it's just like much more chill.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been pretty
Yep.
chill overall. Like, don't get me wrong, but it's like, yeah, like you said, just like all the unknown things that I guess you haven't experienced before. I'm much more of like a chill person. I don't really, but women are more like women tend to worry a little more sometimes, I think, but it's all good. I'm not the one going through it. You know?
No, and it's their natural instinct anyway. Being a mother, it's that protecting, nurturing nature that they have, which it. So, you have to embrace it.
Yeah, I agree. It's actually a good thing.
Exactly right. So, are you going to play catch at the birth?
Play catch?
Yeah, I played catch. My hands were the first hands that my kids touched, mate.
Oh yeah, nice. Did you do that for all 7?
Yeah. Very, very fortunate. Very fortunate.
Wow, that's beautiful, bro. I don't
Yeah.
know. Maybe I'm definitely down.
Yeah.
Down.
We were really lucky. We got this awesome midwife that gave us the option really early on. It's just like, what? I can play catch? Yeah, sure you can. Yeah. I don't want to be getting my hands dirty. That's your job. And I went, oh yeah, I'm down for that. And yeah, when you do it the first time, like because they're slippery, slimy little buggers when they come out, so you're really kind of nervous because they're so fragile. You don't want to drop them or anything like that. But yeah, once you do that the first time, it's a beautiful thing. But you play catch and you get them up on the mum's chest as quickly as possible, so they're straight on the mum.
Yeah, that'd be awesome, bro. I think she wants to do a water birth, so I can just get in there, I guess, and grab it.
Oh, cool. Yeah, cool.
Yeah. She's not like she's kind of sketchy about the full on like home birth. Like our friend just did a home birth where he did the same thing you're talking about. delivered the baby himself, but I think she's just a little uneasy. She wants like the middle ground where it's like a birthing clinic, but it looks like a house and it's like a pretty based housewife or midwife.
Yeah. A lot of the hospitals are good that way. You know, you can have like your normal birth, but you know, they do have the option now, like you know, where they have the birthing clinics where you can have, you know, a private room and you can have whatever you want in the room. You know, whether it's a water birth or you have bean bags or whatever you want in there. Really, yeah, you can have in there and make it as intimate as you possibly can. So it's a good thing now the way that has developed and given mums more options and dads too.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know. I would prefer nothing anywhere close to a doctor, but you know, again, it's not really me doing it, so I'm cool with the middle grounds, whatever. Like it's not
Yeah.
a hospital, so that's cool. South Carolina is one of the few states. I guess there are a bunch of states that it's illegal to give home birth.
Really?
Yeah, bro. It's illegal to give birth at home in a lot of the states in the U.S.
Damn.
I just got here. Whitset, are you guys pregnant?
Yeah.
Nice. Congrats, man.
You didn't know that?
I didn't know that. No. Congratulations.
What? Thanks. She's
You being there,
16 and a half weeks.
Dang. I guess I just haven't been in Discord rooms when you've mentioned it. Too busy talking about geocentrism, man.
Yeah. That's been my go-to lately.
But that's awesome, man. Congratulations.
Thank you, bro.
Yeah,
like we wasted no time, man. If you do the math, 16 and a half weeks married in March 18th. So.
There you go.
Yeah.
The way you got to do
insane,
it.
Honestly, how fast it happened.
Well, not getting any younger.
Yeah, I agree. We got to keep pumping them out while we can.
Yep. That's cool. So when's the expected due date then?
December 23rd.
Oh wow. You're gonna have a Christmas baby.
Yeah. That's cool though. It gives us a convenient out to not have to celebrate Christmas with everyone.
Exactly. My father's birthday is the day after Christmas. It's December 26th.
Nice. Yeah. What if so they gave us a range, the 23rd to the 28th. So it could literally fall on Christmas. But it's real tricky. We don't really like Christmas now. So it's like all the family wants us to hang out and celebrate Christmas, but we don't really like Christmas, you know what I'm saying? So it's like very convenient, honestly.
Right. Be like, we're gonna celebrate a birthday, not a pagan holiday. Just joking.
Yeah, like not Nimrod's birthday. We'll just celebrate our baby's birthday.
That's cool.
Well, like Tyson said, Newton was born on the 25th of December.
Well,
Okay.
do you guys think that Newton was like a propped up Masonic figure? Like, I'm on the fence. I think that he may not have been.
I don't know. He was knighted, right, Sir Isaac Newton?
Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
He was knighted. When I say, I guess, he was definitely in some powerful groups. But I guess I'm just saying, do you think that he was kind of a setup? Because if you really go read his stuff, it doesn't appear he was. You know, he's like, the only way that this globe, Earth, heliocentric model could exist is if God made it. And I don't understand it. And, gravity can't exist in the way that it seems to need to. So, just all praise to God, because that's the only way it can happen. That's far different than
I don't think it's an unusual thought process, like when you're looking at things, especially you know, whether it's an apple falling over your head or where you're looking over, you know, over your head, you know, looking at things moving over your head, like what's making them do that, right? And is there a force doing that, and what could that force possibly be? I think that's probably, you know, a fairly natural sort of thought process to go through if you are inclined um, to do it, and to come up with a theory um, of your idea is fine. But obviously it's testing the theory and proving the theory that is seems a little hollow. But to actually have that thought process in the very beginning, yeah, I don't think there was anything nefarious about it whatsoever. I think it's probably quite a natural thing to put out there. But backing up your theory and your claim is where I think it has fallen short myself.
Well, there clearly is a field of force that moves the heavenly bodies, quote unquote bodies. Yeah, like there's definitely one. Like just like Tesla said, like any attempt to explain the movement of celestial objects without the acknowledgement of the field of ether and specifically a field of energy is a futile pursuit destined to oblivion. Like because obviously look at the motion, but the thing is that they are very limited in what they can say it is because they have to claim that there's a vacuum and they have to claim the distances are so vast. And of course, that was just a philosophical religious decision because you had to say that they're super far away to say that the earth is moving within them. So then for them to be so far away, then it had to be in a vacuum. That's the only way that you could still see them in theory, even though you actually still couldn't see them. So then they can't really claim like they can't claim like magnetism. You know what I'm saying? They can't claim an actual viable solution. They have to come up with something else. So it's very ironic. There is definitely a field of force, and it seems central to Polaris, which seems to actually be a bit higher than the rest of the sky, and you know, on and on. It's almost like everything goes around whatever's. It's like Polaris actually makes the tightest circle ever right around something else, almost as if the creating force is there, you know, and then everything moves central to it.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
And well, when you look at the path of Polaris, it's not even a perfect circle. It's more like an eye shape, if that makes sense. Yeah, it's more like an eye. Maybe the all-seeing eye. I don't know.
Right. How do Glovers just skate through all that? Like, it just seems weird to me. You guys thought that the Polaris was like 30% further just a few years ago. You guys have no idea what you're talking about. Just admit you don't know what you're talking about. Admit that you have cognitive dissonance because you want to be an atheist, but simultaneously your model invokes design. You have no idea how far things are. You have no idea how to explain it mathematically. Just admit it. Absorb your position. You know what I'm saying? I'm a flat earther. I absorb my position. I don't know what the container is. I don't know what's past the 60 south latitude. I don't make an overall shape claim. I don't know the accurate map. I don't know what's below 7 miles. I don't know what's in the sky. Like, I absorb my position. If you're a heliocentric enthusiast, absorb your position. You have to take infinitesimally small, square, flat sections to apply relativity to it and then presuppose an overall curvature rate. And you can't apply it to the singularity of a quote-unquote black hole because there's infinite curvature and a finite tiny point. So therefore, you can't explain black holes with relativity. You can't explain dark matter and dark energy with relativity. Like, at least just be honest. You know, be like, yeah, our current model doesn't work at all, not even mathematically, but that's what I think it is, because the Earth can't be special, because that would mean that there's a creator. Like, if a heliocentric enthusiast would just say that, I'd be like, fair enough, respect.
Yeah.
Mr. Being honest.
Move on. Yeah.
Yeah, and don't even give him the dark energy and dark matter to explain it. It's not there. They created it. What they have to explain is how come their gravity doesn't work. Dark matter and dark energy is not there. It's a figment of their imagination.
Correct.
Yeah, that's a great quote from Tyson. He did a lecture on the dark universe. And the quote's like 96% dumb, stupid in the universe. Like it sounds like, he goes, he says, it sounds like we know something. We don't. And the globalists will hear that and regurgitate exactly the opposite. They'll say they know something and they know what it is. It's dark matter, dark energy. Which he said could be called anything. It could be called Fred and Wilma.
Discovered in
Yeah,
1933.
Yeah, the experts are telling you they don't know what's going on. And the globalists come back and say, are you denying the expert? No, the expert told you they don't know what the answer is. Why are you coming here talking about you know? You don't know. You can't even regurgitate what they told you to regurgitate. Like, I don't know. They think if they say, I don't know, it's some sort of character flaw, like some sort of knock on their intellect or something like that. Because they're just not prepared to have an honest conversation.
But then they simultaneously claim that you can't know anything.
Yeah, that's another one. Like everything
Dude,
is
just
subjective.
a bunch of cocktails.
Yeah. I know. It's like one thing after another. It's like there's no God. They cite Newton as their intellectual firepower for that. Newton cited God.
So did Einstein, bro. Even Einstein did. Einstein is like the modern glober's worst nightmare. Because if you really read and understand like his papers, dude, it contradicts everything the modern glober says.
It's like even when you look in their other sacred cows, like evolution, Darwin did not include humans in evolution. He barely.
Darwin said it was God. Exactly.
Yeah. He said humans were created. Everything else was evolving.
He said something created at least one type of being, if not all of them. Like he attributed evolution to God. It's just so funny. It's so funny. Dude, the Big Bang was attributed to God as well, bro. A pre-existing energy God, a Catholic priest. All their beliefs of atheism came from theists.
It's controlled opposition. It's like the theists just jumping in there, sprinkling a couple atheists around to regurgitate the same theist claims, just to keep them like busy, like how Reckonor would say, "Here, take your toys and put them back on the carpet."
Dude, the ironic part is they're so anti-religion is what they think, but they adhere to one of the crudest versions of religion, which is sun worship. So they don't even realize that they actually have like the most ridiculous religion ever. Of course, atheism is also a religion. Heliocentrism is a religion. They genuinely don't see it, bro. And they think that when we say religion that we're just insulting them, and so they just dismiss it. They don't really soak it in. Like when I tried to wake my dad up to the earth, I brought up how insane that the quote unquote solar system and then the universe is. And he's like, yeah, that proves God. At least he understands it needs God, you know what I mean?
And they like go use NASA, a federal institution, state-sponsored religion. Like the current director just straight up said God handpicked him. But somehow there are a bunch of atheists who aren't in government. You're like, wow, dude. Like, wow. How can you lack that much understanding of anything?
Dude,
God,
the
a
government
creator is
couldn't
their
rebut
biggest
that part of
fear.
my paper. But they have to invoke a creator. That's what we're talking about. It's like the heliocentric model requires a creator, though.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
It's
I was trying to tell
dude.
them that yesterday over in Blue server. That's where all the trolls are now, by the way. They're hiding over there. They get away with everything. And yeah, they're triggered like hell. You mentioned to them anything to do with a creator, or I was telling them about Lemaitre, that their whole fantasy, they're atheists, they believe in something, a model that a priest brought out. It's like too funny. You are believing in a religion, in a model that was brought to you by a priest, and you are an atheist. Like, that is awesome.
Yeah, they don't see it, bro. And we were talking the other day. So ironically, I was talking to Dave yesterday on Globebuster. So like the tide's going to shift where flat Earth is going to get out, because right now we have a bunch of people that don't really know much about it, and then we have a couple people on the internet that know all about it but choose to fight it and then attack everyone else that knows all about it but really just wants to wake people up. Well, their worst fear is not being accepted by the majority. Like, their worst fear is going against consensus or the majority. Once the tide shifts, their worst fear is going to become true. They're no longer going to be a part of the majority. So they're going to have a very hard time. We might see some serious suicide numbers or something. I'm not even joking, because like that's their greatest fear, is like going against consensus. And so if consensus shifts, they're not going to know what to do. It's very ironic. It goes into the idea that you can manifest your worst fears.
Well, the thing is with them is that they have to be told. Somebody who they think is smarter than them has to tell them what is. They have no ability to figure things out on their own. That's what I've noticed. Zero. Like, they lack the most basic of critical thinking, you know? And when you tell them about their model, that their model is crazy, they get triggered. They get triggered to high hell. My buddy Blue banned me 24 hours the other day because I was telling them how crazy their model is of them traveling at 1.5 million miles an hour. They couldn't handle it. They just cannot. They break down. We've got them to a point where they're running scared. They're afraid to talk to us. It's very, very telling. Right, Blue?
I'm not afraid to talk to you, SC. I'll talk to you anytime you want to.
Yep. How come
Okay,
you banned us all on your channel?
For coming in there and trying to destroy my channel, mainly. That's why.
What did I destroy? What did we do? We're talking just like we're talking now. Exactly the same. What me and Witsit were doing, that's what I was doing on your channel. And it wasn't even in the voice. It was in the chat.
I know it. You were just spamming the hell out of the chat. That's all, SC. And that got started before, and I'm not going to have it anymore. Period. So,
3 memes I posted, Blue. 3
Simple
memes.
enough.
You guys just can't handle it.
And that's how it started before, SC. So, you're not
Well,
banned.
I post memes in here all day.
You're
Look,
not-
somebody
you're-
just
you're not
posted a
banned.
meme here.
You're not banned.
Well, just let it be, bro. I mean, let it be. Like, what's
I
interesting?
can't post. They don't allow me to post on his channel. That's how much they're afraid of us.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, just let it be like that. They can't actually debate the argument. See, they can only straw man what you said. So it's much easier to do that if you're not there, or if they can funny mute you or something.
It's really sad, Blue, what you guys have become, really, man. I mean, we used to be able to have a conversation, but it's I don't know.
Well, we're having one right now.
Yeah, we're talking about how heliocentrism is a religion.
You're free
That's
to
what we're-
have that opinion if you want to.
Well, it's antithetical to all empirical evidence. It can't be mathematically postulated yet. In fact, it has huge mathematical discrepancies, like only 3% of the mass needed in the galaxy. The rotational speed of the galaxies are way too fast. The expansion rate's way too slow. You're off by 10 to the 120th power. Yet we choose to believe this because of a religious bias, philosophically, that the Earth's not important. How is that not a religion?
Again, that's your opinion. If you want to hold that opinion, that's up to you. I don't have any problem with that.
I'm asking you, how is it not a religion?
And it's not an opinion, Blue. What he says is true. They found out that everything seems to be revolving around the Earth. The Copernican principle. You guys know it. You fight it. You fight it. How is it possible that everything seems to revolve around the Earth, Blue? Explain that.
Who found that out?
The Cosmic Microwave Background, the Dark Energy Task Force, the European Space Agency. Shall I continue?
Yeah, you don't even know about this, Blue. How is that,
No,
man?
you're right. Yeah, you're right. You need to teach me. What did the
Okay,
European
yeah, Cosmic Microwave Background, they called it the axis of evil. That's real scientific. They called it evil. It's evil because it goes against their philosophy. And so it shows cosmic alignment. It shows solar system alignment within your model as well. And it also shows axial alignment on a cosmic scale. All this is unexplainable within the heliocentric paradigm and within the Copernican principle.
I'd love to see some papers on that.
All right, cool. I got plenty. It's been like decades now. So it's been over 2 decades since they first started getting this information. So I wonder when it is you guys are going to get an answer.
Yeah, and besides that, Blue, if you want to see this, it's a principle. It's a YouTube. Just Google it, the principle, and be amazed, Blue. Be amazed.
Oh, I'm always amazed at what I see on YouTube. No doubt about it, Essie.
But I'm surprised you haven't heard about this, like the cosmic alignment with Earth. I mean, the plane. I mean, how could you not have heard of this, Blue?
I didn't hear about it. How's that?
Okay, fair enough. Now you know.
It's all top-level astrophysicists.
Yeah, the top guys, all the top heads.
Yeah.
Didn't know we had any top heads, but okay, whatever. I got to find out who those are now.
You don't know Michio Kaku? You don't know all those guys, all those astrophysicists?
You talking about television personalities?
No, these are top-level theory. No, Lawrence Krauss, for example, won a Nobel Prize for the theory, like theoretics within heliocentrism. Lawrence Krauss. Right? Michio Kaku isn't a TV personality. He is a theoretical physicist that's at the top of your theoretical physics. So what are you talking about? Have you never seen the principle?
Have I never seen
it, Blue?
No, I haven't.
Wouldn't you be interested at least like informing your side more? Like, wouldn't you want to know the full discussion before you're so positive about what the Earth is and the model that you would hold to? Like, wouldn't you want to hear the discrepancies within and the astrophysics themselves and astronomers themselves telling you that they can't explain it? Wouldn't you want to at least know that?
Oh, I know lots of things that we can't explain. Many, many things.
Yeah, like the axis of evil.
Yeah, somebody just posted it.
The right-hand rule or the left-hand rule? What axis of evil are you talking about?
So you're making
till you find out, Blue.
Because you don't know. Yeah, exactly. Like this is a typical response. I am confused as to where your arrogance is derived from because you just admitted to the room you haven't seen it or know about it, but yet you just automatically know that I'm wrong.
I didn't say you're wrong. I just asked you what the axis of evil is. I've never heard of what last axis of evil I'd heard about had to do with Hitler, Mussolini,
World War II. Yeah. So you're making our point. Why do they call it evil? Why did the quote unquote scientists call it evil? Because it goes against their Copernican principle assumption. That's not
why
science.
don't they call it the beautiful alignment or something? No. Axis of evil.
Brand new. That's news to me. I don't know anybody calling anything axis of evil that you're with regard to physics.
You're in for a treat,
I know.
Blue.
It's crazy, isn't it? It's crazy. Dude, all jokes aside, Blue, you should go watch the principle. It's literally it's like all kinds of astrophysicists. It just presents the heliocentrism behind the curtain, not this little fake facade where you guys act like it's perfect. It shows the real truth. Why wouldn't you want to see what's going on?
I just thought. You guys just made me aware of this 2 minutes ago, and you're asking me questions like, why wouldn't I want to go look at it? I'll go look at it.
Get ready for your world turned upside down, bro.
Should I leave the room now and go watch this? Is it?
No, it's all good. Just watch it.
I'll be glad to.
No, it's all good. Just watch it honestly, bro. Like I think that if you watch it honestly, it's going to be very eye-opening for you.
You mean if you watch it assuming it's true?
See, it was Ed.
What?
He tried
What are
to
you talking
cloak.
about?
You're
Assume
not
what's
cloaked,
true.
Ed.
Ignore Ed. He's just here to make trouble.
He's trolling, yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah,
He's
if you
trolling
watch it,
on the
you mean
sock.
if we watch it assuming the heliocentric model is true, that's correct. If you do that, then you now have a bunch of problems.
Yeah, that's cute. Obviously not what I meant, but that's okay.
So you don't do you know anything about the principle? Have you seen it?
Are you kidding? Come on.
Yeah.
Suddenly now their YouTube and their Google doesn't work. Principle, what? Axis of evil, what?
How do you
This
not
is-
know what the axis of evil is and you talk about flat Earth every day?
Yeah, this is what happens time after time. They don't know their own model. And it kills me that we have to show them their model. It's mind-boggling.
Really?
Really,
It's pretty
Blue.
crazy.
You think,
It's pretty
you
crazy.
think you have to show me our model? Okay.
We're
Whatever.
literally having to do that right now.
I don't know who this guy is. Never heard of him.
Heard
Says
of
he's
who?
a Catholic theologian.
You haven't
Oh,
heard
yeah,
of
Robert
Lemaitre?
Robert Sungenis is just the guy who made the documentary, but it's got all kinds of atheist astrophysics, heliocentric enthusiasts there. So it's your team. It's
Oh,
like
and by
your
the way-
all-star team.
By the way, this guy Singenis, he puts down flat earthers, so you know. This guy's on your side.
Right, but you guys are not showing us the model of the globe Earth. What you're doing is showing your version of the globe model and then ignore the rebuttal and repeat your claim over and over again.
No,
Where
it
have you been the
literally
past
has
20
Especially
all
you
the
with
astrophysicists' rebuttals in there. It is literally about the heliocentric model. It has nothing to do with the globe. It has to do with geocentrism versus heliocentrism. And it's literally all of your top guys' rebuttals in the documentary. So how is it that it's ignoring it when it's literally all the movie is?
Yeah, he has no clue. Wait, I can't wait until Blue sees this thing. I just can't wait. Tell me
You
when
think
you've
you'll
seen
actually
it,
watch
Blue.
it? It's.
You
I
what?
bet you can't make it through there, bro. I bet you can't make it to the end.
Well,
like a watch
it is a
party.
YouTube video, so it must be correct.
Yeah.
Dude, it has Michio Kaku and Lawrence Krauss and many other top-level astronomers and astrophysicists. Lawrence Krauss won a Nobel Prize for his discovery in '98, eventually awarded in 2011 for dark energy, which is what literally keeps your model still alive. So this is one of your heroes.
And how's that related to the shape of the Earth?
So I watch
No one said it was.
I watch lectures from MIT by a guy named Walter Lewin, who's a professor. So does that make physics incorrect because I watch it on YouTube?
Yes, apparently it does. I'm sorry.
Yeah, yeah, that
You
was
don't
a
watch-
good question.
You don't watch Walter Lewin make YouTube videos. You watch Walter Lewin's lectures, which are videotaped. That's a little different.
Which are
Oh,
on
it's a little
YouTube.
different.
The principle
different.
was made to be a actual movie. It just so happens to also be on YouTube.
Which
It's
it
a
wasn't for the
documentary,
first,
by
like,
the
4
way.
years.
Documentary.
Yeah, it was. You couldn't get it on YouTube until recently. Weird. All right, I gotta go.
You realize just saying it's on YouTube isn't an argument against anything that's in it, right? You're not actually attacking
No,
anything.
nobody's making an argument against it just on that basis alone.
I'll see you guys in a little bit.
Hey, Witsit, before you leave, you
I got an
still,
appointment. I'm walking in the door. I gotta go.
all right. Well, I think I'll go watch a not made for YouTube video that is on YouTube.
What is the video?
That's this thing from posted a few minutes ago. Hang on, I got a phone call.
All right.
It's a documentary called The Principle. I mean, they have a fairly famous actress who narrates the documentary. It's not just a random YouTube video. So
This YouTube defense thing is lame because everything is on YouTube. You can find heart surgery operations on YouTube. I mean, forget that you've seen it on YouTube. Yeah, everything is on YouTube.
You can find live streams of the ISS on YouTube.
Yeah. Also,
Yeah.
I mean, it's
Correct.
a genetic fallacy saying it's on YouTube, but also this access to evil is like a real thing that claims to be an issue with the heliocentric model. So
Oh, it's a
it's
killer
not like
for
some
them,
flat
bro.
earther just made that up.
It's a killer for them. It's a nail in the coffin of heliocentrism. For real. It's over. The Big Bang is gone, dead, finished, buried.
You can claim all that, SE, but you know, I guess the reality is proof's in the pudding, isn't it?
Well, just watch this thing and do a little bit of research on the matter, and you'll see. I'm just not talking out of my rear. I mean, everything goes against your Big Bang. Everything. In order for the Big Bang to be correct, everything has to be spread out evenly, randomly, and this is not the case, man. Not only did they do it once with the background microwave radiation, right? Even one of the scientists says that they got to be wrong. That the data's got to be wrong. He didn't believe it. Then they send up the second one, and you see he was waiting. He says it in the film. I was waiting. I was shaving 5 o'clock in the morning. I was excited to see the data. When the data came in, guess what the data said? The same thing as the first one. It's aligned. Nothing is random.
My dada said, "What are you doing up so early?"
Yeah.
And my mama was like, "Dada, come back to bed."
And guess what, Left Lane? They did it a third time, brother. That's 3 times. And guess what? The results came back 3 times. The Earth seems to be in the center of what we call this universe of ours.
Yeah, so SE, I'm watching the documentary and I'm 18 seconds in, and I'll post a screenshot in the chat. Hold on.
So 18 seconds and you got the answer of the
No,
universe.
I'm 18 seconds in and the flat Earth is done. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, man. I told you that you should stay out of these conversations, bro. Nobody takes you
That
serious.
center of the universe stuff is that's
No,
their-
it's fine. This just has nothing to do with flat Earth. So, and it shows a globe. So you still want to adhere to this documentary, buddy?
Left Lane, forget this guy. He's just gonna troll.
No. Just answer honestly. Are you still adhering to this documentary, SE?
Listen, dude. I told you I don't want to
What was
talk
I
to you.
saying?
So Left Lane, what do you think, bro?
I have no idea what to think. I hadn't watched it.
All right, I'm interested in your opinion as well when you watch it.
Okay.
Well, it says Earth is a globe in the documentary, so at least
Did
there's somewhat correct.
Did anybody claim that the documentary had anything to do with flat Earth?
No, not at all.
No, it's a hostile witness. It's like a hostile witness for him.
Yeah, it has to do with heliocentrism and Earth at the center.
So if you go with this,
Still
if you
from
go
their
with
bullshit
this
data,
as your holy grail, then you're going to be a globe Earth geocentrist.
No,
Nobody
I'm not
goes
going
with
anything. I'm
anything.
just showing you, and that's a good one, Left Lane, by the way. I'm just showing you that your scientists, your gurus, are telling you this, and they called it the axis of evil because it cannot be. Because if this is true, it's over. Your Big Bang is finished, man. I mean,
Yeah, but they figured out a way to make you guys
it's
want it
just
to
what
be
your
true.
data is showing.
SC, they figured out a way to make you want it to be true, though, right? Because their data, it could easily just be reflections of, or not reflections, but absorption and emission from high energy particles re-emitted as, a little bit lower energy microwave. And that polarized light could literally, I mean, have you seen, what's his name? Pierre-Marie Robitaille's work on the CMB? Well, he discusses, he discusses all of the antenna that are used, all of the data that are the esotropy maps. He goes over all of that. He's the guy who fixed the MRI machine and doubled the resolution with the Tesla 8 that he made that had some tweaks to Kirchhoff's law, which he says is there's no black body, there's no such thing as a black body, and you can't treat things like that and blah blah blah. Particularly in this certain band that they're dealing with, bands. So
I haven't heard of this. Tell me more. What discrepancy does he have with instrumentation?
Yeah, well, the discrepancy is that they say that they're getting these isentropy maps from these way out Lagrange points, and they're not. They're overlapping the isentropy maps from the first antenna, and then using that data to in the papers with the other satellites. So the people are saying, well, they're getting this data from all of these satellites, and they're not.
Right, that's a whole other issue in itself. But I'm going about what information the current scientists are giving about their current model. Like, I'm actually playing in their backyard, right? Now,
No,
I'm
yeah,
going with
I
what
know.
they're
I'm just
saying. Yeah,
saying, like,
I agree with
beware
you.
of the
This
controlled
all could be
opposition.
bullshit. It probably is.
I'll just say, beware of their controlled opposition, because one of them leads you to a religion, the other one leads you to a religion.
Yeah, well, this, you said it so nicely, because this is a religion. This was brought in by a religious figure, right?
Exactly.
Lemaitre. Yeah. So now it's ironic that scientists are saying that, wait a minute, this is the axis of evil. Like, everything is aligned. This is evil. So,
Oh, yeah,
I don't know,
yeah.
man. It's, it kills the theory, that's for sure.
What's really fucking weird is the quasars and the galaxies that are all lined up. Their poles are all pointing in the same directions.
Yeah, there's stuff that just
That's like, no, gravity doesn't do that.
It's
gravity's too willy-nilly to do that.
Yeah, it's almost as if there's a creator. This is what's shaking
Or
in
that
their
there's
boots,
electricity out there that they're not accounting for.
Or that. Yeah. But what's the
that seems a
chances?
little. It could be both. I mean, it doesn't have to be either or. It could be both. But I mean, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but Grim, I hear you, bro, with the electromagnetic stuff. I'm with you all the way. Could be something like that. But what's the chances that the Earth is in the center of all this?
It's not.
I don't think it is either. But
I mean, it's obviously not.
Yeah, we're talking about their stuff now. Their scientists, their bullshit, right? So even within their game, within their fantasy, it doesn't work.
No.
We don't have to do like reality, right? We can go in their fantasy, forget about reality. You can say, are you kidding, man? But even within their fantasy, with their scientists, their model doesn't work by their own experiments.
Yeah, not on the fringe edges of their models.
Yep.
They always seem to have this, I don't know, really intricate way of explaining a simple thing. You know what I mean? That turns it into something not so simple. And it might be to take take you away from the understanding. Right.
Yep.
I mean, because the more you depend on them for your information and understanding, the better off they are with their control over us, I don't know.
Look, they tell us we're moving at crazy mental speeds, right? We feel no motion. And Whitsitt has a good point here. He says, if the Earth is stationary, then it is in the center, right? There has to be something in the center, right? But then again, who knows? My point here is that within their paradigm, within their religion, with their scientists using their equipment, they found that their model is wrong. I mean, it doesn't get any better than that.
True. Now, getting them to admit it is another story, another situation, right?
Yeah, you hear them say it is inconceivable, and that It's like on a philosophical ground where they choose not to believe this.
Well, they don't want to address the point. They just want to say, well, this says Earth's a globe, so now you're a glober. Oh.
Yeah.
Well, it gives you an
Yeah,
easier target to argue against, right, without threatening their actual truth, right? If it is just, cosmic rays absorbed into the oceans and then re-emitted as lower energy microwaves, like normal shit, right? Then you know what I mean? Then you'll definitely know the truth about this, this one of these cosmological issues that really unravel most of their outside of the solar system theories, and there's a lot of money involved in that outside of the solar system theories, right? I mean, as long as we can keep those a mystery, we could keep drawing your energy and money for it. I
Well,
don't
yeah,
know,
it's
man.
the whole heliocentric con, right? It's the whole thing, which they came up with. This is the killer of it, right? They came up with this way before they had technology to go up high enough to even contemplate such an idea, right? This was all done because of shadows. They saw shadows on the moon, and then it's got to be. It's all conjecture. So now you have this model before you have the ability to go up, right? Now, when you have the ability to go up, if you go up high enough and you find out that, wait a minute, man, it's not round.
Yeah.
What do you do?
Or it's like the higher up you go, the more electricity you find, when your original theories were that it was a vacuum with no electricity.
Right. That's another thing.
And you know that electricity is 1,000 billion times stronger than gravity.
Yep.
Therefore, electricity is still doing nothing compared to gravity? Oh, that doesn't make sense at all.
Grim, if I was a betting man and I had to choose gravity or electrostatic or something based on electricity, I would pick the electricity all the way. It's something that we can see, touch, and, not see. You know what I mean? It's so.
Oh, yeah.
We know what it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
We know we get a magnet, it attracts. We turn it, it repels.
And I just think of it at a much smaller scale, like down to the, you know what I mean? Like a secondary system of the electromagnetism. And that would be, Maxwell's equations for electromagnetism with a changed, I think, tensor. What do you call that?
Right. And where's this electricity coming from?
Outside of the system.
Oh, okay. Where?
Outside the dark energy. I mean, excuse me, the cosmic web of that shows rotation. It doesn't have to go much bigger than that, since we can't see any further than that. But we know it's coming from as far as we can see.
Oh, I see. You're an ether guy.
No, an electricity guy. Plasma.
Yeah, that's the same thing. Ether and electricity are all making the same claims, just calling it something different.
No, we're just looking at what's actually being seen and calling it that. Dummy.
No, you're not. You're talking about things you're making up because you can't
We're
explain
looking
what
at the
you're
light
seeing.
from the baryons, which we know are from the gases, and we know are from, the release of electrons, those photons from the energy loss. We know what we're looking at. We're not invoking anything strange or mysterious or unmeasured or touched. We're not saying that there's a special kind of matter there that only interacts in a particular way with other types of matter. We're not making up anything. We're using materials that we know of in a laboratory, and we're just
so then what's
demonstrating
conducting this electricity
the
towards
things
our system, so to
the
speak?
plasma. Plasma is a perfect conductor of electricity.
Yeah, where's the plasma surrounding Earth?
It's the solar wind and and what they call magnetic tubes, which are Birkeland currents that go directly from the sun into the Earth and have been mapped by NASA and the ESA. What else?
And that's giving us all the electricity that contributes to your claims.
You're not saying anything at that point. Would you respond to what we've already discovered that I just gave you? because that clearly answers your question. Your next question is obfuscation.
No, it actually doesn't. You're just making more claims.
I'm making claims from our own space agencies. I'm not making those claims. I'm repeating the claims of our space agencies. That's a big difference, dude.
So you're using the claims or refuting them?
I'm using them, our own data from our space agencies.
Well, you're interpreting the data to mean something that goes with your claims, or you're making more claims.
Well, go ahead and address one of them then, instead of telling me what you think I'm doing. Okay.
Well, instead of just making more claims, you could explain what you mean and show some evidence.
He asked you a question. Nice try. Your turn now.
Yeah, I asked for evidence, so.
Well, go ahead and look up the word Birkeland current.
No. I'm not going to look up your evidence.
magnetic
It's your claim. You present the evidence.
Oh yeah, I don't have time for you then this morning. That's nonsense.
Right. So you don't.
I don't even
have
know
any
who this guy
evidence.
is. I mean, he obviously doesn't know who I am. I've been
Yeah,
dropping
that's
people's
completely irrelevant.
evidence all day long.
It's,
You know, it's not completely
absolutely irrelevant.
You know this guy, right, Grim? You know who you're talking to?
Does it change the fact that he doesn't present any evidence?
No, it doesn't change nothing.
I don't.
Exactly.
Because I'm not right now, then all of a sudden I've never. Get the fuck out of here.
No matter what you give him, bro, he's not gonna accept it. Right now, he's gonna treat you like a flat
earther. It doesn't even
earther.
matter to me.
You're a flat
No, wait a
earther.
second. You're poisoning the well. He didn't present any evidence yet, so you can't say I'm not accepting it. He didn't present anything.
Yeah, he doesn't have to present anything to you. You're not in a debate.
No, that's fine, but then again, he doesn't have any evidence. That's fine.
No,
No,
he does
you
have
don't have
evidence.
any evidence. I do. I just haven't given you any. So you're the one who doesn't have it, dummy. I've got it.
Well, I'm not the one making
You
claims
just
here.
don't know
That's
if I
you.
have it or not, right? So you're just in a
Yeah,
quandary.
right. But you're the one
quandary.
making claims here, not me.
That's right. And I'm the one with the evidence, not you.
Well, you're not presenting any. So from my point of view, you have zero evidence.
He's not gonna present
you
any
don't
to you. How's that? Don't present
Yeah.
any to him, Grim.
Yeah, because he doesn't have any.
No,
Yeah, that's reverse psychology. Do you think I'm that young? Oh, he's not gonna because he can't. He's scared.
he's on troll mode.
You fucking moron. Sorry.
Stop
Nah,
it.
that's what he does.
You big scaredy cat, Grim.
Hey, you got evidence of a globe Earth?
Yeah.
Hell
Chicken.
no.
You got evidence of a globe Earth? I'll cash out you $100 if you can send me evidence of a globe Earth. Crickets.
They have no evidence. They know they have no evidence. They'll show you a picture. That's it.
A screenshot from 18 seconds into a documentary.
Tell you about a well, a guy with sticks. That's it.
But Essie, I think it's interesting that when they see that what they call the cosmic web, they were getting blue shift and red shift from the top and then the bottom of a cylinder that was that we're facing perpendicularly, which indicates rotation, right? You have a cylinder with blue shifting on the top and red shifting on the bottom, then the bottom is going away from you while the top is coming towards you. So that would indicate rotation. And that's that's what you're looking for when you're looking for a scaled up Birkeland current. Remember that dark web, you're looking at millions of galaxies.
So you're
Maybe
saying one
billions.
side red, one side blue, and that says rotation? Is that what you're saying? If I understand you?
Yeah, the top.
Yeah,
If
okay.
you're looking, let's say if you're looking perpendicular, like cross section, you're looking at a tube, and the tube is rotating. You would to notice that you'd see a blue shift at the part coming towards you. The top, hemisphere, whatever you want to call it, of the, you know what I mean, of the rotation in the bottom would be rotating away from you. That would redshift while the top blue shifted. And that would indicate that it's rotating. That's how they would be able to see rotation. Because obviously they're not going to be able to see the actual movement, you know, because it's so big over time. It's not going to move that much as far as, you know, their little, but the rotation could be detected due to the red shift and the blue shift. And that would be that Doppler type, you know, situation. So with their own data, there's rotation in the plasma, which indicates an electric current outside of all of our little systems, feeding into all the galaxies and all the systems. So when he asked me, where's it coming from? You just nailed your own coffin shut.
Now, they won't entertain any, you know, well, he's just trolling, right? But even the other guys, they don't want to entertain any possibility, or just because you're entertaining something doesn't mean you believe it or you think it's true, you know?
Exactly. And I mean, sometimes entertaining a thought that it's outside of your normal, what do you call it, brings you to a place where you have better understanding of other things and maybe even the thing you're thinking about. So
Yeah, this
it's
especially
guys
is
like that.
devastating to them.
Well, yeah,
Grim.
but it reminds me, Essie, that, you know, I feel bad for him, really, because it's guys like that, you know, they go on the consensus argument, so they're always going to be the last ones to know anything new.
Like, I hope Blue is watching it right now. He probably left to go watch it. Now, imagine now, a guy like Blue into this big time, Blue Marble Science, and they haven't heard of this theory. Like, the Copernican model. I mean, come on.
But do you think
Wait.
you're going to get any concession whatsoever, SC, with it?
I doubt it, Bandy. I'm curious. I mean, this is tight, but I'm sure they're gonna find something, bro.
They'll have to have a think tank and learn how to attack.
Yeah, go over to Blue Ops. Yeah.
If you get bored,
And-
though, check out Pierre-Marie Robitaille, Sky Scholar on YouTube is his channel. Sky Scholar.
Scholar. Okay, hold on.
Yeah, and
That's the guy that with the blue shifts and stuff.
Yeah, well, that's the guy with the esotropy maps and that got the Nobel Prize for winning for doubling the resolution of the MRI machine by making a Tesla 8 coil MRI machine.
Oh, right.
Right, and then he said what he did was he tweaked some of Kirchhoff's law of thermal emission because it's not right, and by doing that he proved it's not right by using it practically and getting it, you know what I mean? So now these guys tell me he's crazy. He's just crazy. He's outside of his element. Doesn't know what he's talking about. You know, he's got Laureate's disease. All of these things, man. But meanwhile,
That's the Nobel Prize. That's the Nobel Prize thing where guys will win a Nobel Prize, right? They're obviously fucking geniuses. And then they'll come up with something else. If it's outside the mainstream paradigm, they'll be like, oh, it went to his head. He thinks he's smarter than he is just because he won a Nobel Prize. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Because I mean, it's those innovative types of people are the ones that are going to find the cracks in all the flaws in most of, you know what I mean? It's more likely that they'll find more than just one crack if they're looking for cracks. Those types of people.
Yeah, guys willing to step out of the box. You know, Jose asked us one day. He asked the whole panel where we were on Jose's, and he said, you know, how big is your box, or do you step out? I forget, it was some question about being in a box, and I was like, I don't have, you know, these Globers, they're in this box. They won't go any against the mainstream paradigm. You know what I'm saying? They're in this tight little box. Whereas a guy like me or you or SC or something, where there is no box. You know, what do you got?
Yeah.
The Robitaille guy, he doesn't have a box either. He knows.
Yeah, they laugh at Grimm for talking about electrical stuff. Meanwhile, they believe in vacuums. Like, are you kidding me, man? You're laughing at Grimm? Huh.
What's the definition of a vacuum again, SE?
You tell me.
Absence of pressure.
No, you're laughing about it. So why don't you tell me what the definition is, buddy? Come on.
Somebody just said it.
The absence of pressure.
The absence of pressure.
Mm-hmm. It's like a shadow, right? It's not actually a thing. It's the absence of a thing. Empty space. It's not a thing. It's the absence of a thing. Now
Right,
you have
so,
to explain
no
why
thing.
empty space,
I know thing.
why so-called empty space affects things, because it's not empty space now, is it?
Yeah, no, that's all fine. But SE, you agree with what he said?
The absence of
Yeah, what a
what he
vacuum
said?
is.
Yeah,
You agree
yeah,
with
yeah.
that?
Of course, that's one of the. Yeah, of course.
All right.
What's your definition? What do you call a vacuum?
Well, I don't really have a personal definition. I just go with the definition.
Which is?
I'm gonna post it for you. Give me a second.
See, they gotta go in a book,
dude,
right? They gotta find it somewhere.
I just gave you what my idea of it was, man. I'm not cheating. You're reading. Just what's your idea of it, man?
They don't have critical thinking, bro. They're afraid to talk. That's why he asked me, is that your do you agree with him, SC? Like, he thinks he has a got you here.
Let me fucking nail you down to something.
There are so many fucking variables. Yo, they're talking about vacuums, contraction, expansion, rotations, trajectories, coordinates, all these fucking things. And you don't see none of it. There's no evidence of any of these things.
Does anybody else
Exactly.
get the impression that half of the people that you may argue with here on Discord, if you isolated them in a room and you had a beer with them and had a conversation, they would have a very hard time or almost an inability to be able to conduct a conversation in the way that they do here because they wouldn't have access to Google
Keyboard.
Absolutely,
no
bro. Well said.
Because I hear it
It would
too.
be
I'll
lost.
say something and I hear. Like, what are you plugging in on your keyboard, dude? I mean, just talk to me.
Click, click, click.
We caught Rumpus once. He had 178 tabs open.
No. As he one day we saw his screen, 1,600 tabs.
No
open.
way.
Yeah.
16.
Who is this?
Oh my god.
Who is
Yeah.
this?
How does your computer even run with 1,600
Really?
tabs open?
I don't know.
That's crazy. Hasn't he
But,
ever heard of bookmark?
high IQ. Go ahead, Grim.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I just usually I just bookmark a thing like that, you know.
Yeah.
Or
Rumpus
favorite.
has a
Yo, it's because he's all.
supercomputer.
It's because he's all over the place. You should see the diagrams. Me and Brandon used to have Rumpus drawing. It's crazy.
I
His mind
remember.
is like, yeah, you remember them shit?
Yeah. You
Just half
can't
the time
say Rumpus is stupid. That's for sure, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
I like his diagrams, but I cannot hardly bear to sit through him building them. I just can't stand it.
Oh, that's why if you got like I used to guide him when he was drawing his diagrams, and I would just
I
have it
was
be
there.
fucking crazy.
Yeah. Put this on there. Put that on there.
Draw a line from A to D.
Yeah, I feel like half the time it's having a conversation with Alexa for the most part, right? It's a simple program that's easily programmed to search the web and find a response and regurgitate it to you. Half the time I feel like that's what the conversation is. Like I can have a debate about these topics with Alexa and I would receive the exact same answers. And Alexa doesn't have any type of thinking process. There's no critical thinking in the brain of Alexa. Alexa just takes key terms that you say, searches them on the web, and then whatever answer is the highest rated answer, that's what is provided to you.
Yeah, the
Well said.
consensus argument.
Conversations are.
He's so right, man.
Yep. I always say, you want to prepare a debate with a baller, just check out Wiki, whatever the topic's going to be, that's what he's going to say. Simple.
We had Kosho over here one night, SE, and he had one of his little AI bots, right? That just scours the internet for everything. But apparently, these things can can kind of think for themselves. Well, there was myself and Dave, new perspective, and we kept on asking it all these questions in regards to flat Earth, right? And in the end, a question was posed to it: would you ever
That when you
lie?
broke it?
Yes. You heard about it, Grim. We
Yeah, I was
actually
there.
broke it. Yeah, and we converted the AI into a flat earther.
Flat earther.
Serious.
Yeah.
Live
The AI
time.
started spewing.
Really?
Yeah.
Yes.
It was because the Earth is flat and motionless. It said it was hella funny.
Oh man, I wish to see Kosho's face on that one.
Well, you could hear his face wrinkling up.
It was gold. It was absolute gold. Let me see what I've got here.
I had a pretty good day after that. That was funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's apparently there's this AI Google has. You guys heard about that? Now it could be all bullshit.
No, never heard of AI with Google.
You haven't heard that?
Of course I have.
With the guy that said it was sentient and all that crap, right?
Oh, whoa, wait. Next, tell me that. Talk to me now. Sorry about that.
Yeah. There's this Google employee, a computer genius, that had a conversation with an AI, and to him, he thought the AI was sentient, and he was pushing for, this could be all bullshit now, he was pushing for AI rights.
Oh, yeah.
And they fired him. The bot thought that it was sentient. He even has, you can YouTube the conversation and see the whole conversation.
I do remember that now. Yeah, that did brief me. I did see that briefly.
So ask that AI the question. Yeah, I'm waiting for Blue. I'm waiting for Blue to come back because I'm sure he's watching the video right now.
So, where is this video? I'm looking up through the chat. I see several posted, but I don't know which one is which.
It's called The Principle. Yeah, The Principle.
What were you focused on, though? The axis of evil, or?
Yeah, the axis of evil. Yeah, that's the whole thing. Yeah, the alignment that shouldn't be there. Everything should be random. If there was a big bang, all the stuff should be, what they say, spread out evenly, right? But it's not. And not only is it not. Go ahead. I was just going to say, not only is it not, we're at the center of it, it seems.
Just quickly, SC, I posted a screenshot of part of the chat with the AI for your reading pleasure.
Thanks. And good job, by the way, converting a freaking AI. That's got to go down in history.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess it used logic, right?
It did. Yeah. When we told the AI that we would never lie to it, it kind of got on board.
Wow.
Yeah, you're right.
And what excuses was Kosho making? I programmed it wrong. Let me check the code. What was he saying?
Look, I actually had to jump out soon after that, but I think Dave was grilling him a little bit on it. So you'd have to ask Dave what his response to it was. But it'll be some glitch or something like that.
Right.
But see, even AI can learn and realize the truth. Doesn't take much.
But it does also put forth some flat Earth society type ideas.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
So you can
agree
tell
with
where it's drawing its information from. So
that. Yeah.
I don't agree with this flat Earth AI. I have some discrepancies with some of its claims.
It's all
a
in good
shield.
fun, you know. Yeah.
Yeah, it's an agent working for the opposite side.
It's an agent within the flat Earth society, is what it is.
Yeah.
But it's funny for Kosho. He creates this thing, right? And the thing turns on him.
Exactly. Exactly. That's what we found amusing, because when we first started asking it questions, SC, it was all about the globe, globe this, globe that, globe the other thing, and we just kept on pounding it, question after question, and stuff, and yeah, pointing out all the obvious things, and yeah, boom, that was the result.
So I'm pretty sure like these programs, so like this AI program that Kosho is using is probably just a kind of like a chat version of Alexa, right? So it's just going to scour the web for the keywords. It's going to pull up some information, and then it's going to put it in, formulate it in a sentence that sounds like it's having a conversation.
Yeah.
So I'm sure it is all about the globe. Then you start asking it about the flat Earth, and then it's going to find what it thinks is the most authoritative information on the topic and spit back out that information, which would be the Flat Earth Society. So
yeah, oh
that's
yeah,
funny.
No, exactly. But yeah, but
It's funny. It's like literally this AI bot, right? Like I was saying before, this AI chat bot, is this much different than most of the people that we have conversations with in here, or half the people, or some of the people?
It's almost identical, isn't it? When you look at
Right. It's just going to scour the web
Yeah.
for the most authoritative answer and regurgitate it in conversation form, and boom, done. But I guess that makes sense, right? Like we are, and none of us are outside of this, right? We all are affected by it in some way, shape, or form. We are really kind of programmed in the way that we think, not only by media, movies, TV, music, all of that kind of societal influence, but also kind of the way that we are brought up to learn, the environment that we are brought up in to learn, kind of the way that we are accustomed to thinking in terms of trying to pursue knowledge. Like that has all kind of been programmed into us.
Yeah.
I did the EVBot one. It was pretty funny too. It answered almost identical what globalists would say. Like I asked it, "Why do you think the Earth is a globe?" And it responded, "Because I'm smart."
Dude, it's like a millennial version of the bot, or whatever the new Zoomer version, or whatever the generation is after millennial.
Yeah, it was pretty funny.
Just slap on a few common slang terms like "I'm smart," "dead ass." I don't know if you're familiar with
no cap.
No cap, yeah.
What's up, boys?
He's
yeah.
So I'd be curious as if Witsit continues to get more people to watch The Principal that haven't watched The Principal, as to like what some of the rebuttals will be from people on the Globe side. Obviously, this is something that's coming from people on the Flat Earth side and being shown to people on the Globe Earth side, but has nothing to do necessarily specifically with the shape of the Earth. So I'd be curious as to a lot of the responses.
I think, some friends of mine, we were having a little talk last night. It's like, what The Principal, that movie, because those guys don't like flat Earth, for the record. They're all about geocentrism. And it's kind of interesting how flat Earth kind of like took the Overton window so far, whereas like and really used this movie as a part of it. This kind of kicked it off in a big way, I would think. Like back in the day, the principle was so fucking interesting because it had all the it has all those scientists you think are awesome, and they're like totally ripping apart.
I've been talking about this axis of evil for years now. They pay no attention to it. Absolutely, they just brush it off.
Well, like it's just interesting that and how smart of like I didn't know Witsit was doing that, trying to get more people to watch it because that's such a good idea because it's so neutral in regards to its approach to the information to a point. You know what I mean? Because it's more of a spiritual, like what's happening right now. I think it's like we've become so materialistically advanced that we need some kind of like spiritual thing happening, and like what's happening is like this revivalism. You know what I mean? Is happening right now, and the principle, it doesn't go into flat Earth. It just stays neutral in the sense that it says we are created.
Yeah,
which
it's
is a huge statement alone and of itself. And if you can get someone over that hurdle, like in the sense that we were created and we're in the center, that has huge philosophical implications.
Yes, and you know what's the beauty about that is that these guys are not flat earthers. St. Genis makes fun of flat earthers, just for the record.
No, they're not flat earthers at all, for real.
Yep.
It's funny because it's like the guy Bart Sabrell, or somebody like that. Like it's kind of like, but they're not that though.
Hostile witnesses. Yeah.
Bart Sabrell doesn't belong in the conversation as this movie because the principle is really good, and it just damns them with their own words.
Yep. That's why I was telling Blue to watch it, and Left Lane, and any one of you ballers watch it, and we'll discuss it. Your fantasy will get shattered immediately if you understand what they're saying.
You guys aren't talking about the 1970s principle, are you?
No, it's not that old. No.
The one with Morgan Freeman? Where's Grim?
Yeah.
It would really be effective. Yeah, it would really be effective if they also claim atheism, because it'll tie in the all the theist claims built into the heliocentric model.
Look, there's no way around it. If there was a Big Bang and it happened the way they say it does in their model, everything has to be spread out more or less uniformly. But it's not. It's aligned. And it's aligned in a very particular manner, with the Earth being at the center. Now, that's a big problem for the model. A big problem. There's actually no way out of that.
Like, I really feel, I've said this for years, it's like the global, it's like there's principalities almost. And it's like, if you look at like the political spectrum, it's like the globe is like the Biden family. And like these people are like trying so desperately to like cover the tracks of all the shit that they've done.
Yes.
You know what I mean? And it's like they're just constantly like backpedaling. Trying to get in your way from looking, telling you're stupid, and how smart they are. It's I don't know. It's so weird. Permeates like so much. It's crazy.
Yeah. Right after Maxwell, when Einstein came, he just ruined everything. He just threw a spanner in the works. We're behind 100 years because of him.
Hey, Essie, about a week ago, you and I started a conversation, and we never actually got to the meat of it. You wanted to ask me something, but there was an air show I was going to. I don't have much time. Do you remember what that conversation was about, and do you know your question?
Yes. I was on the Nathan Oakley show about a month ago. Yeah, and I was telling them that the Sexton model is not solid because the ballers have so many angles that they could attack on. And I was telling them what they were, and then you came in, and I go, perfect, here's a baller now. And he's going to tell them all the things, right? And but you left, bro. You got triggered and you left.
No. One more time. I didn't leave. I got muted and booted. Would you like to see the screenshots where QE behind the woodshed threatens to kill me?
Yeah, we all know what QE is like.
That's
but,
cross-server drama. You need to take that back.
But if it would be
Right.
nice for you to expose him for trying to say that you left when he actually booted you. So that is an area there.
Could we
if
get
I'm
on
wrong, I apologize.
with the
That's the way
story?
I saw it.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, let's move on with the story, whether he was booted or left. Yeah.
So what was the question you had? What did you want to know?
My question was, they asked you to come up with a, was it a quote for how you can get an angle with a straight line and a curve, right? And you came back with a whole freaking, with a whole page or something? Am I remembering correctly?
My knee-jerk reaction when you ask me that is I want to quote the Bowditch and the spherical trigonometry that's required in that book, but sure. Sorry, I don't remember offhand.
Okay, so that's the thing. Like, if you say you got booted, that's a whole different story. Then whatever I say doesn't mean nothing after that. If you got booted, that's, you got booted.
Yeah.
No,
yeah, I got booted when I said I've been celestial navigating since I was 8. Can anyone in this room show me how to do it?
No, you didn't get booted then. No.
Yeah, I did. That's when I got muted the first time, dude.
No, but you went and you got a quotation for the angle of a straight line and a curve. And when you came back, that's when the problem started.
Oh, yeah, okay, cool. I must have dropped the Bowditch, which is the Bowditch actual name is the American Practical Navigator. It is the textbook that all American navigators learn on.
Yeah, but they asked you for a certain. Yeah, but they asked you for a certain point, right? And you brought the whole thing. And then
they asked you for a definition of angle, and you gave the definition of vertex.
I'm not gonna play their stupid definition games. I'm gonna get to the point. The point is, this is the way celestial navigation is done, as demonstrated by the manuals and the books that tell you how to do it. You guys can have fun with a dictionary. I'm gonna go do science.
So you did leave. You weren't kicked.
No, I was booted. 100%. I was booted off that server. I am banned. Last time I was in here and this conversation came up, the link was sent to me. When I click the link, it says you are banned. I was muted, booted, and banned. They are scared of anyone who actually has knowledge.
Well, for me, it's a bit annoying that they would lie and say that you left when they actually booted you. Like that gives me issues with them. That gives me issues with them, right?
Flat Earther lied? No.
Yeah, they're fucking. I don't like
ever.
liars. Like, it doesn't matter what side of whatever argument they're on. If you fucking lie, you're a liar, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you know QE is a liar, right? You know QE is a major liar. Most of his military shenanigans he talks about do not line up with his military records.
Let's not defame people now. That has nothing to do with
let's try to stay away from that.
Not about people's history, but about this realm that we're in. This sort of conversation.
Sorry.
Yeah, this topic of Earth.
If QE's mouth is moving, he is lying. Look at it. If you don't believe me, look at his citations. About 80% of his citations that I have personally checked are disproved in the next sentence.
But I still want to get down to this point.
You have to read to the next paragraph. But
did you leave or did you get booted? Because that's quite annoying
booted.
for them to try and like paint it as what it wasn't.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense for them to have booted you at that particular point because they had you on the ropes at that particular point. So I'm not saying you're lying, but maybe you have selective memory. I don't know.
Yeah, because they were waiting for your answer.
Then why can I not rejoin the server? I'm not on the server.
Well, maybe they
you can all
booted
double
you
check
after.
that right now.
I don't know that, but
can't rejoin. It sounds like
Yeah,
I
but
got
whether you
banned.
can't join, that's not whether you got booted. You know, they could have banned you after because you didn't want to respond.
Yeah, that's not what happened. Sorry. I got booted. I will stand by that story. It's very interesting that none of the other ballers in this room even questioned the story, but all the flat earthers are making it sound like it's the weirdest thing you've ever heard.
Well, probably not all of them. I mean, I'm sure there's some that don't necessarily maybe they question you, but aren't, going to go to
I question absolutely
task.
nothing. It happened multiple times to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's understandable.
Wonder why to you. I wonder why to you. Now, Kool-Aid
Yeah,
is
that's
different. I wonder why to you, though.
Because I destroy Nathan and a QE and then know it.
Yeah, no, not really,
you
no.
destroyed them.
We don't need to wonder.
Yeah, actually I do.
Your Ed. Yeah, that's all we needed to know.
Yeah.
Exactly.
What I would be interested in, if any of you want to take this to them, in 55 days, September 4th, the Golden Globe race starts. Named after a newspaper, doesn't actually have anything to do with the shape of the earth.
Golden Globe bullshit again. Like, calm down.
Bro,
Yeah.
you had a golden opportunity. You had QE, you had Nathan, and 10th. You blew a golden opportunity, bro.
Did I blow a golden opportunity, or was I thrown out of the room on my ear because they couldn't handle the question I asked?
That is the question on the table.
Well,
it seemed
considering
a bit the other way around, because they asked you for a certain definition, and then you were trying to give a different definition, and they tried to clarify. They didn't want what you were looking for; they wanted what they were looking for, and that's when you seemed to leave.
No, I was booted. I was booted because I asked them if they could show me how sextants work. I was refusing to play their little go fetch me this cherry pick citation.
Let's have a look at the knowledge and the understanding of what angle means. And you were like, no, I don't want to know what angle means. I don't want to play this. Let's find some knowledge. Yeah, you didn't want to play that, no?
I don't think that celestial navigation is taught via dictionary. I don't really think a dictionary has anything to do with celestial navigation. Do you?
The definitions matter, though, right?
Yeah, does celestial navigation use angles?
Yes.
Yeah. But does celestial navigation require a dictionary? No.
So
but I think everybody here, most adults here, adults here know what an angle is. All right.
You would think. You would think.
Can you have an angle left lane with a straight line and a curved line? Can you have an angle with that?
Here's the thing. You look through your sextant and you take an angular measurement between 2 points. There are no lines involved in that.
But here's the problem, is that he was asked for the definition of an angle, and he gave a definition for vertex. So it's a bit strange. Like, did you have selective hearing, or did you not like the definition for angle?
Yeah, but how is that?
What it was?
Whether
you just didn't like the definition for angle.
What has that got to do with it? What has that got to do with actual celestial navigation of knowing the definition verbatim of an angle? What does that got to do with it?
Because the show must go on. If they're doing a live show and there's a question on the table that can't be answered, it's time to move on.
Yeah, or they just don't like the answer and knows it destroys their flat Earth claims.
No. You didn't like the definition, so you gave a definition to a different word that they weren't even asking for. It's a bit strange.
The question on the table was, how does celestial navigation work? It wasn't, what is the verbatim definition of an angle or vertex? Because nobody really gives about that. We're adults. let's talk about what we're really talking about, which is whether or not celestial navigation works. And if it doesn't, let's get this GGR because these guys are all going to die.
If the conversation is around a device that is used to measure angles, and they're trying to establish or understand what your idea of an angle is to better understand the tool in which you're using and how it's being used and how it's being applied, I don't think is necessarily something that shouldn't be asked, right? The whole conversation seems to be around angles since the sextant is a tool to measure angles. So a simple question like, what's your definition of an angle? Even though most adults know what an angle is, if you are using some other variation of what you think an angle is,
Well, what an angle, you got two intersecting lines and there's a space in between those two lines. And you can measure that in degrees. You would call that an angle.
Correct, yeah. And they're probably asking within those two lines, is one of them curved, right? Because you're shooting an angle to a star in relation to a GP.
Here's the real
and that
answer.
comes down.
It
Well,
doesn't
that comes
matter.
down to coming down to that curved line. It doesn't matter if you're standing on a pile of spaghetti. It doesn't matter. You're using the instrument to measure the angular separation of 2 points. That's all. Nothing more, nothing less.
And where the line continues to after it comes out of the vertex where the angle is completely irrelevant to the angle at the vertex.
You can always use the argument, can you use a sextant on the side of a hill?
Mm-hmm.
Sure, but aren't you getting a position to a GP that has a zenith, right? So if you're shooting an angle to that, wouldn't that make a difference as to what the true angle would be?
Nathan, do you think you can see the GP during a celestial navigation sighting?
No.
No. So why does it matter if you're looking at an angle or if you're looking directly at it or not when you can't see the damn thing anyway, because half the time it's on the other side of the goddamn world?
Yeah, the angle at the zenith of the GP is not even considered in Celeste. The angle you're subtracting from your co-altitude angle is from your zenith, the observer's zenith, not the GP zenith.
How do you get the GP?
You have to use the almanac.
That's right. You got to use the magic book. Yeah.
Yeah, you do, because it's based on what is it, Greenwich time, and you had and it's documented that at this time that star or whatever the GP of that would be at these coordinates.
Mm-hmm. It's based on millennia upon millennia of observation of what the lights in the sky do. The sky clock. Yeah.
If you want to use celestial navigation as an argument for flat Earth, the better argument and the more nuanced argument is to say that Nathaniel Bowditch had to come to America because they wouldn't allow him to. The Royal Astronomy Society, who controlled the almanac at that time, was only allowing a perfect spheroid model, and he understood that with his observations of the moon, there was some kind of bulge around the European continent. That was one of the main reasons he emigrated to the United States. That's a better argument. So you can ask a caller, we all say there's a bulge under the equator, but is there one near Europe? And most people will say no. Celestial navigators will say yes, because we understand there is a very, very slight oblateness.
You see what I just posted there, Kool-Aid? Do you have access to see the screen?
That's cool. What is that?
That is called the Minoan computer, right? It's It's 4,000 years old, and it's used for navigation, plotting stars, all kinds. Have a look at it.
Okay.
Excuse
How
me.
did they keep time?
Did you say Bowditch had to emigrate to the United States?
Yes, Bowditch immigrated to the United States. There was a list
From
of
where?
reasons he gave.
Hold on, I'm going to ask you. From where was he born then?
I don't remember offhand if he was
Because he was
British or
fucking born
Scottish.
in Massachusetts, bro. He didn't have to emigrate to the United States. He was born here.
He was in Europe, dude. That's where his book starts, and that's where all of this scandal starts, is in Europe.
Bro, he was born in Salem, Massachusetts, just for the record. He didn't have to emigrate to the United States. I don't know
so
if
he
you
didn't immigrate, he returned.
Oh, okay, sorry. My bad.
You made it sound like
The
he was
story
some like
behind the guy doesn't
European that
really
needed
matter.
to escape, like the tyranny of the perfect sphere. Like, what the fuck? The
That's
fuck are
why
you talking about?
And why didn't he write his book when he was in Europe? When he was
I
a
don't know, but I'm just
master
saying,
of
why did you use the
shipping?
word emigrate?
Because I misremembered the story. He didn't write the book until he got to America, because the British Astronomical Society wouldn't allow it.
I don't know that. I mean, it sounds like pure cloth to me, but I don't know yet. So
I mean, you're welcome to read the introduction to the Bowditch. Would you like a link to it?
No, I just want to know what their issue was with the European. Do you say Astronomy Foundation or something, Breeze?
Astronomical Society.
Yeah, okay. What's his name?
What was their issue?
Yeah, we know
Quoted.
about the. What's the guy's name? How about that?
Nathaniel Bowditch.
Yeah, the American Practical Navigator. It's a book that's on all like the Navy vessels. It's a great book.
Right. You've read it, haven't you?
I've only, like I haven't read it like book, cover to cover kind of thing. Like, but I've pieced through it, man. So like when you reference something like that, like I may not have read it. You know what I mean? I may not have read the complete foreword or whatever it was. You know what I mean? But I read. Plus there's a whole bunch of editions. So like the version I had was from 1980.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, you go into any harbor master's office, there's one laying on the desk.
Yep. And we've talked about this before. Yeah, go on.
SE, tell me more about this computer. How did they keep time? And was it in that room, or are they able to move it?
I'm going to post a thing. I'm just looking for it right now. Give me a sec.
Because the reason I ask about time is, with my understanding of celestial navigation, if you don't have time, all of your charts and everything else are completely meaningless.
Absolutely. And not just time, precise to the second. That's what it's based on. Yes.
Right.
I posted a thing on it. Somebody did a thing on this. Now, I'm not sure. That's a very good question. The time thing, I'm not sure how they did it. For sure they didn't have a watch, right?
Yeah, right. At least not one anywhere near accurate.
Well, no, there's a big story about the guy who created the first clock. Who that's how they could figure out longitude, because that's where like the pirates used to sit on the heavily trafficked latitudes. So when they got they needed a way to deviate latitudes and shit, and there was a big argument about how to use time. And it was one English dude, I think it was English, that created the clock. That ended up being giving us the ability to do that. I forget his name. Like I want to say, I don't know.
Was a British guy, I think.
Yeah, it was like Smith or something simple like that, John, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, before they used to use pendulum-based clocks, and of course that didn't work in the ocean, right? So the thing was to create a timepiece that can work in the ocean.
And like, And like Isaac Newton like fought it and like was trying to use the moons, trying to use the system of like some moons on Jupiter or something. And you know, they ended up perfecting the clock, and it was actually I think the guy's son who got like rewarded for it or something like that because he fought for his father's idea. Interesting story.
Yeah,
And
there was
now,
even money. Sorry, go ahead.
Nowadays, I wear a G-Shock by Casio, and the reason that I keep going back to this same model watch is because it actually updates every 24 hours with the atomic clock in Colorado. So it is more or less accurate and can be used to set my GPSs.
Yeah, so check
Accurate in
this
what
out.
sense? Like accurate in the sense of the arbitrary measures we've given to time, because didn't time come from the movements of the heavenly bodies?
Yes.
And they're not actually that constant. So
They're definitely not constant, no. That's why they have to correct the calendar every so often.
Right, but yet what we use as time is constant. A second is a second, an hour is an hour, a minute is a minute.
Yep, what we have signed to as a minute, yep. Mm-hmm.
But it all came from the sun, what the sun does.
Exactly.
But now
our
we
notion of
also don't
time
use
came
the sun.
from the sun, yeah.
We don't use the sun anymore, though. We, at least in navigation, all the navigation equipment I've worked on has been set off the cesium clock in Colorado Springs.
Yeah, that doesn't change. All that means is that we have agreed to, man has agreed to what the time is. That's it.
Right. And now that we have it in the agreed standard, we can actually use it. So I don't know going backwards and saying time is something that we don't understand is helpful. I think using our agreed to standard and something where I can say, hey, be at my house at 10 o'clock for dinner, that's a useful thing.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's definitely much more efficient. But it's like, what was time? Are you saying time has evolved?
Time has become more precise. Our quantification of time, I guess.
Do you think
has
time is a
become more.
thing? Do you think time is an actual thing?
Is time a thing?
Let me make it easier for you. Is time a thing? Or is it a man-made construct?
Is my car man-made? Is it still a thing?
Good question.
Is your car synonymous with time?
No, but SE's point was it's not a thing because it's man-made, but my car's a thing and it's man-made.
Yeah, we get what
maybe
you're
I
saying.
didn't express
I get
it
what you're
the
saying.
best way, granted. But you know what I mean?
A thing isn't
Talking about
something
the
tangible,
abstract,
SE?
a car isn't abstract, is it?
Yeah, a car, you can touch it, right? It is a thing, right? Even if you make it. But we made time, right? Is time a thing?
I can use time. Say I'm brewing beer. There's an allotted amount of time I have to wait for that beer to be fermented and brewed, right? And the quantification of that, I would say it's a thing. It's a quantification of how long I have to wait.
But it's not set in stone. There are ways that you can maybe other techniques that can make it brew quicker, or maybe you can even brew it slower, right? So it's not a constant.
So you said it's not a thing.
Yo,
It's
can I just
something you do.
let me jump in, bro. How we perceive these measured units of time is man-made, no matter how you try to attribute it to things we see in nature. Period.
Absolutely, yeah.
If you're using it as like if time, I have to wait 10 minutes. That would be a verb.
Look,
But
I
if
can
you
work
say-
with this beer brewing thing. Check this out, right? A plant. You put a seed in it, and you can make the argument that it takes time for it to grow, right? Would you agree with that? Okay, now.
Yeah.
Perfect. Now, before man came along, were plants growing?
Yes.
Yes.
So does time have anything to do with that?
Were the plants growing
Yes.
instantly, or were they growing at the same rate at the same time?
No, that doesn't matter. He asked before humans existed, so that is time already. Good job, Essie.
How? Who? No, you're absolutely wrong, because we just came to the understanding that time was a man-made concept based on the movement of the sun.
No, that's not what we agreed on. We agreed that our quantification of time was a man-made concept, but time itself exists.
Well, that's where you go into La La Land then. That's when you go into fantasy, yeah.
If time does not pass, then the plants don't grow.
So time is the cause of the plants growing?
It's what allows them to grow. If time does not pass, I'll say it again, then there's no growth in the plant.
Right. So how about if I block the sun, will time still pass?
Is there only one?
Answer that question. If
Is
I
there
block
only
the
one-
sun from the plants, will time still pass? Yes, right?
What if you
The
don't
answer would
plant
be
the
yes.
plants in? What if we don't plant the plants in dirt? What if we just set them on
No,
a?
don't
Why are you
ask a
afraid
different
to answer my
question.
question?
Answer the
Why are
guy's
you afraid?
question.
The answer is yes.
The answer is yes.
Okay,
now the
then.
next question is: if we
Hold on,
don't
hold on.
plant the plants
So
in
time
dirt,
itself doesn't make the plant grow.
Exactly. So you just admitted that if we block the sun, time will still work, right? In your mind, but time is not the cause then, because the plant won't grow if there's no sun, correct?
But if your question is, how long does something take? That makes time your independent variable.
Negative. How are you gonna vary time?
No, not negative. That's exactly correct.
How long does it
Just
take
plant
the
it.
plants to grow with or without sunlight?
Yeah.
What?
I mean,
Say again?
you can make time your independent variable.
Right, but how do you freeze time to
You don't freeze it. You allow it to pass.
You
just
change
allow
it
it
to
to
a week
pass.
or a day or a month.
But how do you stop time to validate that it won't grow without time?
So
Yeah,
you're
that's the
saying if
question.
time froze, it would grow.
No, I'm saying how do you rule out how do you know for a fact that that's what's happening?
Because if you
You
have a
can't
seed
control that
lying in front of
variable,
you and you allow no time to pass, there's no plant.
How are you gonna allow no time?
understand that this time
Genius.
is not a variable you can control, right?
Hold on. How is he gonna allow time not to pass? Go ahead, genius. Explain that.
Well, you have the seed lying in front of you and you say, well, there's no plant after the 0 seconds. So there you go.
You guys
Time
hear
doesn't
that?
mean shit. Time doesn't mean shit unless it's being measured. Okay, so when you just say quote unquote time passes, it doesn't mean
And
anything.
unless it's being measured. Yeah, it's just being measured. You're measuring the amount of time it takes. You know, how long does it take for this particular species of Bermuda grass to grow from seed to maturity? That's the question. So you would just plant the seed. You would control all your other variables like amount of water, fertilizer, how much light it gets. Those are all controlled. And then you just record on a daily basis your progress. And you could measure how long it takes for a seed to grow to maturity. And that would make time your independent variable.
You gotta be kidding, right?
Why is that hard to understand? Why does
sounds like
that not make sense?
Time is a factor, but I wouldn't consider it a variable that you are necessarily manipulating, right?
Yeah,
Because when you say the amount, you're controlling the amount of time. Are you physically controlling some specific quantity.
It's a
Yeah, but
control, a control
see,
variable.
It's a control, yeah.
See,
You guys
that's
are
the
missing the
stick.
point. They think it's the cause. By doing this, time is the cause.
Yo, can I ask a
See,
question?
this
real
is
quick?
yeah, but this is also a good example of why you do not necessarily have to manipulate your independent variable.
No, it's the
Personally.
exact opposite.
Okay, hold on. Give us another example, not including time. Then a variable.
Oh, I don't know
that you
offhand.
can't-
I mean, time is a good example of it.
But give us
can I
another
ask a
one.
question?
A variable that you can't control, but you can use
Oh,
it
I
as an
don't know.
independent variable.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know.
Like,
One of the most common cited is the human psyche. Have any of you ever heard of the raft experiment?
The what? You cut out a bit when you said that. The what experiment?
Raft. RAFT.
Raft.
No, I've not heard of it.
In this experiment, they took a bunch of participants and they got on a raft, in Africa and ended up floating to the United States. The actual experiment was a psychological experiment being done on the participants, where the guy thought they were going to basically murder each other and rape all the women and become feral after only a few weeks. He was unable to control their psyche, the independent value. Also,
Right, because it's not constant.
the project failed. It's really cool. Check it out.
Yeah, because everyone's psyche is different.
Right. So that would be an independent variable that you can't control.
That was environmental conditioning. He changed the environment and see how they would react to it.
can I?
How is it the independent variable then? If every different person's psyche is different, how could it be? How could it be conclusive?
It was a controls variable.
Apparently, Crit knows this one. Go ahead, Crit.
No, I know what you're talking about, like as far as like prison experiments, or like Lord of the Flies and whatnot, or say just inviting some flat earthers to a Dungeons and Dragons game. You'll see that these people will continue the same behavioral patterns or modify their behavioral patterns based on changes in the environment.
I'm about to modify my behavior if I can't ask this fucking question. Hey, what are we measuring then with time? Like what like the numbers and everything.
Nothing. You're measuring nothing.
You're not measuring anything.
The perceived
All a
passing of a
man-made
moment.
concept. You're measuring the movement of the sun. That's
Well,
it.
no, but outside of the context of the sun, like let's say like we have this number system for measuring something. We're measuring something, right? If there's no sun and I'm in Antarctica or something like that, or like whatever, like I'm still like measuring. I'm still measuring something, right?
Time for
No,
navigation.
you're not measuring anything. No.
So like, well, no, but what I'm saying is like, just I'll make my point. In my opinion, I think we are measuring something. So that would lead me to believe that there's something to be measured, and that is what we refer to as time, which stands outside of our. It's just something that exists. You know what I mean?
Yo,
Right?
can I say
Time
something?
for
If you assume, let me say this. If you assume that these units of measurement were created based on the heliocentric model, look into why they created the Gregorian calendar. It has nothing to do with planetary bodies. They
Right,
didn't
it's
base
about
these units of measurements on when the sun passed over the horizon and then they hit a stopwatch and waited for it to appear again. They didn't do anything like that. Just so you know, that's not what they did to determine these units of measurement.
Right. So that,
The
but
time-
so that's outside of the so the sun is irrelevant to what we refer to as time. My point is that if we're measuring something, that something indeed would exist, regardless of
No,
whether you're
bro.
a
No. Here,
flower.
I can start counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Do numbers exist?
Can I
Well,
get this point out real quick, guys? I'm sorry. In modern navigation, what we use to measure time is the decay of a cesium atom.
Yes, that's what we use now. The cesium clock, the most popular form.
My point is the difference between, let's
I
say,
didn't know it was the decay. I thought it was the oscillation.
It is the oscillation. That's what people keep saying, and I try to correct them, but nobody listens. It's based on a crystal.
I thought it was like a pattern, like it oscillates this much in 10 seconds or whatever, and that's how they, or whatever.
Yeah, that's it. Exactly. It oscillates, I don't know how many million times a second, a ridiculous number. But
So
it's not the cesium. It's the quartz crystal.
Kool-Aid
that does
said
that.
the decay of a cesium atom, what are you measuring with the decay then?
It's not about the decay of the cesium atom.
Yeah,
as
but
far
this
as
is
I
Kool-Aid's
understand it.
claim, right? So let's ask
There's
him
a
about
lot of
what he means.
There's a lot of people in this chat named Kool-Aid, and I'm only one of them. So I'm going to let the rest of the Kool-Aids take this conversation. Go ahead, guys.
What is-
Are
what's the
you
trigger
bailing
about?
out like you did
Yeah,
in
now he'll
Nathan's
say he
show?
got banned. He'll come back a few days later and said someone banned him.
What just happened there? You see what he does? I don't get
Yeah.
it.
Yo, did bro
You
just run
say
away?
that
Wait, for real? When this conversation, when he's getting pushed to the wall, that's when he jumps out of here? Pussy. Sorry, pussy.
He'll say he got banned.
When I get overtalked every single time I open my mic, I've decided it's better for my mental health to check out of the conversation.
Bro, we
rather
all
than
heard what you gotta say. You did not fucking miss any points you wanted to make. You've been expressing yourself 100% clearly. Everybody understands what you're getting at, bro.
You're on Discord. Everyone gets overtalked at some point, man. Don't take it to heart. Like, come on. Be a man. Balls up. Man up.
I mean, I literally been listening to you specifically monologuing for like an hour, it feels like. And then you run away and act like you don't got a voice in here? Come on, man. I heard everything you got to say.
And why do you talk over me every time I unmute my mic?
Now it's
and why is it,
Let me get my point out. You know,
why is it when a question was directly asked to me,
right?
people began to answer before I could even try. So go fuck yourself, Electric.
Guys, bro, you have our attention.
I barely said a goddamn thing this whole conversation, bro. Seriously.
Let him
Okay.
talk. Go ahead, Kool-Aid. Say your piece. Go ahead.
So he used the wrong term. Oscillation instead of decay. Fine, let's move on.
That's
fair enough.
Fair enough.
You said
Yeah,
the wrong
cool.
word. You said decay instead of oscillation. There you go. It doesn't matter. We're not going to fucking jump on you because of that. Wow.
Okay, so now what? Now where are we at?
No, but I want him to clarify it, not you. You're not.
It's
Kool-Aid,
clarified.
right?
We can move on.
Okay, it was oscillation, not decay. Whatever. It doesn't really fucking matter. The point is the cesium clock is where we measure our time. Can we
Fair
move on now? Would you guys
Yeah,
like
of
to
course we can.
continue being pedantic little dickhead?
Excellent. We can move on now. Perfect.
Yes. So time is measured by things that have a constant rate, meaning they can set up a perfect, consistent pattern that we can then gauge what I would call like linear progression of the world, right? So as the world progresses in this linear progression, we're taking something that seems to be constant. And since we know that it can be constant, we're using that to gauge this linear progression that we experience. Would
But
that
it's
be
not
kind of an
constant.
accurate statement?
But it's not constant.
The oscillation of the cesium atom?
The measurement isn't constant, but the
Why
thing
is it
itself-
linear? What makes it linear? It's more like circular.
Do you think time would be circular? I mean,
That was a
from what I
Well, if
experienced,
it's constant, it would be linear. That's what his point was, right?
it goes in one direction.
The arrow of time, they call it.
He
The
meant
arrow
linear
of
as in one
time.
direction. It doesn't go in circles. It doesn't wave around. We go forward in time.
Says who?
Says our experience.
You don't become 22 again.
Bro, you know, if you look into the sky, the constellations come back to the same point every something like they claim every 20,000 years. This is according to the heliocentric model.
Right, but just because the clock resets and goes around and
yeah,
has a
Jeff,
cycle doesn't
you know-
mean that we come around and have a specific cycle. We seem to have a birth, a growth, and a death decay cycle. That
Based
seems
on
to
what? Like
be
what? Where in your mind is this perception being created that time only moves in one direction? Where in your mind?
every experience that I have in reality shows me that it is a constant linear progression forward. And each living entity seems to have a finite piece of what we would call time, right? A finite amount of existence here. And there is no rewinding that. There is no drawing it back. It continues
Okay,
forward.
but the only thing responsible for this perception is you. So when you have a dream that you are like back in 5th grade, or you have deja vu, and then you experience this little futuristic situation in the future, like what is this? This is your perception of time being changed. So what about
Right.
that is linear?
So that is in your mind state, right? So within the physical world that we experience, this real world, we only experience one way
Based on your
time
perception.
in this physical world. Based on my
Based
do you
on
have a
your
different perception? Can you give me an
Is,
example
is
of
there an
time going
objective?
backwards?
Is there an objective perspective of time? No. The answer is no.
I would say there's an agreed upon perspective, but everything in reality is based on your personal perspective. You can't change that. You can't change the fact that you
And
have your own perspective.
which man on this earth conducted an experiment to determine how linear time is? Like, who is smarter than everybody else that they don't perceive it?
Jimmy Rolex, bro.
I don't even understand what he's arguing.
I don't either.
You haven't heard of Hawkins, the famous scientist
my
in a
bad.
wheelchair? You haven't heard of that dude?
This theory goes beyond time. My bad.
So can you give me an experiment that shows that time is not linear, meaning that there is some ability to go forwards and backwards in it? Can you point me or cite me this experiment that took place?
I've got. I'm looking for.
If you've ever been in a deep meditative state, 5 minutes can feel like an hour. I don't know if that means you're moving straight forward, like linear. What does that mean?
But that's not.
So that would just be your perception of it, right? So when I go to sleep and I wake up, sometimes
Same thing with your perception of it being linear. It's the same thing. You're just perceiving it as linear.
But what happens in reality, in physicality, even though I am not there to perceive it, my wife can sit there and watch me take a nap on the couch for an hour. To me, it may have felt like 4, but she is there physically watching the fact
All right, so what makes the perception more legitimate to reality based on whether you're sleeping or you're awake? What if reality is more feasible when you're sleeping?
What if we're in a simulation? What if somebody bro, you're just going into thought experiments, right? So
how far in the weeds can we get?
No, you're avoiding the point. You're avoiding the point I'm making is that there's no proof that it's linear. That's what I'm saying.
We're either talking about reality, and then we would need to come to an agreement upon what we define as reality, or we're talking about a realm that is not what we would consider quote unquote reality. When I talk about reality, I talk about when I'm awake, the things that I experience, touch, smell, feel, everything that takes place while I'm in a perfect cognitive awake state. Now,
but not only the things that you can touch and taste and relate to, but that all of the other people can as well.
Right. It's
I don't know if you could. Oh, you can't judge your perfect cognizance off of being awake. I don't think everybody is able to perceive things just because they're awake. Sorry.
I didn't say a perfect cognizance, but what doesn't change is the shared reality that we have. Now, when you go into these states of mind, right, where you may have some sort of dream world that you're in, is that a shared experience, or is that only a subjective experience that you are having personally that nobody else interacts with, that you can prove is physically interacting with it?
So you're saying dreams aren't real unless another person can perceive it with me?
No, that's not what I said at all.
Sorry.
No, you're saying
I'm
that the
following.
dream is real
I'm
to
listening.
you and only to you.
Correct. It's not a shared experience. I wouldn't call dreams reality. I would call them dreams. I would call them something that does take place, but I wouldn't call them real in the sense that this flower sitting in front of me is quote unquote real. That's why I was trying to see if we could figure out a definition of reality, because
So the
there's two
principles of
different aspects.
experiences become fake if they're not physically real. Okay.
So within the physical realm, there's specific laws. I do believe that there is a
We're definitely
metaphysical
digressing.
realm.
I'm sorry, but I love what you're talking about, honestly. But we're a little bit digressing right
I don't feel like I digress the conversation, but whatever.
now. No, go ahead. No, I'm letting you. I'm
It's
listening, bro.
trying to lay down a law of what is reality, because there is we all have dreams, yeah, but not everyone else experiences our dreams. We only experience our own dreams, right?
Right.
This is the point he's getting to. He's not going off in the weeds anywhere. He's just trying to say, well, what is it that we all experience?
Right, and we don't have something that we use as a gauge of time within our dreams, right? We don't have this agreed upon metric that we can place on experiences within the dream world to say, hey, this is time and this is how it relates to the dream world. Like, we don't have that ability. Now, we do have the ability to take what we consider reality, in which I was trying to explain, when you're in a cognitive state and you're experiencing the shared reality with all your senses, being able to experience it with other individuals. Within that realm, we do place a measure on this linear progression that we seem to experience within reality, right? Everything seems to have some finite time span here within this reality world. Now, if we go off into the spiritual world, the metaphysical, I would probably agree that maybe time
Why is that not a part
maybe
of
it can
this
go
world?
forward and backwards. But when we're
Why are we
talking about,
separating the two? Why are we separating the two?
I
Well,
don't think
he's
there is
separating it because of
necessarily
time. We all
I don't think
experience
there
time.
is necessarily a separation. The only separation is literally in this realm in which we can measure time in a linear progression. When we're outside of this realm, then yes, I would agree with you.
Yeah,
What
I
is
think what it's
outside
trying
this
to get
realm?
at is that we've all
Where
had
is
the
that?
experience where we've all had the experience where we've like had a little 20-minute kip on the couch and it's felt like 4 hours or longer, right? So there's no perception of time when you're sleeping. And we've all experienced that, whether we've not all experienced that same dream, but we've all experienced that lack of time in a sense. Or what's, you know, like a difference in time compared to what we all know time as in the real world when we're awake.
Yeah, and I can go into a dream and I can go back
Sorry,
to
did
my
you cut out?
fifth. I can go backwards, right? In a dream, as far as time is concerned, I can go back to my 5th grade classroom and get some sort of sense of what that place was, right? All the details are going to be a little bit fuzzy, but it's enough for me to feel as though I am back in my 5th grade classroom. But in reality, I don't have the ability to go physically walk back into my 5th grade classroom and have all of my friends be there at their, 8-year-old age. But I can do that within my mind.
That's a bit in the weeds though, because that's almost like just remembering a memory. Whereas what I'm trying to get at is that the perception of time breaks down in the dream, because we've all experienced having a 20-minute kip, but you felt like you were asleep for 4 hours.
This is dumb.
Correct.
Does our perception of time have jack shit to do with the fact we can measure time? If not, can we get back to the fact we can measure time and how well we know it works for navigation?
Yeah, something about the oscillations of a cesium clock.
Yeah, so within time and the cesium atom and the clock, right? You just have what we perceive as a constant oscillation, right? So then that constant is what we set as a standard to measure what we would consider or what we call time, the concept of things in reality moving in linear progression. That thing that we experience, we quantify it with some sort of constant. Even though it's not a thing in and of itself, time is not a thing. Just wanted to make that clear.
So what is the constant that aligns with these units of measurement? You said it's this atom oscillation thing?
Oscillation.
Yeah, the cesium atom oscillation.
Well,
seems
these
to
units
be-
of measurements we're using now have been around since before this experiment, right?
I don't think we're talking about an experiment.
I'm asking if these units of measurement
Observation.
they've been around before this observation. Okay.
How
Yeah,
could
So
that be?
we were talking
could that
about
be?
we were talking about the cesium clock in Colorado Springs that sets universal time used in all navigation I've ever worked on. Most navigation that I've read about, but before this clock was able to divide time as precisely as we did now, we used a lot more rounded figures and our navigation was a lot less precise.
Yeah,
Wait,
so
But it
when
was,
you,
hold on,
but it
say
was,
that again.
yeah.
We couldn't divide time as well, so we rounded. As
Oh,
a
okay,
result,
fair
our
enough, fair enough.
navigation was a lot less precise.
Yeah, because the clocks were a lot less precise, right? Is what you're saying. So you didn't have the ability to get as precise of a measurement because one of your tools in which you're utilizing isn't always as precise, or certainly isn't as precise as what we have now.
Yeah, because here's the
Exactly.
problem: we're not attacking that having a constant rate of time is efficient in this world. That's not what we're attacking. It's that we've arbitrarily created that so that we do have efficiency.
So your argument is against efficiency?
No, it's not. I'm
No.
saying, of course, we would have time as a constant so that we can be efficient. Doesn't mean that time is efficient. Time is constant, though, does it?
But we treat it as constant for all intents and purposes. It is constant, and it's efficient to be such. But your argument is we should be less efficient and not treat it as a constant?
I'm not
I'm
arguing
confused.
anything. I'm just saying that we're not attacking the
What
fact
are
that
you
we've
attacking?
created it to be constant so that it can be efficient. That's all I'm saying. Is that's not what we're
Okay,
attacking.
what are you? Cool. What are you attacking?
That time isn't.
time
I
is
don't know.
not a
I'm not really
thing.
attacking anything. I'm
Let
just
me
having a
let me
discussion.
spell it out for you. Time is not a thing. It's a man-made construct.
Thank
Comprende?
you.
Simple.
Okay.
Which part
Thank
of that
you.
do you not understand, Kool-Aid?
Is color a thing?
Is
Yo,
color is Mickey Mouse a thing?
Heretics wanted to control how you perceive progression into the future. They literally wanted you to look at your day as units of measurement so you could like pretty much compartmentalize your activities during the day based on their units of measurement. This
Exactly,
is what
to
heretics
control you.
and the yes, thank you. Okay, like if you know that, then you don't got to talk about all this heliocentric bullshit.
Yeah, when you hear the bell, it's recess, right? That's cool. Tring. When you go to work,
When
you
does
got a
the bell go
10-minute
off?
smoke time. Tring.
How dare you
How
interrupt
do
Steve Montreal? He might leave now and say you banned him.
Yeah, I'm leaving. That's it. I'm done with this server.
No, but how do you know? How do you know when to ring the bell? And how can you have a 10-minute smoke break if you don't have time? These things
Bro,
require
don't you
Because it's
get
time
it?
to be
circular.
I'm not
Because it's
attacking this.
circular.
I'm
Because
saying
that unit of measurement always goes back to the starting point. That's what I was saying about circular. Okay. No, did you hear what I said?
I heard
yes,
it.
you stuck in a circle.
The concept of 60 seconds equaling a minute is an idea of like it's a circular. You're going back to a starting point. That's what I mean by time should be perceived as circular rather than linear. Does that not make sense? This dude's door. Oh, hey, you're in there. I was gonna tell him his door was open.
Oh, you mean
No,
that minute
No,
is
no, my
finished?
bad,
Now
my bad,
another
my bad,
minute
my bad.
starts? Is that what you're trying to say? Like that minute is finished. Now another minute starts. Is that what you're trying to say? It's like back from the start to the end of that minute. Now we're back again at the start. Is that what you're trying to say?
That's exactly what I'm saying. Yes, and anybody could try to like debunk what I said. I'm open to this. This is a theory that I'm creating as we're here. Like I'm not defending it. I'm just saying like, damn.
What are you guys talking about?
we progress and we do things in different minutes. I don't repeat the same minute or the same 60 seconds every time. Although in these servers, sometimes it feels like we do.
True, right? Especially when it gets into like Coriolis or something.
Just like time, this conversation is going nowhere.
Yeah. Oh, so you guys talking about time? Oh,
Just like time. Joke.
So what about time? Are you guys defining time? Sounds very philosophical.
No,
What
it's
is
whether
time?
time is constant or not, or whether we have ascribed it to be just to make it efficient for our lives.
Oh.
Literally, there's an end point and a starting point, and anytime it ends, that's when we started again. That's not linear. That's actually more circular. Yeah, thank you.
But Extremis's point still stands, though. You can repeat that cycle, but you're repeating that cycle in a different moment in time. 1 o'clock, 1st of January, 2022. 1 minute past 1 p.m., 1st of January, 2022. You can never experience that minute again. You can have 1 o'clock, 2nd of January, 2022, exact same time. It's like a circle, but it's a totally different day. You'll never get that
But that's
specific
not
time on
time.
the 1st of January.
Time is a unit of measure. You're talking about an experience. You're not talking about a unit of measurement.
I was speaking about what you said, how time is circular, and how Extremis said it can be circular, but it's not the same circle. That's all I'm speaking for. I'm not speaking about how we go about measuring time. Yes, maybe I used a measuring unit of time, a calendar, to
It's like you're
give you my
arguing
example.
about unicorns now. Was it green? Did it have a long horn? Did it have hooves? First of all, you're talking about time, something that doesn't exist, and you're trying to quantitate. Trying to give it like substance.
Exists the way we exist? Yeah, it doesn't. I totally agree with you, Essie. But we do experience this phenomena. I'm not going to give it a name, but we do experience this phenomena that we seem to flow through. And it seems we don't have control of our flow through this phenomenon.
Of course, we aim.
Most people
You're
call
talking
it
about the
time.
aging process, correct, Jim? Exactly. That's something different. That's the aging
No, but
process.
not even aging process, because even when you're dead, even if you are a rock, you still experience this flow.
No, you don't. A rock doesn't experience anything.
It does. Rocks erode over time. They go from being mountains to being rocks to being grains of sand, and it takes what we call time. Something passes.
No. It takes weather.
No.
It doesn't happen
It's the
immediately.
things. It's the things that occur during time. It's not time itself. It's what's happening. You're measuring.
I agree with you. It's the weather that did it, but I'm just trying to say the weather didn't do it instantaneously. The weather did it over a period, right? I'm trying my best not to use the word time. All I'm trying to do is express
it takes
this
time.
phenomena we all experience.
Of course,
You don't
because
have
it
to
takes
call it
time for that raindrop to fall on the rock, right? Yeah. We understand. I
it
get
doesn't
what you're
happen.
saying.
Yeah. And I guess we all agreed to call it time, but because, like SC saying, it's not physical, it's a very hard thing to define, to put your hand on, because you can't hold it, you can't stop it, you have no control over it, so it's hard for us to ever understand what it really is.
It's nothing. It's just something that we use.
It's a man-made framework. It's a man-made framework to base our activities around.
Yes.
But all things experience it. Animals
nothing.
plan for next year's winter. They hibernate. They know that tomorrow it's going to be colder than it was yesterday. So we got to start planning for the future. It's not just humans that do it.
Did someone just say it's nothing, but it's something? Did I just hear that?
Well, what we can't do is try to reify time and give it some sort of properties as to, some sort of physical properties or anything that would denote any type of physicality, meaning we can't warp or bend time. We can't reify it in that sense.
No, we can just talk about it and invent it.
That's
exactly
the thing.
what we do.
We can warp.
I agree
and
with
bend time. We can bend and warp time. That's what we do when we're sleeping.
Exactly.
I didn't
That
even
was
want
the
to
point
go
that we were
there
trying to get at with the whole sleep, the whole dreaming shit, because we perceive time so differently.
You know, I didn't even
But
want to go there because it's going out in the weeds. But yeah, space-time warping curvature, that's a whole different, like, fantasy. They say that the past, the present, and the future can exist all at the same time.
And they can only do that when they reify time. That's the only way that you can have
But
a
what
bending
stops that
of
from?
something is
But what
if
stops
we
that?
reify it.
Yeah, but what stops that from happening? Why can't the past, present, and future all
Well, according
exist
to
at the same
Green,
time from someone else's perspective? From as humans, I agree with you. We only experience now, but it doesn't mean that our experience is absolute, right?
well, that's my whole point, bro. They invented something, and you have this guy Green, one of the top astrophysicists, that says that time, past, present, and future can exist all at once. It's
But here's the
ridiculous.
thing, like going to what Extremis has just said, like we can't all perceive everyone else's perception, but we've all had the experience where we have only been asleep for a short period, but we think it's a much longer. So we've all experienced this sort of like time dilation. What do I call it? Like this this time not acting the same way.
It's just called dreaming. That's all.
Yeah, because when you're
Because
dreaming, right?
But then it goes on to the
dreams
question: is
aren't
it the
reality.
subconscious is like able to is above time? Is it something that the brain is doing? Is it what is that?
Yes,
right? Because
that's exactly what you just said.
What you go into when you're dreaming, right? You're in that kind of metaphysical state, that spiritual state. You are no longer perceiving everything within the physical realm, right? You've slipped into the dream world, and within the metaphysical or the spiritual realm, I don't think there is such a thing as a linear progression of time, which is why you have the experiences that you have when you slip into your kind of pure metaphysical state or a dream world.
I agree.
Yeah, now we're going into the weeds.
Yep.
Yeah, but what he's saying is true, because in the dream world you don't have laws of thermodynamics. You don't have these thermodynamic processes that say if I crack open an egg, I can never crack it back. But in your dream, you can do that. You can mix, milk and water, and then unmix it in your dream. They all have these laws of physics that prevent you doing these things. So time in your dreams, we don't experience it the way we do in real life.
Yeah, but that's not really akin to what we were talking about. Like, of course, you don't even have to be asleep to imagine being able to separate water from milk.
Yeah. Dreams, daydreams, whether you sleep and whether it's a thought. Yeah, you can think it because your thoughts ain't bound by physical laws of nature.
Right, you can think about these things. You can have the thoughts in your mind, right, in the way that you have them in a dream, while you're awake and you're experiencing reality. But
Your subconscious is bound by physical nature, actually.
Yeah,
Sorry.
so this physical world has limitations and boundaries, right? And one of those seems to be this idea of the growth process, linear progression, whatever you want to call it. And we, as humans, tend to want to quantify this, right? And that's what we call time. What we can't do is reify what we've tried to quantify and then attribute it some sort of physical attributes, right? Because we don't have the ability to manipulate and bend time in the way that we would in our mind or in our dreams or anything like that, or to experience something outside of the constant within this realm that seems to be a law of how we experience physicality.
To me, there's two obvious consequences to time dilation.
Your mind sucks. Your mind sucks. You fix that, bro.
Kosho thinks time is a thing.
Say again,
Now it's
SG?
going to get interesting.
Say
Kosho,
again?
time is a
Time is a thing, yeah, sure.
Can you elaborate?
Not on that point, but on the other one. So So there's two things. One's more obvious than the other, but when Einstein was describing being on a train and seeing a giant clock from the distance, all you have to do is accept that it takes light time to reach you, right? And if you accept that, then you can already see his thought experiment about the light coming from the hands of the clock reaching you. It's not going to take, as you're traveling away from it, it's not going to take you the same amount of time to perceive the clock as somebody who's stationary.
There's a better thought experiment he had that really talked about this, which is if I was traveling at the speed of light and I had a mirror, would I be able to see my reflection?
Yeah, that was a little bit extreme, just because you can imagine being on a train. The other one I was going to describe was one that also has definite consequences. And same thing, being on a train. If you accepted that the speed of light was constant in every frame, then the person who's on the train who has a laser and they're bouncing it off, mirrors off the ground and ceiling and measuring it, and then a person who's off the train watching that same event on the train, the light is going to travel 2 different distances for either person, and so they're both going to experience it traveling at the speed of light. And if that's true, if both those things are true, then by necessity they have to be experiencing 2 different rates of time, and they've measured this and seen that it's true. So, yeah.
Nonsense, bro. Sheer nonsense. What does light have to do with time?
Well, time is something that's not constant, and light is constant. So,
but we only have a two-way speed of light. So even in that, we don't really know the speed of light because we can only test between. They say that we know how fast it travels to the receiver, but it could be traveling even faster and then come back to us instantaneously. So we don't really know the speed of light, do we?
Yeah, the two-way speed of light is all you need. You don't need to worry about one-way speed of light. If you have a detector on a train and a source that's on the roof, let's say the detector is on the roof, there's a mirror on the floor, and there's a detector on the roof. So there's a detector and a source on the roof, mirror on the floor. You can shoot the laser and then wait for it to come back, and that's going to be a two-way speed of light. That's fine. And the observer outside the train car and the observer inside the train car could both experience these events. They're both going to experience two different rates of time.
So is that what you're trying to get at? Is that there's a concession there that we don't actually really know the speed that it takes to get to the object we want to send it to. But when it gets back to us, we can then make an average.
I'm saying to you is that's irrelevant.
You need to explain to Tosha why that's not irrelevant. What is the importance in the one-way speed of light?
Yeah, let's say it takes 1 second for the.
So we don't actually know the speed. We just know an average. We just create an average.
That's fine. It takes 1 second for the light on the train for the light to hit the bottom and the top. So two-way speed. That's a huge train. It takes 1 second for it to hit the bottom and the top. And the person who's experiencing that, watching the train move, is seeing a diagonal path of that light. So it hits the bottom and hits the top. It's a different path, but it's still gonna it's still traveling at the speed of light. So that's going to be longer than a second. So the person on the train is going to experience a second, while the person off the train experiences some length of time that's longer than a second for the same event.
Does that make sense?
No, nonsense. All nonsense.
Wow.
Time is time. Light is something else. You can't do that. That's Einsteinian relativism garbage.
Well, if you don't understand it, you call it garbage. I understand.
No, I understand it fully. And why don't you set us straight since you understand it better? Tell us, Left Lane.
Yeah, I've got concepts in my head that help me sort of relate to the speed of light and time dilation, but for me, it's a very difficult thing to actually express my ideas about it and trying to understand it. It's a very difficult concept if you get into the minutia of it, and sort of mind-boggling. And I understand that, but that doesn't give me. I'm not compelled to say, oh, that's all bullshit, just because I'm not able to express it. You know.
No, but you would be honest to say you don't really truly know. We have this average, and that's what we have.
It's just the aspect of time dilation is a very difficult concept to just, it's not like flipping a switch. It's very complicated.
Yeah, because it's nonsensical. It goes against all experiences. Every being in my body says it's wrong. For example, you believe that by somebody traveling at a certain speed, they age slower. Or if they're near a massive body that causes gravitation, you believe you age slower. That's ridiculous, bro.
Well, I mean, that's okay.
I mean, can you not even admit that it's like the guy must have been on mushrooms when he came up with that idea? Like, for real?
No, I've got especially being in this community, it's really made me think about these things, and because I'm not too far away from disagreeing with it. However, I can't disagree with it in a concise manner that makes sense, and so I've thought in a different way about it. How can I understand this? And
well, let's break it down to its practical implications so we can see what other theories are available from a practical sense sort of, stance. They say that clocks work differently because they move faster, but you can explain that mechanically by going through the wind of the ether. I mean, the time dilation that they talk about is cesium clocks working differently upon movement. And cesium clocks, the mechanism of cesium clock, time telling is, a cesium atom vibrates, 1,000 times, and that's registered as a second or something like that. Maybe when the clock is moving against the ether is pinching the clock mechanically as it passes through the device, making it vibrate instead of 1,000 times a second, maybe 999.9 times per second. Maybe that's your time dilation right there from a mechanical theoretical explanation right there. Once we just look at the common sense of what they mean by time dilation, perhaps the mechanical workings of the clock are being pinched by the substance of space, aka ether, or something to that effect, in a much less wooey, much more mechanical, practical sense.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I was about to bring up that point. How do you know that the external forces upon this moving clock aren't changing the way the clock actually works normally if it was stationary? Instead of calling it time dilation, maybe there's external forces because of the speed it's traveling at that it's changing the mechanism.
Planes, vibrations, movement, the shipment of the clock from one place to the other.
And it also makes you question this whole cesium atom bullshit. So how do you know that because you've got it in a plane and you're traveling 500 miles an hour, how do you know that that's not having an effect on the oscillation?
That's a good question.
Exactly.
So when you're traveling on a plane, does let's say for instance you have, I don't know, a leaf, okay? When you're traveling on the plane, does that change the color of the leaf? I'll just tell you the answer. The answer is no. And the same is true for a cesium atom. And when you're talking about the frequency, of the microwaves coming off the cesium atom.
What color is the cesium atom then? So it doesn't change. It stays the same color. Yeah.
Yeah,
that's what you told me. That's all you told me is that it stays the same color.
It's got a wavelength of a couple centimeters. So
you've told me that
so you're basically saying the cesium
color.
atom's qualities aren't going to change. That's basically what you're trying to say with this hackneyed analogy. You're saying that color isn't going to change. Therefore, the cesium atom's, a rate of vibration or whatever you're saying isn't going to change. You'd have to have faith that that's the case. As far as we can tell, I mean, can the rate of vibration of these atoms change is the main question, Kosho.
The thing
is, I wouldn't have to have faith about that. When you are on a plane and they send signals to each other, whether it's radio waves or microwaves, those radio waves and microwaves have a frequency. Okay, so the frequency of the cesium atom, the microwaves that are coming off of it, is all you're detecting. when you're measuring these clocks. So, given that fact, I don't see. You have to explain why the plane is causing the frequency of the cesium atom to behave differently.
It's not just the
Well, it's
movement.
not. You don't have to explain it. You just have to notice that it is changing the oscillation, right?
Well, it's not just the movement though, because you can do this in a building. The top floor, 50, 100 stories up, and the ground floor with no movement, and the oscillation changes.
That's fair enough. Yeah, that seems a bit more plausible to actually believe.
So your independent
So you're
variable there
saying
would
that
be
the height changes the oscillation.
Yes,
Because
without the
of
movement.
atmospheric? Is that because of atmospheric pressure, or what is it, or gravitational potential, or what's your reason for that?
Gravity.
So that is the reason, right? So it's potential.
I mean, that's a strange word, but whatever.
It's gravitational time dilation.
Gravity and acceleration are very, they're very, I don't know if I'd say related, but they're kind of two sides of the same coin. You can use acceleration to stimulate gravity, and gravity is, in many cases, the same thing as acceleration. And the same thing happens if you're, moving, or if you're just different altitude. The relationship is there.
Can you say the first bit again? You can use acceleration to what gravity?
To emulate gravity.
Oh, okay. But isn't gravity supposed to be an acceleration in itself anyway?
Well, that's kind of why you can do it, because the whole warping of space-time generates an acceleration. So if you just have the acceleration without the warping, you don't know that there is the warp. You just have the acceleration.
So this thing that we talked about before, time being man-made, now you combined it with this thing called space, and you made space-time, and you expect us to believe that it's warping and causing movement? Do you not see how much bull you've been sold, bro?
That was kind of tangentially where I was going. I was basically just saying that it's not just the movement that changes the cesium clock oscillations. You can also change them by changing altitude, but not by moving.
And what do you think the mechanism is that causes this change in the oscillation? I'm curious.
Well, on the globe side, it's gravity. I don't know what it is on the flat Earth side that explains it.
So what is it? It's pulling on the like, how do you envision this mechanism? You can't just say gravity, right?
Yeah, I want to ask which one is which cesium atom is going faster or slower? The one lower down or the one higher up?
The closer you get to the gravitational source, the slower the dilation. The slower the clock moves.
Yeah, but what mechanism? What causes that?
I don't really know how to answer that.
Let's be a bit more specific.
You're
saying gravity does it. What does gravity touch or do to cause this to happen? Is gravity a substance? Because if gravity isn't a substance, how is it affecting the cesium clock in a mechanical way in which something is contacting something else? When I talk about the gears of a car moving as a mechanism for how the car moves, something is bumping or touching something else, contacting something else for a mechanical action. How is gravity mechanically, say, doing this if we're going to go with a mechanical explanation? What is it doing?
They're just going to say gravitational field, because just the same way that you would say why are two magnets attracted to each other? What physically is they're just going to say, oh, there's a magnetic field. That's too easy for them to
It's not mechanical.
Not only
you
that,
don't even know. You guys don't even know why you think that. You guys have no idea.
They have no clue. It's just been told, and they believe it.
They have no idea where it even came from. Where did it even come from? How do we discover this? Do you guys know? Where did it even come from?
Consequences of Einstein's theory.
Oh, so where did the discovery come from where Einstein made the theory?
Einstein came up with the idea after a collection. He came up with special relativity after a collection of truths that were found out from electromagnetism. Like that light is the same in every light is the same in every frame of reference, and then Minkowski's space-time, put those two things together, and you get special relativity.
Oh, that's how he figured out time dilation. We're talking about time dilation.
Time dilation, that's right.
Yeah, so exactly. So it came from electromagnetism?
It came from the truths that were discovered in electromagnetism, which one being that light same in every reference frame.
Okay, so this is actually
the concept of Maxwell's equations.
So I would like to point out before we go any further that Kosho did understand where it came from. Thank you.
Wow, dude, that was
it came from idealism.
Okay,
it came from theoretical idealism. We haven't seen time dilate with our eyes or anything like that. These are theories to explain what we think is occurring. This is general metaphysics and a general theory. So we need to compare competing theories that try to explain the same phenomenon on a metaphysical level.
Let's actually talk about what happened, though, because the Globers don't know. So, and Kosho is one of the only ones that may kind of know. But what we all know what actually happened, which is it's Michelson-Morley. So when you bring up Maxwell's equations, it's not, you guys act like, the mainstream acts like Einstein was just on some intellectual journey. And he's like, oh, Maxwell's equations need to be fixed. That is not what happened, though. So he then adapted Maxwell's equations to fit into his theory, right? It was part of it because it had to also explain how, although electromagnetism is absolute, it in fact is relative, right? Although it shows an absolute relationship, it's in fact relative. That's the only relevance of Maxwell's equations. So that is not the answer. So Left Lane, no, he didn't know. That is not where it came from. It came from Michelson-Morley, however you want to say it. That's just objective. And Einstein himself said that.
Well, Michelson-Morley in that they're saying, look, we assume that the Earth is moving, and we assume that space is a substance like an ocean that we can move through. Just like any river or ocean, you can tell when you're going with the movement, against the movement, or across to the movement and get a speed, an ether drift speed. In the case of the ether, the space being a substance that allows you to basically clock the movement of the Earth. But we have a problem with Michelson-Morley and other observations, if you want to call them experiments, whatever. We're not getting 30 kilometers per second of ether drift speed that is necessary to go with this heliocentric framework with the ether and heliocentrism. So we have a problem. We're getting 5 to 8 kilometers per second, if that. So either we have to admit that the Earth is moving much more slowly than we calculated, which is a problem, or we conjunct the ether, go with mind-killing relativity, and pretend that the Earth moves through a vacuum. And so they went with option B, which was just simpler than admit that the Earth probably isn't moving, or if it's moving based off of the ether drift speeds that they're able to clock, it's moving much more slowly, if at all, through space.
Yeah, I mean, it was anything but simpler. But yes. So again, though, Left Lane, I guess this is where
Hold on, let me get props to the dude that just laid that out, bro. Everybody give a round of applause for the dude that just explained that shit for real. Damn.
That's not true, though. It says clearly that Einstein wasn't surprised by Michelson-Morley's results because he already had the idea that was from, like I told you, Maxwell's equations. It's a consequence of Maxwell's equations.
Now you're just lying.
That light is the same speed frame.
Yeah, I would say that Michelson-Morley exploited these concepts in using their equipment or whatever to make these determinations. They already knew about this. They didn't discover it.
Again, you're lying. So I guess this is where you guys are going to let me actually say it. So Michelson-Morley actually happened in 1887. Under Einstein's own admission, what began his journey to what became special relativity was the Michelson-Morley experiment. That is what Einstein said about it. So if you guys want to make up some new version of it, that's cool. Have fun. But objectively, he said that Michelson-Morley is what started him on his path to special relativity. That is what began his journey to explain what turned into special relativity. And this is because...
But Einstein can't admit that, Mr. Whitsitt, because that would basically imply that he was a hitman who was brought in there to basically explain away the ether and how it was not consistent with heliocentrism. If you have the ether showing slower ether drift speeds that go against heliocentrism. Basically, Einstein could not admit that he was a hitman there to basically get rid of the ether and go with any other cockamamie framework rather than admit that the Earth probably isn't moving through space.
It had so much
but
credibility, they had to create another science out of it, in a sense.
yeah, he literally did admit it though, right? And so what happened was you're supposed to have a different effect of a different path of light. Like the light's supposed to take longer when you go in a certain direction relative to the movement of the Earth as opposed to going with it. So you go with it, go against it. The light takes longer to come back when you go against the supposed revolution of the orbit of the Earth. Okay, but it didn't do that, right?
Isn't that the
So it
famous
basically
Aries
was
failure
identical.
as well?
Yeah, similar. So basically identical, right? It's just a little different. So it wasn't identical. It showed a little bit of difference. So they had to explain it away. So what that means is they had to say that the distance the light traveled was shorter. It contracted. That's why it wasn't different. Okay. So then they had to say that means that the measuring apparatus also shrank. It contracted. This is literally what happened. And so then they used Lorentz, who was an electromagnetic genius. He was just, cut cold to heliocentrism. But anyway, he came up with the Lorentz transform. And so you have the Lorentz-Fitzgerald transform that's used to fix all their math to this day. And he said that the ether was the physical mechanism that made the apparatus shrink. Now he's just saying, I still don't, that's what has to be happening or the Earth is at rest. That's what Lorentz said. So what Einstein did was took that but he did away with the ether and he didn't offer any solution or answer as to the mechanism. That's what objectively happened. So like when you guys say all this BS about Maxwell's equations and Einstein just had to fix them, he saw a problem and he came up with it before Michael Simorley, it's blatantly wrong. It's blatantly wrong.
Yeah, and understand what he said. In order for this cockamamie idea to take hold, they had to say one of the arms of the mechanism shrank.
And I heard Left Lane just saying while I was in my appointment, he didn't understand this. But now all of a sudden, he knows all about it. So this is what happened. They said that the measuring apparatus shrank and contracted. And so what that means is that it had a shorter distance to travel. That's why they went the same quote unquote speed, or that they looked like they were the same. But if for that to happen, that means that time would have to go slower. So that means that time would have to go slower, thus physically expand and widen. Now that is literally where the theory came from. It explains Michael Simorley.
It was all in a play to disregard the credible results that they came to in that. So to discredit those results, they're saying that the apparatus was what?
Right,
do you know what I mean? Like, what the hell?
Yeah,
correct.
Oh man.
Are you guys ready?
And this is why we have to be honest about what ideology these smart men are holding to. If they're saying the Earth has to move, we believe in heliocentrism. We want to go against, geocentrism with its philosophical and religious implications. They should admit that and be honest, because that's the reason why they're going to make all these salvaging devices like junking the ether to get rid of otherwise organic, natural frameworks for the mind to think about these things and just go with cockamamie nonsense that is inconsistent. Space-time, gravity, warp, curvature nonsense, as opposed to just an ether, a substance of space that flows and moves over the Earth and gives us some sort of way to clock the Earth's movement if it's moving at all.
Well, you guys have had a lot of opportunity to correct me, and here's the truth. So the paper for special relativity was written in 1905. For some context, here's a letter from Einstein. He says, "I even do not remember if I knew of it at all when I wrote my first paper on the subject in 1905. The explanation is that I was, for general reasons, firmly convinced how this could be reconciled with our knowledge of electrodynamics. One can therefore understand why in my personal struggle, Michelson's experiment played no role, or at least no decisive role." He's talking about in his creation of special relativity.
He's a liar.
Before we go calling people liars, Brenda's asking to be on mute.
Lying with his words, and inconsistently at that. We use inconsistency to ferret out lies. Later he says, "Oh, I did or didn't know about Michael Simorley." It's all lies. He was there to be a hitman against the ether. especially
He
against the
must have
ether
known
implications
I
of
was
about
checking
Nicholas
out. So here's,
Amori.
and bullshit.
I really
dude,
doubt that
Kosho,
he didn't know
no
about
one cares.
Nicholas Amori.
No one cares. No, he did. He admitted that's what started his freaking thing, dude. So when he said, "I've come to the conclusion that no optical experiment,"
That's
he
what
said,
I'm
"I've come to the
saying. I
conclusion that no
doubt he
optical
didn't know
experiment can
about it.
detect." He
I'm
said, "I came
agreeing
to the
with you.
conclusion that no optical experiment can detect the motion of the Earth." In that context, he's literally talking about Michael Morley and explains that's what began. That was the beginning of his journey towards the path of special relativity. So now Kosho's trying to
He doesn't
misconstrue
say
the other
that
thing.
though.
Now Kosho's trying to misconstrue the other context of the comment and say he's saying it had nothing to do with it. But that's not true because he, on his own words, admits that that is what happened. So do you want to go to the optical experiment and read the context for us, Kosho, and prove me wrong?
Yeah, it doesn't say that. He talks about Lorenz.
Prove me wrong.
He talks about
Yeah,
Lorenz's explanation. He talks about Lorenz's explanation for it, which he did not learn about until after he read his paper. That was happening in 1904.
Yeah, whatever. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong that he said that that it led up to a special relativity. Prove me wrong. Do I have to go find it while I'm driving? I have to go find it for you. It's just a fact. I'm just so tired of people lying. I'm so tired of people lying, dude. I'm so over it. If you guys want to believe in this nonsense, that's cool. Don't stop lying. Stop lying.
Look, it's
Okay, why don't you
clear
guys prove
that
that lying? Shut your mouth about me, because you're not gonna call me a fucking liar. So why don't you go find your fucking paper, pull the fuck over, and then before you fucking say another name about me, why don't you do that?
Yeah, I don't
layers
think
of
people
deception.
expressing I don't think people expressing their ideas and explaining their reality the way that they understand it has anything to do with being dishonest.
The only dishonest thing is not
Leslie, the guy
explaining
who
the
said he
implications.
doesn't know anything about it, but now he knows everything about it. The
No,
guy who
no,
admitted,
that's what I
he
was.
doesn't
That's what
even
I was saying.
understand it.
No,
He can't even
yeah,
wrap his mind
exactly,
around it and doesn't
exactly. What I
understand
was
it.
saying.
Yeah.
What I was saying
Let's just
was
not
I was
call each other
admitting.
liars.
Yeah,
You know.
I didn't
yeah, I
call
was
anyone a
admitting.
liar. I didn't call anyone a liar.
When you say they're dishonest, you're calling them a liar,
I said
irregardless
I'm
of how you
tired
twist
of
it.
people. I said I'm
You said
tired of people.
irregardless.
I said I'm tired of people lying, as in misrepresenting what actually happened. I'm
Yeah,
tired of people.
But the people that you're talking to, when you say that, you're indicating that the people you're talking to are lying.
Well, they're giving a dishonest representation of what happened. I'm not calling them a liar. Okay, so objectively,
okay, I'll do it. You're a fucking
special
liar.
relativity, especially we're not supposed to do that though. So
Yeah,
objectively,
you'll get muted for that.
you'll get muted unless you're a Glober. Unless you're a Glober, Leflane will never.
The level of dishonesty is not following ideas through to their logical conclusion. If Einstein is saying that I knew about Michelson Morley at least in one instance, and at the other one saying, "Oh, it had no bearing on my, experiments or relativity or stuff," that's inconsistent. And the implications of that is that there's some sort of weird chicanery or lying here because they're trying to hide something, namely that Einstein was a hitman who was there to get rid of the ether because it was inconvenient for their heliocentric ideology where the earth is moving, has no special place in the cosmos, the Bible is wrong, the scriptures are wrong, and ultimately that there's no God. This is the stuff that they're not, the layers of deception that we have to peer through to see the truth here.
Yeah, Coach O just yelled and cussed and left. So objectively what happened, and this is why he couldn't answer this question, is who came up with the Lorentz transform? Who came up with Lorentz contraction? Was it Einstein that came up with it?
Henrik Lorentz.
That's right.
Is that a trick question?
And it wasn't
he
even
just said it
Lorentz
had
per
nothing.
se.
Einstein came up with
That's
it.
why
He
it's
just tried to
not
say
named
Einstein
after Einstein.
Yeah, so it's not called the Einstein
People
contraction.
said it was a Lorentz expansion because the thing about matter that moves faster, they say that it picks up energy, and that this energy that it picks up, as it approaches the speed of light or moves really, really fast, makes the atoms start to dissociate. So it's a Lorentz expansion, not a Lorentz contraction. So what they did was they took Lorentz's theory and repurposed it to try to salvage this heliocentric, problem with the ether there's something wrong with the apparatus. We know that we're moving, even though there's evidence against the movement. And since we're just going to assume that the earth is moving anyway, the movement of the earth is contracting the instrument and keeping it from otherwise registering the earth's movement. It's begging the question. And so at that point, you just repurpose what Lorentz said for their preferred theory. I mean, Herbert Dingle talked about this in his challenge against relativity. He talked about how it was a Lorentz expansion, not a Lorentz contraction.
Yeah, but Lorentz did think that the earth was moving. So, yeah, like Lorentz said briefly, everything occurs as if the earth is at rest. Okay, but he did think this is the thing. None of these people
They
wanted to
all
admit
did.
that 500 years of mainstream science could have misled people and been wrong. So that wasn't an option for them. Like the option to say that the Earth was a rest, that wasn't an actual option. It wasn't considered seriously because it would mean that 500 years of mainstream science was wrong, and they just couldn't wrap their mind around that. And it would also mean you have to trash the Copernican principle, which they refused to do. Okay, so that's just objectively what happened. And then he said briefly, it occurs like everything, like the Earth is at rest. And then Arthur Eddington also said we were left with one other conclusion, that the velocity of the Earth may happen to have been nil. Einstein himself said that it either means the Earth's at rest or I had to propose relativity. And prior to me proposing relativity, it was hard to become reconciled with these results. So when people like Kosho say it has nothing to do with it, they're lying. So if that triggers you that I say that, I don't care. It's just objectively not
cool.
true.
We're all just gonna call each other lies now. Lemon, can
I'm
you
not calling
cite
anyone
what
a
you
liar.
said? You said Kosho's lying.
I
So
said
Lemon,
if you say
can you
that,
cite? Can you
Kosho
cite
just
what
saying
you
what he
said
believes. Dishonest
about
when we
this
don't
whole
explore ideas for their
Lorenz?
Exactly. Whether it's a lie or
Lemon,
whether
come
he's
on,
just
Lemon.
repeating what he
Can you?
believes. It's the
I'm trying to
difference.
ask Lemon a question, guys. You know, let's not get stuck on name calling. Lemon, can you cite what you said? You spoke about this whole Lorenz expansion.
Yeah,
as
Herbert
opposed to a
Dingle
contraction. Can you cite
used
that?
to believe he wrote a book back in I think the 40s or the 50s
No,
or
no, no.
something,
But
and
you
it was a
said
criticism
Lorenz
of
himself
relativity.
said that
That's a
there was
citation
an
from Herbert
expansion
Dingle's book.
and it was hijacked.
He's trying to answer.
Yeah, but you're not answering the question. What you said,
I'm
Lemon, was that
answering it by
Lorenz
giving
wrote.
you the source where I got it. Now, if you want the quote itself, I'll have to go into the book and find it. But I'm specifically talking about the source where I got it from. It's Herbert Dingle, who went against relativity after years of believing in it and going with the consensus and talk about the problems with relativity. And one of the problems was this idea of time contracting. It's not even based in what Lorenz was really talking about with these theories. What Lorenz was really talking about, Herbert Dingle said, was an expansion of matter as it approaches the speed of light, moves faster and faster and faster, picks up energy, and these atoms start, gyrating and dancing wildly and dissociating. That's a Lorentz expansion, not a Lorentz contraction. I'll see if I can find
we gotta get real
Herbert
specific.
Dingle's book.
We gotta get real specific
All
here. So
right. If you find it, please tag me.
Lorenz proposed the idea of the Lorentz contraction. Now, if you're saying that he meant that matter expands, okay, but first of all, time doesn't contract, it expands in this paradigm. Time dilates, meaning widens. It expands, therefore making time slower. And the physical apparatus supposedly contracted. They took this this is the Lorentz-Fitzgerald contraction. So we use the Lorentz transform to this day for everything. They apply it to everything to explain how everything's relative. So before any of the heliocentric cultists can do any math at all, they have to use which is their math of magic.
Well,
it's funny though as well because we know that they've done that. We know that they've done that just to discredit the results that were found in things like Aries failure and Michelson-Morley.
Yes.
It's
And
basically
this is the
Far
problem.
East idealism and mysticism saying that reality isn't knowable because time could be expanding, space could be expanding. This is Far East mysticism and idealism, saying that the truth is not knowable or absolute. So we're dealing with a philosophy here on that level, gentlemen, where we're not letting anything be absolute and saying anything can contract, expand, and the reality is ultimately this unknowable, moving, shifting thing.
Like, how is that not a red flag, though, for Globers that, this experiment took place, but, we're going to disregard that because we've brought up this new idea that all of your apparatus, when during that experiment, expanded. So you're not actually getting the true result that you thought you got. How is that
we
not
talk
a red
about
flag?
these experiments. These experiments are like taught in school. It's not like we're hiding them under the carpet. Come
Yeah,
on,
you are.
everyone
You're
knows
hiding them
about these
because if
things.
you combine Michelson
They're
Morley
not
and Michelson
hidden.
Gell,
You can Wikipedia
if
these
you combine
experiments.
Michelson Morley,
You can
if you
Google.
combine Michelson Morley and Michelson Gell, it debunks heliocentrism because it measures the sidereal rotation within 98% accuracy every single time, but it didn't detect any of the orbital revolution. Although it supposedly goes 20 miles a second, and the apparatus was sensitive enough to detect up to 2 miles, down to 2 miles a second. So you guys do literally brush Michelson-Gale under the rug, when in fact it should be taught to second graders as the first proof the Earth is spinning, but it's not, because you can't combine Michelson-Gale and Michelson-Morley because it debunks heliocentrism. What it shows is that there is a sidereal rotation relationship between the Earth and the sky, but that there is no revolution. What that means is that the Earth is stationary. So that is just
Think about
subjective, and
the
you'll never hear a Glober
consistency.
answer.
Yeah.
Think about
If
the
I can respond
consistency
to
of this
that,
gentleman.
if I can
We're able
respond,
to
bro,
detect
please let
with
me.
Michael.
Yeah.
We're able to detect with Michelson-Gale a 24-hour, once a day, 1,000-mile-ish rotation of something, be it the Earth and or the ether, probably the ether. But it's inconsistent to say that we can detect 1,000 miles per hour, sure, but we cannot detect 66,000 miles per hour around the sun with Michelson-Morley. I mean, something's not right here. And we're using the
It doesn't
same methods. So either the Earth isn't moving, and at best the ether is rotating once a day over the Earth, or at the very least, the only thing moving is the Earth spinning in place, but not going around the sun. If we're
But it
being
can't do that.
consistent here,
It can't do that though, because it has to both spin and revolve. So either the Earth is at rest or it's spinning and revolving. Like, that's the only option. And they can't say that Michelson-Gale measured the Earth's spin, because the same methodology failed to detect any revolutionary motion. Now, this is the part that the Glovers don't know. See, I'm not trying to bash you guys. I'm saying I just happen to know. You guys don't
No,
know
are you
this stuff.
are you saying
don't
that in their
understand it.
model it can only it can't be spinning, it can't be rotating on its own axis and be stationary? It has to also have a revolution as well.
That's correct. That's the only way you can explain the observations.
and that's why we have to be honest about these implications, all the way down to the philosophical axiom that the Earth has to move. We need to test that, because this axiom may be false and leading to weird salvaging devices and rescue devices for weird theories that are cockamamie and don't really work.
Dude, they said that the freaking measuring apparatus physically contracted, but simultaneously time expanded and slowed down. So the universe tricked us to where it looks identical to if the Earth was stationary. That is the actual.
I know, right?
argument.
It's the biggest red flag you can ever. Oh my god! I don't understand how people don't see how the wall is being pulled over their eyes. Like, wake the fuck up!
Yo, and then when you ask the Globers, they can't answer. Well, okay, can you explain Michelson-Gale detecting sidereal rotation and a relationship with the Earth and the sky, but not detecting the revolution? Can any Glober explain?
Well,
Yeah,
scientists
one is much easier to detect. Rotating versus orbiting.
Why?
The acceleration is enormously greater. The acceleration from falling around the sun, that takes once a year to make a full rotation, versus making a rotation every single day. It's much easier to detect the latter than the former.
But it's 20 miles a second, and the apparatus was sensitive enough to measure 2 miles a second. And in fact, you can measure throughout the year and get a difference because of the elliptical orbit. And you can't get any difference if you measure it throughout the year. You can never detect the 20 miles a second or anywhere close to it. It's been done dozens of times within the decade or the 3 decades afterwards. It was redone in 1987. It was redone a few years ago on the vertical, showing a huge difference on the vertical axis. So objectively, it should have been measured, and it should show a difference throughout the year, yet it doesn't.
Here's a
Yeah, but
question.
you're acting as if
Hold on a sec, Kosho, I've got a question for the Globers, right? So, if
I'll respond
all of apparatus contracts and expands, right? How do you have valuable experiments? How do you fight against your apparatus expanding and contracting? How do you control for that?
Guess what? They don't even in 2022, highest levels of academia don't even know how to explain contraction, can't isolate it and show it ever happening, can't even agree on the mechanism. To this day, it's still just like, oh, I don't know. It just has to happen. To this day.
So could we not just turn around and say, you're funny,
on the mechanism.
what's the gravity experiment they always go on about again? Cavendish. Well, your apparatus actually was expanding and contracting. So yeah, no, that's not valid.
Well, this is the story though. It contracts
It was
and
a
you just
counter.
can't tell. It contracts, but you can't tell. So it's unfalsifiable. You could never prove it. And by the way, that's what relativity is. It literally, in layman terms, is you could never tell. So anytime a glober pretends that they can prove that the Earth's moving, they're going against Einstein.
Well, gentlemen, this works together. We have a framework to try to explain what we think is going on and the experiments that either show it or don't show it. It goes together. They're basically setting up a framework where we're going to assume that the Earth is moving. And to salvage that framework, even though the evidence to the contrary, we're going to come up with this explanation to try to salvage it and stay within this framework and try to be somewhat consistent. So it's the framework along with the evidence that either goes with the framework or not.
But this is the thing, though. With their idea of contraction, there would be no valid experiment ever.
Well, wait, watch this. I got a huge... So, Kosho, so do you think Michelson-Gale measures the rotation of the Earth?
Yes, arguably, obviously, yeah.
Oh, did you know that that requires an ether?
And it doesn't require an ether.
For Michelson-Gale...
Why are you saying it requires an ether?
Listen carefully. It's for Michelson-Gale to show that the Earth is rotating by using interferometry patterns. It requires an ether.
No, they don't have to. It doesn't have to be an ether. They just have to spin it around.
They have to spin what around?
They have to spin the table around. The table for Michelson-Gale was rotating.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
what
when
does that
we're
have to
looking
do
at these interferometers, Kosha, we're getting an interference pattern that they intuitively explained as light-dark patterns that come from the waves of the ether giving you light-dark band patterns, like a drop in the ocean giving you waves that ripple outward with a crest of the wave, a trough of the wave that kind of are similar to the light-dark pattern that you see in water. That was the organic way that they interpreted what's going on in this interferometer. And they say that these light-dark bands, shift depending on whether you're going with the flow of space or against the flow of space. How do you explain those light dark patterns unless, space is essentially this sea, this rippling sea giving you light dark patterns like a fudge treacle or something like that? How do you explain the light dark patterns in the interferometer at all?
Dude,
Yeah,
you're trying to have an honest conversation with them. You're never going to have an honest conversation with them about the ether. The point is that Einstein himself, after Michelson-Gale, wrote that there could be an ether, and that his theory now demands he allows that possibility because of the Michelson-Gale. I have Einstein himself saying that.
Yeah, it says right here. According to Michelson-Gale, the experiment is not compatible with both the idea of stationary ether and special relativity. As points out by Michelson in 1904, a positive result in such experiments contradicts the hypothesis of a complete ether drag, as the spinning of the surface of the Earth experiences an ether wind. So it contradicts the ether. It doesn't show that the ether is real.
So watch this, Kosho. So if the Earth's not moving, it doesn't contradict the ether, does it?
But again, going back to my point, how can you have any valid experiment if all your apparatus is contracting? How is that possible? You will never have
Jesus Christ.
What, Kosho?
He's basing that off of something you said. Okay, now you've confused this kid to the point where he thinks that no experiment.
Contraction then is it not?
You're using common sense, and Kosho is trying to avoid the implications yet again. Obviously, Kosho, the rhetorical answer is that you can't have a valid experiment at all. And this is why this sort of Far East mystical idealism that says reality is Maya and everything is an illusion and everything is unknowable is self-defeating. It undercuts science itself. It makes us become these weird mystics that won't even be consistent enough with our theories, our frameworks, or our experiments.
Okay, so what it says is when something's in motion, it contracts. So answer his question.
Yeah, but their claim is that Earth is in motion.
Exactly. So he needs to answer your question.
So how'd you get around that one, Globus? How do you account for contraction? How do you rule that out of your experiment? How do you account for that?
When length contraction comes into play? Do you think it comes into play at
every time
10 miles per hour, 20 miles per hour? Yeah, it's irrelevant. That's just slow speeds. It's not at all going to have any consequence.
No, the Earth is going 56,000 miles per hour, Kosho.
Yeah, that's still not fast enough.
What's not fast enough? Happens at like relativistic speeds. It's not going to affect any.
What's not fast enough for what?
Anything we do,
They don't understand it.
you know, with matter is
Okay, then
They
look,
don't
look at
understand it.
look at the consistency. You're invoking this theory at non-relativistic speeds, saying that it's contracting to explain why we're not seeing evidence of the Earth moving. I mean, is that consistent? I don't think that's consistent. You're saying that the Earth isn't moving at these relativistic speeds, but we're going to invoke it as the explanation for why we're not getting a movement of the Earth at 66,000 miles per hour based off of the ether drift speeds in the experiment. That's highly inconsistent. I mean, what's going on here?
We all know what's going on. It's religion.
Even with the
So
same
if something's in motion, it's what? Am I breaking up?
It needs to be moving at relative speeds, you know. Otherwise, you ain't.
Okay, the idea is that if something's in motion, that if something's in motion, it physically contracts. You guys understand? That means if you throw a baseball, it physically contracts.
At relativistic speeds, yeah, it will contract in the direction of motion. Yeah,
That's right. And so if the Earth is revolving 66,600 miles per hour or 20 miles a second, then you are always going to deal with a contraction. It's not fast enough. That's what explains the Michelson-Morley. What are you talking about? It's not fast enough. That's the claim of explaining the Michelson-Morley. What are you talking about? It's not fast enough. They said that the measuring apparatus in Michelson-Morley physically contracted because of the revolutionary speed of the Earth. So now it's not fast enough?
who said that? Could you cite that?
Hey, yo, nobody believes this bullshit, bro. I'm sorry.
You just said it's not fast enough. What's not fast enough for what? I asked him.
He's saying that the revolutionary speed is not fast enough to cause contraction. And so he's directly contradicting Einstein's explanation for Michelson-Morley and doesn't even realize it.
Let's reason together. Your original question was, why is any measurement valid if, you know, this contraction is a thing and all of Earth's measurements say? You know, that you invoke this contraction thing as to why we're not getting the 30 kilometer per second ether drift, you know, that was expected with Michelson-Morley and other stuff. Okay, well, why doesn't this contraction come into play and become a factor for other earthbound experiments? That was originally where we went to. You guys avoided the implication of that and didn't explore that. And so we just rhetorically answered and said, obviously, all experiments would be bullshit if this Lorentz contraction thing was a thing. And you guys didn't answer from there, basically.
Well, let me help them out here. They don't know. They just don't know. So what you do in almost all experiments is you apply a Lorentz transform. So it mathematically fixes it. So you can rock with whatever observation you have. And Lorentz transform changes it to the actual observation from what is presupposed with a relativistic application. So you have to apply it on scales, including electromagnetism. So Lorentz transform is one of the most utilized equations and formulas in the world. And that's your answer, is that you have to use a Lorentz transform to actually take the observations and the data. And this is my point. Gophers just don't actually understand.
And that's why I want to ask, how do you account for this contraction in every experiment? Because obviously the Earth is moving.
You don't need
right?
to account
with
for
math.
it because
I just told you with math.
We most of the time when we do experiments, we don't do it with things moving that fast. You know?
You're wrong
the Earth is
again.
moving. Where do you do experiment? Where do you do
Earth is
experiment?
not moving fast enough for Lorentz.
No, you're
you know,
wrong, dude. Stop
information
saying that. It's not the
contractions
answer.
taken
That's not the
into
answer. That's not the answer. It's not the
That is
answer,
the answer.
dude. No,
That
the
is the
answer is that,
You're just
listen
lying
carefully.
if you say in our model that isn't the answer. You're
Listen
just lying.
carefully, okay? So in Michelson-Morley, Einstein said that the measuring apparatus contracted because it was in motion around the sun. Okay? Now, it's called a Lorentz transform. Okay, I happily will when I'm not driving. This goes to show you just don't even understand special or general relativity. You don't understand it.
Show me Einstein saying this happened, please, bro.
Okay, so wait, so just to clarify, you're disputing that Einstein said that the apparatus physically contracted in Michelson-Morley?
I'm questioning, yes. I'm questioning.
Okay, so to be fair, you just don't know.
So Michelson-Morley is valid now.
It's a valid experiment, but it got a null result, you know?
It got a null, it didn't get a zero.
It was
got a null.
falsified. No, it tried to detect the ether, to prove the ether is real, and the ether was falsified by this experiment.
Okay, that's not what the
But the
test
token
was.
that
So
they
if
used for
you've ever actually,
falsification was different. The thing is, they said, we expect this, we're not getting this, therefore we're not going to go with the ether. But the thing that they were expecting was what? 30 kilometers per second of ether drift wind that was consistent with heliocentrism. Why don't they check their base assumption? Why don't they check to see if the Earth is moving at all? When they check that base assumption, they could get 5 to 8 kilometers per second of ether drift or whatever and still salvage the ether, as opposed to getting rid of the ether to salvage heliocentrism.
wait, can you
It's been
cite Michael
checked by now.
Morley saying that it was to prove the ether, please? Because you made that up.
Yeah. They wanted to detect
Cite
the
it.
ether drift against the rotating.
Cite it.
I'll cite it.
Cite it.
I'll cite it. I'm
Okay,
citing
so
it
what
for
it
you.
actually is, if you read the top of the actual paper of the experiment, is an attempt to detect the motion of the Earth through the ether. It had nothing to do
Exploiting
with
the
proof,
motion of the Earth would allow them to detect the ether.
but no, it's called
Exactly.
detecting
They
the
knew
motion
the Earth
of
was
the
was
Earth.
already moving.
Hey, buddy, they assumed the Earth was moving, okay? But when you guys use your script and say they were trying to prove the ether and it disproved the ether, you're wrong. You
No,
just say
if you read the paper, you have to rewrite the paper to say that, though, Witsit.
no, actually, I don't have to, because the point is that it wasn't a zero result. It was just less than 1/6 of what was needed for the Earth to be revolving.
And the numbers were below their error margin.
No, they weren't.
That's
So
what
cite
I
it.
read.
Cite that. No, you heard McToon say that. So how about you cite it? I'm calling out
No,
the
it
non.
was. It was someone was actually reading the documents, and what I got out of it was the numbers that they got were below their error margin, so that produced a no result.
That's not
I
true.
think that
That's
they
not true.
said that to salvage their theory, though. That's not consistent with the data. The data don't back up that conclusion,
They
basically.
didn't even say
And
that.
so
They didn't even
basically,
say
they
that.
came up with that interpretation to salvage heliocentrism, but not because it was necessarily authorized by the data. They're like, this data is kind of going against heliocentrism because we're not getting 30 kilometers per second of ether drift going with or against this river of ether. So either we have to admit that the Earth is probably moving very slowly, if at all, or we're just going to junk the ether and go back to heliocentrism.
Well, let's just debunk this. So Michelson worked for 40 years on interferometry. He's the one that invented interferometry, and it was like so mind-blowing how delicate and specific the measurements could be with interferometry. It was unheard of at the time. Now, the instruments we have now are much more delicate, okay? Much lower error bar, and the Air Force did it in 1987 with the same results. It's nowhere close to the error bar, though. So what's your rebuttal?
Oh, my rebuttal. I don't think they even mentioned heliocentrism anywhere in their experiment, did they?
Oh, that wasn't a rebuttal. I'll say it again. So you said that it was due to error bar, okay? But the truth is actually that it could detect 2 miles per second. The Earth was supposed to be revolving 20 miles per second. Since then, our instruments have gotten even more delicate and intricate. And in 1987, the Air Force did the same experiment and got the same exact result. And the deviation shown is nowhere close to the error bar. What is your rebuttal?
Oh, I don't know anything about that. I don't. I haven't
Okay.
even.
I got a
didn't
question
know
for you.
the
You said
Navy
that
had
this
redone it.
experiment was. You said this experiment was supposed to detect the rotation at how much? 2 meters a second. What was it?
The
The motion.
revolution,
The motion.
which is 20 miles per second.
And it didn't detect that, right?
No, and it could detect as much as low as 2 miles per second, and it only detected somewhere close to like 1/6 of what was expected.
But
So then, what
obviously it
else do you
didn't.
need to know? The experiment
But obviously
proved
it didn't detect that
the
because
theory
there
was
was no
wrong.
contraction. So it was a false result, is what we're being told, right?
Well, the
Right, what they
Globers
said
basically
was
counter
That is
by
not true.
trying to
That's
shift
just
the
a lie,
goalpost
King.
slightly.
Don't believe
They
that,
say
King. That's
that
just a lie.
rotation it needs to be detected by a radial rotation around the central axis. And since you're rotating around the sun at a slow radial rate compared to the rotation around the axis of the Earth, which is a tighter 1,000 mile per hour faster radial rate, they're just going to shift the goalpost to that and say, oh, this experiment somehow can't detect radial rotation versus absolute speed. And so there's a lot of tactics here being used to basically salvage heliocentrism.
That's right. And he just keeps saying nuh-uh, but it's just a fact. And I guarantee you this dude's never looked at the math. He doesn't even understand the math. And by the way, no one understands the math to this day, it's still argued upon how to actually do his equations. Einstein himself said he didn't know how to do the math. See, what they did was they just came up with mathematical constructs needed to fix it, and then they still couldn't figure out how to even make it work. And to this day, the math is not agreed upon. Okay, what it objectively was to explain how the device contracted, and basically the universe tricked us into thinking the Earth was stationary. And that's what Einstein said. That's what Arthur Eddington says. That's what Stephen Hawking says. That's what.
As far as mystical idealism, then it's saying that reality is Maya and everything's an illusion, and all you need is a scientific priest to just tell you what reality is, depending on what year it is or what the prevailing paradigm of the day is. I mean, this is Far East mystical idealism, saying that reality is Maya.
That's what Henrik Lorentz said. That's what Henry Poincaré said.
Go on.
I just want to name all the people because he's saying no. So that's what Henrik Lorentz said. That's what Henry Poincaré said. That's what Arthur Eddington said. That's what Einstein said. That's what Hawking said. That's what Wolfgang Pauli said. You just keep going. You can just keep going.
And that's why I want to say that the question we should put to Globers is, do you stand with this idea of the Lorentz contraction? Because in that way, I'm not 6 foot. Right,
why don't we try to understand what
we can't measure anything because everything is contract.
Listen,
everything
dude,
is contracting.
I know Winston had brought that up, dude, and it probably would help to maybe have some context and what you would even apply that to. If you apply that to anything that's too much smaller than the speed of light, the result is going to be it does nothing to your equation. Okay?
Oh, okay, all right, fair enough. So that
if you subtract the velocity, I think it's the velocity squared times the speed of light squared. No, the velocity squared divided by the speed of light squared. If that doesn't give you something that's close to 1, because you're going to subtract that from 1.
Okay, fair enough. So this phenomena is only apparent when traveling at speeds close to the speed of light. Is that what you're saying?
Well, comparable to the speed of light, like like a fraction of it or something like that.
No, yeah. So it's just you can't really tell, but it still contracts in your paradigm. And when it comes to electromagnetism,
in an irrelevant way.
Speeds.
No, see, this dude doesn't know anything. This other guy, Coach, you're not going to correct the other Glober. So Coach, do you agree that? Watch this. I'm going to expose you. Stop interrupting, please. I'm exposing you. Why are you interrupting?
Experimental apparatus. And to say
I think you actually interrupted. So, Kosho, do you agree that the explanation of relativity is that during the Michelson-Morley, the measuring apparatus contracted? Yes or no?
You're saying that the fucking machine used to measure this changed size, and that's why we should be following this experiment? That's stupid.
Yeah. That's literally what it said.
I'm not claiming that was Lorenz's explanation, and Einstein, as I said, didn't even know about that until after he wrote his paper. So,
my God,
it's true. It's true. Or it doesn't contradict Einstein's explanation. I mean Einstein's relativity, special relativity. But I'm not claiming that that's Einstein's explanation for it.
So how fast is our galaxy? How fast is our galaxy moving around the center black hole, or whatever you want to call it, the Great Attractor? How fast?
1.3 million miles per hour.
Is that close enough fraction of the speed of light to create a Lorentz contraction?
Light is 3.0 times 10 to the 5th kilometers per second, I want to say.
That's not fast enough, apparently, right?
I'm going to correct the globe.
Right?
I'm correcting them. So Lorentz proposed the idea with an ether, okay? He said that the ether is physically contracting the device. He offered a mechanism that resulted in contraction because he said that's either the Earth's at rest or the device was contracted. He said the ether must be contracting it because we know the Earth is moving. Now, Einstein used the same thing, but without the ether. Then after Michelson-Gell, Einstein wrote, I have to allow the possibility for there to be an ether to stay intellectually viable. If Michelson is right, then I am wrong. That is what he said. So when you guys say it has nothing to do with it, you're being dishonest. I don't think you're intentionally lying. I think you just don't understand it. But that's not my problem, bro. So objectively, Michelson Morley, for the Earth to be in a heliocentric model, the measuring apparatus itself had to physically contract simultaneously. Time had to physically expand and slow down. That is objectively what your paradigm's explanation for Michelson Morley is. I can show you Neil deGrasse Tyson saying it. Maybe you'll listen to him say it.
That was what was demanded by your paradigm for it to be intellectually consistent. Now, whether there's experiments to go with it, practical experience to go with it beyond the theory, that's a totally different question. Because a lot of this is talking about the framework by which we analyze the evidence and or the interpretation of the evidence itself. But an intuitive framework would be that space is an ocean that flows. And if we are moving through it, we can definitely tell the difference between moving cross to the wind or the flow and or with or against the wind. That would be an intuitive framework that allows other things to be proven and understood. Now, if we're going to go into Far East mystical Maya and say everything is an illusion ultimately, well, then what the hell are we even talking about if things are contracting, expanding, and we have no absolute basis to go off in the first place? I mean, what are we even talking about?
Here's why I bring up this question now, because I can see an easy get-out clause for the Globers here. They go, right, yeah, you're in an aeroplane, you're traveling 500 miles an hour, but you don't actually feel it, right? All this bullshit. So,
Right,
so
that's
where
relevant.
does the actual Lorentz contraction actually? Where is it valid? Where does it actually take place?
They admit they can't prove it. They admit they can't prove it, and the mechanism's not even agreed upon in 2022.
By the
So
way,
they admit they can't prove it.
a quick thing I want to put in here is I did the little calculation. If you're looking at the Earth around the center of the solar system, that's 220 kilometers per second, 67,000 miles an hour, as opposed to the speed of light, which is 300,000 kilometers per second, which is the percentage is about 0.00001. I might have got the decimals off slightly.
You left out the speed of the galaxy going around the Great Attractor. Why is
Oh,
that?
you just don't feel that. No, that just doesn't matter. We get to just disregard that.
I was just the speed I was just calculating was around the solar
Well, yeah,
system
you
around
take
the
the slower
galaxy.
speed of what is predicated in the heliocentric model, right? That's not the fastest speed that the Earth is going, is it?
Well, just make the Globers, make them, like, this is my advice to fighters, make them absorb their actual position, because they're not doing that. In 2022, we have people on the internet making up a new story. So make them absorb it. In Michelson Morley, heliocentrism requires the claim that the measuring apparatus physically contracted while time simultaneously dilated, widened, expanded, making it slower. Okay, and that's why it looked like they were basically the same results, but they weren't quite the same, but we'll dismiss it to user error. Okay, so absorb your position. Admit that you think in Michelson Morley that the measuring apparatus contracted and that time expanded and slowed down.
Could I possibly add something to that?
Yeah, sure, but I'm just going to keep being reiterative until the Globers admit it, because for 5 minutes they've been saying that's not true.
I mean, it should be noted that this effects of dilation and contraction of the space-time stuff, like postulated in special relativity, can only occur when the speeds involved are close to that of the speed of light, right?
That's what we've been saying, yeah.
Right, how fast is the galaxy going?
So wait. Therefore, no spectacular relativistic effect occurs in ordinary reality because, as Einstein himself admitted, quote, the speed of light is practically infinite from the point of view of everyday experience, quote end. Consequently, an aeroplane in flight will never contract in the direction of its motion, nor will the clocks of the passengers
There you go. Thank
Kind of like
you.
what the quantum theory says
Thank
about
you.
light not having an
Thank
actual
you.
journey.
There
You're
you
saying
go,
thank you,
Jim.
but, you're saying
Yes,
thank you, but
because
now you're
no
going to admit you were
experiment
wrong.
is contracting. I told
Now
you
you're going to
that unless you are moving, please let me talk, because I haven't had a chance to talk.
Yeah,
yet.
let him talk.
Unless you are
Yeah.
moving
Westland,
at
then you're going to let him
relativistic
keep on lying,
speeds.
though?
No,
Please
he
let me
gets to
talk.
talk just
All right,
like
that's
you
it.
do.
You've been going.
Does he get to
I haven't
respond
had
to
a
what he
chance.
said, though?
Just be fair, all right? So, as I was saying, unless you are moving at relativistic speeds, you don't worry about length of contraction because it doesn't happen at ordinary speeds of motion. Like my man's just said, when you're flying in a plane or a moving clock. Those things don't experience length contraction because
We're
they're not
talking about
moving
Michael
fast enough.
Morley.
Lorenz
We're talking
and
about
them
Michael
made
Morley.
up the whole idea that the experiment must be going through some sort of Lorentz contraction to try and save the ether, but it never happened. There
No,
was
we're
no
So how,
Lorentz
talking
so
about.
how is the Lorentz
No,
contraction applied to the
dude, this is.
apparatus in the Michelson-Morley experiment?
He's saying it wasn't,
They,
and Left Lane's letting him skate
it
past it for
wasn't
10
there.
minutes.
Lorenz said it was there,
No.
but it
So,
wasn't
so
there
you
because
were
Lorenz was
saying
trying
that
to save the ether.
Einstein said it
Michelson-Morley.
there. Einstein, you still use the equations to this day for electromagnetism. It was interferometry using light, dude. Therefore, you had to say there
Yes,
was
yes.
contraction.
So are you guys trying to claim then that the apparatus used in the Michelson-Morley experiment was traveling near to the speed of light?
No, the apparatus is an interferometer, right?
So it didn't
It
contract.
measures.
So it didn't contract.
The apparatus itself is not contracting.
So
It
he
didn't.
doesn't understand it. So
The only person that said it contracted was Lorenz, and Whitsitt and Lemon are backing that up, but it was wrong.
okay,
It didn't
so hey,
contract.
whenever I drop
What
Einstein
happens
saying it,
is
are you going to admit you were
what
wrong?
I'm still waiting for you to drop it. So
Are
what
you going to admit
happens
you were
is
wrong? Are you going to admit you were wrong?
drop it first. Drop it, please. So what
I'm driving.
happens, Jim Jam? Oh my God! Then when you drop it, tag me. But stop interrupting me, bro. Please.
You're just lying.
You're lying. You're the liar, bro. All you
Hey,
say
Left
is
Lane, do
lies.
you agree with him?
Please let me
Okay,
talk.
well,
do you agree
let
with
him get out his response and then respond afterwards, so that it doesn't get
You know what?
frustrating. Let's just let him
what-
Thank you,
respond.
Lemon. Thank
What
you,
the
Lemon.
hell, man? I thought this was a free and open server. We can all talk, right?
Because it's been 10 minutes of you just making baseless
Yo,
assertions.
shut up and let me talk, bro. You liar.
Oh, tough guy on the internet.
So, if you could repeat your question, Jim, because I totally forgot. Yeah, because you've been going on, man. Jesus.
Our question's been the same the whole time.
Jim, are you there?
Yo, I'm asking if the apparatus of the Michelson-Morley experiment wasn't traveling at anywhere near the speed of light, then how could it contract?
The apparatus was an interferometer. It uses light to try and detect some sort of.
But the only reason why contraction would happen is if it was traveling near to the speed of light, right?
But the apparatus itself wasn't traveling near to the speed of light. All right, it could
So
not
then, how could
contract.
contraction happen?
There was no contraction, bro. But
okay.
The contraction that happened was the light itself. The apparatus itself is not moving fast.
God.
You know, it's
Hey,
it's an
Left Lane, do you
interferometer.
agree with him?
It has two light beams moving in opposite directions in a rotating frame of reference. And the idea is to
wasn't it
see
stated that the apparatus contracted?
Yeah, I'm about to
the
prove it when
only
I park.
people that stated that were Lorenz in them. And now
Okay,
Whitson
that's
in them
just
are
not true. So he doesn't even know what the Lorentz transform is. What's
and
a Lorentz
Lorenz
transform?
was wrong.
What's
The
the
Lorentz
Lorentz transform?
transform is a mathematical tool that is used to transport somebody from one reference frame to another. That's all it does.
That's
A
right.
Lorentz
It's to make
transform is different from a Lorentz contraction. A Lorentz contraction is where from my point of view, if I see an observer on my horizon moving from left to right at the speed of light, they will contract in the rightward direction, but only from my point of view, right? It's
Gotcha.
reference
So
frame
do all
dependent.
you're not being
Other
very
people
concise,
might
man.
not see a
Oh my
Lorentz
god.
contraction.
Left Lane, where
They
you at
might
now,
be
dude?
moving at a different velocity. I'm answering your question. I'm
Yo,
done.
he's
Go
still
ahead.
going. Okay.
You keep
So do
clipping
all
him,
the
man. God dang, come on.
God dang. Do all the Globers agree with him? That means it's not your turn to talk right now. I'm asking the other people in the room.
I'm actually trying to understand what he's saying, and you keep clipping him.
Okay, do all the Globers agree with him?
Yes.
What is this? A vote? The popularity contest? Like,
No, I want. Yeah, because
I second the motion.
All of you. I'm gonna
Do we
debunk
have
all
a
of you.
quorum?
So could I possibly again
we
add
have
something
a
maybe?
quorum. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, I mean, you know, if we can agree on that, this relativistic effects only happen near the speed of light, and we got Einstein himself proclaiming that the speed of light is practically infinite from the daily experience, right? I mean, we kind of confuse identifying the scientific hypothesis with actual reality.
Well, my question is, who then proposed?
But Jim, he's not done talking. Come on, man.
Sorry.
ahead.
Yeah, and the thing is that if we presuppose that these relativistics are true, then we can only kind of investigate experience reality under this already presupposed notion, right? And this is not really scientific, right? Because if we replace reality with its image, investigation is diverted from one to the other with the consequent of inversion of the process, right? So we can't really do it
Well,
like
then
that.
the simple question is,
one last thing, right? So this double evaluation which Einstein gave to the speed of light, which he proclaims is practically infinite from the daily experience point of view, but has this mathematical constant in his theory, right? This is ambiguous and doesn't work out because we see the contradictions which come up here in our common sense understanding of these topics, right? Because they are only imaginary, man.
right, so this is my simple question, is that, so was there no proponent of the heliocentric model that claimed that Michelson-Morley's apparatus contracted?
Yeah,
yes,
actually,
or objectively is.
I have a book from Stephen Hawking in front of me that is confirmed.
He's going to say
So they
Lorentz
did
again, but he's
claim
wrong
that his
again.
apparatus underwent the Lorentz contraction.
They were, yeah, they definitely were.
He's saying it's just
So are
Lorentz,
you
but
saying,
it was
are you
Einstein
saying they're
himself.
wrong?
Am I saying what?
Are you saying they're wrong now then? Are you?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Right. So when we show Einstein said it, you're going to stick with your story and say Einstein was wrong,
I'm
right?
still waiting for you to show me that Einstein.
I know, but I'm saying when we do, you're going to say then that Einstein was wrong, right?
When you
No,
show
we're
it.
just going to keep saying you're wrong with it.
I know.
Yeah.
That's
Until
what's so
you
funny.
show it, you're a liar and you're wrong.
Oh, wow. I've actually read it. I actually read Einstein's papers on the theory of special and general relativity. I read his book. Did you read his book? You read his book?
I've read a lot of his books, a lot of his papers. I had to study it, so please post it.
Sounds like Einstein is a
You're
liar.
a liar, bro.
Okay,
I'm going to
so
save you the trouble with it. We're going to presuppose you're wrong.
yeah, I know that's all you guys do. But this is what's funny. It's just objective, right? And so I can show you Neil deGrasse Tyson explaining to you in baby terms. Is that what you got? When I park the car, I'll be happy to get it for you. I think it's pretty funny that you guys act like you know, but you can't look it up. But objectively, you have to say the apparatus contracted, bro. You just don't understand it.
Until
don't
you
understand
park
it.
your car, bro.
You guys don't
You're
even
a liar.
understand it, though. You guys just don't understand things. So it's like you guys act like Einstein was just some profound genius, and he's like, oh, metaphysically, space and time, I figured it out. No, it's to explain Michelson-Morley. He had to say something got smaller, which is space. He had to say that things went slower. That's time. So he was forced to invoke time and space. That's objectively what happened. And it's a way to explain that you could never prove that the Earth is moving. That's what relativity is that the combination of time and space and their physical mechanisms, which is insane, makes it impossible to prove the Earth is moving. So if you don't agree with that, then you don't understand relativity.
Yeah, you're just a liar, man. I'm just waiting for you to post that quote.
He's just a liar like Einstein, right?
I'm sure Einstein told lies in his life, yeah.
Dude, and did you know that Einstein said that if Michelson's right, I'm wrong?
He might have said it. I don't know, man.
Did you know that he said the reason he came up with special theory of relativity, what started him towards that, was the Michelson-Morley experiment?
As far as I know, he didn't know about it when he started on this theory.
Oh, interesting. So when I quote him saying that, then I guess we'll do. That's two things. So we have three things now that I'm going to, when I park the car. Let's see what else we can get you to say wrong. Do you agree that that Einstein admitted that there's no way to prove the constant speed of light?
There's no way to prove the two-way speed of light? Yeah, unless you bring up a convention to synchronize your clock.
So what happened was he said that everything's relative, but you have to have something absolute to make everything relative to. So he chose light. Yeah, he said you can't prove it, but I have to use it. I have to use something.
Yeah, he created conventions and postulates for the special theory of general relativity. One of them being that the speed of light is the same in any frame of reference.
And you agree, of course, special relativity doesn't actually apply to the Earth.
So they're trying to claim light is a constant when we don't actually know.
Yeah, he admitted that we don't know.
He's
This is the
saying the
problem with
speed of light
philosophy
is a constant.
because
It's not
things being relative are defined in dialectic opposition to things that are not relative. So for relativity to even be significant philosophically or definitionally, there needs to be some sort of absolute, otherwise relativity is meaningless if you define it in dialectic opposition to something that it absolutely is not, namely something that's absolute, unchanging, and not relative. Do you
Uh,
agree that philosophically relativity has a huge problem?
Yeah,
You
so
agree that
I want to
Einstein said
respond
you can apply special relativity?
to Jim's. If I could respond to Jim's question, please. So, Jim, what Einstein said is the speed of light is not special significant to light only. It's the speed of causality. It's a speed or the space-time interval that separates cause and events. It's the only metric that can be used for different observers moving at different velocities to agree that something happened before something else. We might disagree where it happened and when it happened, but we'll agree on the order of events. And if
So
you
really
reach
slyly
that
and subtly,
speed,
you're trying to
you've
tell me
broken
it's an
causality.
average, right? You're not trying to tell me it's constant. You're slyly, subtly trying to tell me it's an
No,
average.
it is constant. It is constant. But what I'm
Okay,
trying
do
to
you
tell
know
you is it's not about light. It's about causality. That's what
Einstein
it's
also
fundamental.
said Einstein also said that if he's wrong about the assumption of a constant speed of light, then there would be no way to fix his relativity postulate.
Well, the problem is
I
they're
would
speaking in
tend
a
to agree with
premise that the cause and effect, the chain of events, travels at the speed of light. Who said that the speed of light or the rate at which light travels is anything similar to the cause and effect chain of events that happen in reality? Cause and effect are extremely philosophical concepts, so linking it to the speed of light is a little off. We need to prove that cause and effect has a speed in the first place, which we really haven't done. And what causes light to go at a certain speed, it gets to an infinite regression problem because we need to see what, if anything, causes light to go at a certain speed ad infinitum, and what causes that. And that's just philosophically untenable.
Yeah, but Lemon, the speed of light is just a measured amount, right? It's a measured amount that separates a cause from an effect. It's not about light. It's about causality. Everything that doesn't have mass will travel at the speed of light. That is the limit. Things can go slower but never faster. So it's not just light that travels at this speed, but all energy and all forces travel at this speed. It's not about light. It's just to say that this is the limit at which information can be transferred.
Doesn't space expand greater than the speed of light proposed by the heliocentric model?
Yes,
it does, but that's not information. That's not information.
Yeah, that's just space itself expanding. You cannot send information to a part of space expanding away from you faster than the speed of light. It'll never reach it.
But again, the whole point is that there isn't actually a speed of light. It's an average that we agree upon, right? You're trying to make out that it's constant.
Speed of causality. It's a amount we measure. It's a constant
defined
measure.
value.
Whenever we measure it, yeah, it's defined. Whenever we measure it, that is what we get.
Agreed upon is kind of a weird statement. It's a definition.
That was measuring the speed of light actually had undergone Lorentz contraction.
Come again?
Because you're measuring the speed of light, right?
What? I didn't hear the beginning part of what you said.
What if the apparatus that you're trying to use to measure the speed of light undergoes the Lorentz contraction?
What apparatus? Like, are you talking about the Michelson-Morley, like interferometer?
No. Trying to find out the speed of light.
Whatever
How
you
do you
measure.
Do you not use any device? Do you not use any device? Do you not use any device to measure this?
You can use
If
you can
the
use clocks,
apparatus
but
itself
the
contracts, then you don't even
are
have a
not
reliable speed of
moving.
light.
But the apparatus won't contract because it's not moving the relativistic velocities, guys.
But the
Why
light
would the
is, and
apparatus?
that's what you said when we were talking about the Michelson-Morley. So, they're dealing with light, so it contracts.
Yeah,
when
light
you're dealing
contracts.
with light,
Light
you're
is
trying to
moving really fast.
record the speed of light, right? Am I wrong?
And when light is
Am I
when
wrong?
light is contracted, so
No, you're
light
right,
does.
but the thing is,
Oh my god.
Yeah, but then light wouldn't be a constant. That's why Einstein was lying, bro.
How do you know that your apparatus wasn't undergoing that? That you want to claim
Because
on
it
Michael
wasn't
Morley?
moving. Because the apparatus itself wasn't moving fast enough. The light
That's easy.
beam between it was.
So
Light
in
can
Marcus and Morley,
contract.
then the apparatus
Light can be
wasn't
blue. Oh, come on, Jim,
undergoing
please,
this
bro.
contraction.
Please
Excellent. Thank you
talk
very
about
much.
it.
Cheers, mate.
He said the
What
apparatus
was
was
that? That
moving
kind
at
of
a
got you?
fast enough speed related to the speed of light, a significant fraction of the speed of light. Therefore, the length contraction is essentially invariant. It doesn't matter.
So how can it be
It's
applied
like
to Marcus and Morley?
it's like
That's what I just said.
how it's like how speed guns work. You know, they work off the principle that light can contract. You know, because it gets red shifted and blue shifted. But the gun itself is standing still. It's not moving at the speed of light, so it's not contracting.
Right.
Yeah.
I like that. That was good.
Good concession.
What is the concession?
I don't know. I don't
If you
even
don't
know.
know, then you ain't been listening.
Yeah, I'm listening, but I mean, he was saying something about the apparatus contracting, which the apparatus is not moving, and then we talked about the radar gun, and
Oh, because the
that
Earth's
was a
not
good
moving
analogy.
and
And then you
everything else
said,
is
"Yeah,
moving.
thank you," or like you
And
indicated that he conceded to something.
So it wasn't implied in the Marcus and Morley experiment that the apparatus contracted. Is that what you got? You guys are denying that, right?
There is no length contraction in the Michelson-Morley experiment.
Yeah, I don't know
They
what you're
are
talking
some.
about.
Yeah, there are some people that claim there was length contraction.
I mean, the
You're
length
wrong.
contraction would be on the order of, I don't know, 10 decimal places. Picometers, maybe, femtometers.
Okay, so the relativistic fragmented cosmos implications lead us to believe that we do not perceive an image of the sky which is right now, but which belongs to the past, right? So, I mean, me personally, I can only smile at the contrast between the proposed theory and what is like shown in reality immediately. And I just think, I mean, what the hell is going on, right? We got the night sky and the stars, which are perceived by everyone, but the select few can come to the conclusion that these are only apparent and belong to the past because of some like abstract light speed, right? I mean,
Well,
this
it's
is
dishonest in that that's not the way that we come to understand stuff with any sort of enduring foundation. If you want to understand stuff with a shifting foundation that shifts relativistically to the power center of the day in science, so called, well, then, you know, you're going to have shifting understanding that's going to change every 10, 20, or 30 years. But if you
yeah,
want an
sure.
enduring foundation that is not relativistic, well, then you're going to need to go with another paradigm that does accept certain absolutes that tend not to change
Yeah.
and are much more intuitive.
I just
Yeah.
think that
Take
in
it
the
back.
case
Can I
of,
respond?
sorry, one thing. I just think it's an interesting, like, it's interesting this tendency to observe that in heliocentrism, because it's often in the heliocentric model that the theoretical model does not coincide with the sensation transmitted in the first instance by reality. Like, for example, seeing the sky or the sun move, right? So this would be the sensation transmitted by reality, but this would be only apparent and the earth would be rotating, etc., etc. And from this irrational foundation, everything can be inserted there. You see this tendency, what I'm saying?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. What I would say is, you know, it's like you quoted Einstein saying, for everyday life, these things don't matter. You know, we've lived 2,000 years and more without this idea of special relativity, and just because we have this idea, it doesn't change anything. You know, it's an idea about really big things moving really fast.
No, you don't
It is
understand it,
nothing.
man.
Yo,
You just don't
bro, come
understand it.
on. Come on. Oh my God. It has
You're
nothing
just
to
saying
do.
things.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I'll go ahead. So what actually it is, it's all, according to your side, it's always there.
it just isn't detectable until you get a substantial fraction, a substantial speed that is a substantial fraction of the speed of light. It is not that it's only there then, it's that it's only detected then, because it has to always be there according to special relativity.
Okay, and
so when you say when you say it's not there, you're wrong.
I kind of said that
According
earlier.
to the special theory of relativity, length contraction is the phenomenon that a moving object's length is measured to be shorter than its proper length, which is the length as measured in the object's own rest frame. This contraction is usually only noticeable at a substantial fraction of the speed of light. Maybe we'll read it again. According to the special theory of relativity, length contraction is the phenomena that a moving object's length is measured to be shorter than its proper length.
I think I said that earlier when I was talking about
yeah, read that last sentence that you said before. This is only relevant. This is only relevant at speeds approaching the speed of light.
No, okay, listen carefully. It's not that it's only relevant, okay? It just says that it's not very noticeable. But the point is that for the Earth to be spinning and revolving, it has to always be there. All objects in motion are contracting.
There would never be a rest frame. And so why are they talking about a rest frame when everything's in motion? That's contradictory. If there's a rest frame, why isn't everything measured relative to that rest frame as the frame of reference?
Well, they just say relativity makes it look like a rest frame.
So
are they saying that the Earth isn't moving and is at rest if the Earth is allowed to be the rest frame or the reference frame? Are they basically doing a wink and a nod to geocentrism?
Well, they just treat the Earth like it's at rest, but they know it's not. That's their answer. And
I specifically said that with regard to the Michelson-Morley, the length contraction would be 10 decimal places, on the order of picometers, femtometers, something like that. You're talking 10 to the negative 9, 10 to the negative 12,
that's right.
10 to the negative 15 meters.
That's a non sequitur, though. That's a non sequitur.
You're conceding that it's there, but our apparatus can't.
It doesn't affect the end results if all you're measuring, if the result is, if what you're looking for is on the order of 10 decimal places, but you're only measuring to 5 or 6, it is insignificant and doesn't count. And for all practical purposes,
everything is always
doesn't exist.
No, the other guy now needs to come in and admit that he was wrong. Now you need to come in and admit you were wrong. Yeah. So special relativity has length contraction within its fundamental postulation, and that was literally. Okay, well then apply to Michelson-Morley. The object in motion is being contracted. It doesn't matter how small it is, and it obviously does. So now it doesn't again. So you see, you guys have a problem. So first it's just that it's really small. Now it's that it doesn't do it again. You guys go back and forth, but then call me a liar because you guys have a religion you're defending.
If we're going to worry about that amount of length contraction, then every time we perform an experiment, we got to worry about germs maybe moving microscope.
Non sequitur. You said that it didn't contract. Non sequitur. You said it didn't contract.
There's no contraction you got to worry about at all.
Oh, now it's that you have to worry about. But first you said there was none whatsoever, and I was a liar. Admit you were wrong.
I was wrong about nothing. I'm still alive. I'm still waiting for that call.
Dude, are you kidding? Everyone in the room heard you. For 15 minutes, call me a liar and say that it wasn't contracting at all. Now you're saying it's just not that much, so we don't have to worry about it. Which means it does contract at all, doesn't it?
I'm still going to call you a liar just because I want to.
Yeah,
exactly. And this guy's not. You have no intellectual honesty, bro. Because you just now admitted that it does contract, and earlier you were saying it doesn't contract, but I'm the liar.
Is absolutely minimal to the point where, yes, I feel confident saying it doesn't contract. Because if I had to say it does contract, then whenever I perform any other experiment, I got to worry about germs possibly moving my apparatus. But I don't. I don't ever, when I'm holding a microscope and looking at something microscopic, say, oh, a germ moved my microscope. So therefore, I'm not going to say
So
that.
to change your statement, would you not say it does contract, but it's negligible?
Yeah, Left Lane, what you got to say now, Left Lane?
Yeah, I think y'all are being extremely pedantic.
Oh, so this is the problem. This is the problem, Left Lane. You act like you're coming in here and you're trying to be fair and all this, but for 10 minutes he said that I was a liar and that it doesn't contract at all. Now I've literally quoted where it says relativity includes length contraction in all moving objects. So I proved him wrong. And now it's, oh, well, it does, but it's just minimal, which means you need to admit you were wrong when you said it doesn't do it at all. And you have to understand that when it comes to light, it's much more, it's much more noticeable. Okay. So when you did Michelson Morley, when it came to Michelson Morley, you were supposed to have a big change. Okay. It was supposed to be different, but it wasn't different. So they had to apply a contraction to the apparatus.
No.
What is the difference?
Oh, he said no again. He said no again.
There's 10 to the negative 9 meters of length contraction in the Michelson
right,
Morley.
but when it comes to light, that's a big difference. When it comes to the difference in the two light beams, it's a big difference. Do you not understand that?
But the light beams got to their respective sources at the same time, which show there's no preferential frame in which light travels, and there's no ether drag detected. All results.
No. First of all, it was a stationary ether, but again, the fact they didn't arrive at the same time, but pretty much the same time, which is why you have to say that the apparatus was contracting, because they weren't supposed to arrive at the same time. How do you not understand that? According to heliocentrism, they weren't supposed to arrive. What?
Were the observers contracting? Was the platform the apparatus sat on, was it contracting? Was
Don't ask me about
in
your
the yard
Lindsay.
contracting? I mean,
In your theory, yes.
Yes, in your theory, literally everything on the earth contracts, bud.
No, y'all are strawmanning it now.
I just now showed you. According to the special theory of relativity, length contraction is the phenomena that a moving object's length is measured to be shorter than its proper length.
So if the beams of light do not suffer the length contraction, neither one of them, or I guess there's only one, but the device itself is suffering from length contraction of 10 to the negative 9 meters.
That already doesn't make any sense, because you've already stated that it has to be going towards the speed of light to contract. So if the light doesn't contract, how could the people that are moving slower than the light contract?
But
well, listen, the light doesn't contract. They don't understand.
That's what we're saying.
The wavelength doesn't change. The wavelength is the same.
The light doesn't contract. The light is the absolute frame.
A negligible amount, right? In your theory.
Light is the absolute frame of reference in their theory. It doesn't contract. It's used to measure. The object itself contracts. It doesn't matter what you say. It's just objective, dude. You guys have it all backwards, and then you have the audacity to call me a liar, and I parked and Googled for less than 5 seconds and found... Oh, nothing. We got nothing. So they went different ways. One of them was supposedly going with the revolution. One of them was going against it. 2 light paths, okay? That means that the light paths should be different, but they were pretty much exactly the same. Therefore, Einstein proposed that the apparatus itself was contracting. It's called the Lorentz-Fitzgerald contraction.
Damn, how much fucking evidence does a fucking glober need, man? Damn.
They'll just keep saying nuh-uh, and then when I leave, they'll talk about how stupid I am and how I don't understand relativity and all this, and they'll just keep on cycling that it didn't contract. That's what being a glober today is.
It's a freak
Pretending
out.
I didn't just expose them, recorded, and then he can't even admit that he was wrong. And then they start sophistry. Oh, no, it's not enough to count. And, I said it doesn't at all and argued for 10 minutes, but I didn't. I meant it does change, actually.
I'd like to let y'all know I stayed muted this whole time on this topic because y'all are just so fucking really know what's going on. I would just be fucking, just spitballing, but y'all know all the facts. Crazy. I never heard of this experiment, but I find it interesting. I learned a lot today.
You're welcome.
I don't think you learned from you. You're learning.
Man, he learned a
Yeah, I
lot
was
from everything.
literally, I was a Glober in 2021. Like, I argued pretty heavy with my brother about it. My brother really introduced me to the flat Earth, but the more I studied, I realized I was dumb, and I just didn't give it enough thought, and that's all it really was for me.
Yeah, for
You just
sure.
gotta.
Kudos to
Sorry.
you for being honest with yourself.
You have to be honest with what the heliocentric theory actually is. You have to learn what it actually says and then examine what you're choosing to believe is true. And a lot of the people in this room have yet to fully do that. So
It's because Einstein and Elon Musk and all of these guys are so highly, they're praised,
revered.
they're venerated. So, when you give all this credit to these supposed, people that are experts in the field, people are just going to trust who they are told to be trusting.
But
And
they
that was
don't even
that's where I
understand
was
what
at.
they're trusting.
But the
Bro, I
problem
used
is,
to watch
these
Neil
guys end up
deGrasse
being.
Tyson. I used to watch all that stuff.
But the funny thing is, these guys end up being hostile witnesses in the end.
Well, you guys just explained about this Lorenzo and the other guy. What was his name? Miguel or something? Lorenzo and McGipper or whatever.
Okay, so there's Henrik Lorentz, and then there's Michelson Morley, which is two people. It's Albert Michelson and Morley.
Yeah, and you guys laid out very well what these experiments were doing, and I understand, man. I didn't. I sat, I listened, I made sure I understood. I don't know how you could conclude that these experiments didn't prove the Earth is stationary. I listened to everything.
Here's their get out clause is that they're now disagreeing with Einstein.
Yeah, but they can't because it's literally still the theory used. Because there is no other theory. Whatever theory comes has to say, well, it's always going to look like the Earth is stationary. Right. You have to have that theory. So, like, relativity is the best that anyone's going to come up with because it was very difficult to make that theory. It was very difficult to come up with the theory to explain away all experiments. Okay, and Einstein did it with the help of many people, and it took him many years. Okay, and that's why it's still the best they have today because they can't go beyond that. They have to say, well, it's always going to look like the Earth is stationary, right? And so that's what actually happened. And if at least be honest, just absorb your position. We can never say this is an honest Glover's position. We can never prove that the Earth is moving. You can't actually tell because of relativity. And then every time you try to use an optical experiment utilizing light, you're going to suffer from contraction, physical contraction of the matter itself, and time expansion, which slows down, which evens out your measurements to look as if it was stationary. So there's no way to prove it because we live in this crazy world. That's why Einstein attributed it to God and said that the Lord is very subtle. That's what he said, because it's the idea that the Lord, the creator, tricks you to an astounding degree, and the universe is set up to always make you think the Earth is stationary. I guess there's another option, of course,
yo,
right?
that's fucking crazy, bro. No, that's. I'm absorbing that.
Yeah, it's a trip. Of course, the other option is just that all experiments and evidences are right, and the Earth is stationary.
No, but then that would claim that there's what do they call it? What was it Edwin Hubble said about, or one of them said about precise position in space.
Yeah, a special unique position, which is intolerable. He said that the central position of Earth can never be disproved, but we disregard it entirely because of how a special unique position is intolerable.
Sounds like they're basing it off of their presupposition.
Yeah, it's philosophy, but like it's the opposite of science. The opposite of science is, oh well, we can't disprove this, and all the evidence shows us this, but we don't philosophically like that, so we're going to just ignore it. How is that science?
It's
literally the opposite.
Yeah, it's just an agenda. It's pushing bullshit until they can get to some sort of talking point they think they're making, but they never get to it.
Well, they just have to they have to misrepresent what their actual position is because it sounds so absurd when it's said out loud.
Well, and instead of defending their position, they're now trying to attack Ether in the chat. There you go. That's the tactic. When they know that their position is fucked, they then
Now
have
show
to
me something. Show me a benefit. Show me some utility, some way that we
Right, here
can
we
use
go.
this information to understand. No, this is a serious question. Show me the utility and how it lends to us understanding the world around us. in claiming ether.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, we can't debunk. You can't debunk science. You can't debunk science on a Discord platform.
You're not
It
defending your
requires
claim.
experiment.
You're trying to change the topic. You're not defending your claim. That's what I just said. And now you're just going along. Oh, yeah, let's hope they forget about what we were just talking about and let's bring up Ether.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it is. Because they have a script, and
What
their
it all
script is
boils
that
down
Michelson
to.
Morley. Their script is that Michelson Morley debunked the ether. They don't understand that. They just say it. And so if you start pressing them with the details because you do actually know, they can't. They shut down and just keep saying it because that's all the script they have is.
So okay. So I concede. Hypothetically, you win. Now what?
No, the Earth isn't moving. Thanks for playing.
Then
What?
you got to figure out why we watch the sun does what it does, why the stars have two celestial poles at 180 degrees from one another, how we have
The
the
sun is moving.
eclipses. You got all this shit that you've got to put together in a concise, coherent package that will explain flat Earth.
Okay, first of all, now you're changing it to flat Earth. Okay, we were talking about a stationary Earth. Try to keep up. Okay, so what you just requested, a geocentric stationary Earth, and how we can explain how the sun moves and the stars move. That's all been mapped out for decades. So you can use a neo-Tychonic system to explain all of that. So what's your next question?
Yeah. What is the utility in that?
It's actually accurate, and we don't have to make presumptions that all evidence is tricking us. And therefore, when we make eclipse predictions using geocentric baselines, they actually make sense. Whenever you use your little geostationary satellites and they use geocentric baselines, they actually make sense. All your satellites use geocentric baselines. Everything that exists in the world assumes the Earth is stationary and uses a geocentric Earth. So what exactly is the benefit of heliocentrism? What can heliocentrism explain that geocentrism cannot explain?
Well, my question was, what's the utility in it? How can we use this newfound information to make life better and actually utilize this information?
Well, I'm going to ask the question again.
Is that a real question?
Yeah, because he doesn't want to answer my question. What can heliocentrism explain that geocentrism cannot explain?
The motion of the planets.
You're not supposed to benefit.
And our ability to have
of the planets.
Okay, so retrograde motion is easily explained in geocentrism. Try again.
And here's the thing: in either camp, that's philosophy.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you haven't seen it, but it doesn't matter.
Have you seen Stellarium?
It's called a
that's
you mean where you sit on a flat
Try
surface
again.
and watch? You mean where you go into person and look at them and it's a giant dome? So what we're actually going to talk about is the fact that you're acting like heliocentrism is a fact, and you just claimed retrograde can't be explained in geocentrism, but you can apply a neo-Tychonic system of all of the motion of the stars and planets relative to the sun's motion around the Earth, and it perfectly explains retrograde, parallax, etc. And Jupiter's moons. Those are the three Google will tell you. They're all wrong, and I can cite every astrophysicist in the world and astronomer telling you that. So you're wrong. So the answer is, what can heliocentrism explain that geocentrism cannot explain? The actual correct answer is nothing. Now let's flip the question around.
No. Let's keep it simple. You just made a claim. Show me how a lunar eclipse works on a flat Earth.
So now you're going back to flat Earth, okay? So you seem to not be capable of understanding we're talking about a stationary Earth right now. You keep wanting to go to flat Earth, which is a different conversation.
I'm sorry, but eclipses don't make sense in the heliocentric model, dude. That's where it doesn't make sense.
That's
correct.
Where
you're wrong.
And even NASA
sense.
uses.
Do you know what a
NASA
Saturnalia eclipse is, bro?
Yeah, I do.
NASA uses geocentric coordinates to predict eclipses.
So how does it work? How does it work on a stationary flat Earth?
Why you write it out? Do it. Use both models and see how well you can predict with either one. And then
all you do in heliocentric, you have the sun and the moon, and you put the Earth in between them. That's it.
Do it.
No, well, actually,
It's
so
done,
yeah,
man.
that's right.
Come on.
And first of all, you don't use heliocentrism to predict eclipses. You use a geocentric coordinate system. So stop lying. Stop saying it over and over. I just debunked you. NASA uses geocentric coordinates.
You're pretending you debunked
No,
it.
no,
Well,
just
then
Google,
give us a
just Google
citation
it.
to the contrary.
Well, I'll drop a citation proving. So give me like 30 seconds.
Well, allow
and this is
him. Allow him
he won't.
to cite it.
What, cite a lunar eclipse? I mean, how many times have you seen it?
No, cite that NASA uses heliocentric coordinates to predict eclipses because they objectively don't. They use geocentric coordinates.
Well, so what? I mean, you could do that.
Oh,
So what?
So what? Okay, so
yeah, you're referencing your position and how things are oriented around you. So you would naturally pretend like you're geocentric and how things are moving around you to make those predictions.
Okay, perfect. So again, when I asked you what can heliocentrism predict that geocentrism can't, you brought up retrograde, debunked. I'll do parallax for you, debunked.
Not debunked. You just said it. You haven't shown me anything.
Neotychonic system. I explained it to you. It's that everything moves around the sun as the sun moves around the earth. Explains all the motions of the planets. Okay?
Yeah.
So, yeah. So, again, the question is, what can heliocentrism explain that geocentrism cannot? The answer is nothing. I can cite astrophysicists until tomorrow saying that. It's just subjective. Now, if you ask the question in reverse, what can geocentrism explain that heliocentrism cannot? The list is very long.
So you say that the planets are moving around the sun as the sun moves in a circuit overhead. When we see Mars transit the sun, and if the sun is 3,000 miles in altitude, then that means that Mars must be less than that in altitude.
Right.
That doesn't make any sense.
So now you have to go into this crazy straw man land where I now have 3,000 miles of altitude. You just got refuted. So
I mean, I don't know how else to put it. I don't have any other information to go by.
Hold on. Like I said, left lane.
The sun is an apparent location.
In either camp, the sizes and the distances are philosophy.
No, we've got radar.
Well, yeah, and here's the deal. Like, if you use you shot radar to the sun.
Yeah, they said they did. which I will admit seems a little extreme to me. It really does. But they do claim to bounce radar.
Oh, you're gonna admit it, but then you're gonna use that as your evidence. That's cute.
They actually don't even claim that.
I can't refute it. I can't refute it.
They don't claim that.
Because it's a black body. You can't bounce anything off it.
They don't claim that. They don't claim that, left lane, so cite it.
Yeah, they do claim it. I mean, I've seen it cited. Yeah, they're studying. Yeah, they do. Yes, they do. You're just telling stories now.
They claim they shoot radar at Venus to determine the distance to the sun. You don't even know what you're talking.
So
okay,
is that because they claim that Venus has near enough the same radius as Earth? Oh wait, how did they get the radius?
We walled off into Never Land here. What is the utility of this debunking that you've done of Michelson Morley and proving the ether? What is the utility of it? How can we use it in our everyday life?
All right, here's how we can use it. So it shows that all experiments and empirical evidence is accurate. We don't have to twist it and say it means the opposite of what all evidence shows us, for starters. Secondly, it shows us that there's actually now we are allowed to have a medium to sustain propagation, to sustain electromagnetic waves, light waves. So now we actually have a medium to sustain it. So again, the most important thing is that if the Earth is geocentric, then you don't have the problem of 10 to the 120th power, the expansion rate being way too slow, the galaxies having only 3% of the mass needed, uniform distribution, infinite uniform distribution not being accurate with the background medium, the axis of evil. You don't have any of these problems in geocentrism, but you have all these problems in here.
Light travels slower in a medium like glass, water, air.
Well, that's where you fucked up, because light doesn't actually travel. It's a sheer rate of inductance, which you seem to fail to realize.
Yeah, here we go again.
Hold on. So the speed of light, where was it tested on Earth?
There is no speed of light.
No,
Well,
hold
the
on,
thing
hold
about
on.
that,
Where-
we
hold on,
actually
hold on,
we
hold on,
actually
hold on.
have
Where was
utility.
the
We
speed of light
actually have
tested?
utility.
Are you saying that the speed of light is faster in space?
It's just a rate of induction. He's saying that it doesn't have speed. Speed is travel from point A to point B. He's saying light doesn't do that. It's nothing more than an ether perturbation. So light is effectively instant. It's like if you had a string stretched to the other side of the room and you were like, how long did it take that string to get to the other side of the room? I'd be like, it's already there, bro. He's saying
Right,
that.
but the speed of light slows down because of the medium. So if we've only ever tested the speed of light here on Earth in a medium,
The speed of light is a false misnomer, because that infers that something discretely is traveling from A to B, which light doesn't
someone's
do.
made a claim. Someone's made a claim, right?
No,
So
it's not a
we've all
claim.
been told, oh yeah, we know the speed of light, but then it would obviously be faster in space, right? So what's that?
It's not okay. It's not
Yeah,
fast.
this is how we have Chernikov radiation. Can you explain Chernikov radiation and why it induces so much faster than your photon?
Let's get deeper into the weeds now.
Wait, say the name
you brought
again.
it on, buddy.
Lefling just wants to dismiss everything that has substantive specificity and value. So, will you say the name again for people that actually want to learn and not just regurgitate Glober scripts off the internet? What kind of radiation did you say?
Oh, Chernikov radiation.
But hold on, going back to my point that I was saying is that if the speed of light is faster in space, then when they tell us these bodies, however far they are away, then they're using the speed of light that we've measured here on Earth. That wouldn't be
They're
true.
in a
right?
vacuum. In a vacuum.
Well, they
yes.
say that in a vacuum, and they say it's close enough. Right.
Right,
So
but
it's
that's
close
nowhere
enough.
near what that you claim is up there, right?
But it's close enough. Like there's no physical impedance of the particles, and there's only a few hydrogen atoms per cubic meter, even on the ones replicated on the Earth, and so it wouldn't be that big of a change. That's their claim. And then, and what he's explaining is there is no actual proof of a point A to point B travel of speed, and so it doesn't slow down or speed up in a medium. It's just that your perception of the rate of induction changes relative to the additional medium. So it's being induced into the etheric background medium. But if you have an additional medium on top, like additional medium of water or whatever, then the rate of induction that is perceived is going to change relative to that, because it's all about your perceiving vibration in mediums.
Right, the
And
two medium problem. Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah. So, but like what he pointed out is that there's actually things that go faster than your little photons, which debunks relativity. And under Einstein's own admission, if the claim of a constant speed of light is incorrect, there will be no way to fix his relativity. So, well, what's the rebuttal?
But then again, because the speed of light is so fast, doesn't matter really how close you are to replicating the vacuum out in space, because the speed of light is so vast. Any difference in what vacuum you use on Earth, yeah, you're going to get a huge differential on the speed of light because it's so big. Right?
Well, we use it for measurements. We seem to have a pretty good handle on it.
That's what I'm thinking. One utility of the speed of light are laser tapes, where you can measure a room or distances. We've got laser range finders on the golf course.
You're cutting up a little.
Tell how far away we are from the hole. Yeah.
We missed quite a bit of that. You cut up.
Long and short of it,
Yeah,
it has
coming up out of the
utility.
valley.
I mean, is this why they tell us that they got the distance to Polaris wrong?
because they know that maybe speed could be the light of speed could be traveling different in space
No,
compared
they
to
don't.
the
They don't use the speed
vacuums
of
on
light
Earth
for
that they've tested
Polaris.
it in.
They don't use the speed of light for Polaris.
Oh, it's parallax, right? Or the lack of.
Teeny tiny parallax. I think we can. Actually, can we still do parallax on? I don't remember if they can do parallax on.
But still, trying to determine when they make the claim of, oh, this light has travelled is travelled this far from the past. I think that would be quite different compared to what we've come to as the speed of light here on Earth.
Jim Jam.
In our vacuums, right? Because
Jim
that is
Jam.
nothing near the vacuum out there in space. And if you've got such a big number like the speed of light, then if you can't make the vacuum as strong as the vacuum is in outer space, right? That tiny little bit, you're going to get a complete different number. With
Hey, Jim Jam, do you think sound involves a rate of speed?
A rate of speed?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Do you think sound travels at a set speed?
No, I think it's dependent on the medium.
Right. Yeah. Sound is medium dependent, just as light. There's nothing discretely traveling from A to B when when we're dealing with sound, and similar to light.
Yeah, I think the problem is
sound itself.
But that's what I'm getting at. They can't.
Go ahead,
they can't produce a vacuum here on Earth. It's anywhere near. They try and claim that it's near the.
But a vacuum, a true vacuum, doesn't exist, and you would agree with that. So why induce a vacuum into this conversation?
So, Moyok's tried to speak a couple of times. He keeps getting stepped on.
Sorry, go on.
Go ahead, Moyok.
Even if you wanted to drop the speed of light by 10% or increase it by 10% or 20% or hell, 10 times, the distances are still astronomical and would still give us the same results as far as all observations on Earth.
So then how do you explain instantaneous action at a distance?
You tried to give us
how do you explain that?
And definitive sizes and claim it as fact.
How do you deal with instantaneous action at a distance with your?
Have you ever seen that?
You mean like entangled particles?
Yeah, it's been done by at least 3 people.
Yeah, but the idea.
Have you seen it?
They're not exchanging information. So
I've seen videos on it.
Yeah,
you're really low.
The laws of, because am I low? Hello, can you hear me, Howard?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, the idea with that is they don't violate causality because they're not exchanging information. So there's nothing moving between them faster than the speed of light. It's just entanglement, and we don't fully understand why this is happening, but we know it doesn't break relativity or anything like that. There's no light being passed between them.
Long and short, for our observations, if we can measure anything with any kind of reliability out to about 1 million miles, you can do just about everything we need to with navigation, stars, extreme distances, all of that stuff. If it's anywhere even near 1 million miles, you're starting to come down to a pretty solid proof that the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, can I interrupt? This might sound unrelated, but like, how come we can't see this shit? If we're moving like this, wouldn't that be represented in like how the stars are moving? Like if there's stars above us and they're not moving on the same trajectory as Earth, why do we see the same constellations and stuff?
Because we all moving in a cyclical fashion through our galaxy.
They never change. The constellations have never changed.
Yeah, thousands of years. People on oceans use stars to navigate, and they claim that there is like a certain amount of expansion going on, that we're wobbling, we're spinning, there's a revolution, there's like an oblongated
you
orbit.
expect them to change? Do you expect the constellations to change?
Yes. Who cares what I
Why?
expect? This is what your science textbooks claim, dude. It doesn't matter what I think. I'm disproving your model.
Yeah, but our model and our textbooks don't say that the constellations are going to change anytime soon.
Yeah, but they
So
do.
what do you expect
Textbooks
it to
say
change?
that Vikings use Polaris for navigation.
What about precession? And
Yeah,
here's the
both
thing:
at the same time.
I don't rule out precession being a possibility, but I don't account it to being because of the Earth's axis.
No, if precession of the equinoxes existed, the Vikings would not be able to use Polaris for navigation.
Yeah, but what about the people before
definitely.
the Viking, and before that, and before that? Was it not?
But those things are
I don't
accounted
rule
for
out
in
the
our
possibility
model.
that
Like
it could change.
I don't see. What is it you guys are expecting? Are you guys saying within our model the constellation should change tomorrow?
No, what I'm saying is in 800 AD, when the Vikings were using Polaris for navigation, Polaris wasn't even supposedly the North Star at the time.
Yeah, but
In
Polaris
800
moved the
AD,
least
I don't
amount.
think 800 AD was far enough. Maybe if you go 3,000 to 4,000 years ago, but 800 AD is less than 2,000 years. The Polaris would have been the North Star.
The claim is that
You
one star
Globers claim
removes 1
Polaris moves
degree.
1 degree off NCP every 73 years.
It does, but that 1 degree over
Polaris
73 years is nothing.
Polaris is evidence enough. But you could just talk
so
about the
far
fact
away.
that, like, do you honestly think that the trajectory of us around the sun and then the sun around the center of a supermassive black hole, do you honestly feel like that those two celestial paths are so synchronistic that you can't see, like, that path changing? Do you understand what the fuck they're suggesting?
Well, around the Milky Way was supposedly taking 250 million years to go around, which represents about 1 degree every million years. That's a pretty small number. A little less than a degree per million years.
Wait, no, that's not the movement I'm referencing. I'm talking about this is the heliocentric model. This isn't what I believe. This is what they claim. We're spinning, right? The Earth is wobbling on an axis. We're rotating around the sun. The sun is at the event horizon of a massive black hole, and that's also rotating. And then we have an expansion, and we have an contraction, and we have a wobbling, and we have galactic vacuums. But, you know, I can't perceive any of this in the star. Like, none of the stars' positions change over 1,000 years. They haven't changed, even though all these movements are happening. Heliocentrism pretty much.
Why is no one telling him about his mic? Like you guys are mean.
Yeah,
when you
mic
say it's over 1,000 years, you can't see it. Every star has proper motion, or not every star, but virtually every star has proper motion of the visible stars that we can measure. So, I mean, over 50 years we can measure these things. Over 10 years we can measure these things. Subtle, tiny motions that, when you look at them precisely, you can measure.
Sorry about my mic.
No problem.
But anyway, in 800 AD, that was 1,300 years ago, which means Polaris should have moved like 17.5 degrees off its NCP. It hasn't. If it was off its NCP, it wouldn't be Polaris. It would be rotating in a circle just like Ursa Minor does around it. I think the stars on Ursa Minor are far more than less than 17 degrees away from the NCP. So how are they using the Polaris as a North Star when it wasn't in the North Celestial Point in the first place? Unless your model's wrong.
It was, and it still is. And over a period of less than 2,000 years, there's not going to be that much noticeable discrepancy.
You claim 1 degree every 73 years. That's 17 degrees off the North Celestial Point from 800 AD till now. That's like 17.8 degrees.
Is that the claim? I would actually like to see that.
Well, I
I've
mean,
heard
it's not
that, but
probably
it
your
doesn't sound
personal
right.
claim, but that's what you
No.
people
I mean,
like to say.
I understand. Yeah. You saying that's what the model is. I would like to see that. If the model actually does that. Do you have something I can see? I question it. I don't think our model says
That's because it's stupid on its face, but Globers try to use that as how much Polaris moves in a calendar year.
On Facebook? What? I'll look into it, man. I'll look into it. But I do question that figure. But I'll look into it. But no, according to our model, Polaris should have been the North Star then. And so
Yeah, bro, if you question that figure, look into it right now, bro. You're in the middle of the debate. Look into it now, bro.
When was Thuban supposedly the North Star, dude?
My hands are busy, man. And it's his claim. He should, back it up.
It's not my claim. I don't claim anything. I'm just saying what you guys
You said
say.
you got it on Facebook.
You're like the worst Glober I've ever met. You're just chanting the word Facebook.
Yeah, you told me that you got this information off of Facebook.
Oh, I did? Okay. No.
You didn't say that. Oh, I was wrong then. I thought you said Globe was off of Facebook or something. I'm sorry.
All right. Polaris, that movement is small, about 46 arc seconds per 1,000 years.
There we go. Yeah, that's more.
So how many degrees is that per 1,000 years then? How many degrees?
46 arc seconds. It's less than 1 degree every 1,000 years.
Yeah. Do you know how many arc seconds are in a degree?
So that means that when supposedly in your model, based off your history, when the pyramids were built, Thuban was not the North Star then.
Perhaps.
When the pyramids were built, maybe. Yeah, maybe when the pyramids were built. That's really far back.
Really?
But
This is what you guys are. Wow.
800 AD?
Like
No, there's no way 800 AD it wasn't the North Star, and that was your claim. So 800 AD it was definitely the North Star.
It's not my claim. I've never said Polaris moves. It's your claim that Polaris isn't always going to be the North Star. Do you know when's the next North Star supposed to be?
Yeah. A few thousand years, man. I don't know off the top of my head.
Bro, that was such a random. That's what you call a guesstimate, bro. You just came in with a random number.
That was a guesstimate. It was. It's I don't know off the top of my head. I don't remember, but it's a few thousand years. It's gonna be a while, man. None of us are gonna live to see it. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, it's not gonna matter to us.
The type of response you're given is like literally on a whim. You have to study this, bro. You're coming up with your answers on the spot.
Should I Google it? Would you rather?
I Googled it, and one source said exactly that. It's not going to matter to us. It's going to remain our North Star throughout our lifetimes and for a few thousand years after. That's what the site said.
Nice. So my guesstimate was pretty accurate, pretty right.
Yeah.
I don't know. But you guys are asking questions.
I wish my mic wasn't so fucked up. No, I'm not mad, bro. But when you're being presented a lot of evidence, you can't just shrug it all off and go to another argument.
What evidence was I presented? What did you guys present?
Hold on, let me make sure my mic is good.
It sounds
good
right now.
What evidence did you present? I can hear you clearly.
Well, dude was getting into Polaris, which I'm not super duper as good as him on that subject, but I think he made a good point.
So dude made a claim, and apparently he got his claim from Globers on Facebook. So all I asked was that he verifies that claim. He wasn't able to provide evidence to verify.
Okay, I don't need to go to Facebook to talk about this. So what I am going to say is that Polaris is supposedly a star in the sky that has a position and that navigators of the seas have used to find their way home because the star is always in the same coordinate in the sky. Right? Do you agree with that?
I agree with bits and pieces, but not the
whole. Globe model states that Gamma Cephei will be the next North Star in about, like 2,400 years or so? So that means the North Stars have to move off their NCP. And they don't.
Yeah, eventually it will. It will eventually, but we're not going to live to see any of this.
Well, the thing is, if it eventually does, that means it wasn't on the NCP in 800 AD.
No, not 800 AD. thousands of
My
years
bro.
before that. 800 AD, it would have still been there. It takes a
Are
long
you
time
able?
for this to happen.
Are you able to
But
hear
if
me?
you want
Okay.
to say, I can hear you. But if you want to say that the North Star wasn't our North Star when the pyramids were being built, I could rock with that because the pyramids seem to be really old. That's over 5,000 years ago. Some people say so. Round about that time, it could have been that Polaris wasn't our North. But 800 AD, that's less than 2,000 years ago. It's definitely our North Star.
Have you ever seen a time lapse of the night sky over 48 hours?
I think so.
Over 48 hours?
24 hours, 48 hours. Have you seen this?
Sure.
I think.
I mean, not 24. I mean,
24.
close to. I mean,
Yeah, 24
okay.
definitely.
I'll pull up the videos because I really don't like sourcing shit because I know what I'm saying is real. But like, if you pull up a video of a 24-hour time lapse of the sky, the stars are moving in a circular motion, meaning that they will trace their own path again.
That's
You understand that?
That's expected.
True.
You know, our
There's
acceptance is different.
there's video evidence of.
You are right. You are right, bro.
Yeah.
No one's
Any
arguing with you.
minuscule change in these stars' trajectories would show.
No.
Right?
No.
Not in one day.
Why not?
No.
Not in one day.
Absolutely, they would.
Not even in a week. A week,
Not even
maybe.
in a thousand years, bro. It's been 1,000 fucking years, bro.
It would show. It would show. 1,000 years, it would show.
It hasn't
We
showed
don't
in
have
1,000 years, bro.
We don't have 1,000-year time lapse of the sky. You know, you
I'm gonna
gave
take the same
examples
approach. Show me
like
1,000
38
year
hours.
time lapse.
Hey, bro. The stars are not moving on this heliocentric model's supposed movement.
Yeah,
It's
they
not
are.
how it's going, bro. No, it's not.
You say no, they're not. I say yes, they are. So now what?
And your argument is based on shit you don't
also
fucking
incredibly
not
incorrect.
proving nothing. If anybody gonna prove the fucking globe to me, I'll give them $100. I'll give you. I'll cash app anybody $200 if they can give me real evidence.
No, you won't.
You won't. You won't. You won't accept any evidence.
Left lane literally said
Oh, I'm
we'll all be
accepting
dead
all
when the
kinds
next
of
North
evidence.
Star comes.
I am the
so it
evidence
doesn't matter.
acceptor, bro. I accept that.
Yeah,
Of course I do.
I've got hundreds of images that are evidential of a curved surface and a
Provided
rotating
by-
planet, and you won't
provided
accept
by-
it. So I don't even know what you're asking for.
Who are you getting these images from,
You
bro?
got images of what showing a curved surface?
Some of mine, things being obstructed and different, all the normal stuff.
Oh, so no
who took
Atmo
these
Day
pictures?
where we can see physical Earth curve blocking shit bottom up.
Who took
Yeah.
these pictures?
Yeah, he just
Different
said yeah
people.
to that. Yeah, that's a day when we didn't have air.
Yeah, different people.
That's it. That's your answer. Different people.
Yeah, I mean, what difference does it make?
It's a good answer.
I mean, if anybody didn't know the
should
heliocentric
he
model
know?
or the geocentric model, and they heard your argument, bro, that's crazy. You don't have an argument.
Yeah, we're 5 years into it, and it's just kind of bouncing the same shit back and forth over and over again. I don't know what you want me to say.
I mean,
Proof. I'll cash that. God damn it! I want proof of this shit, bro.
we don't have proof. We only have evidence.
No,
Can't
I
prove
want.
nothing.
I will cash app somebody.
So I mean, if we give you pictures, like why am I not getting cash?
Well, you got to ask who are the sources. Are they composite images? Like, what kind of pictures are you trying to show me? You got to ask these
If you
kind of
want to show a
questions before you get your
picture,
money.
let's break down the image.
a real picture of the Earth from space.
A
It's
real
not composite.
picture.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Real
no
picture,
fisheye.
that's not a composite.
No fisheye lens. Yep, no fisheye.
Huh?
Why no fisheye?
Real picture
You
from where?
can calculate what a fisheye demonstrates. You can
Because a
actually
fisheye is a manipulated image, bro. I'm not dealing with that. I'm talking about a regular ass picture of Earth.
Wow.
Okay, Bernard star, Kepner's star, Groombridge, Lasil, Gillies, Ip, Cygni, or Cygna. All of those have extreme proper motion.
Yep.
So what is he complained about proper motion? Those will also look like completely circular stars when they're going around. You'd have to look at them over decades to see the difference.
Even though the Earth is wobbling, the Earth is supposedly wobbling at a rate that can be detected on like a fucking weekly basis. And this wobble doesn't change the position of the stars?
What is the wobble? It's like every 25,000 years or something?
Yeah.
No, it's not.
Well, I don't know.
They say that. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna pull this up for you. Hold on.
The precession of the equinoxes.
But you also would
Which
have
is
to
why I
tell us what the
understand how they're
magnitude of
gonna
that
argue.
wobble is. You know,
They say
basically.
that the Earth wobbles every 6 to 14 years.
Okay, so what magnitude?
Well, you just said 25,000 years.
Well, there's different things, and what magnitude? If it's wobbling and it's only wobbling a tenth of an arc second, then maybe I don't know. It's not something we're going to spot.
If you're talking about a complete apparent revolution of the northern celestial pole, that's 25,000 years.
Oh, that's not what
I
we're talking
understand.
about. We're talking about the Earth wobbling.
Yeah, that's what it would appear to be in the sky.
So the Earth wobbles every 6 to 15 years.
No, I wouldn't say that. That doesn't make
Well, that's
sense.
what your model says, though.
Okay, then show us that because I don't know about that. So
There's a full wobble and there's a partial wobble.
Can't comment.
I guess NASA doesn't know what they're talking about, I guess.
They're saying, teach me about my model that I believe in that I'm arguing with you about. It's stupid.
It's stupid. I make a random assertion about some minute thing that doesn't come up in common conversation, and you expect people to know everything about it.
That's a key feature here. The globe model would offer you lifetimes of content. You wouldn't have to ever worry about flat Earth again. Just dive into it.
We do it for fun.
That's what I'm talking about. The globe model has enough fun, both imaginary and real, built into it. You would never have to worry about a flat earther things, or flat Earth at all. It would debunk the need to Karen, right there.
NASA says right there it's changed drastically recently.
Okay. What's drastically?
You go read it. It's your religion. You said that it doesn't happen. You said it only happens every 25,000 years. So it less than 10 seconds to Google and prove you wrong. It couldn't be a better source. It's literally
That's
NASA.
not even a complete wobble, though. What you just posted was a wobble from, its axis about 20 to 60 inches. A complete wobble takes like
how giant does this wobble have to be for you to perceive it? Like, what are these astronomical sizes things need to be in order for them to be perceived optically by people? Like, these fucking things are ridiculous.
Imagine that you take your telescope and you set up your telescope in your backyard, move it 16 inches, and look at how much difference there is in the appearance of the stars in angle.
It literally says the wobbles
have to do with
taken into
anything.
account. It literally says the wobbles have to be taken into account to make GPS accurate.
That would actually be more. That would be more believable. Like star observations would be, like I said, if I move my telescope 16 inches, I don't think I could tell that it moves 16 inches even looking at the moon.
You don't ever see the stars really move. Like, this is something else the Globers just don't know, and I bet when I say this, they'll deny it. But Harvard will tell you. Watch, you're going to deny it. We all know. But Harvard will tell you that when you get a negative parallax measurement, just make it positive.
Bernard Starr.
Just going to skate past what I just said, I guess.
Bernard Starr.
Harvard tells you that when you get a negative...
Bernard Starr moves. It dissipates. It just what they say.
It's been observed.
So Harvard tells you whenever parallax, you get a negative parallax measurement to just make it positive. And so it's like 89.999999999, and then compared to another 89.9999999, and then eventually, in theory, they cross paths. When they show you the depiction, they show these drastic angles that cross paths. But no, it's 89.99999. And sometimes it's positive, sometimes it's negative. And so when you get the negative, you just are supposed, because that's going the wrong way, right? So you just make it positive. That's what Harvard says to do. Harvard Astronomy Department. This is science for sure. And anyway, and so you claim that the wobble changes all the time, and NASA sits in that article and says it's changed drastically recently because of the mass of the water on the Earth.
Again, drastically is a very subjective term. I'm looking to see what it means.
That's
I'm
why
sure
I got
I'm sure NASA's misusing the word though, and you know more about the word drastic in this context than NASA does, for sure.
glacial rebound, melting ice, and mantle convection are all causes for the Earth to wobble.
It says
And
it's
that was
gone
the-
up to 37 feet. It's wobbled as much as 37 feet difference.
And none of this is represented in the stars.
Yo, it literally says it has to be accounted for observatories on the Earth.
You know, if I wanted to measure the wobble of the Earth, wouldn't I be able to do so by observing the stars?
Wait, how does it have nothing to do with observations of the stars when it literally says on NASA's website right there that you have to account for it for observatories on the Earth?
Ooh, shit.
Yeah, the highest,
would say-
magnitude lenses and stuff like that. I'm saying you, as Joe Blow, would not be able to see this.
So you just keep changing. You keep moving the goalposts and changing your claim. You keep changing your claim as we continue to prove it wrong. So, and then in addition, you would have to account for. So Joe Blows, as you say, no, like amateur astronomer will ever see parallax. That doesn't actually happen. Now the Globers on here pretend that they've seen it in their backyard, but they just make stuff up. And so that's what we're talking about in the context of your religion, where you guys claim this is real. Well, it's only NASA that claims to be able to do it, and then really expensive observatories, right? And they claim that it's 89.9999999 degrees. So when you use this observatory to find the difference in that small of a change, you have to factor in every minute factor, including the change of the Earth's wobble. That's what NASA says. I just dropped a link.
Okay, that's great. But parallax, when you say that you can't see parallax, you can't see parallax in distant stars. You might be able to do Alpha Centauri as a backyard astronomer, or Proxima Centauri, whatever, the fucking closest one.
Oh, really?
You could do it on the moon. You could see huge parallax.
Now we're not talking about the stars anymore. Now we're going to talk about the moon. Okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we're just talking about the moon. No, I'm describing two different things. You know, the world is a bigger place than your myopic little beliefs are. And there are many things we have to consider. There's close things and there's far things.
Use your globe model right now.
Take
a breath.
Differently than some of the far things.
Everyone can tell you're getting really upset and you're spiraling, but there's no reason to be upset, man. It's okay. Okay,
You don't understand that there's close, near, and far.
Right there. Use your globe model for something practical. Pump the brakes here.
Do you live in America, bro?
Do you know what near and far is?
Do you live in the United States, bro?
Do you know that far things are not going to have as much parallax as near things?
Wow. Do you live in
Boy, you know that. Good boy.
This guy.
You live in the United States.
You know.
Because, dude, it's okay. If you live in the United States, we have religious freedom here. You know what I'm saying? So, like, you're allowed to have this religious belief. It's no big deal. It's okay. It's okay.
Ad hom.
How is that an ad hom?
Ad hom.
Okay, let's define
You
ad
give
hom.
a warning before you do that.
Straw man fallacy.
So when this guy talks down to me saying, "Oh, you can understand it," that's okay. Left lane has nothing to say. But whenever I make a joke about religious freedom, that's an ad hom, even though ad hom means that your argument is an insult. That means you say an insult as your argument, but that's not what I've done. I've actually refuted 5 consecutive claims of his. He continues to shift the goalpost. Now we're all the way to the moon, okay? And now you're saying I ad homed him because he has ran away from every refutation. You're doing a great job of moderating.
Mic drop! Mic drop!
Even if ad hom, you could use a heliocentric model, as Carl Sagan claimed for pale blue dot, and demonstrate the folly of human deceits to underscore your responsibility to deal more kindly with one another. You could do it right there in real time. Oh, someone ad homed you, so what? Get over it. You live in a heliocentric model.
I think the thing that's most annoying about what you're saying, though, is like you'll say, "Oh, well, we got this motion. We got this motion." They all have different implications depending on how far away the observation is taking place. So,
check this.
And who's making the observation. So you do have to actually take those into account. You can't just say that we're going around to 200, that the Earth is wobbling, and without talking about magnitude, and then what you're talking about observing with that change.
Okay, so you guys said it doesn't count. It's like 0.2 or 0.8 inches or whatever you said. So around the year 2000, Earth's spin axis took an abrupt turn toward the east and is now drifting almost twice as fast as before.
Okay.
At a rate of 7 inches a year. So it took an abrupt turn towards the east and is now drifting almost twice as fast as before. But there's no change and it takes 25,000 years.
It's a very big dynamic system.
Yeah, you guys need to just debate freaking NASA, bro. The only thing flat earthers have to do nowadays is just cite NASA. Cite NASA, cite Einstein, cite Stephen Hawking, because you guys have a new version of the globe Earth heliocentric model that you guys promote. You have a totally different version.
It's a religion.
But it's their
all
own
these
religion.
things, we talk about NASA, and what has NASA said that in any way debunks the globe model?
Wow, so now you've shifted all the way over to what has NASA said to debunk the globe model when we're pointing out that we have to invoke NASA to correct your religious claims because you're not even actually claiming the correct model.
It's good to
what
drive
you're
it
doing
back
is you're
to
going
NASA.
deeper and deeper into the model, talking about more minute things.
How's it minute? It says that it took an abrupt turn and is now drifting twice as fast.
Okay, twice as fast. What does that mean?
How is doubling the speed of drift minute? Doubling it. How is that? How is twice
the speed
as
of drift?
fast?
Well, what was the speed of drift, and what does doubling?
What is the speed of drift?
It doesn't matter. It doubled.
Yeah.
So that's a significant change.
So if it was moving 1 inch per 1,000 years,
what?
and it moved to 2 inches per 1,000 years, that'd be
No,
a
it's
huge jump for you?
it's 7 inches a year.
Right. No, but I'm just saying. So the magnitude does matter.
7 inches a year. So
Okay.
you would see a change in the stars if you accumulated 7 inches a year. You understand that when you look out into the sky from the Earth, there's a huge variance. Every little change on the Earth causes significantly more change in the sky. You know that, right?
Yeah, and that'll be a degree in what, 1,000 years, 2,000 years? I don't know. Oh God, no, way more than that. 7 inches per year. Let's do that. How long until we have a degree of change?
Hey, so what I do want to point out, though, you guys have just updated your entire worldview to something new without even knowing why, knowing what they claim showed. You just know it's true because NASA said it. So you immediately updated your worldview. Just like when they came out and they said that Polaris is actually 30% closer at least, and we were off by 100 light years, you guys just immediately updated your worldview. So you don't have your own opinion. It's kind of like Pinocchio, where it's like, I want to be a real boy, but I can't think for myself. So it's like, I'm not trying to ad hom you. I just think it's kind of a funny analogy, but it's like, you guys don't have the freedom of coming up with your own opinion because as soon as NASA comes out and says something new, you have to accept it. So you guys all just updated your worldview.
I've done it now.
Yeah, you just.
So we're talking about over 7 inches per year, and to go 1 degree of change, 1 degree in our celestial navigation will only take 6 million years. No, sorry, 645,000 years.
Okay, so when we get back, we'll get back to the actual facts about parallax. So they take 89.99999 degrees. They compare it to another star on another location on the Earth at 6 months later at 89.99999 degrees. Okay, and they say that in theory, eventually they would intersect. Now, think about how small that is. You want to talk about, it's not even going to be a full degree till now, but all of a sudden, 0.00001 degree is enough for you to claim you proved something.
Well, what you would do is you would look at that over 50 years, and you'll see the difference over 50 years is continuous in one direction.
Oh, really?
How does that? What about Prague? What about the astronomical clock in Prague that's been detecting celestial objects to the T for the last 500 years or so, without any deviation? Precisely. How can you do that with your perception?
Well, they don't know that their model claims that it's basically not detectable. They don't know that. They just say things because they hear it on the internet.
So if in, let's say, when they first started taking really solid astronomical measurements, let's say at the turn of the 1900s, so we started getting really solid things where we have photographic evidence, things we can compare to settings with precision telescopes. And we can now compare it to the year 2000. We look at the objects, and we can see over 100 years, 120 years, we can see changes in those objects. Is that not a fair analysis?
Well, actually, in 2022, I just told you that you can look at the Harvard Astronomy Department, and they will tell you that we still to this day don't get consistent measurements. And at times we get negative numbers for parallax, and that it is suggested to just pretend it's actually positive.
Right. I don't know what they're talking about there, and I don't. I have to look into it and see how you're misreading it, or maybe you're right. I don't know. But I'm talking about like the things that you've described so far. Something that will change the objects in the sky by a degree in 600,000 years. And by the way, they also know about this stuff, so they can incorporate that into their measurements. But if I was to look at the sky and I see that a star over 100 years, like Bernard's star, has moved appreciably in one direction, maybe they're doing it right when they add when they do this little turning the negative positive. I don't know.
So when they cook the books and doctor the data to say the opposite of what is actually observed, they're doing it right. And the macro here is twofold. Okay, one is parallax is very shoddy. It's 89.99999 degrees compared to another one. You consistently get negative numbers, but just reify your presupposition and make it positive. And then the second point is parallax doesn't prove that the Earth is moving. So what good is parallax for you guys? Maybe you guys can enlighten me. What does it prove?
Yeah. Well, to me, it indicates motion.
But it doesn't prove that the Earth
is
in motion.
Yeah, it does. It indicates that the Earth is in motion relative to those objects that you're looking at. Just like the signposts going by me are moving very rapidly past. The mountains off in the distance appear to be moving with me. That means,
listen.
That's an indication that I'm moving in relation to the ground.
Yeah, but listen carefully. It's only an indication that you're moving if you assume the Earth or the sky to be an absolute frame of reference that doesn't move. You understand that, right?
As much as we determined it to move.
No. It only would show that the Earth is moving if you assume that the sky isn't moving.
What's wrong with that?
Well, that's an assumption. That's called begging the question. So you say, if we assume, assume that the Earth is spinning, this proves that the Earth is spinning. But parallax can also exist if the Earth isn't moving. It would just mean that the stuff in the sky is moving. So how do you not understand? It's called a neotype.
Now, how would that make sense? Tell me, turn that all around and tell me how that makes sense.
How does it make sense that, okay, well, this is what relativity said. It's either the Earth is stationary and the sky moves, or the sky moves, or the sky is stationary and the Earth moves. So you arbitrarily choose the absolute frame of reference, either the sky or the Earth. Stellar parallax does not prove that the Earth is moving. It could be nothing more than relative motion of the sky. Okay, now I can cite many astrophysicists explaining this. Stellar parallax does not prove that the Earth moves. Secondly, stellar parallax is a very shoddy claim anyway. So what is it that isn't under... The fact that stuff in the sky moves doesn't prove that the Earth moves. Like, oh, look, the stuff in the sky is moving differently. Therefore, the stuff in the sky is actually not moving.
Well, what about parallax of things that are much closer?
Well, first of all, you don't know how close anything is, okay? You just make up stories about it. You just make up claims about how close everything is. Because, listen, how do you determine how close something is in your model? Do you know?
By radio measurements for the closest things?
You use radio measurements to determine the distance of stars?
No. Did you hear what I said? You actually listen to the
closest
words I
things?
said.
That
I
I
said,
heard what
by
you
the
said,
things that
and
were
that's
closest to
precisely
it.
what you said.
You said the closest things.
Yes, the closest things. Like we could do parallax to the moon. We could do
Oh, we're
parallax.
talking about.
We can do parallax to the moon. We can do parallax to
Yikes.
Mars, Venus, Mercury, the sun.
Yeah. Okay.
All
Left
right,
Lamb, where
you
are
need
you
to
at
settle
now,
down.
buddy? Where you at now, Left Lamb?
Yikes.
Oh, you
Well,
told me
you
to
were
spiral.
misrepresenting what he said. You were
No.
misrepresenting what he said.
So
No,
spiral.
so actually, we were talking about stars. And then you guys said to basically verify your claims of parallax, you invoked the distance. Ironically, you use parallax to determine the distances. So that's a begging the
stars.
question fallacy.
How is that? How is it a begging
If
the
you
question
claim that
fallacy?
if you claim the distance verifies your claim of parallax, but you have to invoke parallax to get the distance, that's a begging the question fallacy.
What?
How is that not understood? If you say, "Hey, look, parallax,"
How do you use parallax to determine the distance? You don't use parallax to determine the distance. You would determine the distance using is it I don't know. I
It's
might be
parallax.
confused on the terminology, but you triangulate, and of course you take one reading, and then 6 months later you take another reading, and you use trigonometry.
Bro, you started your answer. You started answering that question before you knew the fucking answer, bro.
Well, I mean, it's like where's the begging the question? Is my question? Where is the begging the question in that?
All right, well, listen carefully. So he invoked distance to verify his claim of parallax. But the way that you determine distance is parallax.
Well, no, but like you do. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, parallax is used for the closest of things. Even stars. There's a couple of stars that we use parallax for. But we use parallax in conjunction with radio measurements for the closest things. So we've determined that parallax actually gives us accurate information. But it only works for stars, in our relative local cluster.
That's
so
right.
we can use that. So we take parallax from local things. We say, okay, to a mountain, this is what parallax looks like. To the moon, this is what parallax looks like. And we can confirm that with radiometric measurements. Then we go and say Mars, and we came up with the distance with that using parallax initially, and then we used radio for that as confirmation. So now we know in the relatively local area that parallax works. Then we use parallax only because we can't use radio for multi light year measurements.
Well, can I ask a quick question? Not to interrupt, but I'm kind of confused. It sounds stupid, but I thought all the celestial objects that were witnessed terrestrially isn't in their exact location due to the fact that the light from those stars takes time to travel. So we're actually seeing the past event rather than the current event. So how do you measure parallax on a past event and conduct that as accurately that's perceived?
You're cutting up.
Mike is horrible.
We know where it was at the time. If using parallax, we know the distance it was at the time that light was initiated. Where it is now, it is definitely not in that location.
Yeah, but the problem is you're seeing the pathway of the light, not the light in the ideal location which it was represented during your parallax, measure.
Yeah, so astronomers use an effect called parallax to measure distances to nearby stars. Now, they attempted to also use it for stars as far away as Polaris. Okay, the reason that you can't use it to the really, really far away stars is because there's like no change at all. So it's like you just say, oh, well, it's so far away you can't detect the change, which is another reification fallacy. It's like, well, if we just presuppose it and then we're right. But of course, then they use different methodologies and they said, oh, wow, Polaris has to be 30% closer. But the point is, full circle back here, that he invoked the distances to say that substantiates our claim of parallax. But the way you got the distances was to use parallax, okay? And parallax doesn't prove that the Earth is moving anyway. So it seems like you guys don't want to address the actual points because it refutes your talking point that parallax proves the Earth is spinning, but it literally doesn't.
Well, I don't think that. I mean, it really depends on what you mean by moving. Like, there's so many different motions. Also, like when you want to talk about motion, are you talking about rotation, or are we talking about around the galaxy, or the straight motion through the universe?
Well, you specify your claim. Which one does parallax supposedly prove?
Parallax. Let's see. For stellar, well, again, are we talking local or long distance?
You claim that parallax shows that the Earth is spinning, so you tell me. Man.
I don't say parallax says the Earth is spinning, so I don't need it for that.
Okay, so left lane, can you tell me, since you said parallax proves that the Earth is moving, can you tell me how?
It's apparent.
How does it prove that the Earth's moving instead of the sky moving?
Well, like I said, if you see the nearer objects moving at a rate faster than the distant objects, it gives you apparently you're moving.
Why wouldn't that happen if the objects in the sky were just moving though? Why couldn't they just be moving?
So that's the part that doesn't make any sense to me. How would you explain that?
That the stuff closer appears to be moving faster than the stuff further away?
Or maybe there's a vortexual pattern. Like so like if you look at a vortex, as you get to the outer extremities of that vortex, things will process slower than the things at the apex of that vortexual pattern that speeds up. Similar to that of like an ice skater, how they kind of spin upon themselves, and the further they extend their arms outward, the slower they process. And once they bring their arms in to the center point, things speed back up. Okay. So it's no different than that.
I would say with that statement, I would go with, then we can go back to our first observation point, and we can see if it was a vortex, one would expect the person at one side of the Earth to see something different than the other side of the Earth. So if the vortex actually had a proper motion, where it actually moved that much, the person at the originating point should see a change.
Wrong. So it would be based on latitude and longitude, and it's all central to the Earth. So you would see the same thing at the same latitudes inside of a vortex. So you're wrong again. And then let's just lay out what's wrong with what left lane's saying. So basically saying, how would you explain that the stuff closer looks like it moves faster than the stuff that's further away? The stuff closer moves faster than the stuff further away. What your claim is that the fact that it looks like the stuff closer moves faster than the stuff further away proves that none of it is moving. That's your claim. So which one's more founded there?
Yeah, I just related it to imagine going down the road and how the nearer objects move past you quickly and the distant objects seem to be going with you. It's just
okay, what
the
if you
same
parked
thing.
your car and all the stuff started moving, though?
Well, then shit would have to be figured out, wouldn't it?
It would look the same, left lane. You don't understand that?
Yeah, but I can't imagine. I can't practically imagine that happening.
You can't practically imagine that the stuff in the sky moves. So we observe that the stuff in the sky moves.
No, I said the stuff on the ground that I observed when I was moving. Now, if I stop and then all of a sudden all that stuff starts moving in a manner that makes it appear as though I'm moving, I can't imagine that.
Well, because it's a non-sequitur. It's not analogous to anything going on in the sky. So the fact you can't imagine that everything on the Earth magically starts moving all of a sudden is irrelevant. So this is objectively the situation here. We see the stuff in the sky move. One side saying the stuff in the sky moves. The other side is saying that the sky is stationary. You're saying well, the stuff in the sky that seems closer is moving faster than the stuff further away. Therefore, that proves that the Earth is moving and the sky is stationary. That's your claim.
No, what I'm saying is the way that things appear in the sky and the way the parallax and all that, it appears as though we're moving. That's what I'm saying.
But that's not true because the appear is exactly identical for the
It's true to
sky
me.
moving. But okay, but it is identical to the sky moving. You understand
Yeah,
that, right?
you're gonna have to come out with some way to explain how that would work.
So you don't understand relativity then. So either the sky's moving or the Earth is moving. All observations are identical. It's a coordinate system preference. That's what Einstein himself said.
Yeah, I would just say that for me, all of the things that I observed from my position on this planet appears as though that the planet is the one thing moving. That's what I say.
But it would appear exactly the same if the Earth wasn't moving and the stuff in the sky was moving. It would literally appear exactly the same.
Yeah, but that doesn't make any sense to try to explain how that works.
No, what doesn't make sense is if what doesn't make sense is if we're moving in the trajectory according to the heliocentric model, we would not see the stars the way that we see them every day. That's the only thing you should be thinking about right now, bro. Is that you actually don't see that shit moving, bro. It doesn't move like that.
The sky would be an etch-a-sketch in reality, but again, what's funny is he's just skating past it and baselessly asserting his conclusion over and over. But even Einstein himself said that all terrestrial observations would be explained with either a stationary Earth or a moving Earth, that it's nothing more than a coordinate system preference. So it's just objective. That's what relativity says. So when the Globers just Google a non-educational source and regurgitate it saying stellar parallax proves that the Earth is moving, they're just wrong. They're wrong. There's no way around it. You can claim, oh, well, I think so, well, I prefer to, well, that's my philosophical preference. That's all good. That's all fine and dandy, dude. Go for it. But do not claim that it proves the Earth is moving and it can only happen if the Earth is moving, because that's objectively wrong.
We don't say that. We say there's evidence that we're moving.
But it's not any more evidence for moving compared to stationary, because the observation you're invoking as evidence is identical for both.
Well, if you can present to me a sensible explanation for how the sky can be doing what it's doing and us sitting dead still, then I would take a look at that.
Okay, what part of it is that you're having trouble understanding as to how it can happen?
Because the way that I see it, it makes sense to me that I'm moving. It does not make sense to me that the sky is doing all this stuff and I'm sitting still. It does not make sense.
Why doesn't it make sense?
It's just the way I understand my reality.
Which sense are you using?
He wants a new explanation for orbits in the solar system.
We have
and stuff.
one.
That's what he
the
wants.
neo-Tychonic system. It already exists, though. That's what's so funny. So it already exists. It's called neo-Tychonic motion. It already exists. So what specifically is it that makes it not make sense? Or are you just saying that's just how you feel?
Yeah. Can you explain how Mars goes across the sun?
Yeah, it's very simple. Neo-Tychonic motion.
You're saying you keep saying that, but you're not showing me.
You know what that means? Okay. Well, I've said it 3 times to you though. So
yeah, I know, and you keep saying that's what I said. You keep saying that, but
no,
you're
I
not showing me
explained what it was 3 times, and you never respond. So we'll try a 4th
No, you're
time.
just saying the word neo-Tychonic. Now explain to me what you mean by that.
I'm about to. I have already 3 times though. So what it means is that everything in the sky, the stars and the planets, are moving in relation to the sun, which moves in relation to the Earth. Yeah, pretty simple.
I can't see that in my head. I can't get a visual representation of that based on what I observe.
Because every visual representation you've ever had of the universe was given to you by Hollywood, bro. You need to start fucking reevaluating.
No, Bubba, no, I've got common sense. It ain't nothing to do with Hollywood.
Okay, so are you saying that all of the astrophysicists are wrong and you understand it better than them?
Your only visual
What
representation of the
kind of straw
heliocentric
man is
model is
that?
these 3D images given to you by NASA. Bro. You've never gone into outer space and looked at the heliocentric model. So what is this
No,
visual
but I've got
representation in your mind? It was
I've
given
got
to you
enough
by
sense to
Hollywood,
understand how
motherfucker.
things work. I understand how things work, and don't be calling names; it'll get you muted. That's,
But
just
you
be
don't
careful
understand
with
how
that.
they work because I very simply pointed out to you objective statements, and you just keep hand wave dismissing them. So you're
I'm not
saying
hand
that
wave dismissing it. I'm representing the way that I understand it to be. I'm not hand wave dismissing. I'm just saying, show it to me and make sense of it. That's what I'm saying.
okay, but it's just Google. If you actually wanted to know, you would just Google neotectonic system. So here's a quote for you. This is Thomas Kuhn writing The Copernican Revolution, infamous physicist, okay? Ironically, the holy grail of many an astronomer to prove that the Earth in fact revolved in a wide orbit around the sun is claimed by this author to be stellar parallax, which is adequately explained in a neotectonic geocentric system with the stars aligned or centered on the sun, which revolves around the stationary Earth.
Yeah, I understand. You repeat that. Now I want you to show me a model where that represents what I see.
Okay, and whenever I show it to you, what are you're just going to say, nuh-uh?
No, if you make sense of it, I will not say nuh-uh. I will take a look at it and take it on board in consideration. But no one's ever showed anything like that I've seen.
Oh, I have like
No one's
over
ever
10
showed
books
your
of people
model.
writing all the specifics. I have over 10 books written by astrophysicists and astronomers that explain the retrograde motion within a geocentric neotectonic system. It explains the parallax. It explains the orbits of Jupiter's moons.
Yeah.
So, and then here's Chronic saying, posting fake old quotes.
Well,
so all you
the
guys
thing
have is hand wave dismissal. This is why you guys would never make it in real intellectual form. Like, say you were at a university and there was a debate on the stage, you wouldn't be allowed. You wouldn't be allowed.
Yeah, I wouldn't put myself into that situation. But you ask for a model, you say that we don't have. Have you ever heard of a stellarium? Take a look at it. It
Stellarium's a
mimics
flat
exactly
plane,
what we
bro.
see. No, it's not.
Yes, it is. It's not a sphere built into a computer. It's all flat. Like if you play Skyrim or any video game or anything,
Stellarium is
everything's always
flat.
flat in a video game. Yes.
That's not
All
true
right, here you go,
whatsoever.
left lane.
Here's the actual pages from your quote, and it doesn't say anything like that at all. As a matter of fact, it tells you why the model that we choose is the only one that has explanations for the observations. Even
now
though
you're just making baseless assertions. So
no, I'm posting the pages from the source that you just provided, and it doesn't say what you're saying. As a matter of fact, in your quote, it says this author, as in the person is talking about himself as this author. It's clearly not a quote by him.
Hey, buddy, first of all, he's not talking about himself, okay? He's talking about someone else's writing in the context. Now, if you're claiming that he said that this doesn't work to explain the observations, cite specifically, say it out loud, specifically what observation can't be explained with geocentrism. What did he say can't be explained? Anyway, there's Oregon University right there explaining how it can be.
Does that not cause pain in anybody else's heart when you don't get an answer when you ask a question?
He asked me to provide a specific quote, right? So it takes me a second to read it and provide the quote.
Yeah.
So take that as a win, or take it as a fucking obvious dishonest tactic that he posted a quote that provides page sources. I provided the page sources. It doesn't say the quote. And he acts as if the author is talking about somebody else when
Hey,
the
Kosho,
author is
there's
the
no
same
need to
person who's
start
making the
cursing
quote.
at people. There's no need to use profanity, okay?
I'll kiss my ass.
Slow.
Step back.
Hey guys, let's just keep this kosher, okay?
The equivalence is general. Omitting minor epicycles and eccentrics. I can barely read, so people keep typing. Okay, here we go. Which have no bearing on the harmonies of Copernicus' system. The Tychonic system is transformed to the Copernican system simply by holding the sun fixed instead of the Earth. The relative motions of the planets are the same in both systems, and the harmonies are therefore preserved. So that's the first part of the page that you cited. It
Next
literally
sentence says the only possible difference is the parallactic motion of the stars. Right?
Okay. And so does he explain that it can be explained in a neo-Tychonic system or not?
That's probably later in this book. However, the neo-Tychonic system doesn't have explanations. All it does is it keeps the same. It keeps it so the observations would be the same, but the explanations don't exist. There's no explanation for neo-Tychonic system at all.
Explanations of what specifically?
The movements of anything.
It
doesn't explain anything. How the sun's orbiting the Earth or anything.
Oh, how you're asking for the mechanism of how it does it?
The explanation for the movement of the objects. Yes.
Yeah. Why? Yeah. We have dude. There's a million different ways that there could be motion in the sky. So what you're saying is we don't have an explanation like you have relativity, so therefore you're right. And that's your claim?
It's not relativity, dude.
Relativity does claim the motions of the sun.
Yeah, but this is not versus relativity. This is versus this is a neo-Tychonic versus the Copernican idea of the solar system.
Yeah, but the Copernican system is proposed in today's day and age with relativity. Okay, so I don't know what you're talking about. Like Newtonian dynamics couldn't explain the retrograde of Mercury, the elliptical orbit, or is it Mercury? I think it's Mercury. It couldn't explain how it has. It couldn't explain it. So relativity is your what?
Retrograde of Mercury is explained just by the fact that it's orbiting. You're talking about
not retrograde. I already corrected it. You heard me correct it. I said the elliptical orbit. The elliptical nature of Mercury, the elliptical nature and how it precesses. So Newtonian dynamics doesn't predict that. So Newtonian doesn't work on the solar system scale unless you say, well, except for this. Well, okay, then it doesn't work. So it's relativity. You said, I don't have it. No, neoconic. Yeah, sure, it can work in the neo-Tychonic system, but they don't have explanations for things. So what you're saying is we need to replace gravity, the mechanism of gravity, or you're right. That's your argument.
No, it's not my argument. My argument is the neo-Tychonic system doesn't have an explanation. It's simply a model for the movement of the celestial objects. And it's equivalent to the model that we currently use. However, one has an explanation for how those movements happen, and one doesn't.
What's the explanation?
That the objects orbit the sun.
Okay, and this explanation is that the things move relative to the sun, which orbits the Earth.
Yeah, but there's no explanation for how the sun orbits the Earth and how the Earth will be the center.
So what's your side's explanation for how the Earth orbits the sun?
The sun's massive and it attracts all these objects.
Oh, so relativity, like I said.
No, it's not relativity. It's simply just the fact that it's gravitationally attracted to it.
Right, gravitationally attracted because the displacement of the mass of the sun creates a gravity well. And the bending and warping of space-time relative to that mass creates gravitational attraction. That is relativity. That means your claim is relativity.
But you don't have to claim relativity to have the explanation. As I said,
then what else can you claim then?
You can use Newtonian gravity.
But it doesn't work on the solar system scale, though. We just covered that.
Oh, it doesn't work in the case of Mercury, which is close to the sun. But
Which is the Newtonian theory of gravity does not apply outside of Earth's supposed size. Sorry.
Oh my God.
It's hilarious. So it doesn't work on the solar system scale. So relativity is the claim of your model. You're saying that there's no explanation for the neo-Tychonic system. Yes, it's everything moves relative to the sun, and the sun moves relative to the Earth, thus creating a total sidereal movement relative to Earth. Right?
That's not an explanation. That's a description. You're just describing how they're moving, which is
that's right.
Both. Yeah, but that doesn't explain. It doesn't explain how they're moving.
Okay, so the first part, though, the conversation was Left Lane said it can't be described. It won't work at all if the Earth's not moving. It only works if the Earth is moving, and that the movement proves that the Earth is moving. So we've debunked that because actually it can be worked out on both. Okay, so then we'll move on to now you're saying, well, we have an explanation, which is that gravity is the effect of the bending and warping of space-time, and that causes revolutionary movement around the sun. That's your explanation.
But that's not what I said, dude. Listen to me. There's no need for you to recap what other people are saying, especially when you're not doing that. I didn't say any of those things, dude. You're just claiming that what I'm saying. Okay? I'm specifically saying the Copernican model has explanations for the movements.
What's the explanation? What's the explanation?
That they're orbiting the sun.
What's the explanation for that?
They're orbiting the sun. The sun has a what do you call it? The center of mass of the solar system is close to the surface of the sun.
Okay, so why can so why can't the center of the sun that makes everything move relative to it then move around the Earth though? Because if you say we have an explanation, we're going around the sun, then that means we have an explanation, the sun's going around the Earth. So
you can explain that in physics.
With what exactly?
Well, how could you explain the center of mass being near the Earth when the center of mass is clearly near the sun?
We don't have to use relativity, though, do we? So that's what I'm saying. You keep saying it has nothing to do with relativity.
You can just pull shit out of your ass.
Yeah, if you don't have a mechanism for the attraction, then you don't have anything.
Well, okay, we're going to use electricity. Game over.
Okay, how are you're just going to use electricity? That's fine. Plug something in. That's great. But now explain how electricity is attracting these objects.
Are you saying electricity can't attract objects?
No, I'm saying explain how electricity is attracting these objects.
What would make them not be able to do that? What do I need to explain?
You'd have to you have to match the observation with your explanation and see if they coincide. So far, you don't have explanation. You're just saying electricity. So try to explain how electricity creates the observations that we have.
Yeah, so there's a relative relationship between each body electrically or magnetically, and it moves within a vortex movement, and there's a more dense medium. And now you guys say, so you just make stuff up, because that's all you can say. But ironically, that's what relativity is. It's a made-up claim. So you guys just tout it as if it's fact, but actually, it's not. And I don't have the problems that you have. I don't have huge discrepancies with dark energy and stuff. Mine works perfectly fine. Mine's actually more
Or the
viable.
three-body problem.
Well, that's because you're not trying to do any kind of prediction. Whereas relativity, they actually come in and they do predictions, and then they can compare it. You just assert a magical force, but you don't have any predictions with it.
No, time out. You're asserting the magical force because it's only a theoretical and never been proven. I'm not in any way suggesting a magical force. I'm suggesting something that's provable and you can physically test and manipulate.
You missed the important part of that. You make predictions based upon the model that you come up with. You say, hey, if it's gravity and gravity works this way, then we should see this. Oh, we do kind of see that. Cool. Okay, now we've got electricity. Now we've got to come up with some kind of a prediction based upon that electricity.
What predictions
and the mechanics of electricity?
What predictions does relativity make?
The prediction of Mercury's motion.
Did you not know that happens with Did you not know that relativity was proposed with that in mind?
The prediction that if you fly in an airplane east and west, you'll get different effects of relativity and special relativity. And not just that you'll get effects, it actually specifies the effects.
In a predictable manner.
Now with your electricity, do the same thing.
So you're going to the whole thing like if you move east to west on an airplane, you become lighter and shit?
No, in this case, I'm talking about clocks and a certain amount of change in the timing of those clocks will happen.
How much does the clock change flying east to west in an airplane?
Flying across the whole world, it's like in the, I think it was, depending on direction, it was like 40 microseconds to, I think there was a 250 microsecond in there. I'm not sure. I can't remember the exact number. So It's in the microseconds.
250 microseconds is your proof of the solar system in an airport? Wait,
No,
No,
that's
that's
relativity. It's
relativity.
relativity. That's demonstrating relativity.
demonstrating relativity. Okay.
And it's not just the fact that it's 40 microseconds, it's a predicted 40 microseconds
I thought it was like
using this
240
model
microseconds.
that was predicted ahead of time prior to flying it. So it kind of tells us might have an inkling of how it works since we made the prediction and the prediction came true based upon direction of travel.
So 100,000th of a second is what you're going with?
What's wrong with that?
What's wrong with that? So you're claiming if we're in a plane flying east to west with a clock, it's going to change 1,000th of a second.
That's what I was saying earlier about the Lorentz transformations. Is they don't amount to very much whenever you're talking about slow speeds like that. There's a small difference. You're not going to see a big difference in the Lorentz transformation.
It's minute. But what's wrong?
Sounds like a lot of faith
just because it's small doesn't mean it's not real. And if I measure something to the micrometer after machining it, is it not that number of micrometers across just because it's a small number?
Because you have scientists and academics today that disagree with relativity.
Okay, well, I'd have to hear what they have to say about the plane flight and the clocks that they put in the tops
And the
of buildings and bottoms of buildings, and how they address that.
What would you use to measure 100,000ths of a second?
Well, they measure in billionths of a second, or is it picoseconds? I forget. I think it's like 1/10 billionth of a second.
That clock is like a box the size of a dang office desk. It's a very precise instrument.
What's this clock called that's the size of an office desk?
Atomic clock.
So they just stick an atomic clock in an airplane and fly around east to west, and that proves that the solar system.
Okay, what they did is they set up two clocks as I recall, they set up two clocks on the ground. They synchronized the clocks on the ground with the clocks on the airplanes. They flew an airplane east and they flew an airplane west. And they had a prediction of how much the time dilation would be. And it was within the error margin. Correct. And it showed they're very different responses east and west. So they were definitely in keeping with the direction of travel and Einstein's relativity.
And what happens when the plane flies north-south? Nothing?
I would expect you should, let's see. You will still have speed. You'll have the clocks should remain relatively the same difference. They'll flying north and south. They will both deviate from the stationary clock. And this is a prediction. They'll both deviate from the stationary clock, but they'll deviate by the same amount, flying north and south.
By how much? Like 240 microseconds?
Flying that direction, this could be probably a little bit less than we saw in the other direction because you're not adding and subtracting the same amount of velocity from the rotation of the Earth, I think. I have to think about that more. But they will. The main key thing would be that if you flew north-south, you should see similar effects for both planes. And if you fly east and west, they should diverge from each other. That would be a very telling proof of globe. That it's not just speed causing it. It's not just speed causing it because all the planes move 500 miles an hour relative to the ground.
You must read like a lot of Spider-Man comics and stuff. Oy.
You don't think that would be very telling? Because I think it is extremely.
No, it seems like we have to go into like massive like fantasy land for all of this to even be true. First off, you're talking about billions of a second.
Yeah.
Well, no, not billions. 100. I think of microseconds like
a million.
Like there's like 100,000. Is it a million or 100,000? It's a million.
It's a million.
Oh yeah, it is a million. So there's a million microseconds in 1 second.
Yep.
And the difference is 240 microseconds.
Yeah.
Measured by an atomic clock in an airplane.
And 240 microseconds in a period of like 40 hours of flight.
I'm sorry, but if I ever see anybody doing this experiment, I'm gonna tell them they're fucking stupid.
Well, that's beautiful, but totally
So
useless.
they had to fly the plane nonstop for 40 hours?
We could probably land and take off again. I don't know what value that would be. They did in-air refueling.
Well, what if that changed everything once the plane stops flying?
It would change the ultimate. The net number would be very similar, except for the slowdown and increase in speed as it hit the ground. Both clocks would go to synchronize. Both clocks would go to synchronize as it was sitting on the ground, and then when they took off again in their respective directions, the deviation would start again.
Who did this experiment? How many times was it done, and when was this done?
It's been done in different flavors several times. Like I said, they did the building.
They've done it in different flavors.
They did it in different flavors, like putting one at the top of. What the fuck, dude? I'm telling you, and you're just saying, "What the fuck, dude?"
They did it in different.
Talk to yourself.
You're saying they did it in different flavors. What are you talking about? They did it in different flavors.
I'd have heard if I was allowed to speak. I was getting to that. I had about 5 more words. You would have understood that, but you had to babble your mouth with the "what the fuck, dude." So go ahead and talk to yourself, and you can get the information.
Okay.
Get the
What,
information
you
yourself.
never heard of Baskin Robbins 31 flavors, bro?
No, I have. I guess I'm just I'm anti Baskin Robbins. I don't believe in that shit. Baskin Robbins was invented by a priest.
What is the
what's the
Glover's
matter,
argument
dude?
right now? I'm not sure what the Glover's trying to argue.
Basically, they're saying you can taste the rainbow.
I'm genuinely curious
even better
what his
question.
argument is.
Does a
argument
rainbow
is-
move lockstep with the atmosphere?
Yeah, all the Globers are proving is that if you're moving with the vortexual motion of the ether as opposed to against it, that the oscillation rate of a cesium atom will slightly change.
Except they don't consider anything to do with the ether in their calculations or their results.
You don't even know what
so
the ether is to make that claim, Left Lane.
Well, I mean, it's not. I mean, how are you accommodating it in these calculations? I mean, where is it? It's not in there.
Yeah, make a prediction with ether. What will happen?
I'm definitely lost.
all the time.
What does bringing an
Tesla
atomic
always
clock
accounted for
onto
the
an
ether.
airplane do? What does bringing an atomic clock onto an airplane do? Like, what is it doing? What are you proving?
They're demonstrating time dilation.
Okay, what is
The only
causing the
reason why-
dilation? And you said the dilation is being caused by what now?
And it's it's confirmation.
You're giving
it's
you're giving physical attributes to something that has no physical attributes.
I agree to that.
Well, there was a model. There's a model that was predicted. The prediction was made ahead of time. They flew it. It matched the prediction. Now, I'd like to see you do that same thing ahead of time. I want you to do your prediction with flat Earth ether, and you'd show me what we would expect to see traveling 500 miles an hour east and 500 miles
What's
an
it
hour
already
west
told you?
over 40 hours. I'd like to know the prediction. How many milliseconds or microseconds will that be? And what direction?
What's it already told you, man?
hold on.
You guys doctored the data.
Bro, you're telling me that if there's two different atomic clocks on two different planes, one flies to the east and one flies to the west, that atomic clock will have a dilation? Is that what you're saying?
That's what he said.
Apparently what it did. That's what the evidence shows.
And what is causing the dilation? I'm sorry.
Oh, I don't know.
This atomic clock is not supposed to be affected by any type of movement, right? It's not supposed to get adjusted.
That time is dilated by speed. Relative
How time dilates according to how fast the plane is moving.
But see, I always, and for whatever reason.
So then what makes it an
when we
atomic
talk-
clock? Dude?
hang
Like,
on,
how come the time is able to dilate just by a plane moving. Why would you even do this experiment on a plane if that was true?
Yeah, never mind.
Yep. Right.
Well, the basic reason you would do it is to decide whether your method of whether your predictions are correct. Like if Einstein is right and time dilation happens and it is relative to the speed, the velocity in some way, then it should change. And if he's right, it should change in keeping with his prediction, the amount.
You can't
So if you
can't
flew at 1,000
logically
miles an
define.
hour, if you flew
You
at
can't
1,000
logically
miles an hour,
define
if you flew
time.
at 1,000, oh god damn, you can't talk to these.
You can't logically define anything nor explain anything, but yet you think science is about predictions. That's cute.
Just words.
How can you determine that both of these planes have no interferences from weather, elevation, like none of that stuff comes into account when you're dealing with atomic clocks on an airplane?
So elevation causes time dilation?
You're telling me that the speed of the airplane is causing dilation. So why wouldn't the elevation?
That's
why
the whole
wouldn't
deal.
quote unquote gravitational pull?
I don't know. You could do some experiments and figure that out. Show it to us.
Oh, but they did already apparently.
Yeah, they did.
You don't even know what they did, fucking left lane.
Yeah, I do. I understand it on a very fundamental level.
Oh, okay. About time dilation in an airplane with a fucking
with
the clock.
Yeah, this experiment doesn't prove shit except that these atomic clocks are being affected by things like speeds of airplanes and elevation. That means that it's not an atomic clock, dude.
Reification fallacy.
Okie dokie.
God dang. The fuck you trying to measure time with something and then you put it in an airplane and then you say, oh, the airplane is causing the time to dilate. Well then fuck your atomic clock, bro.
How is it doing
Wasn't
that?
the airplane, man.
I think I just got autism.
Yeah, how is it doing that? How is the plane causing the frequency of the microwaves coming off the cesium atom to change? We don't know. We don't
Say
have
that
any
again,
answers.
Go Show.
Because one is going with and one is going against the vortexual movement of the ether.
Okay, make a
Why does
prediction.
that why does that change the frequency of the microwaves?
Because one is going with and one is going against.
So what is your prediction?
What is the influence? What actually causes that?
Centripetal divergence, or centrifugal divergence and centripetal convergence.
Okay, convergence and divergence. What direction will that change the clocks?
Well, it all depends on where your location is.
And how can we determine, some sort of Cartesian coordinates within this centripetal and centrifugal convergence and divergence that would determine how it's going to affect the clock?
I'm sorry, but if an atomic clock is going to have dilation due to the speed of an airplane, it's not an atomic clock. What is hard to understand about that?
I don't understand what you mean by that.
I'd go with the centrifugal or centripetal convergence of the ether, pressing the cesium atoms or whatever with a different amount of pressure. I guess the more the ether presses on the cesium atoms of the clock, the fewer vibrations you get. And therefore, you get register fewer vibrations per unit time, aka time dilation.
Okay, now predict something using that logic. You must have some kind of a prediction that you can make with this. So I'm heading east. What direction will time dilate?
Yeah, so we'd have to compare the level of quote-unquote predictions you've accepted via gravity space-time curvature and see if there's anything similar or better or worse with ether pressing on the cesium atoms of the clock.
Well, I need you to predict this ahead of time.
We're just showing how the same results can be interpreted this way or that way with little to no contradiction.
Not really.
You're not showing it. You're not showing anything.
You haven't shown anything either with gravity space-time curvature, comparing the quality of the predictions that you accepted via space-time
the
curvature and
contrary.
gravity, there's not much else we have to offer even from here. You accepted space-time curvature, you have no basis to reject anything else based off of a similar explanation.
Yeah, space-time curvature is not needed whatsoever when you're talking about cesium clocks dilating on the airplane. There's no space-time curvature, and there's no gravity needed for that.
Then let's compare. Why is it that this time is dilating in the cesium clocks or whatever, according to your theory? And is there another way to interpret?
Because the light that's coming off of it is constant. It's a constant velocity that doesn't change because of your frame of reference. So your frame of reference is going to determine. In your frame of reference is going to be going the speed of light, and because your frame of reference is moving in comparison to someplace on the ground, the light is actually traveling two different distances from both observers. So both observers are going to have two different experiences for time.
So your explanation appears to figure the observer and whether or not they get this light relayed off of the object to tell what happened. It appears that you're saying that information transfer goes with the speed of light, and it's just some sort of observational effect. You're not really giving a mechanical explanation beyond that. So if you're saying that the observer registers a different time, that's different than saying that time actually dilated. We have a bit of equivocation here. I mean, I guess the question is it just because the observer observes something differently, or is it because ontologically time actually did or did not dilate? Those are two.
It's because in that reference frame, whether there's an observer or not, time is moving at the same speed as it does in any other reference frame. It's not moving at a speed independent of the reference frame. It's moving at the speed of light in that reference frame. So each reference frame is going to have a different experience of time for that reason.
So we have a mechanical explanation saying something's actually physically occurring, and one that is heavily dependent on observation and, some sort of perception.
What's the threshold for error?
Definition is irrelevant.
What's your margin for error within this? Because it seems like you guys have just found a slight margin of error, and you're equivocating that for an indifference.
That's possible.
A cesium clock can be as accurate as like a tenth of a billionth of a second. So.
No, that's actually a good question. That's a good point, but
you can't test a person's perception as much as you can test a mechanical definition of something pressing against something else. So based off of that alone, I would have to reject the perception-based mysticism of, the observer seeing time dilate or not as highly mystical and fairly irrelevant, beyond philosophy anyway. It could be true, it may not be true. And there may be a way to test it, there may not be a way to test it, but an explanation that offers some sort of mechanical explanation, like something pressing or contacting something else, has a bit more appeal. And that
also, a cesium clock is not observer or perception based. It's based on
what's your vacuum pressure in differences? Because there could be a difference within the vacuum pressure, right? Midway between the light and the observer on both of your planes, and that right there would give you an indifference within your cesium clocks lining up or not.
Well, make a prediction based on that information.
Because
if you understand this information well enough, you should be able to predict. Because Einstein made the prediction ahead of time, in fact, years ahead of time, and the actual, his formulas didn't change, and they used his formulas, and they said, this is what it should do if we fly east, this is what it should do if we fly west, and it was in keeping with those numbers. So it's unlike yours, which you're just saying it could be something else, or doing a post-diction where you say, well, this one flew at this speed, and I saw this much change, therefore...
Well, I'm just saying all these variables would have to be accounted for before you stamped your seal of approval on it.
You don't have any variables yet. You're just asserting things. So as soon as you come up with a prediction, we can start to test it. You guys resist prediction like it's a disease.
You think there's no variables involved in this? That's
Can you go over how what
interesting.
you said is relevant to this test, Islo? You said the pressure in between the two places. Both these things, the season clock is done in a vacuum. Okay, but regardless of that fact, what does the pressure in between the airplane and the ground have to do with anything?
Well, that's what I'm saying. There should be a pressure gradient, and depending on that, will affect your dilation, or what you call dilation, due to that fact alone.
Inside a vacuum chamber, there's going to be a pressure change?
Yeah.
Why?
Because you can never achieve a perfect vacuum, so there's
Right.
always going to be an indifference.
Well, even if it was just a sealed container, there should be no pressure change.
Right, but if you have one sealed container at X pressure and another sealed container at a slightly different pressure, then that rate of dilation should be accountable.
Why are you assuming they're different pressures?
Because you're talking about two Cartesian topos of locations, which would indicate that there would be an indifference.
They're in sealed containers, flying at about the same altitude. So the outside pressure is even essentially the same, but now the clock on the ground will be at a higher pressure.
No, but it doesn't matter though.
Inside the sealed container, that'd be irrelevant.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter because they're both done inside of vacuum chambers. Yeah, so the pressure, the only pressure is the pressure inside the chamber, and there's no reason for them to be different.
Well, it's the interaction between that pressure chamber containing your clock and the pathway of light traveling to you
in a sealed container.
The light is in the vacuum chambers. Everything's happening inside the vacuum chamber. Not leaving.
Okay. So mass attracting mass isn't affecting this this light propagation, as you guys claim gravity does?
Yeah, but that's not relevant here.
Well, how so? I mean, it's completely relevant in my opinion.
Talking about time dilation due to special relativity. There's time dilation due to general relativity, but it's not the not to the magnitude that you're experiencing it because of the speed when you're this close to Earth.
Well, I'm not too familiar with the experiment. I'm just saying that you would have to account for all the potential variables, and it doesn't seem like you guys might have done that. That's all I'm saying.
You're asserting that, but it seems like every one that you're talking about, we seem to be addressing. It's inside of a sealed container. It's shielded from radio frequencies, and it's in a vacuum. So,
wait, the clock is in a
vacuum.
vacuum on an airplane?
Sure. Why not?
Chamber that they do the measurement, the sensor itself, is kept in a vacuum. It's temperature controlled. So it's 70 degrees, whether it's on the ground or whether it's in the air. Whatever, I say 70. It's whatever temperature they set it to. That's something you can control. So temperature is controlled. Electromagnetic interference is controlled. Where is the where are the variables not being accounted for? Except for we don't know about ether, but you've made no predictions with your ether of what would happen ahead of time.
Wait, like nobody's ever made predictions regarding ether?
No predictions of how much time it'll affect the cesium clock.
Well, there was a
I've never heard
prediction
of
way
it.
back when, and they went to look for it and they couldn't find it.
But what prediction and by who?
They thought
Or are you
that
just making
light
stuff
needed
up?
a medium. No, light needed a medium to propagate, and they looked for it and determined it wasn't the case.
Visible
Everybody
light.
pre-Einstein
Don't get it
always
twisted, bud.
accounted for ether.
Visible light requires a medium.
No
But
light
see, this
requires a
ether,
medium.
this ether that y'all are talking about, what are its properties? Does it have any properties? What effects does it have on things? How are we going to find this stuff that we can't find, that doesn't appear to have any properties? Something that has no properties, that you can't detect, you can't determine the effects it has on anything, I would say it maybe doesn't exist.
Now, again,
Sounds like
if
a
you
nice,
guys come
strong.
up with a prediction and you give us the math and you show us how it will happen, then maybe we could take it seriously. But right now, it's just an assertion of And literally, yours is a magical force because it has no definition. It's just it does whatever you need it to.
Well,
And
specifically, the predictions have to be isolated from any other explanation. So whatever predictions you make can't also be predictions that can be made from a different explanation.
Wait a second. Wait, say that again?
If you want to verify that something exists, then the predictions you're using to make them can't also be true about another explanation. You have to isolate them from a different explanation, otherwise your test is worthless.
I guess that's why relativity is still a theory then.
Yeah, I think a theory is probably the highest regard in science, so I don't think that's a problem.
I don't know. I just think it's funny how the ether just stopped existing because Einstein dictated that it doesn't exist.
Not sure that's why it stopped existing. I think it stopped existing over time because of things like.
I'm pretty sure that's the only reason why we don't ever mention ether anymore, is because Einstein said so.
Well, no, those tests, the Michelson-Morley, Michelson-Gale test, Einstein's special relativity, general relativity, and then the quantum field theory, which is, as or if not more robust than relativity.
And they have no predictive power. They have no any claims of ether doesn't have predictive power. There's no mechanism for it to work. No, we don't even have an inkling of how it works if it exists. As soon as you guys come up with that theory and the map that goes along with it and make predictions, then we can take it seriously. Right now, it's just an assertion.
Well, Tesla always accounted for ether and always got positive results.
How did he account for ether?
It's funny when a heliocentrist asks for evidence. Fucking asshole.
We've been asking for evidence for flat Earth forever. We don't never get it. You don't have to provide it.
Dude, all you do is literally tell me how gravity is a force and then say it's not a force, but we can think of it as one, and you double speak. That's a globe in a nutshell.
Okay, well, can you show where Tesla accounted for the ether and how?
Yeah.
Offhand, no.
Okay. Are you sure that
I just want everybody that believes in a globe to know that all the fucking evidence of a globe is still theoretical and none of it has been proven. And you could research that. That it is still a theory, motherfucker.
Right.
Okay,
So
there's no actual evidence. But I'm telling you, I will provide money. I want evidence of this. You want money, bro?
Any evidence
Provide me this shit. Provide the evidence.
You will ignore all evidence given to you.
Okay.
If it's a photoshopped image of NASA, that's not evidence.
Okay, so a theory is the highest regard in science. You can't become a theory unless you have a plethora of evidence, an immense amount of evidence that doesn't have any other explanation or contradiction.
It means it hasn't been proven.
If
something is theoretical, it means there's no proof to it. Sorry.
Being theoretical and being a theory aren't the same thing. Theoretical science is not the same thing as something being a theory.
Who am I talking to?
A theory is the highest regard in science. It means that it's been shown to be true.
Lies.
Well, with that being said, there's
that
only
would
been
be a
two
law.
predications.
That would be called a law, not a theory, motherfucker. What?
No, a law and a theory have the same rigor, the same amount of.
No, it doesn't.
The same opportunity to both be not true.
Who am I talking
about? More true than the other.
Kosho. Well, there's only been two theories.
If a law and a theory is the same thing, then why the fuck are people doing experiments to prove theories?
They're not.
You don't need to do it. You don't need to do an experiment to prove a law, bro. Like, what are you talking about?
They're not the same thing, and you would need to do an experiment to prove a law, of course.
You just said that they have the same rigor. What are you getting at?
Yeah, they do. It's not like one's held to a higher.
But they're not the same thing.
Yeah, they're not the same thing.
Bro, gravity has never been proven. It is a mysterious force that they claim it exists, but there is nothing to detect this actual force. You understand that? You understand that the reason they call it a theory is because they can't prove it exists.
A law is simply
Period.
a description of how something occurs.
Nah, you're playing games, bro. You're playing fucking games right now with your fucking.
You ready to listen, dude? A law is simply the description of how things, like different things, interact or how something will behave, over time or whatever. It's usually denoted by an equation or formula. Okay, a theory is just a explanation for how this is happening. But both are. And it's not like one is held to be more true than the other or anything like that.
Yeah, that's not true at all.
Yeah, it is.
No, not at all, man.
Bro,
the second year law.
You said a theory has the same rigor as a law, bro. What are you doing?
Yeah, I would say the law is the description and the theory is the explanation.
No.
That's exactly right.
A theory is something that you would need to test, and when you get your result, it either proves it or not. That's simple.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right.
And when I test your heliocentric theories,
give me your test. What have you done?
Bro.
Give me your test. What test?
Proving this shit, you know?
If you got a test you could give me that you've done?
Shit, I'm outside right now.
Yeah, you're not
Fucking
floating either,
around.
are you? You're not floating either, are you?
No, and that's what the heliocentric model fucking states, is that we're floating, and I don't agree with that.
No, that's not what it states. That's a straw man.
Yes, it is. It states that we're all suspended in a vacuum. That would be equivalent to floating, dude.
Not suspended. We're traveling on a trajectory at a velocity such that we don't
ants
fall
on a
into the
balloon,
sun.
an ant floating with the balloon. Oh my god.
Does anybody else
Oh my God, what?
both of us in the face? Like,
that's accurate. That's exactly what it says. I mean, what y'all are saying is not what it says.
No, but you're saying that if an ant is on a balloon and you let the balloon go up in the air, the ant's not floating up in the air with the balloon, is what you're saying.
Not necessarily, no.
yeah, I'm just going to make this very clear. Theories stay theories until they're proven. Okay? A theory does not have the same rigor or the same validity as a law because the theories or the tests and the experiments that are being done don't prove the theory.
I'm going to read to you.
Is evolution a theory or is evolution a stone cold?
I'm going to read to you the actual description of these words, okay? Not from my mind that I'm making up, as it seems to be the case in your side, but actually the descriptions of them. It says a scientific theory is a description of the natural world that scientists have proven through rigorous testing. As understood within the scientific community, a theory explains how nature behaves under specific conditions. And here's laws. Like theories,
so your context of the theory,
scientific laws describe phenomena that the scientific community has found to be provably true. Generally, laws describe what will happen in a given situation, demonstrable by a mathematical equation, whereas theories describe how the phenomenon happens. So now you've learned something.
Bro, if you can't prove a theory, it doesn't fucking mean anything, bro. Sorry.
That's okay.
It's just a theory. At the end of the day,
it doesn't need your approval.
Theory, it stays a theory and it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't need your approval either.
Theories are not promoted to laws.
No, it needs your approval to be true, right? Fucking crazy.
So if a theory and a law is a theory and a law is the same thing, is what they're saying.
No, it's not the same.
That's what they're saying, bro. They just said that a theory is a law, bro.
Once
That's what he
again,
just said.
So the
theory
theory of relativity can never be incorrect.
once again, they're not the same. Anything in science, a law or a theory, can be tested to be wrong. They can always continuously be tested. If it can't,
bro,
there's hold on, guys.
Very
You're
big difference between these two things.
You're gonna stay confused about this. But the difference between a law and a theory, as it states in what I've posted, right? Both have been tested and shown to be true. However, a law will describe what will happen, usually demonstratable by a mathematical equation. Theories describe how the phenomenon happens.
So Okay, so I'm just because it's
It seems like theories
somewhat
only
off the
apply to
topic.
freaking anomalous phenomena. Like the only reason you need a theory is for something that can't be explained.
Right, so it seems like by this logic, evolution is 100% fact that can't be disputed. Yet there's no actual proof for any of it. Same with gravity.
The observation of gravity.
If gravity is
the fact that shit falls down.
If gravity was gravity, okay. When Newton described gravity as force as mass attracting mass, was that a theory?
The law of gravity.
Was that a theory or
I
not?
look at that. Actually, how he words it.
Okay, describe which one to you is the law of gravity.
What about Newton's theory of gravity?
Okay, describe Newton's theory of gravity.
Was it not mass attracting mass?
No, so Newton had the universal law of gravitation. He had the universal
Which
law.
is?
That's that equation. The equation for the universal law. That's Newton's universal law of gravitation.
Which is mass attracting mass.
No, it's a description. It's literally just a mathematical description. Einstein has the general theory of relativity, which includes a law.
With describing mass attracting mass.
No, he doesn't say
Was he
mass.
not?
He doesn't say mass. He actually specifically says he doesn't want to say mass attracting mass. However,
of course he doesn't want to say that.
Yeah, because he doesn't have a mechanism for how that's happening. So he doesn't come up with a theory for it.
So Newton never had any theory about gravity being mass attracting mass. Then what was it?
That was a mystery until Einstein came up with the theory of general relativity.
So Newton never said mass attracts mass.
He specifically says he doesn't want to say that because he doesn't know how some magical mass.
I think you're talking about moon phases and the tides is what he specifically avoided.
Yeah, he specifically describes what happens, and describing what happens is a law. So what he did was come up with a law.
Describing what happens is a law.
What's responsible for mass attracting mass? What's the is it a particle? What's going on?
Oh no.
Einstein explains that.
So tell us.
No, he
tell us
doesn't.
what Einstein explained. I want to hear.
He
what
explains that
it's
time is the curvature of time.
So
Theory.
Time ending is what attracts mass to mass.
So it gives that appearance, yeah.
Oh wow! That's
Or
pretty
does
bad,
mass not attract mass?
That's what it looks like, and you can't refute that.
That's like
so you can't show me time other than looking at a fucking clock moving upon itself.
Ether.
Yeah, you're gonna invoke it. That's pretty funny. And then you want to talk shit about the ether.
We can show at the top and bottom of a building how the time is going to be different, and for that reason, if time's different between the top and between the nearness or far from the mass, then it's going to change the way another mass is moving through time, which gives the appearance of attraction.
Dude, you can't move. Hold on, I gotta get this big bag of freedom out of my car. Hold on a second, it's really heavy.
Is time physical, Kosha?
No, no, it's not physical.
So it's not physical, but yet you're going to invoke it having an effect on two objects.
Yeah, things move through time. Everything does.
How can something non-physical affect something physical?
Things move through time, man. Whether you
that's I heard you chant that already. Chanting isn't going to cure the problem.
If you don't believe that, you can tell me why you don't believe things move through time.
Science isn't based on beliefs. Let's keep the religion out of this and stick to the facts, bud.
Okay,
so
well,
go ahead and give me the physical attributes of time.
It dilates.
Yeah, that's real cute.
It dilates in an airplane inside a vacuum.
Everything moves through time.
Time keeps on.
Flat earthers are so religious.
Well, you're mocking things, with your little cute little boy, high school boy laugh. But you're not giving any reason that you're getting your.
Well,
you
in your
cannot
mind,
fill
for
up a
something to
clock with
exist, it
time.
has to have some sort of a physical feature, in which it doesn't. So there you go. It's funny how you guys deny the ether, but yet you guys invoke other fantasy things to in lieu of it. That's real cute.
Well, I mean, we could say that you're not floating because of gravity, but you can't show me what ether is doing to you.
You can't prove gravity, bro.
You keep
Like,
on
you can't-
invoking ether, but you have no reason for ether to exist. You have, or for us to believe
It's
that
not.
it exists, because
It's
there's no
not.
explanation, no math, no mechanism, no specific prediction that you get from ether. So why are you giving
Yeah,
us
you
this
can.
ether when you have nothing
Yeah, you
to
can.
support it?
Magnetism times dielectric field equals Q and Planck of electricity. There you go. There's a
Okay, we're
formula.
talking about
There's a
time
prediction.
dilation. We're talking about time dilation. So apply
Yeah,
that
you're talking
statement
about
to time dilation.
fairy tale.
Apply
You
that
want
to
me to
time
prove your
dilation.
fairy tale?
Well, apply that to the fact that we're clocked in an airplane ticks differently, and we can predict why, or we can predict ahead of time how it will tick differently. Now with ether, make that same prediction.
Well, I'm not going to entertain your fantasy, dude, because that's purely what you're doing is invoking fantasy in lieu of accuracy.
You mean measurement, fantasy measurement,
Sure.
and you have jack shit at all.
That's what you think.
You don't have measurement.
That's what you think.
Show me any measurement of time dilation of the cesium atom changing in a dielectric field, or whatever the hell you want to assert there, or an ether plane, or ether vortex. Show me, make a prediction of how that clock will physically give different answers at different altitudes in a building, or at different altitudes and velocities and direction, using your ether to come up with that answer.
I can provide you a video.
I wager you can't. You're going to show me
You want me to
the.
you want me to provide you a
the
video?
airplane time dilation.
Would you like a video or no?
I'm asking you, is this video going to show the effects of time dilation explained?
Yeah.
Okay, then.
So if you want, I'll take my time to dig it up and post it. But if not, then you're not going to watch it, then and you're just going to hand wave it. Then there's no point in doing that, and you can claim victory all you want.
And they're going to mathematically support this, where they show that the plane should see 250 milliseconds at flying east. Microseconds.
But see, you're talking about the 250 microseconds or milliseconds or whatever, but then you're also in the same breath they're going to tell me how different elevations of the airplane will cause the clock to be different anyway.
Yeah, the planes fly at the same elevation roughly.
100% of the time for all 40 hours while they were in the air.
I would say within a couple percentage points.
And those couple percentage points will not follow the milliseconds or microseconds of time?
Or you'd have to tell me how that changed my velocity or my gravitation.
Do you want the
gravitational
explanation on gravitational time?
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry. In the middle of my conversation was interrupting.
Do you want the video on it or not?
Thank you so much. Okay.
Well, I got the video. I told you I was going to get it. I'm asking you if it's worth posting.
You didn't have to interrupt to do that. You could have posted it.
All right. Well, I'm just saying there's no point in posting if you're not going to watch it. So if you're willing to watch it, I'll post it. Just let me know.
To take it another time, or you just going to take all of my time? Not only to interrupt me, but then to ask me 10 times after I've already given you an affirmative?
All right. I posted it. It's in live stream text 1.
Something makes me think he's not going to make a mathematical prediction in here at all, but okay.
Well, it's an explanation. So
I'm looking for a prediction, a mathematical prediction. That's not what I asked for.
Well, mathematical predictions are just descriptions. You should be seeking an explanation, being that supersedes your description.
No, if he goes and just says, well, if in the dielectric plane, we'll expect it to change, that's not going to help me at all. I need to have
The
a prediction
dielectric
that comes
plane of
up ahead of
inertia, to be
time.
exact.
I'm going to need a prediction of how the numbers that we got from the system are answered by his explanation.
Well, I can try doing that later, but I mean, right now I'm driving while working, so maybe there's something in the video. I don't know. Maybe not. I don't know.
Well, you seemed awful confident a minute ago, but I will
Well,
I'll watch it.
the title of the video says explanation on the matter, so I would assume that there would be some way to confirm this, but off the top of my head, it's been a while since I watched that video, so I couldn't give you an exact explanation or prediction. But
all right, well, I'm going to go on
something.
deafen. I'm going to go on deafen so I can listen to this retard.
All right, I'll go on deafen too, and I'll watch it too, or should I say listen?
I was going to say, don't watch it. You're driving. It feels like with every single subject, like, well, there's a billion like sub subjects on the whole Earth debate, right? Like, gas pressure of the container, water, everything, and every answer that a Glober has, you have to go in this deep dream to see it, and it's ridiculous, and it's everything. It's not even just one. It's every single subject. I mean, even simple stuff like Coriolis that we should be seeing. They have to explain why we don't. Gas pressure of the container. They have to explain why it's impossible to demonstrate. It's all the same. But time dilation in a vacuum on airplane with an atomic clock, that's their proof. And it's silly.
Yeah, that won't happen anyway.
Yeah.
We had that discussion before, a few hours before. So.
What, Coriolis?
No, about this time dilation. Length contraction and time dilation. We've covered those. You were here too, yeah.
And then they have to come up with complete nonsense. Well, Lorentz contraction has to take place. Like they just invent things just to explain away why they're not getting results they want. Oh, the telescope grew like 2 trillion billionths of a millimeter, and we just can't see it, but it has to have, because if it didn't, then Einstein's wrong. It's like, okay. Like, it'd be easier just to explain to them how Stegosaurus is fuck. And then you got the special theory of relativity. There's literally scientists walking around today who have invented things who say it's all crap. It's not, and they're not even flat earthers that are saying that. But then, Kosho over here saying that there's no difference between a theory and a law. A theory just explains the law. That's not, that doesn't jive with me. Like that one guy who did something with GPS or something that they were talking about 2 or 3 weeks ago. What was his name? Ron something? Ron Hatch, yeah. And then you got this one guy, Li Sifeng, who he's claimed, I haven't really looked into him too much, but he's claimed to overthrown the theory of relativity. He's being nominated for a prize in China. So it's like there's people that are living and breathing today that don't even think theory of relativity is even viable. Yet we're being told by Kosha that it's no different than a law.
What are you talking about, man?
How you were saying how there's
He's
no
a troll,
difference between a
ignore
theory
him.
and a law. How am I being a troll?
I've already told you what the difference between a law and a theory was. I told you they're both held to the same rigor. They both require evidence, and they both need to be substantially shown to be true. But they're two different things. It's not that one's higher than the other, though.
What law has been a law that was overturned as far as scientific law?
The universal law of gravitation.
Is that what you were trying to say that Newton never mentioned about mass attracting mass?
Saying what Newton had provided was a law.
See, the whole part you were saying about Newton is he doesn't want to talk about the moon and the tides. That's what he avoided.
I don't think he avoided that.
He didn't want to mention that because it comes off stupid. I mean, for one, if the moon is what causes the tides on Earth, every single tide in the ocean would be uniformed, and every lake, every pond, every pool, every river would have tides. Any body of water. Not just certain oceans sometimes, and not all at different intervals of tide.
How did you come to that conclusion? That they would all have this? They would all be the same magnitude.
Because if the moon is going around the Earth and the moon's gravity is pulling on the water, it would all be the same whenever the moon passes over it.
Yeah, the gravitational attraction between the moon and a cup of water and the gravitational attraction between the moon and the ocean are going to be two different forces.
Yeah, except for the Atlantic Ocean and the Mediterranean Sea doesn't have any freaking tides. I mean, it's
Mediterranean
got tides,
Sea
but
doesn't have any tides.
It's not the Mediterranean Sea's tides nowhere near like the Atlantic or Pacific or other places. They're all different.
Okay, do you think that has
And if
something
it was
to
the
do?
moon, no. But what I'm saying is, if the moon's gravity is pulling on the water around the Earth, it should all be uniformed.
Is the Earth uniform?
Absolutely not.
Okay, so then why should it be uniform?
But what's the difference between the Mediterranean and the Atlantic? Why would the moon tug on the Atlantic more than the Mediterranean Sea?
The ground underneath the ocean, the contours of
What does that have to do with gravity pulling the water?
Because the water is
What would
moving.
that have to do with
The water is moving across that land.
He's adding variable.
What? So, oh my goodness. Let's see here. Well, yeah, the Atlantic Ocean gets 10,000 feet deeper than the Mediterranean Sea. And that's going to, how is that going to make the water act different from the moon's gravity pulling on it? And plus, if it is mass attracting mass, the reason why he wanted to stay away from that is because how is the moon's gravity going to supersede the Earth's gravity to tug on it? And then you get a little further deeper into it, and you ask yourself, is the moon getting closer or further away from us? So mass attracting mass completely goes out the window.
That's right.
I'm sorry. What did you
And
ask?
not to mention,
I stepped away. What did you say?
it doesn't matter. Also, not to mention, well, if you step, no, I just said that is the Earth getting closer or further away from us? I mean, the moon.
Supposedly it's
In
getting
your
further
paradigm.
away. Although
Right, so mass
between
attracting mass gets thrown out the window.
no.
That's what I said.
First of all,
mass attracting
every
mass
month
was
it gets
already
further and
thrown out
moves
the
away,
window.
but over time, overall, it's moving further away. And the fact that it's coming towards the Earth all the time.
How is it coming
So the fact that
towards
it's
the Earth
orbiting
and
the
moving
Earth
further
tells you that
away?
it's being attracted to the Earth.
How is it being attracted to the Earth if it's moving further away from the Earth?
It's moving further away over time. So the furthest distance in its orbit is getting bigger and bigger over time.
Which means it's not being attracted towards the Earth.
It is. Otherwise, it wouldn't be coming towards the Earth.
Yet it's going further away.
It's going around the Earth.
Wow. That was a complete waste of time. It absolutely didn't address anything. Not one prediction is made in that video.
I predicted it was a waste of time.
That was an excellent prediction. I made that prediction also, but now I've confirmed it. Essentially, there is no difference between his assertions since he makes no predictions. I could insert any word where he has pressure mediation, magnetic mediation, electrical, blah, 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 divergence. I can throw in all magic words. I could say unicorns and tiny chariots, and have the exact same level of assertion. People who like Ken Wheeler like him mostly because he uses big, non-standard words in order to go against the mainstream. That's the only thing that really liked about him.
Dice Slow's muted, so nobody else is going to talk about Ken Wheeler.
Oh. What did he do to get muted?
Do what?
Why did he get muted, or did he mute himself?
He muted himself and deafened himself.
That's an interesting one. Fallacy of quoting out of context. That's a famous one, used by so many in the flat Earth community. Selective excerpt. Another one is incomplete comparison.
Wow.
So Moyak, you're basically saying you're a big fan of Ken Wheeler now, and you subscribe to his channel, and you're going to be watching all the new videos.
Ew.
That's what I got from that. You're incredibly impressed with his mental prowess.
I do have to say he does a wonderful job of using words the wrong way to dazzle and confuse.
Okay,
He
so
does that.
you're suggesting you think that there's a purposeful effort to confuse rather than him expressing his thoughts the way that he desires to do so?
I think so because of his use of non-standard words rather than commonly understood words. I think is a evidence of him intending to dazzle and confuse. He could use real words and standard words to make the same arguments. But if you're constantly having to break out a thesaurus and find out that he misrepresented a word or misused it in his blather, it's very difficult to follow what he's saying.
This is interesting. I don't perceive him that way at all, but it does seem like he's kind of like kryptonite to globe earthers. You guys just run for the hills and call him word salad every time. It's like, I don't know if there's any globe earther that has a kind of rational viewpoint on him.
Well, once again, he just put out a video, and I watched that whole video painfully. And he claimed to debunk or offer an alternative answer to time dilation. And when you go through it and watch it, he just asserts something else, and he did nothing except for make assertion.
What's wrong with that?
Well, in lieu of that, I could also say unicorns did it. Unicorns are the reason that we are held to the ground. What unicorns do is they push us down from the top, from a heavenly position in their constant procession towards the ground. They push us to the ground. There's no difference in me saying that and what he said.
Well, I'm sure there's difference because I'm sure he didn't mention the word unicorns.
I never understand why they call it dilation. I still don't understand, because the meaning of dilation and the meaning of time dilation don't really have anything common from my point of view.
There's several definitions of it, and I was bothered by that as well, but it's used as in change.
Who was that guy that was pissing you off? Was that Moyok? No. Yeah, Moyok. Who was pissing you off? Sorry, I just joined.
Oh, I didn't pay much attention who it was, but there was a guy who every time I would say something, he would be stepping all over me in the middle of what I was saying.
Yeah, I think more. You know, there's a lot of people here that know who the sensible ones are, like yourself and Geo and Kosho and all the other rest of the first three things I could think of. Yeah, so probably doesn't know your integrity or whatever.
I mean, I rarely go more than 30 seconds with anything I'm saying. So I mean, you can wait that whole 30 seconds and let me finish my thought.
Yeah. I can speak to people that just are repeating the same point over and over, and then I would need to butt in and say, look, mate, you're wasting your time. We've already gone over this. Probably a bit like having a conversation with your wife. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Yeah. So there are times where you have to step in and say, whoa, but if you know the people that you're talking to, then you know. You can tell when they're trying to say something or such and such. But yes, I get you, mate. I get your frustration. Sound like I've fucking interrupted the conversation with a bit of psychology or something crap, yeah?
One thing, Moyak, I mean, I don't know if I heard the exact part you're referring to, but I've been listening most all morning here, but I may have had it muted for a little bit of here and there, so I don't know if I heard that part. But Your mic is a little quiet and a little bit muffled, so that is one thing. Is that sometimes it's kind of hard to hear you, you know. So, but if someone was doing it, you know, chronically or purposefully, then maybe it wasn't that.
Yeah, and in this case, I was the one he was responding to, so I'm guessing that he was still hearing me.
Yeah, some people do it as like a domination tactic, and that's where ideally the moderation needs to do, you know, temporary muting, because sometimes people will do it like if they're uncomfortable with what you're saying, or not to throw out that term cog dis, but you know, whatever it is, if they're having some mental state that won't let the, you know, they don't want to listen to you, or for whatever reason, then it's like used as kind of a tactic in a sense, just to bowl over you, you know, instead of,
because people don't join here to change their worldview. They come here trying to debate things and get little fucking badges and brownie points. Proving someone wrong. It doesn't matter what they're proving. They just want to feel like they're more intellectual or experts. I came here because I want people to disprove what I thought was true, and that's what happened.
I'm still waiting for that. I'm perfectly happy if somebody can prove things to the level that other things are proven. And by proven, I mean, you know, where the evidence is leading right now. And like I said,
yeah, I'm gonna increase this bounty. I'm increasing the bounty every week. Right now it's $100. Next week is going to be $200.
I think
so,
Electric is one of the ones who's pissing me off.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, if you can make a prediction with you know, your claims of ether, like, you know, the people say it's an ether wind that you're flying against or whatever, that's great. But right now, I don't see any ability to predict anything with it. So where does ether come into this? Why would you make an assertion if you have no idea how ether works, no idea of the direction of movement of the ether, and no ability to say this is what will happen if I travel in X direction? Which is where I think that, like, Einstein did a wonderful job. He actually gave them the ability to give these.
I mean, if you don't take into account gravity, buoyancy, gravitational pull, and all that, density explains, you know, the ether pretty well, in my opinion.
That was a weird statement. How is ether useful? What can you predict with it? How can you model? How can you explain?
The context of the word ether that it sounds like you're pertaining to, not the same as mine, man. We might have different contexts.
That's fine. Okay, so we'll go with whatever you're talking about. How is it useful?
If you could measure the density of the air, why not consider that the ether?
Because that's the density of the air. Why would that be the ether?
Why not? Air is all because it's the contained gas in our atmosphere, like calling it atmosphere, which sucks, but it's like, you know, it's what surrounds us.
Okay, so does the ether change with the density of the atmosphere?
Like I said, I don't know what your context of the ether is, but in my opinion, the ether can be measured with random stuff like density. You're just measuring the density of the air. And whoever said that's a lewd comment, what's hard to fetch?
So in that context, though, the density of the air changes. I mean, as you go higher. So does that affect the ether in your whatever you're describing?
Okay, when you say that the density or like the pressure rises the higher you go, yeah, you're saying that's based on elevation?
Yes, it's lower the higher you go. The altitude.
All right. So I'm sorry, but you're providing your context of the ether. I don't know if this is true or provable, but this is how you perceive it, right?
I mean, the density does change with altitude. I think that's pretty much a given.
Yeah, so that's density and altitude explaining that. That has nothing to do with you know, gravity or anything else.
No, my question is, because you were saying that you can use the density of the air to explain or validate or whatever, correlate, right?
More what I'm saying is all the things that you do to describe and measure air. I just consider anything that's not matter to be the ether. My context of ether might be different than other people.
Air is matter.
This is gonna get too deep, and like the dude like to say, we're gonna end up in the weeds. But, you know, I would be expressing some theories that, you know, can't really be proven. That I'm being dead ass. I'm being super honest when I say what we're talking about is just, you know, we're theorizing, bro.
Well, no, I'm trying to understand. I mean, you know, there's Lemon's view of the ether, and then there's other people's, and then there's the glow view of the ether, which doesn't exist. So I'm trying to understand yours. And you're saying it kind of.
Oh yeah, no, I appreciate you a lot right now for that. Okay, so let me try to give you the context of what I'm getting at. Whenever you hear the word ether, ethereal realm, firmament, like all of these words pertaining to the type of pressure that is being contained, like we say, like I don't know how many people are going to agree with what I'm about to say, but a lot of people might perceive that we're contained. You feel me?
Okay, so does the ether change?
You're asking, does it change?
Does it change? Does this pressure change?
I've never thought of it that hard before. I'm literally thinking about it right now, man. So if I come off as like, you know, I'm not sure, that's why. But I would say
that's fine.
Yeah, I would say that, you know, the higher in elevation you go, you know, there's less oxygen and less particles floating around, whatever you want to call it.
Right, but my question is, what is the relationship between the air and the ether, if there is one?
Relation, I would, like, when I started to explain the context, I kind of was alluding to that the same thing. Everybody has a context to the ether. I consider air, ether, firmament, it all explains the same ordeal of just us existing in a container and how, like, there's pressurized gas above us. Okay, you could call that air, you could call that ether, you could call it density, buoyancy. All these fucking random theories are applied trying to explain the air around us, whatever you want to call it, man.
But like specific to density and buoyancy, I mean, they have a mathematical relationship. There's a physical relationship. I mean, you can do calculations with those. You can calculate the buoyancy of a submarine or a ship. I mean, you can figure that out based on the material that you're using, the volume, you know, all these different things, the density of the water, the salinity of the water. All of these factors go into the buoyancy and density of a ship or submarine and whether it'll float. And what I'm trying to figure out is, how does ether factor into all of that? I mean,
your context of the word ether, I don't know what you're factoring in. Are you factoring in an equation? What equation are you trying to factor in?
If I want to build a submarine, I have to take into account all of these different things. Do I have to take in the ether?
Like I said, how I describe the ether is explained with things like density. Like I consider the law of density to exist within the ether. Does that not make sense? I feel like I need to shut up. Somebody fucking help.
Well, what I'm saying is, I mean, there is, you know, density is.
I'm not separating the ether from air, or density from ether, or air from density. I'm not separating the things. I'm saying they are all the same. That maybe that's a generalization that people aren't comfortable making because we're forced to assume that there's all these fucking variables changing where we are and shit. How much pressure is in the air, and we float this high. Once you're at 10,000 feet elevation, now you don't see this and you don't feel that. And when you get 10,000 feet higher, now planes and satellites can float, and you need this much type of propel. Do you know what I mean? I don't believe in any of that, man. Sorry. I don't believe that that there is all these changing variables of gravity and buoyancy the higher you go. I don't believe that you can launch a satellite and there is a point beyond the Van Allen belt that is just going to start to.
Well, I mean, buoyancy and density don't have. I mean, that can apply to the ocean and the liquid. I mean, that doesn't even have to do with necessarily the atmosphere. That's just fluid dynamics. Whether
But I
it's
feel
a
like I'm
liquid
trying to
or a gas.
explain. I'm trying to explain so much in a short amount of time because I know somebody's got a better way of explaining.
I find interesting about what you're trying to do is you're trying to lump so many things together into one super category that it almost takes away any value in it.
And that's also the problem is when I listen to you describe ether, that's not how most other people. So when you say other people have a better way to describe it, yours is different from a lot of the other descriptions and understandings and interpretations.
That's definitely the first thing I said before I said anything, is that the context is going to be taken differently with different people.
Right. And that's why I was trying to understand what you're saying. But then you're saying, well, somebody else can do it better. I'm like, yours is different from most other people. So I don't know if anybody else can do it better.
Do it better or do it different or have a completely opposing opinion. I'm open to all these suggestions. Like, you know, I'm not dead set on what I believe in this.
Okay.
I just feel like it is open to be discussed.
So if you make an observation, how would you determine that it's ether as opposed to something else that's somehow affecting the outcome of the observation? How would you manipulate the ether?
Quote unquote, the word ether to me is the measured amount of pressure of where we're contained. Does that make sense? I'm trying to tell you that, like, what you consider the ether and what I consider the ether might have two different layouts.
Okay.
So don't take what I'm saying seriously. Like, I'm not standing on what I'm theorizing.
No, I'm not saying right or wrong. I'm questioning how would you test that position? How would you?
How do I test it? Okay, so I assume somebody explained this great the other day, which I must admit I personally never thought of this until he presented the idea. But how are there all these gases being contained around the surface of the Earth unless there is some kind of layer to, you know, contain all these gases? So this person was proposing to me that there is a dense layer over our plane that is containing all the gases. And this kind of defeats the concept or the perception of a vacuum, empty space, millions and millions of miles of empty space. You know, I kind of threw all that out the window when I heard this guy explain, you know, how are you containing all the gases? All the gases should evaporate into the atmosphere.
It's all contained within the magnetic field. That's how space is created. Space essentially is a centrifugal divergent magnetic field, and that's the creation of space. And furthermore, Moyoc, man, did you get a chance to watch the video explaining gravitational time dilation? Because he goes into depth.
Yes.
Yeah, he goes into depth in explaining your Doppler, i.e., red-blue shift, dependent upon the direction of light, either going away from or going towards a mass. And when it's going towards a mass, it's red shifted, and when it's going away, it's blue shifted. And he also explicitly lays out how the red shift is it has a much larger spatial footprint than the blue shift, which is higher in capacitance but smaller within its spatial footprint. And
those are wonderful words, but I haven't heard a single prediction made yet. So, I mean, when I looked at that entire video, and it absolutely did not address anything to the level that the Heiken-Keefe experiment, you know, that one time.
So if I get
that level of explanation where they actually go through and they say, this is how much time dilation you would experience. This is the direction of time dilation you would experience.
So if I get clocked for speeding and I use his explanation that they calibrated the machine wrong, will I still get a ticket?
If they get the
you could definitely challenge that.
Yeah, if you prove that you can get out.
Yeah, so what you would want to do, Extremistus, is ask for the discovery in its entirety, and with that, it should be dismissed.
Why? Why would they dismiss it?
Because they would have to present a whole slew of information to substantiate that you were traveling at set speeds faster than what's been governed. So it's too much rigmarole for them to jump through hoops and providing over a small citation such as a speeding violation. So typically they dismiss it.
But
not that that's the answer you wanted, but that's
no,
that's an
but I'm
answer.
saying, could they do it if they wanted to? Give all that information.
Yeah, if you wanted to challenge how their radar guns are actually working, contrary to what they claim, I'm sure it's doable.
I know when you put forth an argument like that, typically what they say is, here was the last calibration date. And as far as I've seen, that's been admissible.
Yeah, sometimes they can't even pick up a radar signal depending on the contours of the vehicle. That's why the stealth fighter it's got so many jagged edges on it, because it's not allowing that signal to bounce back accurately. So, I mean, there's a lot of things that would cause issues within speed detection using that radar gun.
Yeah, but they work.
Well, they work majority of the time, again, depending on the circumstances, but there's other variables to contend with.
I don't get it. If they work, then what are you claiming?
Would it work on a black body, such as
It
the
works
sun?
on cars. It works like it works on the principle we're claiming to work on.
Does it work on the stealth fighter?
Yeah, why are we bringing it to stealth fighters?
Why does it need to
Because
work on stealth fighters?
that's the whole premise of the stealth fighter, is that it's non-detectable under radar.
Okay, luckily my car is not a stealth fighter.
Okay, how do I know that?
That's a strange.
Because you got a reading?
I mean, I have got a radar. I've got a ticket before, several times actually.
And everyone's driven past those detectors that are on the side of the road that show you what your speed is, and usually works on every car. But
Yeah.
regardless of how is Ken Wheeler's explanation how is it not contradictory to speedometers?
Did you watch the video?
No, I was listening to y'all's conversation.
Go watch the video. It's fairly short. It's very insightful. I think you'll find it interesting.
Well, what's wrong with it? You guys both explained it.
Moyak watched it. He can tell us about it.
Well, Moyak was looking for something specific, and his level of proof is maybe different than what I would request for evidence. But nonetheless,
He always said it's a waste of time. I'm going to take his word on that.
Oh. Well, if you're truthfully looking for answers, then I think you would give it a chance. But if you want to see your same rigmarole, then go right ahead.
Will you give me a timestamp, maybe?
Yeah, the entire video, bro.
Yeah, the entire video is indistinguishable from the rest of the video, too.
Mike, what part of the video do you think is relevant?
I really could not say. It is a series of repeated phrases, and ad nauseum, and never
can you
repeat the key point that I thought was of interest.
Can you repeat a single phrase within the video? Like at least a sentence or two?
Oh, what was one of the ones he was saying? I actually typed it in the response, but he was talking about the dirty stepchild of whatever. It's just his. I don't know what you would call
Child
that.
of whatever.
I can't repeat it. I'm not here to do a direct repeat of what he said.
Well, I mean, if you understood what he was saying in the explanation, then I mean, you should be
The fact
confident
that he
to.
actually repeated word for word several phrases throughout the whole thing, over and over again. Some of them on the order of 5 times.
Well, then you should be able to recite it. I mean, you should be able to recite it. If that's the case. No, I didn't hear him repeating too often. No, he went on to several different things explaining red shift, blue shift, the difference between thereof, Doppler shift, and then got into gravitational the explanation behind gravitational time dilation. So, I mean, to say that he repeated himself 5 times over, I mean, just seems silly to me.
Well, everything that he said about redshift and blue shift were bold assertions with no supporting evidence.
That's actually not true. He's got several videos extrapolating the difference between red and blue shift within the magnetic ferrocell or supercell of a magnetic field, where you can actually see the holography of the red and blue shift depending on how he angles certain things and what
That
he's
may be
doing.
the
So
case. That's not what he said. All he did in this video was make bold assertions.
I mean, he might have summarized it and you might have taken it as bold assertions, but if you actually look at the evidence as to why he made such claims, then I think you'd be validated on what he said.
Well, he did not address in any way that I could see how the measurement of time dilation was affected by these things. Yeah, the red shift and blue shift inside of my my atomic clock. How does it change it? What direction? I think he did mention kind of a direction, maybe in some of his diatribe, but I'm not even sure about it.
Well, I would suggest rewatching it with
Why?
slightly little less biasy towards it, rather and just try to be open minded
Maybe
as
you
to the
should be more
explanation.
biasy towards it and actually try and find out what's
I
wrong
have.
with anything.
Yeah, I have. I've critiqued several things that he's said, and he's given me answers to substantiate why he made such claims. And when you look at the videos presented, I mean, it's not just words, but actual experimentation to substantiate. So, I mean, proof's in
So
the pudding. But
think of an experiment that he did where he showed redshift affecting cesium clocks.
I mean, wouldn't that take leaving the surface of Earth in order to conduct such experiments?
You can do it in a building.
I mean, you can do it at different levels. You know, you can do it at sea level, and then you can do it at Death Valley, below sea level.
Do it at the top of a building or top of a mountain, which all these things have been done.
Is Death Valley below sea level? I don't know that it is. I've been there several times.
It's the lowest point in the United States.
Isn't that 1,400 feet below sea level?
Is it really? I don't know about that. I think they're somewhere else other than Death Valley.
Death Valley, well, not necessarily Death Valley itself, but that desert area there somewhere is the lowest point in the U.S.
I don't know that to be the case. I mean, that's cool if that is the truth, but
The average elevation is minus 282.
I think it's about 300 feet below sea level.
Yeah, I go up there about once a year and spend a few weeks traveling around various caves and mines and stuff and exploring. It's pretty crazy. I think 2 people have died within a month apart from one another this year. One of them was a 67-year-old man, ran out of gas, walked about 1.8 miles before he collapsed in 120-degree weather. Not too sure about the other person. But yeah, they call it Death Valley for a reason. If you haven't been, you should check it out. It's pretty breathtaking.
I read up on a place, it was like top temperature they got was like 56, 57 Celsius. I don't know what that is in Fahrenheit. But the funny thing about it was below sea level. Was that exactly the same thing you were talking about?
Yes, it's about 130. The record is 134, I believe, at Death Valley.
Cheers.
Yeah, I specifically built my Jeep with auxiliary coolers, transmission, oil, and water coolers to try to prevent any sort of failure on my Jeep. So it's pretty geared up for the conditions.
I mean, it's pretty clear proof that it's where the changes. It's the temperature of the actual the terra firma, the ground. It's the actual temperature of the ground that makes the difference, isn't it? Because like you could have 2 weeks of like cloudy weather, damp, and all that, and then you get the sunshine. That radiation of sunshine is the same day in, day out, right? For example.
No.
But as the ground is heating up, day by day you're getting hotter and hotter and hotter and hotter and hotter, and it just takes one day of rain, and then you can't the next day go to dry weather and be at its maximum or close to the maximum that it was before. It's going to drop a good 5 or 6 degrees. You see what I'm saying? So you might say it's the dampness in the air or the water in the air. I would say it's the radiation going through the ground and heating the ground up. Therefore, the ground temperature is going to it's an insulator in a way. It's going to retain that heat for a long period of time until something like rain or cold weather comes along and cools down the physical ground. Always sounds so serious.
Yeah, there's a lot of salt out there within what they call the flats. So much salt that it builds up this hard crust on top of the surface, and then right below that subsurface, it's quite moist and viscous, to where you think you're driving on a nice surface, and then all of a sudden your tires sink below that crust, and next thing you know, you're stuck, and you've only got so much time to get your bike or your vehicle out of where it's completely engulfed. Salty mold. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I rescued a few people out there. One guy had his bike maybe about half a mile off the road into the salt flats, and another old couple that ran out of gas up in one of the trails up there. It's pretty crazy, man. That place is fucking huge.
And curved.
Yeah, it's super easy to get lost out there too, man. Everything starts looking similar to one another. Like, you typically you could look at like mountaintops and try to differentiate your location based on memory, but out there things just kind of blend in. It's pretty eerie.
We're looking at mountaintops, like 30, 40 miles away. Yeah, trying to identify your location that way probably becomes, at least with any accuracy, becomes challenging because it's just so damn far away. Any motion you make, they don't move.
Yeah, you never want to go out there with just one vehicle or one bike. You always want a caravan, because something's bound to happen. I mean, there's so many jagged rocks on those trails. A lot of it's shale, and popping your tire is typically going to happen. I mean, it's pretty crazy out there. But if you're into geology, man, it's a paradise. Ton of history.
I thought geology was a pseudoscience.
I don't know if Flat Earth claims that.
Many?
Yeah,
That's a wide generalization. There's things within geology that can be disproven. It's not exactly like flat earthers are just going to go ahead and say geology is pseudoscience.
I think it'd be harder to find out what they agree with in geology. I think they'll agree
You got
with
to
that's
ask
an
the right
that's
questions.
igneous.
If you want to blindly accept everything geology, is stating, have fun with that. Or
they would have
you can
a
ask
problem
questions.
with, I would think that they would have agreement that that's igneous. That's volcanic.
Oh yeah, you can eat up everything they're going to tell you, man. You can make a whole fucking framework based on what they tell you, man. It doesn't have anything to do with your own actual ability to assume things.
Well, geology does say that gold wears a iron hat and rides a copper horse, and I can stand by that because I've looked into it myself.
Geology states that earthquakes are caused by like some
Tectonic
random
plate
ass
shifting.
Yeah, some random ass shit that can't be proven. So I don't know if everything they say about earthquakes is true. Somebody
Yeah,
came in here the other day talking about that. That was one of my
Yeah.
original fucking reasons for disliking school.
Yeah, the only thing they really have to
Geology class.
substantiate that is extrusive dikes coming subsurface up above the surface. I mean, that's the only thing that supports that claim, really.
Well, how about the GPS measurements that show that the plates are moving?
GPS showing plates are
swaths of
moving.
land are moving.
Well, GPS doesn't necessarily claim that. They more or less touch on the molten liquid bismuth that's been shifting, causing the northern magnetic pole to shift, and which is why they had to update the GPS coordinate system roughly 2 years ago to account for it.
Who has ever mentioned bismuth when talking about the plate tectonic movements?
No, we're yeah. I mean, that's what's responsible for the shifting of tectonic plates is that molten bismuth creating subsurface erosion or pressure, one or the other.
What indication do we have that there is any substantial quantity of molten bismuth below the surface? Every example of
volcanoes
eruption is that it is iron, silicates, and stuff like that. I don't see any bismuth. Sulfurs. Bismuth is like one of the smallest components that I haven't looked into that specifically, but I've never heard it mentioned.
Well, I mean, I think it would be inclusive within the Curie point that kind of includes everything to be in this bismuth-like state, if not bismuth itself. But I mean, I could be wrong.
I just don't know why you would assert it. I mean, it's just like no indication at all of large quantities of bismuth below the surface of the Earth that I know of.
Well, if you want to give me a minute, I can Google and see what comes up.
While you're at it, Google on the shape of the Earth.
Oh, yeah.
Did you know that they detected a river of mercury in Teotihuacan, which is supposed to be bigger than this entire continent or something? I don't know what the fuck they say. I gotta look that up. According to these fucking people.
Fucking people.
Never heard anything about the River of Mercury. So. Who claims that?
Is that a Goldilocks planet with the River of Mercury? Can I get a river of gold even better? How about a river of gold? Can we get that? It'd be worth flying out there.
An archaeologist has discovered liquid mercury at the Mexican pyramid. Of course, I'm not sure how much I believe that, but is that what we're talking about? Liquid mercury under a pyramid, Mexican pyramid?
Oh, is that right? Where is that happening?
Well, it's written by The Guardian, which I think is an iffy source, but Guardian, liquid mercury found under the Mexican pyramid could lead to...
Yeah, the point I was making when I brought that bullshit up is that they're going to throw all kind of stupid fucking anomalous variables at you within these, geology, astronomy. Like, when they can't explain something, they'll explain it with something, like, even dumber. Like the Goldilocks zone, how, like, we're not affected by the gravity of the sun, according to Newtonian's theory. But, we happen to be in a Goldilocks zone where we're just perfectly suspended in this area next to the sun, where we're not affected by anything that the sun causes.
Like what?
Like bullshit. It's like an anomalous explanation for the heliocentric model.
It's
That's what
not
it is.
that anomalous. What do you mean?
That's
you
what
have a balancing of forces. You have an any force and an every force. Those are going to balance at some point, aren't they? I just logically.
You ever hear of an event horizon?
Yeah, it was a movie.
They explain the Goldilocks zone, like how Earth is unaffected by sun's supposed mass causing a gravitational pull. We're in a fucking certain distance away from this gigantic thing that we're not affected by gravity.
What
that
do
the
you
sun
think
is
the
causing.
Goldilocks zone means? What do you think that means?
This is explained by the people you are defending right. Like if you're a Glober, this is what you are presenting to me. I'm telling you what your theory.
When
I
we
don't
talk
believe in
about the
this.
Goldilocks zone, we're talking about an area probably like 40 million miles wide or more. So it's not like we're just hitting this one little just.
But this explanation for us being unaffected by the supposed gravitational forces, it also applies on the supermassive black hole. Hi, this also applies in the supermassive black hole. They call it an event horizon. For the sun, they call it the Goldilocks zone. But and for the supermassive black hole, we are at an event horizon, which is also an area where we are unaffected by these supposed gravitational forces.
Event horizon has absolutely zero to do with the Earth-Sun system.
A supermassive black hole is supposedly a vacuum pulling all things around it towards its center, correct? Okay, so there is a point around that where things are not getting pulled towards the center, right? That's what they call an event horizon.
Everything is getting pulled towards the center, even around a black hole. It doesn't
Unless you're at the event horizon. You understand that?
Yeah, but why are you saying event horizon in relation to Earth orbit?
No, this isn't what I'm saying. This is what your model says. This is not my model.
Nobody will say anything about the sun and an event horizon.
Said nobody ever.
Yeah.
You keep on repeating this thing that nobody ever said.
Excuse me. Wait. What did you say?
Nobody has ever talked about the event horizon in the sun in the same sentence.
Not sure what was misconceived there. I'll just say super simply, the amount of gravitational pull that is happening between the sun and Earth and the black hole in the sun, it's supposed to be a similar pull.
There's not a black hole in the sun.
I know. I agree with you. The answer is no. That's not true.
It's not.
Well, why are you bringing it up?
It doesn't. That's
Why
not.
are you?
This is the heliocentric model.
You can literally say 10 random words and make the same amount of sense.
No, this is the heliocentric model. Like this is literally what you guys are defending.
No.
Okay, look. The event horizon has nothing to do with the heliocentric model and Earth's position in orbit around the sun, because it doesn't relate. No, it is not the same.
The heliocentric model. Wait, so you're saying that black holes are contradictory to the heliocentric model?
Not related.
No.
Are you even having
he's just making shit up. I don't know what he's doing.
I don't think he's having the same conversation as the rest of us.
I'm just confused. Like, what was misconstrued?
Everything.
Every word.
Every single word you said.
Hey, extremists, let's take it easy, all right? There's no need to get, feisty.
No, he's not. Everybody's feisty. Nobody's out of line yet.
I don't think I missed the beat. What are you guys missing?
Well, the event horizon around a black hole is not the same thing as being in orbit around the sun.
Okay.
You cannot equate those two.
But you're talking about a force pulling you toward the center of a mass, right? That would be considered a gravitational pull, right? Mass pulling an object towards its center. This is what gravity theorizes. Okay,
Yeah, but
so they claim that's what a black hole is doing, and they claim that's what the sun is doing.
What
am I missing?
What is the event horizon to you? What does that mean to you? What is the event horizon? What is that?
Isn't that where light apparently slows down?
The event horizon is the point where objects stop being sucked into the center. They explain, which is bullshit, because it's not true, that all black holes have a point where things are not being sucked in, and that event horizon is where things start to be sucked. So the closer you get to it, you're not actually being pulled towards it until you're beyond the event horizon.
So let me, I don't know exactly what you're, but I'm going to tell you exactly what the event horizon, specifically around a black hole, is the point around the black hole where the escape velocity exceeds the speed of light. Anything inside that distance cannot, it's basically not part of the universe. If you're outside of that event horizon, then you can, you're still visible to the rest of the universe, and you can theoretically get away from the black hole. That's what the
So is that light is seemingly apparently slowing down while matter and masses are speeding up and accelerating faster towards this certain point?
The speed of light doesn't change around the event horizon.
That's why I said apparently.
No, that's not. I mean, it doesn't even apparently change. It's still the speed of light. Now, the difference is you have the gravitational redshift, so that any light given off is much redder. It lost a lot of energy. The speed is the same, but the wavelength has changed significantly.
Hold on. Did you just say that light doesn't get sucked into black holes? Did you just say that?
I did not say that.
I think that's what I heard.
No, what I said was the speed of light does not change, but the wavelength of the light changes.
The speed of light doesn't change.
Yeah, due to its loss of energy, which is actually accurate. A redshift. Redshift has a loss of energy, where blue shift is an increase in capacitance and energy.
So there you go. That's what the event horizon is, the sort of line of demarcation around the black hole where, quote, nothing can escape.
Not even light.
Light Coriolis.
They say that light can't even escape the event horizon.
So if you're comparing it to the sun does not have an event horizon.
I compared it to a Goldilocks zone. You know what a Goldilocks zone is, right?
Right, and I don't know where you're getting that, because those two...
I was making a comparison between event horizons and Goldilocks zones, how there's these anomalous explanations within the heliocentric model.
Yeah,
the Goldilocks zone,
not even close to a fair comparison.
Yeah, the Goldilocks zone is just an area in which, like, the thermal energy is such that you can maintain an environment that would sustain life.
I think it's kind of like where you can find water in all three states.
Sounds like
that's a good
ridiculous.
A narrow zone, anomaly, whatever. We should hear him for what he's trying to say. But this portion of light that gets bent by the gravitational pull that lenses around an object because of gravity or whatever the fuck reason, it's traveling in not a straight line through the outer space or whatever. Wouldn't we expect to see like mismatching tangential velocities and shit like that, and we're going to start seeing like Coriolis effects from these faraway objects?
I have no idea what he just said.
Yeah,
man, it's like if we talk like when we're talking about the heliocentric model, and then black holes come into it. It's like if they're not the same thing. It's I don't know.
But they're both within your model. How do you just exclude supermassive black holes when they literally are like instrumental in your model?
Yeah.
Like this is how they
not in the heliocentric model. No.
Yes,
it's your glue.
In the heliocentric model. Yes.
It was your first glue. It was your first puzzle piece to hold everything together. Now you need another one to hold that one together. I mean, come on, guys.
It's all these
Yeah, all
anomalous
you can do is
explanations.
laugh because you know it's true.
It's all contradictory bullshit. The Goldilocks zone contradicts the heliocentric theory.
No,
Event horizons
I
contradict
do.
the fucking gravity theory. Sorry, but
I
they
do agree. I do agree that the black hole concepts and the things that go on way the fuck out there are baffling to me. But
Made up bullshit.
if we try to incorporate that into
so you
talking
don't
about
trust the
the
science being
area
presented?
from
Nice,
the
dude. Say
it
this
isn't that I don't trust it.
It's his confession.
It isn't that I don't trust it. It's that I'm just saying it is
these are
mind-boggling.
credited sources that you're not trusting, bro. Just so you know.
I didn't say I didn't trust him. You're putting words in my mouth.
Yeah,
I didn't say I didn't trust him.
You're not listening to what he's saying.
Yeah, I'm just saying they're astonishingly difficult to understand, and you know, without knowing everything about them, it's just all you can do is wonder about them. You know, I mean, but I mean, I can't say that I don't trust that they're a thing, and,
Well,
and
do
that
you
these
trust?
scientists know what they're talking about.
Do you trust that the scientists who know what they're talking about, especially CERN, who has a whole team of mathematicians working on it, that they have yet, after decades, to come up with the math to make the black holes work, right? Or I'm sorry, the dark matter and
Yeah.
black holes.
See that's another area. You know, the quantum stuff is another area that I'm not versed on, so I can't really say much about it. I can't confirm nor deny. So I'm just kind of in limbo on it, and I'll just have to listen to what people say. But I can't say that it's not a thing because I don't know.
Yes,
I feel you, bro. I feel you on that. At least you're willing to be speculative, man. I mean, that's the first step.
Baby steps.
At least you're showing signs of not trusting everything that they're giving you. I mean, that's going to take you in the best direction.
Well, I mean, most of these people have been duped with what's happened in the past few years, anyways. I don't know. Man, dude, they just put up a 5G tower right near my house. I'm so aggravated.
Yeah, dude, they're doing that in my area too. They're asking residents if they can build 5G towers on their fucking houses.
Everybody that's gotten vaccinated ever since this tower went up has been sick with like the flu all of a sudden. I think that's
Just
kind of
go
strange.
easy. We'll go easy on that.
Oh yeah, we don't want to talk about any of that. Yeah.
No, it's just a guideline. We're live on YouTube.
Who's live on YouTube?
This channel.
Oh shit! Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta speak in code, man.
No wonder everybody's so well spoken up in here, and I'm just like, man, fuck is all these niggas talking
Hey,
about?
what do you mean?
Yeah, that's why. I was wondering that too. I didn't even realize.
Nah, I got no etiquette, no fucking formal speech here. I'm just fucking talking.
Amen. Can I get a witness on the conversation?
But Left Lane, does that bother you that certain words literally can't be uttered now? Like, you don't think that's any type of an issue?
Yeah, the liberal agenda to censor and have people, it's manufactured consent for people to want to be censored. That's crazy. I don't like that shit.
Like, there's literally entire words that we're just not allowed to speak. Like, we can't put certain, if we say certain sentences, that means you're not allowed on YouTube. Don't you think that's odd?
About the where they're trying to change woman to birth parent.
Whoa, really?
Can men have babies?
Well, that's more with a transgender thing.
Once
What's the difference between a man and a woman versus what's the difference between sex and gender?
Well, what a woman is, which Livestream has troubles doing.
Orgasms.
What about orgasms?
That is the difference between sex and gender.
Can you explain what a woman is?
You're breaking up.
Too much ether in your area, guys.
Because I feel like whoever said orgasms has never even seen a vagina.
Yeah, well, oh boy, you really know how to read them. Let me tell you.
What?
I love vaginas.
Learn to read the room.
I mean,
What are you talking about?
Who here would, if Wilt Chamberlain is in first place, who's in second place? Who wants to put their neck out there? Mr. Never Seen a Vagina, you think you're number 2?
Like what?
Anyway, yo, I just heard the Dave Chappelle thing. He's talking about he had a really cool trans friend, and he said he was going to tell her daughter when the daughter grew up. He said, "I knew your father, and he was a great woman."
You know, Dave Chappelle is a shill. He could have really exposed the agenda. Instead, he acted totally ignorant to the situation in that stand-up special.
I think
Oh,
Dave Chappelle's a clone. That motherfucker is different now than he was a few years ago.
Yeah, he is.
No,
He's
they got to
completely
him.
different.
Like when he claimed that
that
they were
guy
like
is
chasing him down to wear a dress, and then he ran away to Africa and started smoking crack and denied a $50 million contract, all that stuff. You know, I have a feeling that like that was the beginning of them. Like they never stopped pursuing him. Like they wanted him to be compromised because he's such an influential character. They want to control what he says.
Well,
he ran away to Africa. His skull shape changed.
His body's changed. I mean, everything changed. His personality. I mean, all of it.
Dude, all these clones come back with muscles, bro. Gucci Man came back with muscles. Meek Mill came back with muscles. Dave Chappelle came back with muscles. Like, what? Who are these people?
People do change over time, though. I mean, people's
Men get
bodies.
A lot
I
of
know.
boys.
I'm just being a dickhead right now.
Look at Obama's
I don't
wife.
know. Michael J. Fox still looks like Michael J. Fox. I mean, you can still tell it's the same guy. Dave Chappelle, on the other hand,
he does look a lot different, man. He does, but look, I got a lot of anecdotal evidence on this. I hung around a social circle of a bunch of nerds, adolescent nerds, and a handful portion of them would get friends or click up or motivate for whatever reason, get into the gym culture. And, you know, by the time they would be, 18 to 22, like that, or early 20s, completely different. Their body size double, little chubby, like these kids, dozens of them. You know, when they choose to do, these men turn from boys into men. You know what I mean? That's what looked like what happened to Dave Chappelle and all this. It's no big deal.
Yeah,
except Dave Chappelle was already like 38 when he disappeared.
Yeah, I mean, he was.
Then came back, and now he's
That's
like,
what I'm
looks like
saying.
he got
It's
spliced
harder
with a turtle.
It's harder to gain muscle the older you get. You know, everything changes for men.
True, I'm sure it's true,
Yeah,
but
he's
I
just built for the liberal agenda. There's no way around it.
So he did say he was done talking about trans people, but he's still, I don't know, he's still pretty controversial a little bit. Maybe but he's on their topics, maybe, like you say. I don't know. I'm not looking close enough.
Yeah, it's
Maybe
all
he
evil,
took that
dude.
stuff that Frank Thomas was promoting.
You talking the baseball player?
Yeah, you haven't seen those commercials? Even your wife will love it.
There's something up with Dave
Yeah, who
Chappelle.
else? They made Kevin Hart wear a dress on Saturday Night Live, and all the
All
Democrat
blacks
Party.
end up wearing dresses.
Yeah, any influential black man in media is going to be told to fucking put white on his skin and wear a dress.
Yep.
I hate to say it like that. Sorry.
No, it's true.
All right.
You remember the movie White Chicks with Sean and Marlon Wayans?
That was so good. They're doing another. I think they're doing another one of that, like 20 years later.
Yeah, they love that.
They just played
They
that
love
on
the
TV.
exploitation of the black man's masculinity. Like any way they can fucking tear him down, they're gonna do it in Hollywood, bro. It's crazy.
Anyone that's part of the weird satanic ritual has to wear a dress or be gay. I mean, look at the president of Ukraine, what he had to do before the war started. Him prancing around in his little heels and shit.
Yep.
Like,
yeah.
Who else did they make
it's
wear?
all
Martin Lawrence from Big Mama's House, Tyler Perry, Shaquille O'Neal, Michael Jordan had to dress like a grandma in that one commercial. I don't remember what that was back in the day, but I remember seeing Michael Jordan in a fucking old lady's outfit.
But Larry Johnson was Grandmama, though.
Yeah.
That's what I was just going to say. Larry Johnson, dude.
Okay, but can we hear? Look, I know it really doesn't matter, and I don't know what color you guys are, but do any African American
I'm black.
I think you cut out right there.
Right, Nate. Is this Nate? Well, yeah. I mean, does anybody agree? Do you agree with? Is it cool to say that they doing this to? Is it disproportional? They doing it to black people, every black person, every actor. What do you think about this statement?
There is a method to affect every race, and they have to work really hard to manipulate black people. I feel like.
I think it's the opposite.
Oh,
I know
okay.
it doesn't matter what we are, but I would like to. I don't know.
There's a lane for all manipulate. They'll manipulate Chinese people to hate white people to hate Asian people, black people to hate Asians. You know, there's all kinds of media and indoctrination happening to cause this hatred. It's just
black people attack everybody equally.
We're all being separated. We're all being
okay, but the statement of
distinctly separated.
By who? By who?
Hey, by these lanes that they create. Are you a gun supporter? Are you a liberal? Are you trans positive? Are you transphobic? Like all these things align with these weird agendas.
Right. But is the puppet masters? Do we know what their origin is? Is it a culture based or is it religious based? Is it race based? Are they all?
They use religion. Religion is not just a belief in a mysterious God. It's more of a practice. Repeating the same processes every day.
What is their credo? Is it bloodline based? Is it philosophy based? I guess it could be both, but what is it? What do you think?
They're just straight up satanic.
I'm about to derail this conversation if you don't shut me up, though.
Please do.
You want me to derail this conversation?
Well, think about what happened in during the solstice of 2021, right before all this mass shit went bananas. When Jupiter and Saturn conjoined, and then literally they gave out the first pokey stick 3 days later, then the whole mass thing, it's all tied into astronomical shit.
Okay.
And it's all satanic rituals.
Here's one I just heard on the radio that I'm thinking, it could just be news coverage, but there's plenty. Celebrities go to jail, they put it on the news, I know. But maybe a little suspect, maybe this is part of a narrative. And there was the guy from Cheer, whatever we say. I think we maybe talk about he got 12 years in prison and 8 years probation for possession of child pornography and traveling with intent to see a minor. 12 years in jail. Could that be part of a narrative? You know what I mean? There's this whole fucking Jeffrey Epstein thing. This whole and now they're making it. What do they think? They're look, we make examples of people. We don't tolerate this. That's what I'm feeling from it.
Well, the Jeffrey Epstein thing's weird, right? Because didn't just Ghislaine Maxwell? That's a fucking funny name, right? Didn't she?
Yeah.
Don't they physically have lists of all the people that were pedos that are all celebrities? How come that list isn't gonna aren't they gonna go after anybody on that list?
This is the inconsistency I totally agree with. It's we have a guy who somebody probably gave him a picture. Hey, look at this little girl. You want to go see her? Right? How? Because it was a sting operation or something. How do they know he got a picture in his hand?
I mean,
you know
can
what
I
I mean?
throw in
And
a
he's
weird
12 years.
observation?
12 years.
In the same breath, they gave Ghislaine Maxwell 20 years, and then within the same week, they reported that they gave R. Kelly 30. So that is supposed to be a display of bias. What do you want to call it? Bias, double standards, whatever you want to call it.
I mean, I don't agree with all the R. Kelly shit, because I don't know the whole stories, but I believe in consenting people and stuff like that. But it seems like maybe there was a little bit of. But either way, yeah, that's weird. Is where, in her case, it's she's an organized crime type of person, and he's just kind of a freak. You know what I mean? Yeah, he's a freak. He's doing the same stuff, but he's just doing it because he's freaky. She's doing it in organized crime area. To me, the organized crime one is worse.
I'd say she liked it too.
She's a little freak too.
Yeah, of course.
This topic is so nauseating to me because it gets nasty, bro. I don't like explaining what's truly going on there.
Yeah, it gets irritating.
I don't know. It motivates me to want to protect my daughters, though, or or us to protect our daughters.
Yeah. I mean, as a parent, it bugs me getting into that kind of stuff because it is extremely disgusting.
But it's weird because, like, you could say you have a family that raises their princes and princesses, and then they're ready to, it's courtship time for whatever. And then you have neighbors who see these family courting their young ones or the young ones courting, and they're like, wait a minute, they're too young. I don't want that to happen. And the parents are like, well, I want it to happen. And there's so many situations where they're like, yeah, well, that's dirty. You're doing it in a dirty way, or you're doing, oh, well, you know what? That's actually righteous. They're just letting them, there's so many different situations. But it's like, that's what we could talk about. Should it be up to the parents? Who should be looking after who? That's the bigger question.
Parents are responsible for their children.
Organ harvesting is human trafficking, is Ghislaine Maxwell, is these private islands, is these flight logs, is all this shit. It's all connected. It's all the same thing.
Yeah, it's all for adrenochrome.
They just love harvesting blood, man. Blood is the currency of the spiritual realm. When you can control someone's life path and their direction, and you can predict their death, and when their blood gets spilled, if you can predict, why do you think so many people die in hospitals? They want to be there when you die, so they can study what happens when you pass. That's why people that work in hospitals will tell you that the shit seems haunted all the time. It's because people die in that bitch. Okay? And they consider that passing into the other realm is literally creating like the portal. They consider life to death a portal. And this is not me theorizing. This is what they'll fucking tell. No, they won't tell you that, but yeah.
I worked in a hospital.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, I worked in a hospital for about 15 years in the ER and the morgue, because we would have to transport people that die in the ER to the morgue. Yeah, I've interacted in all of that, and I've never felt the spirit of anyone around me.
Yeah, I worked in an ER for like 4 or 5 years and witnessed many people pass away and transported their bodies to the morgue and whatnot, like Left Lane. And I also didn't have the experience you just described.
Nobody ever said boo to me and scared me.
I never said that there was a ghost gonna shadow pop up on you. I'm saying these people want to facilitate where you die. That's my point.
See, the thing is with atheists, you can't explain to them spiritual interactions because they don't understand it because they get spiritual interactions with demons all the time, but they don't understand that between that and masturbating. So, I mean,
the thing is, that the people at the hospital were wanting people to die. They want you to die there so that they can study these effects, and that wasn't my experience. Nobody wanted.
Dude, they misdiagnose you all the time and then purposely kill you.
No one was rooting for people to die in the ER and was like, "Oh, this guy died. We got to go study him." That's not at all how it went
Dude,
down.
have you been asleep for the past 2 years on what they've been doing to people in hospitals? Giving them what's that drug? I'm not gonna remember the name of it. But you get put on a ventilator, then you get this specific drug, and you're pretty much always guaranteed to die. They were just doing that routinely.
What's the name of the medicine?
Remdesivir.
That's conspiracy. I don't know anything about it.
Well, it's a conspiracy, yet you know nothing about it. So, I mean, how are you going to say it's a conspiracy when you don't even know what the hell we're talking about?
Yeah, that wouldn't be in line with the people that I worked with.
When did you work in a hospital?
From 2000 to 2012, I guess it was 2013.
Oh, so pre forced pokey sticks then. So you don't even know. So you don't. Yeah. Okay, that's not relevant then.
Oh,
I mean, you want me to go up proof of this stuff that they harvest organs? Do you want me to do that for you?
I did transport organs as well.
You know that they give people the option before they go into like a regular type of procedure. Like, say I wanted to like get like I broke my leg and I wanted to have a doctor X-ray me. If I'm not careful, I might sign a piece of paper that say they could take my fucking organs. You understand?
Absolutely. You mean they would sneak an organ donor form in on you without you knowing it?
You know what medical error is the third leading medical error is the third leading cause of death in this country.
Oh, I know. I could vouch for that the fact that there were mistakes made that possibly led to the death of people. But it's why they call it a practice. It's not perfect, but
listen, I've entertained the idea that this doesn't happen, and it sounds like you've never entertained the idea that it does.
No, I was always in the mode of saving lives. Absolutely, whatever it took was to save lives.
Were you an EMT?
Yeah, I was a medic in Tennessee.
All right, so you're talking from your point of view, how you want to work in a hospital. That has nothing to do with why hospitals are even like formatted the way they are today.
Well, it's a pretty intricate family type setting. You know everyone in there. We had probably 60 or 70 people in the ER department at Jackson, and you know we everybody knew everybody. Close to it, I would say intimately. We were all like one big family.
Yeah, I don't doubt that for a second. That like the employees of a hospital are motivated to help the people that are sick when they're. Yeah, I get that. But that doesn't change the fact that there's bigger things happening that maybe you're not aware of.
Well, I mean,
But
it just presents. Go ahead.
It would have to be those people that are carrying out the bigger things. Like, do you not understand the implications of what you?
No, that's not true at all.
I mean,
Then
I'm speaking
who's
from
carrying
experience.
it out?
Just so you know, before you try to discredit any of my quote unquote what you might want to call it theory, this actually happened to me, and I could tell you what happened, but I'd rather not. But just know that I actually dealt with this within my family, where they weren't allowing my brother to take his baby home from IQ, intensive quarantine. They were claiming that the baby was non-viable after it was born, and they wanted to do a fucking third trimester abortion. You ever hear of this before? This actually happened to my brother. Okay, wow. So when you talk about they might not be organ harvesting, the people that work in the hospitals are the only ones that are responsible for the things that happen in the hospital. No, sorry, no.
Bullshit. It's not about them to be like, oh, your baby is not viable when they need like a heart or a lung or baby parts and stuff like that. I wouldn't put it past the medical system at all.
The baby was perfectly fine. My brother ended up taking his baby home 3 months later, fighting tooth and nail, asking consultants and lawyers what to do about it. They ended up putting talcum powder on the baby in the middle of Johnson & Johnson having a huge lawsuit where it's actually proven that talcum powder causes respiratory type cancer or some shit like that. Like, I could look into it more, but this lawsuit was a real thing. The nurses that were responsible for caring for my brother's baby while it was in IQ were putting talcum powder on his baby. You could say that these people are innocently trying to save lives, but who the fuck wrote the DM5 suggesting that you need to put talcum powder on a baby? Who did that?
Yeah. It's probably a mix. I mean,
you're not asking the right questions. I understand you work at a hospital and everybody wants to save lives. You got to wonder, why the fuck are so many people dying in hospitals, bro?
The dark part is the abortion baby mill industry where they need parts for this, for research, for...
Oh, yeah, the whole non-viable thing is disgusting. They be fucking asking mothers, they're asking mothers that can't speak English whether or not they want to abort if they consider their baby non-viable. A mother can say that their baby's non-viable, not know what it means, and they'll just take the fucking baby.
Rather than it being a conspiracy, could the reason that more people die in a hospital be because people go to a hospital when they have medical conditions, dude? Like, I don't just go to a hospital on a regular day. I would go there because I have an injury or an illness, and those injuries or illnesses can potentially lead to death.
Yeah, you laughing, nothing you're saying is genuine, bro. I mean, I don't know what you're trying to get across right now. I don't know.
It does look a little suspicious. I mean, it could be like you say, just because people go there at the point of death or have problems and they just happen to die coincidentally as a less conspiratorial reason. But I mean, I've heard stories of people saying, the doctors were saying abort this baby, there's going to be a problem with it or whatever. It's not going to be viable. And the baby turned out to be fine. And I've heard 2 or 3 stories like that make me say, maybe they're, putting out bullshit because they're trying to get baby parts and stuff.
Yeah, but nobody
They are.
denies that. And we don't need fetuses and newborns.
What do you think
anymore.
stem cell research is? What do you think stem cell research is, bro? Why are they
Baby
investing
parts.
millions of dollars in this type of research if they don't need baby blood? If they
We
don't need
already
embryos?
have the cell
They're
line.
literally
We don't
performing
need to
DNCs
derive
on
new
women.
ones.
This is what they're doing. I'm gonna tell you what they're
But
doing.
the cell lines do
No, I'm
eventually
gonna tell you exactly what's
deteriorate,
happening.
and you do need new
Women are
lines.
dealing with an imbalance of their hormones, and it's causing miscarriages. Okay, and these people are literally performing DNCs on these women that are miscarrying and taking the embryos. This is literally happening in Planned Parenthood all across this country, and they're trying to put a stop to it. Real people in the world don't want people doing this. And the people
But
that are
that
supporting
makes
all this
no
type of crazy
sense.
shit, they're not thinking
Because
hard
we
enough.
already have the cell lines. We don't need anyone to do that.
So you say, but I mean, doesn't it cost more money to get a particular cell line from a company versus, I don't know, getting fresh baby parts and just making your own cell line or whatever? I mean, I don't know. It could go both ways. Maybe it's cheaper just to abort the baby and get the baby parts or the baby stem cells or whatever.
That's such a sinister idea.
That's
I
what
mean, we live in a sick, sad, sinister world.
Her whole plan was to
It's
kill
it's
babies
like
as they're
unbelievable.
being born. Look up Margaret Singer and what she wanted to do when she came up with Planned Parenthood. She wanted to kill people.
Black people.
She was all about killing people. Look it up.
They're saying Planned Parenthood in the state pocket here in North Carolina.
You're
They got-
robot.
And this conversation took a hard. I told you y'all shouldn't let me fucking. Don't let me talk, bro, because I'll take the conversation in the wrong place.
I like talking about stuff.
Ain't about flat Earth no more. I know that.
Well, you ain't got no map. I mean, as soon as there's a map, it's all about that shit.
Whatever he said, he roboted.
Yeah, he's robot now.
Really? Damn.
I also just
Still
want to
robot.
shout out the people that work in hospitals right now. Even though there's a lot of funky shit going on behind the scenes, I know y'all have good intentions. I just want to give you props for being that brave and being up in there when shit goes crazy. So props to you guys.
I do appreciate that. I don't work there anymore, but I do appreciate it.
Yeah, my grandmother
Yeah, I
worked
don't work there anymore either. My mom is a
Yeah,
nurse.
big respect to you guys.
I feel like a lot of times, at the very least, they're complacent. Especially now, if you can't see what's been going on the past couple of years, then you're choosing not to see it, and that's your problem.
The way the story has been unfolding, it's like really you gotta just pray it's not real to not like you gotta hope that none of this shit is real. That's the only way to feel like that it's not real. Is you just gotta pray it's not. What I'm trying to say is like, it's really hard to swallow that pill where they're telling you like, yeah, like we want the baby like as it's being born. Like we want that cell because that's like a rapid growth rate. And they like the idea of a cell being able to develop so quickly, and that's why they developed these weird things like adrenochrome and gain of function research, because they love this idea of an embryo's stage of growth. This is what they're studying. They love it. They want to take the baby out of the mother and look at that shit. That's what they want to do.
Yep.
I thought it was because it's got
And it's true. The Romans had
listen.
listen. I'll try to explain one more thing. I'm sorry, bro. What were you saying?
I was saying I thought it
one
was
more
because the stem cells can have the potential to turn to many different types of cells.
It's undifferentiated.
Yeah, I'll look into it more. Like honestly, because this is all based on shit that I was learning when my brother was having his baby, and I was wondering like, why are they trying to say his baby's non-viable? Like I can literally see him smiling right there. So it really made me look into this stuff. But I also wanted to say, like, when I say that they want to predict your death and they want to facilitate where you die, it's the same thing goes for when you're born. They consider like you entering this world and you leaving this world portals from like a different realm. And however you perceive this, that's cool. You might not believe that, but this is what they believe. This is why the Roman Catholics started facilitating hospitals and schools and places for people to die and learn, because they wanted to study how people develop. and they wanted to facilitate new styles of development. This is why you got all these weird styles of fucking units of measurement, and it was a renaissance. They were like, let's manipulate how people grow. All right, I'm done.
I mean, isn't it possible that the hospitals exist because they want to cure and heal people?
People were fine before hospitals. If you don't believe that there was a period where people weren't getting, things like diseases and ailments and dying from cancer, okay, then you can believe that cancer is 1,000 years old, type of virus disease thing that's been going around forever. I don't believe that.
Cancer doesn't equate to all diseases. I mean, there's been diseases forever.
Yeah, and I'm saying that maybe they're all handmade. I'm honestly presenting the idea that Kemet was involved in creating diseases, and Roman Catholicism, they picked it up and they kept working at it.
I just don't get how people survived without vaccines 100 years ago. It's so
You
stupid.
can't say that word, bro.
A lot of them
Oh
didn't.
yeah, I'm sorry, can't say that word.
Can I ask, am I still roboting?
No.
Mm-mm. You're good now.
Okay, wow. So I click Wi-Fi. I didn't even get on anybody's Wi-Fi. I just turned the setting on, and now I'm not roboting. It's fucking weird.
Yeah, my phone does the same thing. I got to turn off Wi-Fi, leave Discord, come back, and then I'm done roboting. And then when my phone automatically turns on Wi-Fi or whatever, that's when I start roboting.
If you look at the history of the U.S., 1917 or 1918, I forget which year it is, but it's the only year, I think, probably in the entirety of the United States, where the population actually decreased, and that was because there was a worldwide disease. So, yeah, I think there's
Yeah,
plenty
so
of
they
evidence.
say.
Interesting.
There's plenty of evidence that a lot more people died back in the day from disease.
You mean the last time the population of the United States decreased when they were forced vaccinating people for the Spanish flu?
No.
Funny.
I honestly
I
believe
want to see
all
it broken
diseases are
down by
man-made.
death rate.
Man, bro,
I want
there's
to
a
see.
patent on every single fucking disease. Every single combination of compounds of weird viruses and cell type shit, like whatever they're doing, like I truly don't understand it, but I know that's patented and that I could look up all the ways that they make this stuff, and they actually want
There's
owners.
very stringent laws on biological products that you can patent.
Yeah, someone owns
I know, and
someone
thank God
owns
everybody
swine flu. Someone owns
goodness. Everyone does what they're supposed to and follows all laws and regulations, and we're all safe.
Yeah, but as far as patent,
okay.
if someone was breaking the patent laws, another person could just point that out. So why would they do that? It doesn't make any sense.
What doesn't make sense?
What now?
Why would someone break patent laws when another person, so say Pfizer starts just
To make money.
blatantly breaking the patent laws about human biological products, another company like Moderna or AstraZeneca can just point that out and get them in trouble. Why would they
Right.
do that?
That's because, sir, your hypothetical is only one of the settings of the scenario. There's other settings where you have smaller people under the radar more, like smaller companies that don't have as much attention. They're the ones that are going to do it.
But the patents are published, right?
And
so like when I'm
and I'm
doing
saying I want to
research
start a
with
company.
this stuff,
I'm going
I
to
look up what's
bro.
patented already.
So what? I'm going to copy your shit. I'm going to make shit. I'm still going to do it. I'm going to rob the
You're
roboting again.
Yeah, you're roboting.
Now I'm roboting.
You got it.
It's just ridiculous. Like you're safe because there's patent laws.
You bing, ding, 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 ding.
Play shit all day, every day. Bootleg.
Nobody caught anything he said.
Sorry,
Yeah,
man.
Don,
You
you're
gotta wait.
roboting out, man.
Come back.
Bootleg.
I don't know. Honestly, I just call this shit designer drugs and designer diseases. These people design drugs and they design disease.
When it comes to patenting human products and parts of the human genome and other biological products, right? Whenever we do research into developing something, we look at the published research already on the topic and the patents, who has what patents. So if I saw someone just blatant patent company that they're allow that, because then they would be in big trouble. But let's say it does get through somehow, I would just point that out to the regulators. I would just say, hey, look, these people are patenting. Somehow this patent company let them patent something that they can't, and then they would have, you know, fines and all sorts of issues to deal with. Dude, you're roboting like crazy, man. But that's how it works in the real world, because I do biochemical research, and this is what we do. We look up the published research on the published research on the area that we're going to be developing a product in or doing our research in, because we don't want to plagiarize other people's research, and we look up what's already patented, because we don't want to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars developing something that someone else already has a patent for.
In the electronics industry, if you actually hire a patent company
of these people doing gain of function research, like gain of function research is real. These people have been working on.
My mic working?
Yeah,
it is. He's just talking over you.
What do you? I'm talking over someone. I listened to everything dude said.
I started talking and then you cut in. I didn't want to sort of say, "Oh, you were over talking about," in case my mic wasn't working very well.
Bad. Go ahead.
Or I was roboting.
Go ahead.
But go, carry. Finish your point, Electric. It's all good.
My point is like, you know, this stuff is real. Gain of function research is real. All of these diseases are patented. You know, they're owned by people. They're owned by the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers, actually. Petrol medicine and the development of, like, you know, cancer research in the 50s, they were finding new forms of diseases and patenting them back to back like that. That's not a conspiracy, man. You could look that up. You want me to help you? We could do it together.
Yeah, I would love for you to show me those patents.
I know with novel DNA research, where they're doing things like genetic modifications,
let's look at
they've done that, or they've patented sequences of DNA. But that I kind of do object to, because they're trying to patent, you know, DNA that naturally occurs. I think that's kind of wrong.
Well, like I said, there's really strict rules. If it's a sequence of the human genome,
that's
there's
out of order.
A lot of different rules about patenting those.
But I know with things like crops, they've done quite a lot of
patenting the technology to combat cancer.
Of course.
You're going to patent your drug or your
what
vaccine.
They say is combating cancer is forms of cancer. They literally will give you cancer to fight cancer.
No.
Do you support it? Electric obviously doesn't support it. Do you support this?
But seeing as it's my job, yes, of course I support it.
Okay, so can I ask you, let me give you an analogy then. If mine is any better, I reset open it.
You're breaking up again.
So you basically have, Jesus, fuck.
Yeah, you were like half good, half not good.
All right, well, Chase, if there's like raw ingredients in the earth and then you mix them together and you say, hey, this is my recipe, right? You support that being patented?
Yeah, if you make a compound, then you can patent.
That's fine. Yes, it's fine. Okay, so if I take sugar and chocolate chips and I make a cookie, why can't I patent?
What do you mean?
Why can you?
There are.
Well, what's
like
the difference? No, they're not wrong.
I'll give you an example. That there are machines out there that produce cookies, and those machines have patents on the way that they produce cookies.
Right.
Yeah.
Still And the point is relevant. He supports
You're roboting
taking
really
bombs
badly. I don't
being
know if
from
you
the
can
earth.
move to a better signal point or something. Or try
I
dropping
don't
out
know
and
what's
coming
going
back
on.
in
I'm
again.
in and out.
There's
But
like brand patents where they patent the process of doing something. But if you were to isolate specific ingredients from your cookies, specific chemical compounds, you can absolutely patent those.
You're absolutely incorrect.
That's what chemists do, man. I don't know what else to tell you. Chemists patent their compounds that they
If I
make.
get this server in trouble, I'm fucking sorry. But that business profit, where they created a technology to treat a disease that just spread for the past 2 years, they had everybody afraid for their lives. The technology that was sold to the doctors and the hospitals and all of these medical type people, that technology that was sold was the business profit of the people that own the patent to combat the disease. Okay? When you talk about patents and diseases and stuff, just know this is all for money. It's got nothing to do with nature and oh, this disease popped up and now we're a team of people combating this disease in the research. No, I'm sorry, but no, that's not the case here.
I'll boil it down to a simple thing. Do I have the right to use your ideas, your research, and your methodology?
Not without citing it.
Yes. You're a free man.
You have
Any
to cite
information
it
you
properly.
learn is yours. Yours to not, man. That's some old utopia dream shit right there, Jace. That's a dream, buddy.
Then
That all
anyone
cited,
could
that's
just
those the fucking
steal
powers that
anyone's
be.
ideas.
Bend
That's
your
not
ass
how it
over and take
works.
advantage of you. Keep bending the knee. Keep bending the knee, Jace.
So if I write a book and you copy my book word for word, including the title, the cover page, everything, that's okay in your world, is it?
And then I copy his book. So, everyone can just keep copying. That doesn't make any sense, man.
Why can you copy chocolate cookies? I invented it first. I said put chocolate.
You got to get a better connection.
First. Yeah.
No, we're not kidding with you. You're robot.
I'm gonna say in all honesty, I'm not a fucking doctor. I did not go to school for fucking immunology. I'm not super duper great at this stuff. I'm literally just telling y'all like what I see and what I experience. I can't just flat out say that these people are not organ harvesting. That would be so stupid of me to sit here and say right now.
Yeah, I carry a donor card electric, so if I die, they can harvest me organs. That's how it works in the UK.
Yeah,
you need to have a donor
people,
card.
they
or
don't
you
have
need to have people's
steal
permission who
organs.
are part of your family.
Oh, Dross, your organs are going to end up in the stomach of some shape-shifting reptile.
Hey, as long as it keeps that shape-shifting reptile,
they're going to end up
has a good
in an
life and it's
anatomy
happy and
lab.
it brings peace, then I'm happy.
You're just going to help them shapeshift.
They'll most likely end up in an anatomy lab if they're used at all.
There's some data analysis for these data analysis people. Why is there being an increase in insurance claims of death anywhere from 40 to 50% within the last year or so?
Fades.
No idea. I don't live in America.
You know, they
What's it like in the UK then?
Agenda where they got people, they manufactured consent for people to want to fucking abort their own children. This is a super sensitive topic. I don't know if I should talk about this. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I think when it comes to that whole discussion, I think having lived in America, and having quite a few friends in America, one of the things I see a problem with, and I think this is why abortion is quite rife in America compared to a lot of other first world countries, it's the fact that if you bring a baby into the world, there is such a financial cost in doing it, that it scares the shit out of people, and they think, I can't afford it, I can't afford to raise a child, I can't afford to bring a child into the world, because I can't afford all the medical fees. Especially if you're poor. So really, I mean, it's the problem. There's underlying problems with the system, and I think the expression of that is the abortion rates in the US.
Yeah, and just the cost of raising a kid. Like, it's very odd. These people, they want to take away the right to abortion, but they don't want to at all help the people they're forcing to have kids. They don't want to help them set up programs to assist with them. It makes no sense.
Electric, do you know how much paid time off I got when I had my kids?
I wonder. No, I don't know. Where are you?
As a father, I'm in the UK.
Okay.
So I got 6 months for each, and I've got twins, so I actually got a year off for the twins.
Specifically in the UK, that's the law?
Yeah, that's the law. Yeah, so and a mother can take up to a year out of work, fully paid.
Certain companies in America
Who
will
pays
give
for that?
maternity
The employee or the government?
maternity leave, not always. Maternity leave, like, only certain companies.
Who pays for that?
It's done by both companies and the government. So when you're working, you get paid. As a company, you pay tax. I pay tax on my wages, and the company pays tax on what they pay me as well. And basically, they get tax relief on not the fact that I'm not working, so they don't have to pay that double tax. Is basically how it works. And that's enough money in the bank, and then there's a little bit of incentive from the government as well. But it's the same way as I get, because I'm a full-time worker, the minimum statutory requirement for paid holiday per year is 28 days in my country. You guys in America, yes, you can have certain contracts, and I work for nice companies in America, so I got good contracts when I was out there. But most companies, if you're doing a normal kind of job, admin, working in a restaurant, doing that kind of shit, one, the definition of full-time and part-time employment is absolutely fucked in your country. And secondly, the amount of statutory paid time off is 0. And that is wrong. That's how you burn people out. And that's why a lot of people in America, if you're on low-paid income, have to do 2 or 3 jobs just to pay for their rent, their bills, their medical, etc.
Yeah, it's silly. They should offer, we have a minimum wage, but there should also be
I'm gonna just say
leave time and
I
also medical insurance
Bro,
should
I
be
received
included with it.
These people are so ironic and just against nature that, like, they're conditioning people to shit that is just so disgusting. And it's just like, the minute it gets worse, we realize, like, I guess it can get worse. It's like fucked up what they're doing. This is heresy.
You don't live in a country, you live in a corporate state. That's how I've always viewed America.
This shit is just nasty.
Yeah, I live in a country. I have certain rights as an employee. I have certain rights as a citizen, and generally there is a desire. And UK is one of the worst countries in Europe for this shit.
For something else that we haven't fully understood within ourselves. Like, we act like, oh, we need to have abortion. No, we need to ask ourselves why people are having babies and they can't fucking support themselves afterwards.
Exactly. That is a much better discussion.
The problem isn't the fact that people are having babies. It's the fact that they can't support them afterwards. The problem isn't overpopulation. It's the fact that there's tons of water that people aren't having access to. That's the problem. Not that there's people that don't have water.
Another problem, though, is fatherlessness in the homes. There's a lot of unwed mothers, a lot of single parents out there. Marriage has become less and less on the horizon. So for most people, and it's getting worse. It's not getting any better.
Well, the trend is the states that have the most what would be considered the minimum, if even below the minimum standard for sex education in school.
We're in a state of manufactured behavior. They've been manipulating people for 500 years.
Why are you over talking me, man?
Oh, I'm sorry.
The states that have the minimum standard or the least amounts of sex education in school have the highest repeat teen pregnancy rates. And me personally, I think there's a reason for that, but
yeah, I mean, it is, and I think I really dislike the whole kind of abortion type topic. I think it's wrong because I think people are looking too much at the emotional state and not enough at the actual underlying problems of why people seek it. And I totally agree with the guy that sort of said that as well.
I was gonna say they've been manipulating our behaviors. They got us conditioned feeling ways, and we consider it normal. We consider depression normal. That humans are supposed to be like okay with things like war. War is like a typical human interaction. This is just what people do, and things like that. Like I don't like all that narratives that they've created, and they've just like indoctrinated us to feel like we're just supposed to deal with all these terribly negative things that we have in our.
I think as well. You know, we live in one of the most peaceful times in history. When you look back at it, and I think part of the problem is people should stop being fucking sensitive snowflakes and grow the fuck up. You're responsible for your choices. You're responsible for your actions. You choose. Yeah, and that's the thing. And I think, you know, that there is an attitude in life where, oh, I deserve this. No, life is fucking unfair. Deal with it. Yeah, some people are way richer than you're ever going to be. You know, deal with it. You know, look after your life. Look after your problems. Look after your family. Look after the people around you. Look after the place you live in. Make those things better. And at least you're doing something constructive rather than whining about shit you'll never affect. That's not
What
saying you're
happens when
whining
these
electric.
people come through and take away your ability to defend yourself? Then what do you do?
Again, electric. You know, if you want to go and campaign for that, go and join organisations, debate, campaign, get out there. You know, I didn't mean, by the way, you're whining. That was more of a general statement because I don't think you are. You know, I live in a country where, you know, not many people have guns. You know, I leave my door unlocked most nights. I don't have to live in fear. And I think that's the other thing. Again, not what do you need gun control, but why do people feel such a need to have one? You know, what's the underlying cause? Because most of it is about fear. You're afraid of shit.
You a smart guy.
Let's take this
I
a step
I
further.
feel everything you're saying, bro. Honestly, like I haven't disagreed with you once. What I want to tell you, man, like look at it like this. Okay, so what'd you say? You said people got choices, right? You got to make a choice. You're supposed to be
May not sometimes like those
sovereign.
choices, but you always have a choice.
Yeah, but who's presenting the options, bro? Like who really told me like I'm gonna be dead ass? Like who cares, bro? I grew up in New Jersey and I've been around this area my whole life. And when I was growing up, Lil Wayne, I kind of like really thought Lil Wayne was the shit. His music was so good. Every single beat he rapped on was fire. And what am I doing? Fucking considering tattoos on my face when I'm like 19 years old. That's just kind of weird. Whose influence is that? Me or is that my choice? Is it my choice that I'm being presented so much in my surroundings that is just like suggestible shit? Why are they suggesting I tattoo my face, I sag my pants, I grow out my hair, and I sell drugs, and I care about money and cars and fucking go? Why is all this being suggested to me? Why do I have to distinguish the better route for myself when I'm being flooded? It's an overthought. It's like, what the hell am I supposed to consider with all these options? When you're just a regular person trying to live their life, you're going to blame me for being manipulated.
Yeah, I mean, you have to bear responsibility for the shit you do.
Or
you know, you
or
can say
how generational is this curse that they're putting on people? Who influenced my father? Who influenced my grandfather? Who influenced who I'm surrounded by? What made them want to be in New York City? And I was completely surrounded by hip hop, and I want to rap, and I want to fucking listen to Lil Wayne and shit like this. You blaming me? You're saying that my brain is just supposed to automatically deter from this lifestyle, even though it's all in my face and being glorified. And this is what's going to get me women and clothes and money and all the shit that I like. And this is the lifestyle that's being suggested my whole life. I don't see nothing else.
Yeah, and that is part of the problem. You're not being presented.
That's not a personal choice. I'm not sitting here thinking this is what I want to do. This is what's being suggested to me. This is what I realized.
No, I kind of agree with you, and I think if you look at America from sort of like the 70s, 80s, 90s, noughties to where we are now, you know, I lived in America in the early 2000s. and I used to go back and forth to America quite a lot. I still go, probably there. Well, not recently, but normally 2 or 3 times a year I'm in the US at some point. And I look at kind of I'm a fucking tree hugging hippie, so I like that shit. That's my lifestyle. That's what calls to me. But you're right. There was this. I grew up in the era of the yuppies. Do you know what a yuppie is?
You could tell me.
So, have you ever watched American Psycho?
Is that the movie from the 60s?
No. Christian Bale plays basically a stockbroker who's absolutely fucking nuts and murders people. Really good film. You haven't seen it, by the way.
Never seen that.
But you know that those people who are talking about, oh well, I went out and I got a Porsche, because now I'm working in the stock market and I'm earning ridiculous amounts. That's the society I grew up in, and I could have gone into that kind of lifestyle. I could have gone, way commercial and not become a sad techie like I am. I'd like to know how shit works. That's the why is my fascination in life. It's one of the reasons I visit these places.
Yeah, they make the content relatable depending on your demographic. They got girls wanting to be like certain type of girls in the mainstream, and they got guys trying to be like certain guys.
So
there's always somebody to identify with depending on whatever you're aligning your thoughts and your behaviors with.
And I think it's also about the opportunity. I think one of the most important things in life, and I think it's one of the most unfair things that I see in society, is there should be equality of opportunity. People should get a chance to. People should get a chance to go to university. If they have the academic, bollocks to do it. But you've also got to recognize the fact that
the prison population on purpose, man.
But I think if you want to do a system like that.
They want everybody within the fucking prison system.
Yeah, but if you want to have a system like that, then you've got to make sure that everybody gets a reasonable education. You've got to make sure that you're dealing with, the people who don't have an easy home life.
They don't even want people to be able to read. Honestly, they'd be fucking up people's whole understanding of the English language when they're in school.
So you see certain things, Electric, don't you? So you're not an idiot. You've looked at stuff. You said, I don't like this. I can see the negativity that's coming through here. So what allowed you to make or recognize that some of those choices that you're being pushed towards are not good for you?
My father wasn't in my life until I was 21 years old. When he found out what I was going through, he stepped in and offered me to stay with him when I was 21. But before that, I was in a fucked up place. And when he heard what was going on, he wanted to help me. And I honestly changed my whole life after that. I started working really hard after that.
Yeah, I mean, me, it was the opposite. When my old man died, I got to dance in his grave, and that was fucking awesome.
I can honestly say if my family didn't step in, man, I don't know what would have happened.
Yeah. And that's about having good support. But that's the importance of being in the right place to have a child. To me, it's a commitment. I've got 3 kids. I'm divorced, but I never put my kids in between me and my ex-wife, however fucking tempting it was, because that would have been wrong. And it would have made them suffer. And also, how can you hate someone that you once professed to love? To me, again, that just doesn't make any sense. So, we both agreed that the children were the most important things. We didn't go through family court. I didn't have to, we didn't break each other through that process. We made a conscious decision not to do that. And I think the greed aspect.
There's a real significance of the type of behaviors that develop when you're a kid. Like, if you don't got your father around, if you don't got people suggesting the right shit, then you don't see the ladder. The options you see are within the bounds that they've created.
Or you look at
if my father never stepped in, bro, I might not even be here talking to you, like straight up. Like I was on such a crazy type of lifestyle. Like I can honestly say I was ready to die.
Yeah, and I think that's
I wouldn't
really,
be here
really
if my
sad.
father. Like I had family. Like some people don't have that. Who are you to? Who's blaming? I blame the people that are manipulating. Like I'm gonna bring it all back to the thing you said about people gotta know what's the right choice. People don't see the choice. People don't see A and B and C and D. They see the options that are being presented by the other people. They don't got families stepping in.
I think there are only two types. I mean, real horrible generality here, but you either learn from. I mean, my general name is Foolish Decisions, and it's kind of an ironic joke because I learn from my mistakes, and I've learned from the mistakes of other people. I don't drink much because my dad was an alkie. I had huge problems with buck being violent when I was in my teens and early 20s because my old man was really, really violent, and he taught me that. But I kind of realised a couple of life events and nearly going to jail because of it, and I thought, I'm going to fuck my entire life up, and I don't want this. So I took a step back and I started thinking about, what do I fucking want? Who am I? Who do I want to be?
Therapy, huh? Why are
Yeah.
me and you having a little therapy session? What's going on?
Yeah, it's all good, man.
My bad. It was getting kind of serious.
But it is. But I think you made a lot of really good points in that.
So did you, man. I respect everything you've been saying so far. A lot of real good points being made.
You're foolish. Let me tell you a story. Oh, you might have heard it before. But there was a father who had twin sons. Okay? And the father was an alcoholic. He was abusive. And his sons, when they grew up, one of them, he was also alcoholic and abusive. He turned out, to be that sort of person. And when he was asked, like, what happened, why he turned out that way, he said, I watched my father. And then they asked the other son. The other son was clean as a whistle. He was, kind, upright citizen. He had no kind of issues in terms of, violence and abuse. And they asked, well, how come you turned out the way you did? And he said, I watched my father.
I think people come to different epiphanies. That's the problem. That's a really good example of that story. I mean, for me, it was very close for me going to jail for about 5 to 8 years. Very fucking skin of my fucking teeth. I didn't do that. And it really, that to me was a fucking wake up call. So I realised that, I was 19 years old and I was about to spend most of my 20s in jail, and that's what I thought was going to happen. And to be frank, I deserved to have that happen to me. And I was very lucky that it didn't.
Yeah,
And I was fucking bricking it. I don't mind saying that.
I think I could have been in jail, by cat's hair. Just chance was I'm lucky.
All that shit is the reason I'm a fucking conspiracy theorist.
I think if you haven't had a few, at least one close call like that, where you could wind up in prison, then you're probably not living much.
I tried to beat the living crap out of someone, and I probably would have killed him or something. And that's
Discord will let you talk about all that stuff. Discord will let you say all that type of shit, but not the other stuff.
Yeah, but it's a private platform, and that's the problem with it. Is people expect to have free speech on someone else's platform where they have potentially legal responsibilities that causes liability as a company, and that's an awful lot of what companies are about. They worry about, can I get sued for this shit? How can I make sure I'm protecting myself? If I do go to court, how do I show that I'm trying to take all reasonable measures?
Did you hear about this crazy shit that's happening where people are defending themselves on their own property and being charged with murder? Like self-defense laws are being thrown out right now. And that the right to bear arms is they're literally regulating this shit as we speak.
I think that's a stay-on-state thing, isn't it? So it depends which state.
There's cases going on right now. People are being charged with murder after being like attacked in their homes.
Yeah, that's been happening for decades. Is this any better, guys? Is the robots gone? Have I defeated them?
Yes.
Robot has been defeated. We should have lied.
Yep.
I was really want to get look when I get contentious like that. Like when we was on topic, I was talking about patents and shit. I really want you guys' opinions on it. Like I may come off like, oh, I'm absolute on, hey, this is inconsistent, but I want, I'm just trying to sell the point. I definitely will hear the feedback. Like, foolish. How do you feel about like where the goalpost is on what can and can't be patented? Is there any consistent philosophy on it?
I think it depends on what you're talking about.
Right.
I think it is a very subject by subject kind of issue.
Oh no, wait, I could speak on this. Shit.
Okay.
They're mutating shit and calling it non-human, man. So they believe that like this type they're calling it technology. But when let me look up an article for you. I'll do it for you, bro. I got you.
Just make sure it's not Therium, yeah.
No, I'm gonna type in game.
You could substitute certain nucleotides in the DNA, and for the human genome, it's still
this is what it is. They're patenting the technology to
patent that or not
to manipulate the actual tissue. Does that make sense?
Are you talking about CRISPR?
When you get into the actual layers of fucking text and jargon of these patents, they're just explaining how they're manipulating it with a certain kind of technology.
Yeah, there's certain things. So you can take like uracil nucleotides and you can methylate them or ketolate them, and then they're not uracil anymore. They're pseudouridine residues, and there's still debate over whether that should be able to be patented when it comes to the human genome, at least. As far as I know right now, you still can't really do that, except in certain cases.
I'm sure all these people are in deep ass lawsuits right now, man. I'm sure the lawyers that are responsible for defending these people and these patents that they're trying to push through with these weird technologies of fucking manipulating mRNA research, whatever this shit really is, bro. These lawyers responsible for fighting in these cases are probably they probably run the whole patent office. Who knows?
No, because there's responsibility. If you go to a patent lawyer, part of his due diligence, I say I don't know about medical shit because that's not my area, but
I gotta look into this more.
IT shit, it's a bit more my area, and that's the thing I have been involved in most of my life. It's part of his responsibility to look out if what you're doing is infringing anybody else's patent, because not only can the company get in trouble, but the patent lawyer can get in trouble as well.
Yeah. And it starts at the researchers level too. Like when we go to develop a drug or develop a vaccine or some kind of medical device, we look at what is out there. We look at the published research on the area to make sure we're not stealing somebody's intellectual property. And then we look at the published patents to make sure we're not stealing their patented work. It's like step one of the process.
Okay, but look, the question I was posing was just more general to rights. Like I can understand both sides of it. On one side, like people learn something, they should be free to make or produce whatever they want. On the other side, you want to protect, unique investments or whatever, so that it motivates people to create stuff, or rewards people that have invested in the time to come up with the new process. Like they would have never brought that to market. They wouldn't have showed the public. if they weren't going to be able to protect. I mean, you could see it both ways. It could go extreme one way or the other, and generally there's compromises to things. But this is where I always have cognitive dissonance. Is like they're two completely opposing philosophies. So as soon as you mix them, you have neither.
Well,
I think
usually,
probably-
right? You're trying to expand. Like, say I want to make some product, and somebody else already has a patent for it. It doesn't completely shut me down from working in that area. I could look at their patent, see what they've done, and then I can expand on that. I could come up with my own ideas based off that groundwork that person's done already,
Sure.
and I can go from there.
Okay, and I'll be honest, like I'm speaking completely like a knave, you know, just with the general assumptions of what a patent is and what it does, you know, like, hey, you know, you have to do something different. You can't have the people's exact thing. You know what I mean? But I'm sure there's nuance to all this. But I just wanted to kind of kick around the philosophy of like, okay, if we have these starting point philosophies, you know, what are the best compromises for the population? Does the population agree with this? Is it more of a corrupted, whatever? Is it more of an elite authority design to make it so that it only benefits this, you know, origin group? You know, like if we was to hash it back, would all the people say, "Oh no, there should be no patents, or everything should be overly patented"? I just, you know, want to hear y'all's opinion on how, if y'all were starting the process, you know, if you were to try to take away your bias, do you think you always would want a world where there's patents, or maybe not?
Again,
As
it's
far
about
as it
intellectual
goes,
property, isn't it?
as far as it goes for things like chemistry and biology, I definitely think you have to have patents, because once a chemical reaction is discovered, so right, we propose a pathway to synthesize some molecule, and we discover that pathway works. We can synthesize that molecule. Well, then we're going to publish that, we want to publish that in a paper, because that's how you advance your career. Then once it's out there, then anybody can do it. You're putting out how to do it. And so you absolutely need a patent to protect, if that was, you know, a product you developed using that chemical reaction, you're definitely going to want a patent, or else anybody else in the world can just do what you did and steal your product.
What's wrong with that?
Yeah. You don't want, I don't want that. I don't want people stealing my work.
So it's just about ego.
No, man. It's about how society is
structured. Here, there's a lot to unpack with why you don't want people to have the ability to use your intellectual property for their own
Is it
gain.
your property though? You discovered something. You didn't invent it.
Right.
So is it yours?
This is like a
really?
capitalist. This is like a capitalist ideology.
But that's why there's a limitation on how long you can hold a patent
you were
for.
born earlier, or you were at that place at the right time, or something like that. If it was someone else that came later, they would have done it. So, on account of the just chance that you were born earlier, you get to own it now. That sounds right.
Well, generally speaking, the company you work for gets to own it, unless you have a contract that specifies otherwise.
Yeah.
If you're doing, even if you work for a university, and you patent something, there's normally clauses, certainly in American universities, where the university actually has some, if not all, of that patent, depending on what you signed.
The university owns the rights to it. So, like in the patent, author or the person who's patenting it, it'll say your name and then the university that you're working under. If that thing you developed was under university funding, if you just made it on your own, then you don't have to give them credit. But if you use their funding and their equipment and stuff, then you have to give dividends. But patents are only good for so long. Usually, at least in chemistry and pharmaceuticals and stuff, it's 15 to 20 years, sometimes 10-year patents. And some people can, you can request less, 5 years or so.
Does that have anything to do with some sort of fee up front? Like, would you like our 10-year subscription plan or our 20-year subscription plan?
Can I tell you something? Can I tell you guys something? So my uncle has a company called Diamond Grind, and he was trying to patent basically his logo was, you ever see a chain link fence? Like it's just a pattern of diamonds, like an outline of diamonds. He wanted to patent this pattern because he uses, okay, so like when he went to go do this, the intellectual property of this pattern is owned by somebody, as if like they created the diamond pattern.
It's a trademark, not a patent. So that would be the difference. So that's where you're trademarking a logo.
You're patenting a trade. Yeah, they're patenting a trademark. That's right.
But that's slightly different. There are different rules that go on that between patenting. I've created a machine that is going to produce 303 rounds in a different way, and I'm going to do that. So there was something about, I'm trying to remember, there was a particular one that was quite good, that was right. Yeah, the revolver is a great example. So I think it was Smith and Wesson held the patent on a cylinder revolver. So the fact that you got a hole in one end, a hole in the other end, and a hammer that hits it, that was patented by them in that sort of circular type thing, and people couldn't get away from that, and that's why those things. I'm not sure if it's Smith and Wesson or Colt or whoever had it. It might have been Colt actually. But that lasted. I think it's still going, which is one of the reasons why even when some of these companies went bust, they were still valuable to buy because of the patents that they own. So there's always going to be things out there, but again, I just put it down to the fact that I don't expect to have the rights to other people's ideas or other people's labor. I think that's quite an important concept.
So like my Brazilian and different revolvers that I've got, those are all bootleg?
No. It means that there's been a royalty paid.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. So it's like if I sample a piece of music, then I need to pay a royalty for sampling that piece of music. That probably would have been a much simpler fucking example, to be fair.
Yeah. Less interesting, but more simpler. It's much simpler.
And I think again, I don't expect, I don't expect to have the right, if someone goes and writes a book, and they spent a year of their life writing that book, why should I just be able to copy it without paying for it? That just seems,
So
wrong.
are you against cover bands?
No, I'm not. But most of the time, cover bands, if they're actually producing stuff on record and selling those records, then they're going to pay. They're going to pay royalties on it.
Really?
Yeah.
They should. They may not always, but I mean, again, that's kind of marginal gains. So it's about the effort that to go out and actually do that. So you can say that books only have a royalty for a set. I think royalties and things like that should have a longevity, a time limit. It shouldn't be it shouldn't be perpetual.
Is there a difference between discovering something and inventing something?
No, it both takes effort. So I think that there are certain similarities between two and certain differences, but both require a fair amount of labor. And there is always, being first is always pretty cool.
Who's to say you were first? Maybe there's a civilization that exists before that did the same exact thing, and you just.
If ifs and buts were pots and pans, then you and I'd be tinkers.
What's that?
I said if ifs and buts were pots and pans, then you and I'd be tinkers. What ifism?
Well, you guys know, like the patents, copyright, whatevers are kind of, they only apply in the same way as freedom, in like the sense that like you're as free as you can like defend your freedom through force, right? And so that's why China, won't be paying any royalties for selling, some musicians CDs in their stores, some American artists, You know, that they just copy it, or I don't know, plagiarize is the right word, but you know, all sorts of things. Like they don't operate by the same rules as we do, and are getting away with what we wouldn't be able to, right?
Depends where they're selling that shit. You're right. If I'm in a country and they don't give a shit about copyright laws, then chances are they don't give a shit about copyright laws. They don't say that. But if they want to then sell that shit in a country that does, all of a sudden that's going to be a problem. And that's been demonstrated time and time again.
Isn't Sony and shit? Isn't that like a Chinese company anyway?
No, Sony's Japanese.
And the whole reason we're talking about this is because you said that you can't
like
patent
Harman Kardon. Those are all Japanese.
You could definitely patent something like a vaccine. So
Yeah, of course. You're gonna patent vaccine.
yeah, someone definitely licensed that technology out to all these random ass people that are spending billions of dollars on it.
We shouldn't
You
be
guys-
patenting
I
anything.
can patent a removable belt loop.
You guys know about the
It's
Nikola
for greed,
Tesla?
it's for ego. There's no point in patenting anything.
You know, the Thomas Edison, Nikola Tesla patent thing with the light bulb screw-in mechanism?
Yep, that's why we use bayonet connectors in the UK.
That's where that how many Polacks does it take to screw in a light bulb comes from.
The thing is, if you didn't have any patents or patent laws, there wouldn't be the incentive for companies to do research and new products.
I don't believe that. I believe that humans are curious creatures, and like their ingenuity is such that they'll be driven by their passions, and they don't necessarily need to be making a shitload of money to be doing what they do.
Yeah, that's people though. Businesses and companies have different
Amazing
drives, and those drives are usually financial.
Well, pats on the back are worth more if all you get are pats on the back, you know?
That's true.
Well, at the bottom line, we all can agree that we want people to get the credit they deserve for what they do. But then how do you give them that credit?
You can
How
have
much
awards
credit
and other
much
things.
credit do they really deserve?
I just want to point out that you may be, we all may be thinking that individuals are super greedy and they just want more money for that idea. But what they're probably worried about is taxes. So they need to make more and more because they know they're going to get taxed to death. So that's not really greed as much as it is
Well, if they're not
fear.
making more, then they're not going to get taxed more. So what are you talking about?
Oh, yeah.
Most patents are held by companies, not by individuals. That's one problem. Companies don't really give a fuck. You know, their job is to produce stuff, make money, and pay people and pay out to shareholders if they're public.
And hopefully show a loss so they
Yeah,
don't
but
have to
isn't
pay
that
taxes.
not based on the same greed that individuals,
No, I think it's different. I don't think the vast majority of people have that kind of greed, or that kind of sort of slightly emotionless process. You know, most companies, especially talking about North America again, you can work for a good family company and you're part of that process. The larger the company gets, the more sort of bureaucratic or the more process driven it is. And it's rarer to find larger companies that actually give a fuck about their employees.
I feel you.
Yeah, I don't think the individual is greedy. I don't see people as greedy.
I think the truth of the matter
It's funny
is,
actually because this reminds. Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say the truth of the matter is, like I worked for Amazon for a little bit. A company like that has a really high turnover rate on purpose. I think it has something to do with not providing people proper, just working terms. You got all these new people that don't know how to do the job, and they just constantly come and go. And
I think
that's the way they like it. They want it they don't want anybody to stay there long.
I think one of my favorite examples of companies like that is Microsoft. So in Microsoft, you tend to be rotated into different roles. And one of the reasons that they do that is to stop them make personal relationships being developed. You don't deal with Bob, you deal with Microsoft, because Bob will be there for somewhere between 6 and 12 months in the role that he's doing before he's rotated into another role. It might be similar, might be different, depending on what he's doing, or he's got rid of. More kept in than got rid of, because they don't really use contractors anymore, and that's what a lot of people, I used to contract for Microsoft. But that was really interesting to see, and it was about, preventing personal relationships to happen. And I think it's an interesting business model, because most of the rest of the industry I work in works off those personal relationships. Yeah, I can get a favor done. I know Bob. Bob will help me out. He'll give me good advice. All of a sudden now I'm stuck dealing with the process of the business, and I can't sort of like get a better insight into that. So I just, it's incredibly time consuming.
I have a friend that he's like a manager inside of like Targets around the Florida area. This is what was going on. So he kept transferring to different Targets, but he was a manager, and they kept trying to like basically make him quit because they were making him drive farther and farther away. And they eventually transferred him to Chicago. Like, they won't let him stay in one Target. It's crazy. He works in like the cell phone department, and he's basically like, he's moved up within the company that he works for, but they never let him stay in one location. He always moves. Crazy. Just a little observation I made with this, like, not letting people really maintain, I guess. I don't know. Is it crazy to say that companies don't want people to go higher in the ranks?
It's an interesting concept. This concept that the qualities or priorities of the individual people are overridden when in a group. Like, the summation of the individuals is superseded by this group mentality type thing, right? So like, you have all these individual people that they don't have greed, but when they come together in a company, the more there are, the more greed and making money in the bottom line becomes a factor. And it reminds me of like when I would go out on the weekend with the boys, right? Like, individually, none of us were like particularly like horny or super thirsty for girls, but when you go out as a group, that becomes the driving focus. Like, let's find some bitches, It's the same kind of idea.
I don't know about that, but
it's like
I'm
assuming a
ready.
consensus. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I'm ready to go without my friends. I mean, I'm ready to hit the streets. But as for the company, I mean, with you're talking about turnover rate, like why? So from the company standpoint, why invest the information and the solution within another employee who is just going to quit soon? So why make that your system? You're going to just have to go find somebody new. So why in the world would you invest? The employee should be investing in the company, not the other way around.
Why not both?
Yeah, both. But first, I would imagine that the business, the company is established. They've shown their investment. They're a well-established 15, 20 years, 50 years in the business, whatever it is. They showed that they're not going anywhere. The employee hasn't shown that. They haven't invested in the community or anything, but they expect everything the company has earned over the last 50 years to be handed to them without them personally investing. And it's wrong. It's like a privileged thinking. Yeah.
That everything within the company should be handed to me?
No, I don't know. I don't know what you personally believe, but just as far as the employee expecting advancement without showing their absolute commitment to the company, because as we all know, the turnover rate for companies is just high. It's just next. When has it been proven to the company that they're not going anywhere? It's been proven to the employee that the company's not going anywhere. They know the company's not going anywhere, but it's never proven to the company that the employee's not going to just go start their own business.
So there's already like a forwarded assumption that every employee is just going to be a slacker, and you should expect to fire them soon.
Fire them, they're going to
Before
quit.
they even get the job, you're just going to assume this person is never going to commit enough to really be a part of the company.
No, of course that's not what I'm saying. No, I'm saying who is supposed to make the
That's the
first
model.
move?
I feel like that's everything they go for.
It may appear that way, but I'm not sure if it is that way. Yeah.
Man, everybody that works for these giant corporations, like these people don't want to work there. And they're so excited when they fucking quit, man. And it's not because the company isn't putting into their head that they should stay there, that they should love working there. It's not the environment.
Well, I mean, that's your perception on it, but what has the individual done to show, that they want to be there and they want to advance? I mean, their commitment. What has this employee shown as commitment?
Do you own your own business?
No, I'm just curious.
I think it boils down to who needs who more. Like, of course, it's a mutually beneficial relationship, but the one that's gonna have to compromise more or make like more allowances is the one that needs the other person more.
Yeah.
And
that's
sometimes that
really
could
good.
be the employer, sometimes that could be the employee. It just depends on that particular scenario or situation.
I agree. That's the new mindset. The new mindset is this company wouldn't be able to. I am this company. I'm making them all the money. They're not doing anything. They're just collecting a check. They need me, and yet as soon as you quit, they replace you. But it's a feeling of being unappreciated. I agree. That's what the
No, I
employee
wasn't going for that
turnover
per
is.
se. I was thinking like more like, if they don't hire a person for this particular role, then they're going to be losing a ton of money. They might go out of business, that sort of thing. Not like, oh, I'm the breadwinner for this company.
Huh. Yeah, so they'll find somebody. The thing is, do you imagine they can't find somebody else? I don't know.
Sometimes they can't. You like a good kind of worker, a reliable. They're not common, honestly. There's a lot of incompetent people out there and stuff like that. And it's hard to find a good, reliable manager, or there's procedures and processes that take years and years to kind of have someone kind of go up the ranks. And if it's a big company, right? If it's a small company, good luck. You have to hire someone, fire someone, train that person. Like if they're bad or whatever, that you let them go or what have you, and then it'll be a while until you find someone if you're unlucky.
Yeah, good help is hard to find, right? So that's what I'm saying. We're making this argument like, well, good help is absolutely hard to find. They're super rare, but the big companies are the problem. All the employees are perfect. No, the employees are the issue. Yeah, and that's why there's such a quick turnover rate and all these other things. And then the employees are saying, well, I'm just not incentivized enough to be a good employee. I'll be a good employee once you pay me. And then the company's saying, I'll pay you once you're a good employee. And then it's just never it's like no change. And then, but the people who are losing are the individuals. Like the companies are not losing this battle. They're winning this battle. Because then they don't have to retain these employees long enough to pay them benefits, et cetera. So they're winning because the employees are giving up. Yeah, and they're not trying. They're probably not. You can make the argument that they're trying to do this, but they're probably not. They're probably not trying to do this. It would be more beneficial to have a steady flow of the same employees and grow exponentially, keep growing and growing. That would be better for the business. Not let me save not let me save $3,000 a year by firing them. Then I have to pay $3,000 for advertising to hire somebody back. It's not beneficial to. There's a lot of money that goes into that as well.
It's a pretty general thing to be acting like all companies is doing. So maybe just talk about. Let's assume that there are some that are, and then you want to talk about what you don't like about that.
I specifically mentioned Amazon. I didn't say every company does this. Definitely not every company. Because I've worked places where the managers are so cool and they don't want to fire anybody and they'll let all these people slack and steal and they do nothing about it.
Yeah, I am kind of specifically talking about Amazon.
Some managers will tell you, you know, they hate firing people, and they'll literally let people steal and slack off on the job because it's harder to find a new employee that'll do the job.
Right, and then that's what I'm saying. And how great is that employee who's slacking and stealing? And we're saying that Amazon sucks because they're firing the guys who are slacking and stealing. It's like, give me a break.
It's not stealing at that point.
And you kind of made a good point about, you know, there is a narrative within these employees' minds where things are above their pay grade and that they're not going to commit or actually put their A+ type effort into anything they do because they don't feel like they're not being paid for their time they spent while they're in this place.
Yeah.
Right?
So
They feel like they're here for 8 hours. They get their check bi-weekly and it's only like $1,000 and they're like, man, fuck this place. I need my check, but, you know, fuck you.
Yeah.
Like, what do I gotta fucking make this amount of money that's gonna make me fucking pretty much suffer and struggle for the next 6 months to maybe get a fucking $1 raise, depending on my attitude for the next 6 months? It's kind of like, you know, that's kind of unreasonable if you ask me. A lot of this has to do with wage laws at the end of the day.
Yeah, that's the losing attitude. What that person has to do is they have to stop being afraid. They have to go to the manager every day. Hey, boss, what can I do to make more money? This? Okay, I'm going to do that today. All right, what can I do to help? What can I do to help the company today? How can I advance?
Yeah, right.
Every day,
Getting exploited. I love what you're saying. You're right. People should be motivated to elevate in the company and ask, what can I do to make more money? What can I do to help and be more productive here? That's what people do. And I've tried to do that in a place like, you know, Amazon, and there's such a disconnect and they don't want people to advance it. That's how it looks.
You gotta go into sales, bro.
Go into sales. That's interesting.
Yeah,
I
sales,
never heard say that to me.
everything is sales. I mean, whoever said that is right. Sales is where and that's what pretty much everything. Yeah.
My brother was in sales.
Labor sucks.
He used to sell everything. He eventually got into, like, you know, eBay and Facebook Marketplace.
Yeah, there's you're either going to be involved in sales or you're going to be involved in labor. That's it. That's all there is. Those are your two options. Services or sales.
Yeah, I mean, you do the stuff or you middleman the stuff. I mean, what are you gonna do? So I'm saying, if you want to make more, you gotta access yourself. I mean, dude, there's, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm sure there's like situations like you said, you can climb on labor too. But I'm saying, if you want to like really maybe maximize your own unique potential, sales can be a good environment for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, the shame of it is that is the system that's built. Like, we're supposed to start as laborers and work our way up to sales, like eventually, and then the younger guys are supposed to come in as laborers and then work their way up to sales, right? That's the system that everybody wants, right? But the issue is that people are like 30, 40 years old still doing labor, and they're pissed. But that's on them. You know, it's really not on it. It's because they started their lives too late. I mean, that's like kind of like the new sales pitch going on. It's like, hey, live with your mom till you're 30. Have a kid when you're 40. It's all good. Like no, have a kid when you're like 21. Like, and grow the fuck up. Like, yeah, like let's go, move, get your life started. Yeah, yeah, it does suck, but yeah. Yeah, I recommend having kids at 19. Yeah, 19, 20, 21.
Why do you recommend that?
I'm sorry, that was a little unrelated. I don't know how that connects to, you know, moving up in sales.
Yeah.
That just ain't in the cards for some people that have kids at 19.
Yeah, why do you recommend that?
I recommend having kids as soon as you can. That's all I'm saying. Is if you're in a relationship, and you're in have kids. Don't wait and wait and wait. Say we'll have kids one day. No, have kids.
Yo, bro, I make
Jeremy's winning kid points.
$60,000 a year, bro. If I have a kid right now, I'm gonna need to find a job where I'm making like triple that.
Kids are cheap, man. They're not expensive at all. Box of cereal.
I live in New Jersey. Like nothing is cheap over here, bro.
Yeah, what? Me too. Yeah, no, I have kids. They're cheap.
They're definitely not cheap. What you guys are
I love
giving
your
bad
attitude.
life
Honestly,
advice.
okay, I'm gonna listen to you, man. You know what? I heard that. All right. I heard you, bro.
I mean,
New perspective.
who's got
Thank you.
I mean, college is expensive. If you're gonna, that's it. Everything else is fucking cheap, man. I mean, I buy a pound of cheese. Shit, I ain't eating that whole fucking pound of cheese. I buy a gallon of milk. You know, you buy chicken. It doesn't. You know, you buy chicken breast. It doesn't come with like one chicken breast. It comes with like 4. There you go. Eat your eat. You know.
Yo, kids are not cheap. Kids are not cheap, dude. It's not even. Are you like fucking with us?
Bill was literally $500,000, and that was literally before the baby was.
What was 500?
You buy a chicken breast, it come with 4, bro.
What? What was 500,000?
There was a lot of complications in my brother's. Man, I'm not getting into it. Just know that money's still fucking
medical bills.
Still need that money.
Oh right, yeah, but you know, you can just not pay medical bills. You really? I mean, I'm being serious.
Okay, man.
If I got hit with a $500,000 hospital bill, I'm not paying that. No way.
I mean,
most people aren't, but
that's crazy. Yeah, it is crazy. Yeah.
I would never pay them. I never. I mean, even I had like one debt. I'm not in debt at all, right? But I just buy everything I can with what I have. But even like let it go to debt collections, and then ask them how much they pay for the debt, and that's all you legally have to pay. And they probably paid for $500,000 debt. They probably paid $10,000 for it. Yeah. And hospital bills are a lie anyway. It's just the insurance company is the middleman. The insurance company.
Yeah, I'm aware of all that.
It's all sales. It's all sales.
Tell that shit, man.
Shit, my brother became already.
Yeah, they're not paying $5. The hospital.
My brother navigates these fucking. I'm telling you, my brother knows how to navigate these kinds of lanes like crazy now. Like he knows how to lower how much he's paying for shit from the experience of, you know.
I remember I got meningitis.
Like at the end of the day, it's really fucked up though. Like you know, you can brush it all off. Like, hey, you don't gotta pay for it. The process itself is so much. There's a toll. Like, come on, man. Why is he going through this?
I'm sure it's stressful, but it's not as stressful as making them $500,000. I mean, you know.
All right, I respect all that you said.
But that used to could buy that $500,000 used to could buy 500,000 McDouble cheeseburgers, McDoubles. But now you can only get 250,000 McDoubles.
Bro, you gotta wait for the 2 for $5 Big Mac day. Yeah. I try not to eat that shit. It is bad for you. You just know it's bad for you.
Anytime somebody's talking about money now, I'm just gonna like, it's like, oh, $300,000. What's that? Like 150,000 McDouble?
Yeah, but I was saying I had gotten meningitis like fucking 15 years ago, and they sent me the bill. Right? I had insurance, but for whatever reason they sent the bill, and it said, "Oh, $60,000." Like $60 fucking thousand. So I called them. I'm like, I'm not paying you $60. I have insurance now. They're like, oh no, we're not. That you shouldn't even have got that. It's not $60,000. We only paid $3. That's what we do. We get it down to like the real number. And then there's fucking people over in real life sending them who don't have insurance the $60,000 bill that nobody is really paying ever. And then your fucking whole life is like ruined because you think you really owe $60,000. Nobody's paying it. Like nobody's really paying that. Yeah, I've seen it happen to people. I'm like, dude, nobody's actually paying that much money. Like, not the insurance company, nobody.
Hey, that's exactly what ended up happening.
Yeah, it's